Welcome back, folks, to this next episode of Editing with Illustrator. Today we're going to run through a lot of interesting tools that we haven't really touched on before. The scale tool, the reflect tool, we're going to be able to rotate items in a really interesting way, being able to space things out, and then we're going to get into interesting path modes and just a whole bunch of really cool trickery that may seem to be really complicated, but the end results are going to be pretty awesome. So a lot of different stuff going on in this particular episode here, and we're just going to jump right in. So I've got several shapes on my screen, and a couple of the things that I just want to start off with are some of our basic editing and kind of movement tools here. We've got our rotate and our reflect tools, and I'm going to tear that off because we're going to use those. And then I've also got my scale and my shear tools as well. Now you may be wondering, okay, why do we need the rotate tool? I can simply click on any shape here and I can just rotate the shape. Well, we can do a whole lot more with this rotate tool than we can just going in and rotating a shape. We also have our reflect tools, which allow us to flip things vertically or horizontally, which we could do in our properties panel, but yet again, this particular panel does a whole lot more. Then we got our scale and our shear, and so we're going to show you what these actually do. So one of the very things that I wanted to show you is start off with just the rotate tool itself. Now, if I click on an object and then I click on the rotate tool, I get a little set of crosshairs in the center of my object. Now, any object that you select and then click on the rotate tool, which by the way, the shortcut for that is R, is going to go ahead and land the reference point in the center of our object. Now, if I would like to rotate this around someplace else other than the center, I can simply take my crosshair cursor and click anywhere, inside or outside the shape. This is going to land my reference point in a different location. And then, once I land my reference point, simply take my cursor and I can then rotate my object anywhere that I would like around that reference point. Of course, holding down Shift is going to allow me to constrain this. So it's like, okay, this is fine. If I want to rotate something in a different way, it's like, yeah, this works. But what's actually really cool about this is this. I'm going to select the shape. I'm going to select the rotate tool, and it remembers the last rotate reference point that I did. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to land my reference point on one of the corners here. Not being significant about the corner, it's just that this is where I'd like to rotate this around. But before I go ahead and click and land my reference point, I'm going to hold down my Option key. And you'll notice the little dot, dot, dot that shows up to the right of the cursor. This little dot, dot, dot tells me that there's a dialog box that's going to open. So if I Option click, clicking is going to land the rotate point in that area. And then I can take, with the Option key, it's going to open up my dialog box. And now I can see more options with this rotate tool. I'm going to click on the preview button, and here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to rotate this around from that lower right-hand corner reference point. But I'd like to do this in, say, 30-degree increments, because I'd like to create kind of like a fan effect where I'm going to take these shapes, rotate them around that point so they kind of stack and fan out. Interesting thing with any of these fields in the rotate tool or the reflect tool, we can go in and we can do math in here. And if I would like to create, say, 10 squares being rotated around my reference point, I don't have to break out my calculator. I can simply take the number of degrees in the circle, divide it by the number of these shapes that I would like in a circle. And once I do that, I can click on the preview button, and that's going to show me that in order to get 10 of these rotated around, 36 degrees is going to be my magic number. I'm going to click the preview button, and I can see exactly what's going to happen here. It's going to rotate it around that point, 36 degrees. Now, if I click OK, it's just going to give me what I see, but I want to click Copy because what I'd like to do is I'd like to repeat this around that reference point. So I'm going to click the Copy button, and I get a copy of it. Now I'd like to do this again and again and again. But trying to go through here and option click back on the reference point and getting it in exactly the right location and repeating this process is kind of impossible, really, to get it exact. So I'm going to use Command D. Command D is simply, it's called step and repeat. I just think of it as duplicate. Whatever you've last done, Command D is simply going to repeat this entire process, and that's exactly what it does. If you really want to know what this is, it's object, transform, transform again. I just think of duplicate. So in this case, I rotated and copied, so Command D is going to allow me to go around and duplicate this all the way around that reference point, which is pretty cool. I'm going to undo this by using Command Z, but that's how I can use the rotate tool if I'd like to go ahead and get things to be rotated around a specific object. Now, that's cool to go ahead and do this around an object, or the object itself, but I'm going to show you something even more interesting that can be pretty cool. I'm going to start off with a circle, and I would like to create a sun here, and I'm going to use my line tool, and I'm going to create a line that's going to come directly off the center point of my circle, and I'm going to hot dog the ends right here, and there is the center of my sun, and I've got one of the lines coming around the sun. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to rotate this line around the center of the sun to create rays of the sun. I'm going to select my ray of the sun, I'm going to choose my rotate tool, and you'll notice that the rotate point is always going to be in the center of the object we have selected. Well, I don't want to rotate the ray of sun around itself, I want to rotate the ray of sun around the center of the sun. So I'm going to move my cursor to the center of the sun. I'm going to place it over the center, and thanks to my smart guides, it tells me exactly where I want to be. I'm going to hold down my Option key, and I'm going to Option click. That click is going to land the rotate point. Option is going to open up my rotate. And if I would like 20 rays of sun, I simply type in 360 degrees divided by 20, and I click Copy. Now, I've got one duplicate of this. Command D is going to duplicate that again, and this gives me basically my entire step and repeat of rotating around an object. And there I've got a sun. Now, trying to do this manually doesn't work. You may get one or two rays of sun, and by the third one, it's not looking so good. And pretty easy. You can rotate around anything. It doesn't have to be around the object itself, it can be around any other reference point, and now we've got a really cool sun. You can do this with flowers as well. If I wanted to go in and create a flower, let's just do that, because why not? So, easy way to go ahead and create a flower petal. I'm going to draw a circle. Let's pick a nice flowery color. There we go. And I'm going to take these two shapes. We're going to learn about the Shape Builder tool and the Pathfinder in a couple of videos ahead of this one. But I'm going to create a petal for my flower, and with that petal, I don't have to have a center point to go around, but I'm just going to make this a little bit easier. I'm going to create a center of my flower here, and I'm going to take my flower leaf, and I'm going to use my rotate tool. I'm going to Option click where I'd like that leaf to rotate around, and then I put in the number of leaves that I want, 360 divided by, say, 36, and I click Copy. This is going to stack them on top of each other. There's going to be a lot of them. And then I simply hit Command D, and I can create this whole set of duplication all the way on around. So, interesting stuff. It's fun. It's really cool. If I undo this and I come back here and I space these out further, just by selecting the shape to begin with, Option click, and say 360 divided by 10. This is going to space them apart. And I forgot to hit Copy. Got to hit that Copy button, or else it's just going to rotate freely around there. So 360 divided by 10, then click the Copy button, duplicate, there we go. Really cool way to use the rotate tool. So it's not just to rotate an object, it's to do so much more to copy when we rotate an object. So I've got my sun, I've got my flower. It's pretty awesome with the rotate tool. So you could imagine how cool this could be with all of the other tools here. Our reflect tool. Well, our reflect tool has been something that we've used for years and years and years before we actually came over, and with the newest version here in our properties panel, we actually got our flip horizontal and flip little vertical buttons here. These are new within the last version of Illustrator. We've never had these before. So we were stuck trying to go through and use the flip and rotate, and I would usually call it the flip and rotate because it was so annoying to use. So this is how this particular process would work with the rotate tool, or the reflect tool, I should say. If I had a shape, and I'm going to take this shape, so I've got, actually I'm going to take this and I'm going to remove part of it here. If I've got a shape that's open here and I would like to flip this one way or another, left or right, top or bottom here, I could take this shape and then I would use my reflect tool, and I could take this and I would click someplace and then I would click again and it would do all these weird things, and it's like, what is it doing? And it didn't make any sense whatsoever. So I'm going to undo all of this, and here's how the reflect tool actually works. Just think of looking this at a mirror, or putting a mirror here. How I would go ahead and explain this is if I wanted to flip over a particular location, say I wanted to basically flip over this axis right here, I would come in and I would park my cursor right along this edge, and I'm basically calling this my mirror. So this is going to be the plane of the mirror that is going to reflect. I'm going to option click and I'm going to hold down my option key. When I do this, I'm going to land the reflect and flip. So this is basically my mirror. So it's going to reflect right over there. And I can use this, and it's my vertical flip you can see right here. And this is going to give me my mirror. Just look at this little dotted line and think of that as your mirror. Wherever you click, that's going to be the plane that it reflects over. So I reflected this vertically, and if I copy this, this allows me to go ahead and create two halves of something. How useful would that be? Well, here, I've got my number one. Actually isn't number one, but you'll see what it is. If I take this shape and I use my reflect tool, the reflect and the rotate always go ahead and land the reference point in the middle. I'm going to move it over to the edge here, in fact right on the edge, and my smart guide is going to show me I'm on the edge, and I'm going to option click. Now it doesn't matter at what point, because remember, if I want to reflect this vertically, just think of this as a vertical mirror that it's reflecting over. I'm going to option click, and then I'm going to do this vertically, and I'm going to copy this, and basically what I've done is I've created a shirt, and I haven't drawn the entire thing. Well, I actually didn't draw it, I just created it. I did half of it, because if I'm going to do the whole thing, there's no way I'd ever get one side being exactly the same as the other. So in this case, going halfway is exactly what you want to do. Then I just take the other half, I reflect over this and copy, and I get those two pieces, and then I can go and use my Pathfinder or my Shape Builder tool and put that together, which we haven't learned yet, but stay tuned because we're going to learn how to put shapes together, take things apart. So this is a great example of how we can go in and we can reflect over something, over an axis, and get something so we get a mirror image of it. Whether it's touching or it's not touching, doesn't make any difference. If I don't want it to be touching, I can always take the reflect tool and I can start way out here, and then I can copy this, and this is basically my reflection point, so I get two objects that are going to be reflected, not necessarily on the same axis, but apart from each other. So that's the reflect tool. Now it's quite interesting because unless you call up the dialog box, an option click, trying to go ahead and do this simply by clicking and using your reference point doesn't work very well. But transform sections here with the rotate and then the flip here, kind of interesting. Don't use the reflect tool as much. Thankfully, we have the flip and vertical and horizontal in the properties panel, so the reflect tool is kind of being used less and less, but now you know how to use it. The next one is the scale tool. Now the scale tool, we can scale things in so many different ways. We can click on an object, we can hold down shift and we can scale this up and down. We've got our properties panel where we can go and we can adjust the width and the height. So scaling this, the scale tool is probably one of those tools where it's like, how would I actually use this? Oh, this is a cool one. I love this. So with the scale tool, I'm going to select my object and I'm going to take the scale tool, and again it lands the reference point directly in the center here, and I may want to scale this from the center. In fact, in this case I do. I'm going to option click and call up the dialog box, and it asks me, okay, how do I want to go ahead and scale this? Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to create circles that are inside each other. So instead of copying and pasting, reducing down and stacking them on top of each other, I'm going to do this automatically. So I'm going to say I would like to take and I would like to reduce this down 75% of the size of the circle. And what I want to do is I want to copy this because I want to leave my existing shape and I want to put another one on top of it that's going to be 75% of the size. Now here's an interesting thing. I have a stroke around my object here that's 8 points. Now as I do this and I start to reduce this down in size and copy it, I may want to go ahead and scale my stroke so it gets smaller as it goes smaller inside. So each time I do this, it is going to be 75% of the size of the original. I'm going to click copy, and now I have a circle that's inside a circle. Now if I hit Command D, it's going to take the circle that I've just created, and if I do Command D to duplicate that, it's now going to take that circle and reduce it down 75% along with the stroke weight. As I do this, and I keep doing this, this kind of creates this really cool kind of tunnel vision going through something that makes it look like you're going into or coming out of something, which is really kind of interesting. Now, you'll notice that the spacing between each one starts to narrow simply because it always takes the size of the last circle and then reduces that size of this circle down 75% to get this. So the spacing is not going to be identical because we're using a percentage reduction here. But this is kind of cool. It's like, wow, that's kind of like psychedelic. Sure. Well, here's the cool part. You don't need to do it in the center. It doesn't need to be done in the center. So I'm going to take this same circle. I'm going to use the scale tool, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to option click and I'm going to scale it off from the edge. So it's not going to be in my reference point. I'm still going to use the same reduction and I'm going to click copy. And now when I do this, you'll see that I can now go off to the edge and create a very different effect. So it's still the same tool, it's just managing the reference point. And it's like, okay, this can be kind of cool. And now you get this very psychedelic tunnel effect here. If you really want to make it look psychedelic, go ahead and fill this with magenta. And that should really make your eyes freak out right there. There you go. Would make for a great logo on a t-shirt if you want to do some psychedelic band. Right there, folks. That's what it is. But there's one more thing that the scale tool can do. Both of these that I've showed you have been on the original shape. I'm going to take the circle again, and I'm going to move all this out of the way here because we're going to need a whole lot more room. I'm going to take this original circle here, and I'm going to do one more thing with this. I'm actually going to take off the stroke here so we don't have that stroke so we can make this a little bit more simple. I'm going to use the scale tool again, but instead of scaling this in the center or on the object here, I'm going to move my cursor way over here, and I'm going to option click way over here. Now what this is doing is this is landing the reference point far away from my original object. So when I scale, it's going to scale to the reference point. So I'm going to scale this at 75%. Again, I don't need to scale the stroke because I've turned that off, and I'm going to click copy. What this is going to do is this is going to scale this 75% of each subsequent size going on down. And as we go, and I keep hitting Command D, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until that reference point is now going to be 0. So I'm going to keep doing this, and I'm going to zoom in really, really, really big here so we can see. If I keep doing Command D, by the time I get to that reference point, I should end up with a circle that is super teeny. And we're already zoomed in 64,000%, so you can see how small you can get. That reference point is basically 0, so you're going from where you originated your shape all the way over to 0. Now this may be a little bit too small, but I'm going to take those off just to do that, and it's like, wow, this is really cool. Holy cow, there's a lot of them. Yeah. And now I'm going to take these, I'm going to show you something cool we can do with these. I'm going to reduce these down in size, and then I'm going to have a little bit more fun with this. And I'm going to then take my rotate tool, I'm going to option click here, and I'm going to rotate these around and then do my Command D, and I can create this really cool effect. So all of a sudden the scale, the rotate tools, the reflect tools, pretty amazing. I love that. But a lot of cool stuff that you can do. The scale tool is amazing because here are 3 shapes that we were able to go ahead and create with the scale tool. Instead of trying to draw these and figure them all out, let the tools do their work. It's incredible. The next one's going to be our shear tool. And this is pretty simple. With the shear tool, we click on our shear tool and our shape. And people try to use this and they try to use this, and it goes all over the place and they're like, oh my gosh, I don't understand. Well, okay, first of all, the reference point's in the middle, which makes it really hard to understand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my reference point here. I'm not going to option click, but just think of the reference point as your anchor, okay? That's the point in which is not going to move at all and everything else is going to. So if I select my shape with the shear tool and I anchor it here, instead of having it go all over the place with my cursor, hold down your Shift key so it's going to constrain it to one plane only. So if I move up or down, you can see my anchor point is truly that. It's being held in that place. And Shift constrains, we know about that when we're drawing, we know when we're moving. Well, the same thing applies here. Shift is going to constrain, so if I anchor it in the corner and I only move up and down, it's only going to shear on that plane. If I hold down my Shift key and I go left to right, it's only going to shear on that plane. So this makes a little bit more sense rather than just clicking here and having it go all over the place. Yeah, because it's just kind of crazy, wobbly, and just crazy. So if I want to shear one way or the other, I will normally go in and just land an anchor point. In this case, I'm going to option click. And what I can do is, with the option, it's going to bring up the dialog box, and I can do a horizontal shear, and I can go in and I can simply do the angle here. So shear angle here, there we go. There's my shear angle. I'm going to do it horizontally. And then this allows me to go back and forth. Negative number is going to go back. Positive number is going to go forward. And I can do that. Now if I click copy, it's just going to keep duplicating this over and over again, so I can get this kind of step and repeat effect. So interesting. Okay. Not many cool things that I've done with the shear tool here, but if you ever wanted to take it and shear it off, you certainly could. Now, the one way that I've also done shear before, which works really well, is simply drawing the shape, going in with your direct selection tool, simply direct selecting a line segment and then holding down your Shift key, and this allows you to shear it off. Now, I can't set the angle this way, but I can definitely go in and I can kind of do it manually here to shear the thing off too, which isn't that big of a deal. But keep in mind too that you can always go into your transform panel and you've got your shear right here. So while the shear tool is kind of interesting, it's probably one of the ones that it's not like, super incredible like the rotate and the scale tool is. There's one other tool that's stuck in here is the reshape tool. This only works on open paths, and basically the curvature tool has replaced it, so that's that. All right, so those are our rotate and our reflect and our scale and our shear tools, and we've created a lot of interesting things with this, with those particular tools. There's one more tool here that's kind of interesting, and this is the free transform tool, and I never really understood the free transform tool until I started creating a lot of icons and infographics, and then I realized, okay, the free transform tool is pretty interesting. And here's what the free transform tool is and does. I'm going to take this shape, turn off my stroke right here. I would like to take this shape and I would like to taper it so it's wider at the top, it's narrower at the bottom. The free transform tool is kind of interesting because it actually calls up its own floating panel. And when you click on the free transform tool, a lot of times what will happen is your toolbar will be over this little floating toolbar, and it's like, okay, where is it? What's it doing? Well, what I use here is you can use the free distort, which is very much like going in and just using your direct selection tool and distorting it here. What I use is the perspective distort. I want to create a cup of coffee, and what I'd want is a cup that's going to be wider at the top, narrower at the bottom. And so this is the one thing the free transform tool does. It's great. You click on the perspective distort, and then I'm going to go down and I'm going to pull the corners in, and you can see that it's going to pull them in and out symmetrically. Now, if you were trying to do this manually without the free transform tool, you could, but here's what would happen. If I had the same shape here, and I was working with this, and I wanted to get the sides of my cup to be perfectly symmetrical like this. And using my direct selection tool, I could take my direct selection tool and move this in and move this in. But how do you know that you've actually moved them in at the same rate? Other than using a grid, which we are going to show you how to do, trying to figure this out is going to leave you with something that's going to be asymmetrical. So while the free transform tool is simple and easy, you just pull them in, I've got one trick for you here if you don't want to use the free transform tool. As long as you can count, you're good to go. So if I wanted to recreate this with the direct selection tool, I'm going to select my corner with the direct selection tool. I'm just going to use my arrow keys, and I'm going to use the left arrow key, and I literally count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to do the exact same thing with the opposite corner. Select that with the direct selection tool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's going to move them in exactly the same. Now, here's the cool part. You don't want to go ahead and count to 10. If you hold down your Shift key is going to do everything in increments of 10. So Shift right or left arrow will go ahead and move it out in increments of 10. So if I want them in 20, I just simply hit Shift, left or right arrow twice, and then that's going to make sure that you have that exactly the same. So, same results, different way of getting to there, but now I have my coffee cup and I've got that. So, nice little free transform tool. The one thing that I use is the actual perspective warp or distort here. Now, here's an interesting thing. If you call up your free transform tool, nothing's going to happen. You've got to have your object selected first in order to be able to go in and bring this up and do anything. Because you can't select something with your free transform tool. It's got to be selected first to use your free transform. Once you click on another tool, that free transform floating panel will disappear. So now I want to talk about paths a little bit, because we've been dealing with a lot of shapes here, and I've got just some basic paths or basic strokes here, and we're going to use this as an example. I'm just drawing a line, plain and simple, and there's my line right there. There's certain things that I can do, and in fact I'm going to draw an arc as well. Hold down my Shift key, and we're going to pick a different color for here. Great. When I'm dealing with my lines, or strokes, whatever you want to call them, open paths, the only thing I can do with this is I can change the size, I can rotate them, and I can also change the weight of them too. But later on, when we start using our Pathfinder tool, I can't actually begin to join these things together, because trying to join a shape and a line doesn't work. They both have to be shapes in order to work. So if I've got my path here and I would like to go in and I would like to edit this as a shape, one of the things I would have to do is I'd have to turn this into a shape. So I'm going to copy this line, and I'm just going to Option click and drag, and I'm going to copy this line here, and I'm going to take this line, go to the Object menu, I'm going to go under Path, and I'm going to choose Outline Stroke. Okay? Now, to the naked eye, these look exactly the same. All right? This looks like a rectangle. You wouldn't know it isn't. This looks like a rectangle. But I'm going to go into Outline mode under View, Outline, which is Command Y, and I'm going to look at these, and I can see that these are two completely different objects here. This one is clearly a path, and this one is clearly a closed shape. They both look the same because this is where it started from, and then I outline this. Now, this is a shape. With a shape here, I can do a lot of things. I've got corner widgets. I can manipulate the individual points here. With this path, I can't do much of anything. I can control the stroke of it here. There's a few other things we can do, which we're going to get to very shortly. But in the end, this is what I've got between my stroke and my shape. So going into preview mode is going to show you a lot about what's going on with your artwork behind the scenes and kind of tell you the story. Now, there's one other thing that I want to show you here, and this can get a little bit confusing, and we're going to touch on this in later videos as well. I showed you under the Object menu that I could take my path and I can simply outline that stroke and turn it into a shape. We also have this other command called Expand. And Expand is going to take what we have, in this case the stroke, and it's going to expand it, and it asks me, okay, how do I want to expand? I want to expand the stroke and the fill, and I click OK. And in this particular case, it's going to give me the exact same results. It's going to take the overall look of my stroke, and it's going to expand it and then turn it into an object based on what it looked like. So either way, in this case, going through and using the object expand or the path outline stroke is going to give you the same effect. This is not always true, and we're going to show you the cases where it isn't true, because expand is kind of this interesting thing that remains an enigma to a lot of people because they get really confused. I, however, will show you how to not be confused when we use expand. So, perfect example here. I've got this arc. I'm going to go in and I'm going to hot dog the ends with a stroke right there. And I would like to turn this into a shape. So I could go select it, object, path, outline stroke, and now it becomes a shape in which I can manipulate and do whatever I want to with it. Now, one of the things that I can't do with a path is I cannot have a rounded end on one end of the path and a flat end on the other. But if I wanted to take something like this and I wanted to have a rounded end on one and a flat end on the other, I could take my shapes and use my shape builder tool, and I can actually remove those. So if I did want to have some type of highlight noodle or a handle of some sort, I could create so that I get a rounded portion of this. Maybe I want to put a handle on something, who knows what it is, but if I wanted a handle on a coffee mug or something, I could have a rounded end on one side and a flat on the other. Something that I couldn't do with a path. I would have to go through and I'd have to expand this in order to be able to edit this as an actual shape. We're going to touch base on this a little bit more because there's a whole bunch of interesting things that we can do with these paths as well. Another thing we can do with paths is this. I'd like to take this coffee cup and I would like to show you how much coffee is in the cup itself. Now, I could take and I could copy and paste this, and then I could scale the whole thing down and I could put it in here. But when I put it in here, I'd have to make sure that I want the same space around all four of the edges. And here, when I reduce it down and I change the color, I've got this so the shape is, pretty much the same shape, but I don't have the same space all around the edges. If my shape were perfectly symmetrical, perfect circle, perfect square, I could do that. But in this case, it's like, no, I want to make this the same height, so I make it the same height, and now the taper isn't the same, and it's like, oh, really frustrating. Try that with this shape. If I were to copy and paste this shape, and I were to reduce it down as well here, and try to put it inside here and make this shape fit, never going to work. And it's like, oh yeah, see? How do I do that? Well, here's what you do. I'm going to select the shape, and this is one of my absolute favorite things. I use this all the time. I'm going to go into the Path menu. I'm going to choose Offset Path. What this is going to do is this is going to take an exact copy of it, and I can enlarge or reduce this exact copy, and it's going to scale it so that it fits perfectly. So if I choose the Offset Path, I've got to click the Preview button. Any value that's going to be positive is going to be larger than the shape. I can go in, and I'm just using my up or down arrows. This is going to give me a perfect replica of this scaled up or down. So when I do this, I'm going to make this slightly smaller, and I click OK. I'm going to change the color inside here. And now I have a perfect shape with this, exactly the shape, exactly a reduced size, fitting perfectly. I'm going to do it with this shirt because I'd like to create something that's inside the shirt. Say I'd like kind of like an inside border. I'm not going to try to draw and trace and space it all out. No. Object, path, offset path. I'm going to reduce it down in size, and there it is. Maybe just go and do that. There we go. Perfect inset there. I can take that fill color. I can change the color of it, and now I've got this awesome look and feel. Couldn't I have just put a stroke around it? I could have, but then when I put a stroke around it, it's going to create kind of a different effect because I'm going to lose some of the corners and the angles. So the offset path is really, really, really sweet. So here's a couple examples here, and another really awesome example that this is really fun. And I'm going to take my shape right here. I'm going to use my corner widgets, and I'm going to select 3 out of the 4 corners. I'm going to pull all those corner widgets in. So I'm going to create like a little map pointer or something. And here's what I'm going to do. I'd love to create a flame. So here's my flame. And I'm going to use my object, path, offset path. And I'm going to reduce this down inside like so. Okay? And then I'm going to take that path right there, and I'm going to create a slightly darker color here with that, and I'm going to use my object path, offset path again, and I'm going to repeat that same process, make that smaller inside, fill this with a slightly darker color, and then one last time I'm going to choose object path, offset path, do that again, fill it a little bit more, darker color, right there. And now I've got this really cool flame effect. If I wanted to bring these all down, I could stack those all right there, and I've got this absolutely awesome looking flame. Square, corner widgets, offset path, progressive colors, and there it is. I wouldn't try to go in and draw this thing. Way too much hassle, way too much time, but this is pretty sweet. I could also use the scale tool if I wanted to. I could scale that down as well, using that as my anchor point. A couple different ways to get there, but really sweet flame. I absolutely love it. So the offset path here only works with shapes. So when you go in and you're offsetting that, you have to have a path that's going to be closed in order to be able to do that. One more thing that we have in the path menu too is this cool feature. I've got my triangle and I would just like to cut it. I'm just going to take a line. And it doesn't matter if the line has a stroke or how wide or how narrow the stroke is. I just want to cut this object in half. That's it. Now, I could use a whole bunch of different methods here, but this one is really sweet. All you have to do is have the line. That's it. And no, it doesn't, you can have no stroke on it. In fact, if I turn this stroke off here, it doesn't matter. The line is basically my slice point. Don't have to select anything else. In fact, you can't. Just select the line. Object, path, divide objects below. Whatever objects are below it, any objects, it'll simply chop it in half, just like that. Oh my gosh. There it is, 2 pieces. It's like, how easy was that? It's just like slicing right across it. It's awesome. I love that feature. Yep. And then the last one I want to show you here with the path right here is dividing something into a grid. I'm going to take a circle. No, that would be a square, wouldn't it? Yes, it would be. Okay, I'm going to take a square, and I want to divide this up into a grid. I just want a whole bunch of little squares here. Take my object, path, split into grid. Click the preview button, and I can go ahead and I can divide this up into grids here, however I'd like. And I can also put gutters in between here, so I get this kind of spaced out if I wanted to do this grid effect right here. One annoying feature with this is once you put your gutter in, and if you change your number of rows and columns, it immediately gets rid of your gutter. So do your gutter last, get your number of rows and columns, and then at the end do your gutter, because you're going to be constantly doing the gutter every single time you want to do this. You click OK, and there's your shape, and then each one of these is its own separate shape. A whole lot easier than trying to draw them in and space them out right there. Nah, don't bother. Go ahead and do this, and you've got it all set and happy. And look at all this awesome creation stuff that we've been doing. I mean, we're just filling our entire artboard with nothing but fun stuff. A couple other things. Compound paths. Compound paths can be really interesting. And compound paths are kind of an anomaly, and we actually see them in fonts. If you have a lowercase e or a lowercase a, something as simple as this is a compound path right here. If I were to draw this shape, this entire shape would be a fill, and then this little half bowl inside here would actually be a knockout, or like punched out here. Well, this is a compound shape. If I break this out into outlines, this is what we call a compound shape. It's when one shape knocks out another shape. And I'm going to show you how this works. I'm going to take 2 shapes here, and I'm going to go into the Object menu, down to Compound Path, and I'm going to choose Make. Where those overlap, it actually knocks out, okay? It just punches it out right there, to the point where, yes, you can actually see through it right there. But here's the interesting thing with a compound path, is if I go into one particular shape here, and I click on this, I'm going to double click to get into isolation mode, and we're going to talk about that as well. I can actually move these around, and I can actually change these, so I could create something like a donut effect right there. It's like, yeah, this could be a donut, and I could just simply put this anywhere and move that around, and I could get my donut effect. But I don't have to have them directly on top of each other, they can be offset. So you can create some interesting effects here as you go through and you do these objects as a compound path. And it's kind of interesting because the attributes kind of act in unison here as I go through and I change the colors because of the way they interact with each other. And it's kind of fun. They're still unique individual paths, but a compound path is going to give you what I call the donut effect, but that donut effect can also be offset. So yeah, we all know what a donut is. And when I offset this, then I can take that and I can put that shape anywhere that I'd like and create that really cool compound path. Now, if you want to get out of the compound path, object, compound path, release, and then they just go back to their normal states of overlapping right there. So it can be quite interesting. Joining paths together. We had touched on this in one of the other videos, but we're going to show you this too because we're in our path section. And I'm going to create two little paths here. And I'm going to take those and I'm going to duplicate that using my Command D, putting them together and joining these together so that I can go ahead and create a shape out of this. And because these are paths, this doesn't work with shapes, it only works with paths. I can go in and I can use my join feature, object, path, join, right there. And when I have open paths, there can be 2, 5, 10 open paths, it doesn't matter. You have to have at least 2 selected. It's going to join them together in the most logical way of joining them together. I do a Command J and it joins there. I do a Command J again and it joins them together. And now I have an entire closed path. You can do this with any lines. If I go in and I just kind of randomly draw a series of lines here, and then I use my selection tool to select them all, and I use my Command J for join, it's going to join them together in the most logical way. This is really cool because I may have a shape for some reason. I may have a shape that I've gone in and I've removed one of the lines and I would like to bring this back and join them together. I can simply take that open shape and say, okay, join that together, and it's just going to close the shape back up, literally joining them together. Previous versions of Illustrator always had a real hard time with this, and they rewrote the code on this, and now it works really, really, really well. So I like that join feature quite a lot. Now, here's another thing that I really like, and this is kind of weird because you wouldn't think that this would be something that would be like super useful. I've got my object here, and if I wanted to go in with my selection tool and I wanted to create like a little house with this, I notice when I go to my direct selection tool, I don't have a point right here. Now I could use my curvature tool, and I grab my curvature tool and I could land that somewhere, but the curvature tool allows me to put a point anywhere, and you'll notice that it doesn't like snap right to the center here. So I use my curvature tool and then I could option click to make that a point. And how do I get that right in the middle? Well, check this out. If I've got my shape right here, what I'd like to do is go into the Object menu and choose Path. I'm going to go in and I'm going to add anchor points. And when I add anchor points here, you'll notice that it has now added anchor points in where anchor points haven't been before. Now, don't confuse anchor points with pull handles, because any shape that I have, like this, is always going to have pull handles, top, bottom, left, right, and the center. Those are not anchor points. If these are my anchor points on the corners, you'll notice there's no anchor points in the middle. But when I add anchor points, it'll automatically put them in the middle here. So if I wanted to create a house out of this, and I couldn't find the exact middle by using my smart guides and making sure that that was in the middle, I can add points, and it's now going to allow me to take this, if I select just that point, it now allows me to move that up without guessing where those items are. And it's like, okay, that's kind of cool, so I can move those over, make sure I select those, and I can do something like that, which is kind of cool. Now, if I want more anchor points, I can continue going here and adding anchor points, and it's always going to add anchor points right smack dab in the middle of all my other anchor points here, so I can create a very interesting type of effect and get everything to be symmetrical when I add points. And it doesn't matter what I add them on. If I do this on a circle or square, whatever, add anchor points, it always adds them right in the middle of the anchor points. It can be really cool and really helpful. Instead of you having to add the points there, just let it do it for you. Now, of course, with every point, you also get corner widgets, and it's like, oh my gosh, then I could select just those corner widgets, and I could corner widgets things, and then I could create some type of cool little logo background here, and corner widget those things, and I've got a beautiful little plaque that I could go ahead and create some nice little textured artwork in there, and it's like, yeah, this started off with a rectangle, okay? Adding some extra anchor points to it, pulling them in, doing my corner widgets, and all of a sudden I got this. Would I go in and draw this to begin with? Never. Absolutely not. Always use the tools to make this happen. Now, one of my favorite tools. I call this the chicken skewer tool because it looks like a little chicken skewer, doesn't it? Yeah. This is the width shape tool, and this is rockin' cool. Now, the width shape tool only works on a path. So I'm just going to draw a path here, make sure I've got a stroke color on there, and add a stroke weight to it. There it is. Now, when we have our stroke on our path right here, whenever we put a weight on it, it's always going to do it uniformly. Now, if I go in and I would like to taper this, I would have to take this and convert this into a shape and then taper it using my free transform tool, which I'll do just for emphasis. Object, path, outline stroke, and then I could go in with my free transform, and then I could go in and I could squeeze it wider or narrower here using my perspective. There it is, pull that out, and now I can do something like that. It's like, okay, yeah, but I had to convert this from a path to a shape and then be able to do that. So a lot of steps. Well, that's great, but I'd love to leave this as a stroke. So this is where the width shape tool, or the chicken skewer tool, comes in. The width shape tool allows you to take any path, anywhere on that path, doesn't matter if there's an anchor point or not, and allows you to click and you get pull handles that will allow you to basically change the profile of the path. Now, you may have seen this in older versions of Illustrator. Next to, if you had the control bar up, you'd see the stroke or the line and the color, and then you'd see this width profile that says uniform. Uniform just means if you have a 10-point stroke, that 10-point is uniform over the entire line. And then you get all these weird little blobs here. Well, these are width profiles. This is when you take your width shape tool and you taper the line by clicking on it in certain points and clicking and pulling out or pulling in and creating a width profile. Now, what's interesting about this is that I can add end caps to these lines because we just have our butt caps here. I can go ahead and I can do my little hot dog ends, and I can create some really interesting shapes right here, all with a stroke. Now, it doesn't have to be an open path as long as it's a path. So if I've got my object here and I use my width shape tool here, I could actually go in and I could taper that stroke on the shape without having to go in and turn this into an object or filled and then move that shape around, because it's never going to work. If you've ever tried to go in and mess with a path and then make that path uniform on both sides, doesn't happen. But I can now take my width shape tool and I can pull that out and I can create this really cool offset looking taper with this, and it's all just a stroke. In fact, when I reduce or enlarge the stroke weight here, it's going to go ahead and keep this all uniform. Now, whether it's an open path or a closed path here makes no difference. This only works on a stroke. And if I've got a curve line here, I can go in with my width shape tool. Let me hot dog the ends here. With shape tool here, I can pull this in, I can pull this out, I can taper these things as we go. Now I'm going to zoom in here because you can see those little pull handles, so I can pull those anywhere that I want to, and I can also taper those in so it goes to absolutely nothing, which would create a nice little water spout right there. If you ever wanted to do a little water spout or something spurting out, sure, there you go. But I can take this a little bit further as well. When I come into my width shape tool, I don't have to go ahead and have my handles be symmetrical. I can go ahead and pull these in or out. And if I'd like to use one handle separately, I can hold my Option key and pull the one handle longer or suck it back in completely to create a very exaggerated effect. And this could be kind of cool right there, this big, huge blob that happens. all from the Width Shape tool right there. Now, I can pull them out, I can pull them in, taper them separately right there as well, and it makes it pretty sweet. If I'd like to get rid of these, I can always go back to my Properties panel and just turn my width profile back to normal, and it's going to remove all the points along there with my Width Shape tool. You can do a lot of fun, funky, cool, crazy stuff, even if it's just on a normal shape. Sure, Width Shape tool, go in, pull that whole thing right there, and there's my now little tent right there, or a little starship badge, whatever it may be. Simple. But it's got to be done on a stroke. Can't do it on a path, doesn't work on a path, it's got to be done on the stroke. If you have a stroke with no color or no weight, you're not going to see anything happening. But all of a sudden, yeah, pretty sweet. Now, when I do something like this, this is still a stroke. If I wanted to turn this into an actual shape here, what we're dealing with here, and we're going to talk about this more, when we're dealing with this, what you're seeing is you're seeing the width shape effect. This is an effect that's put on the stroke. If I go into outline mode using Command Y, you'll notice that this is just a line. The Width Shape tool is applying an effect to it. So this isn't actually what you see. This is the Width Shape effect. If I go into the Object menu and I outline the stroke here, it's just going to simply outline this here. Now remember when we came back under and I had just a normal line and I chose Expand, I could turn that line into a basic shape. But now all of a sudden Expand is not there and I have Expand Appearance. Well, what you're seeing here is you're seeing the appearance of this Width Shape tool effect, okay? It's actually fake. What you're seeing is just seeing the effect of it, it's not real. So if I expand the appearance, what this means is that when I expand the appearance, I will now get the shape so that it looks exactly like it appears on my document, okay? In outline mode, it isn't, it's just a line. But if I expand the appearance, what I end up with is I end up with a shape exactly how this appears. That's my shape now. So the expand appearance is when I have some type of effect, like the Width Shape tool, then I want my shape to look exactly like it appears. That's why expand appearance is. We're going to touch on that even more when we get into effects as well, because it's very important to understand this. So that's a shape. This is just a path right here. So if I go under, I just do expand because it's just a stroke on there, so there's no effect on it at all. It's just simply a stroke if I expand that. But the second I use my Width Shape tool, now I'm creating this kind of weird effect. Go into the Object menu, and now I can expand the appearance to get the shape to look exactly like it appears here. And then it's no longer a stroke. It is now a shape. So many amazing, cool things that we were able to go ahead and create. The Rotate tool, the Reflect, the Scale, the Shear, the Free Transform tool, the Width Shape tool, all of our cool path items that we had in here, and amazing set of creation here just using these advanced editing tools. And stay tuned for more because there's so much more incredible stuff you can do with Illustrator, and I'm going to show you all of it. Welcome back, folks. This particular lesson, we're going to show you how to use grids and guides and set up your custom guides, which Illustrator has a really cool way of doing custom guides. We're going to show you smart guides, which are going to be absolutely fantastic for alignment and spacing. And we're going to show you kind of some of the ins and outs of setting these things up and how it can be really useful, and a couple kind of not so useful, kind of annoying things that we're going to work around here. But we're going to start our document up. And one of the things I've gone in and I've turned on my overall grid. And under the View menu, this is where we can turn on and turn off our grid right here. There's our Hide Grid, and that's going to be Command apostrophe is going to turn on and turn off that grid. Now, one of the things about this grid that I want to make sure that we understand really well is how these things are divided. This can look really confusing. One of the things I want to do is make sure this is set up in a way that makes a lot of sense. The default here is everything is set up in inches, and trying to go ahead and divide things into 8 sections is really confusing. So in my Properties panel, I'm going to go and I'm going to change this all over to millimeters here because millimeters are going to work so much better. increments of 10 makes life so much easier. Now you'll notice when I changed those properties here, my grid didn't change. Well, I can change my overall preferences for my units either in my Properties panel or in my Preferences here, going to Units, and setting this up so that I can go ahead and make this all millimeters. Now, I'm going to go to my grids and my guide here because this is going to be really important on how I set this up. So, setting this up to millimeters, I work much better in increments of 10 than trying to figure out how to divide things into sections of 8. Makes no sense whatsoever. So what I want to do is I want to set up my guides here, and I can choose a custom color for any of my guides here so I can see how this is going to work, and I choose any color that I want, and I have like a plethora of color choices. And I can choose lines or dots so that I can have lines like you see here or a dotted line here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a grid line every 10 millimeters with subdivisions of 10, which is going to basically mean I'm going to have heavy lines every 10 millimeters, and then every millimeter I will have kind of the lighter lines here. I can have the grids in back so that they're not on top of my artwork right there. And then I can actually show the pixel grid when I zoom in really big above 600%. I'm going to click OK. So this is my grid structure now, and you'll notice if you count here, you can't really see them all. I'm going to zoom in here, and now you can see that this is actually 10 millimeters right there exactly. Now, why do I use a grid structure? I use a grid structure for a lot of things, especially building my icons and my infographics, because then I'm not guessing at the size of things. I do have my smart guides, but smart guides are only as good as how much you pay attention to them. Using a grid structure like this, setting this up is really nice and easy to use, but you have to be able to use the grid structure fully. Just by turning the grid on doesn't help you at all. You'll notice when I try to draw something, it doesn't snap to the grid by default. In fact, trying to get that right there in the grid is really tricky. So, under the View menu, just because you turn your grid on, I need to snap to the grid. Now, you'll also notice that Snap to Point is turned on here, and Snap to Point is one of these things that frustrates people a whole lot. So, I'm going to turn off my Snap to Grid, I'm going to hide my grid, and I'm going to talk about Snap to Point right now, because this is something that people get really frustrated with. Here's what Snap to Point is. Snap to Point is something that's on, and here's what it does. If I were taking a shape or a line or anything, and I begin to move this around, whether in my selection tool or my direct selection tool, and I move something, the Snap to Point wants to always go ahead, and it basically has a memory. So you may have used Illustrator where you're trying to move something just a little bit and it doesn't want to move because it wants to keep snapping to that point. Exactly, because it remembers that point. That's the Snap to Point. So sometimes it's like, no, I just want to move this a little bit, but I can't get it far enough off because I keep having that little magnetic snap right there. Yeah, you can set that. If I go and I move this over here and then I come back, you'll notice how it doesn't remember because it only remembers the last point. So it's just so frustrating when you're trying to move something just a little bit and it won't do it because it's kind of that magnetic snap. Two things: turn off your Snap to Point, or move the point and let go and then come back to it and it won't remember the last point. Or go under your Illustrator preferences here, go under your grids and guides right here, your selection and anchor here, and you can go in and you can set your tolerance of how close your snap is going to be. So all these different things that can work. It's one of those things that as you get really, really fine into working with this stuff, that little Snap to Point can be a royal pain. Now, if you're going to use a grid structure, the Snap to Point isn't a big deal because it's going to snap to the grid no matter what. So I'm going to go back under View and I'm going to turn on my grid here. Just because I turn the grid on doesn't mean I'm actually snapping to the grid. So I have to do both. So Command apostrophe and Shift Command apostrophe are going to be turn the grid on and snap to the grid. Once I snap to the grid, everything snaps to the grid. I can't not snap to the grid. And you're like, well, why wouldn't I use this all the time? Because there are certain things like when you're doing an arc or a circle where it doesn't actually conform to the snap point of the grid. And you're like, well, why doesn't it do that? And it's like, well, because when we get an angle or something, I may not want that to be in that particular location. So with my snap to grid turned on, I have the ability now to draw anything that I want to, and the benefit of this is that I can create, if I want to draw something else exactly the same, I don't need to duplicate it. I can go in and I can draw something, and it's going to be exactly the same as my other shape that I've drawn. Now, a couple of the problems with the grid here. One of them is, you'll notice, okay, I've got my shapes, but why is this not snapping to the grid? It is. I'm going to go into outline mode, and you see that my shape is snapping to the grid. One misconception that people have is that you're snapping the stroke to the grid. No. The stroke is one of these oddball things that it doesn't equate into the measurement of the overall object. So this is 20 millimeters by 20 millimeters, okay? It's the bounding box it's that size. From edge of stroke to edge of stroke, who knows what it is? Normally we add stroke weight in points. We don't add it in millimeters. If we did add it in millimeters, which I could definitely change here in my preferences into my units, and I start doing the stroke in millimeters right here, and I say, okay, my stroke right here is going to be 1 millimeter, it still doesn't go ahead and snap to the grid, and you're like, well, why we're using millimeters? Because when we add a stroke to an object here, the default is it always adds it from the center of our stroke. A 1 millimeter stroke really is a 0.5 millimeter outside the box, 0.5 millimeter inside the box, and now when I look at this, of course, it doesn't look like it's snapping to the grid. No, because of the stroke alignment. So if I go into my stroke panel and I go to my stroke alignment, I can always have it inside here. And if I have it in millimeters, I can have a 1, 2, 3 millimeter stroke, and it looks like the stroke is snapping to the grid. It isn't. I'm just using the same measurements. Now, this is like, well, why wouldn't I just go ahead and use this so that it always snaps to the inside? It sounds like a fantastic idea, and it is, just as long as you use closed shapes. Because if I draw a line here, it's great. I don't even have to hold down shift, it snaps to it. And I do a line doesn't have anything that allows me to align the stroke inside or outside, because what's inside or outside of a line? It's down the middle of the line. So when I draw this here, and I were to line this up, say I move this over here, and I'm going to rotate this, actually I'm just going to redraw it here, and I draw a line over here, and it's like, okay, that's not at the top, and it's like, well, if I go into my preview, yes they are. You can see that line is exactly at the top of my shape, but they don't line up. Well, they do, but they just don't appear to line up. So it's like, well, that's frustrating, right? So now all of a sudden that great idea that I thought of having the stroke inside my container so that it also snaps to the grid structure makes a lot of sense. Well, now it doesn't, because when I try to align something up with a shape and a line, of course, the appearance of it is going to go ahead and align up with the width of the stroke and not the actual bounding box or the shape. So it's kind of something that you have to be very cognizant of when you're going in and creating your artwork. It's great to be able to go ahead and do this because it's so nice and easy to be able to go in and work with transforming and editing the shapes. Perfect thing here is going in and using the width shape tool, or sorry, the curvature tool. If I click with the curvature tool here, in a non-grid format, this is going to snap, or is not going to snap anywhere. I can go wherever I want to. But if I'm using the curvature tool and I would like to go ahead and create something like this, the curvature tool is great because I can use this and I can create total symmetry by going and moving those dots. So you can go ahead and snap and you can count those going right to where I want them. So if I wanted to have something like this would be great. I create this heart, and then I decide I'm going to rotate it this way, and now I get all kind of weirdness here. It's like, okay, wow, why, it doesn't snap to this. Why doesn't it snap to this point? Why aren't these here? Well, here's what happens with curves on a grid structure. The initial points will snap to it, but points along the curve won't necessarily snap. If I go in and I use a curve here and I can draw the curve beautifully. And those initial points snap right to the curve. You can see in outline mode, it fits that curve perfectly. But if I then use my width shape tool here and I want to curve this a little bit right here, this is always going to snap to a point here. And I may not want that. I may want this in the middle. It's like, no, I don't want it to snap here, I want it here. Absolutely. Now we have to turn off our snap to grid if I want to balance this right in the middle of this grid. So I can go ahead and turn that off. Under the view, I can turn off my snap to grid. Even though the grid is still visible, it doesn't mean that it's actually snapping to it just because it's on. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and get this and make sure that this works so that it fits right in the middle of my object. Here's another interesting thing. I'm going to turn my snap to grid back on, and I'm going to draw a container right here. Let me just do it this way. And I'm now going to go in and get rid of this point so I have an open grid. I then want to go ahead and draw a line from here to here, put it together. And you notice that when I do this, it's like, okay, these don't connect like I want them to connect. And it's like, no, because the way the lines are done. And I may want to come in and move this point down here and create some kind of interesting shape right there. Okay, so I have that. And if I create another line here, I may be coming over here and create a line over there to kind of create an interesting shape. What I'm doing is I'm just kind of creating this kind of free form where I can join them together like so. I could then take these shapes and use my join command, which we showed you in the other videos, do join, and then join those together here. I'm going to leave this open. And I look at this and I'm just like, okay, you know, I've created this kind of cool shape with the grid, but I'm not digging this whole thing here where it's like, oh my gosh, you know, this doesn't look like it lines up with here. So, well, how do I move that point up? Do I take my direct selection tool and kind of eyeball it and move it all the way up here? Well, I can't because I snapped to the grid. Well, I could turn the grid off and make sure that I get that right up there, but cool feature. I'm going to go over to my stroke panel here, and we have three different caps. We've got the normal butt cap, we've got the round cap right here, and that's not what I want. But we also have the projected cap. And in cases just like this is the projected cap. This works awesome for the projected cap, specifically when you're doing things on the grid. Check that out. When I use the projected cap here, you'll see that the stroke actually then goes around the entire end. And it may not seem something that you're like, oh, geez, you know, I never thought about that. There it is. So now it looks like the stroke lines up with it here, even though I'm using the grid structure. There's all these little tweaks that you can go ahead and do. Here's one other little thing, too, that we had talked about with the stroke, but this is kind of relevant in creating this little icon here. In the stroke panel, I can also go in, and I don't want to use my corner widgets to round these corners. I can actually go and I can round the stroke itself. Now, rounding the stroke has nothing to do with rounding the shape. If you had no stroke, this feature would do nothing. I want to round the corners of the stroke. These are not corners, by the way, okay, because they're not connected to anything. But if I wanted to round the corners of the stroke itself, not the shape, just the stroke, that's what I can do in the stroke panel here. So really interesting little tidbits going in here and using this. Now, I cannot set my stroke to be inside or outside because this is not a closed shape. So when I draw something like this, the path is always going to be centered on, or the stroke is going to be centered on the path, equal portions on the left and the right-hand side. So I love using the grid structure because you can create so many things, space so many things out here. You want to put circles along here, it's great. You get perfect circles, and then you can space them out every amount, and then just do Command D. And, you know, I may be creating something, and look at that. I mean, it's just like so cool to be able to go in and land these exactly where you need them to be and duplicate them. If I can select the whole thing here, there we go. Come on. Select those, hold down the Option key, duplicate them. Look at that. That spacing is absolutely awesome. And now if I wanted to create some type of colander or some type of texture right here, that shape's perfect. Going through and doing that, I absolutely love it. Amazing. Now, you'll find out that the grid structure can be very frustrating because it is very exacting, and not everything that you do with the grid structure is exactly what you want it to do. It's great for corners, it's great for centering, but it's not great for angles or things that are going to end like this, where you have points that are going to end that are going to be open. Just got to keep that in mind because we will turn on and turn off the snap to grid quite often to get those things to be where we want them to be. Once we turn the snap to grid back on, it's not going to snap everything back to the grid unless you click on that point and snap it back to the grid structure. Then it's like a magnet and it has to snap to the grid if you have your snap to grid turned on. So other interesting things with this. I'm going to turn off my grid structure right now. So I'm going to hide the grid. And even if I hide the grid and my snap to grid's turned on, it will still snap to the grid while I'm drawing, even if the grid's off. So keep that in mind, okay? Just because it's hidden doesn't mean that you can't get to that grid. Now, if I want to have a little bit more loose snapping, I can go ahead and use guides, but I need my rulers turned on. So over here in my Properties panel, I can turn on my rulers or just do Command R. The rulers pop up on the top and the left-hand side, and my guides come from my rulers. If I would like to do manual guides on the page here, I can just simply pull them down, and with those guides selected, I can go into my Properties panel and I can place those guides exactly where I want them to be and land them right there. Now, the one interesting thing with guides is that they're totally selectable. So if I go in and I click on the guide, I can move it, I can delete it, and get rid of that guide if I want to. The guide's going to be active when they're highlighted in blue. I can just simply click right over them. One of the frustrating things is that if I select content on here, I can select the guide as well, and then I'm moving my guide and my content, and it's like, I don't like that. So under the View menu, what you can do under your guides here is you can lock your guides, which means once you draw them on your page here, it's going to lock them and you can't move them, which probably makes a lot of sense. Or you can create all your guides on one layer, so you can just simply lock that layer if you want to. Now, pulling your guides from the rulers is really simple. You put them wherever you want to, and they're on the page there. If you go up to your rulers here and you want to change your units of measurement, you can do that as well. If you don't want to be working in millimeters at this point, you can do it in your preferences here. If you have a lot of guides on your page, you can always go under Guides here and say Clear the Guides. It's going to get rid of them all, whether they're locked or not. But here's the feature that I absolutely love. This is cool. I've created this icon, okay? I have no idea what these angles are right here, but what I would love to do is I would love to go ahead and create a guide so that I can actually create other things at this angle. And if I take this shape right here, and I'm just going to actually select this, and I'm going to copy and paste this shape right here to get this angle. I don't know what this angle is. I could go and look at it over here, but I want to turn anything into a guide. So if I have a line or something on the page, I can actually turn this into a guide, something that I haven't seen any other application being able to do. So if I'd like to turn this into the guide, I can go ahead and just get that line, go into the View menu under Guides, and I can go ahead and choose Make Guides. And it actually turns this into a guide right there. So it took whatever line that was and it turns that into a guide. So if I wanted to create other items that were at that angle, I could take that shape right here and I could rotate this and I could go in and I could snap it to that guide right there to make sure that I was doing something at the same angle. Now, this is just a random guide. I can take anything. So if I draw a line on my page here, like this, and I want to turn this into a guide, I can take anything and turn this into a guide right away, going under View, Guides, and say Make Guides, and now that's a guide right there, anywhere on my page. This is great for creating intersecting guides here, to be able to then rotate your artwork and do that. Anything can be turned into a guide. You want shapes right there? Sure, take that shape, turn it into a guide. Anything that you draw on there, you can make into a guide. Whatever the length of that line is, there it is. Works really good. I haven't used that very often, but boy, when you need to use that, it is very nice to be able to have that ability to go in and turn anything, any object, any shape, any line directly into a guide. Now, guides from your rulers here, we used to use these all the time because as we were drawing shapes and putting these things together, it was very important to get things to be lined up. Well, now we've got smart guides. And smart guides are turned on by default here under the guides, under smart guides here, wherever it is. Yeah, there it is, smart guides. Smart guides are great. You'll notice that when we've been drawing these shapes or moving them around, we see all these little things flashing all around. Let's see, make sure, there we go. You see all these things flashing and little spacing arrows and things like that. Smart guides are fantastic. And here's why smart guides are so incredibly awesome. Smart guides take any object that you have and it tries to go ahead and relate that object to any other object on the page. So top, bottom, left, right, or center, when I'm moving these around, it tries to snap to the top, bottom, left, right, or center of any other object. And as you see these moving around, you see the little purple lasers coming out here, and the lasers will actually stop so you know exactly what you're referencing, whatever point you're referencing right there. So if I'm dragging this up here and I come and I'm trying to line this up right there, I can go in here and I can line these things up and I get the center intersecting here. But smart guides go beyond just alignment. Smart guides are also going to tell you when you're selecting a path, when you're selecting a corner using your direct selection tool, when you've got the center of something, when you're landing in the center of something, the end of the path, the corner, whatever. It's really, truly fantastic. So if I'm going in and I'm drawing a shape here, smart guides also allow me to know when I'm starting at that exact location too. So if I would like to create another container this size without having my grid turned on, I can simply take my tool, and you can see right there I'm starting at the same point. And as I begin to draw, all of a sudden I can then draw, and I'm going to be able to then land those points and make sure that those are going to be right along the same edge right there, which is really cool. I now can draw that the same height. When I'm moving things around, of course, they're always going to try to snap to everything else. If I want to move these things and I want to move them, in fact, I'm going to duplicate this shape right here. I'm going to hold down my Option key and duplicate. You'll notice that the center point here kind of gives my little magnet, because the smart guides are going to try to restrain the movement so that I can see that I'm moving this directly in line with this. I can hold down my Shift key when I do this to go ahead and get that right there and give it constraint, or else I can pay attention to just the constraint right there. Now, here's another amazing thing. I'm starting to space these out. So I'm dragging these out, and all of a sudden, in between the spaces, I get this little reference point, showing me that the space between the first and the second object now matches the space between the second and the third object. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. So not only can I go ahead and duplicate these items in the exact same plane, but I also don't have to worry about that spacing. I mean, it's really hard to not, space these things correctly. There's no getting it close. Either the smart guides work or the smart guides don't. So taking any of this content here and moving it around and having it snap to any other place. Lining these things up on top of each other, right there. There's right in the middle. You can see the word intersect comes up. Center of the point that I'm moving intersects with the center of the point I'm putting it on right there. It's right in the center. How can I not do that? I mean, it's very hard to not be able to snap that right to it. This is smart guides. They are just absolutely fantastic. They do get annoying because every time you move something around, it's always trying to reference the top, bottom, left, right, center of everything. Absolutely everything. Which can be quite frustrating, but it's also one of those things where when you're doing your alignment, it is just absolutely golden. And especially when you're copying things or you're spacing things out. You can grab everything and you can just space everything right out here and get everything to space right out, line right up, line right up under there. Now that's perfectly aligned with that. I can copy these and I can perfectly align those with those right up there. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Take that, align everything right there. Make sure I select it all first and begin to move. There it is. Oh, line it up with the side right there. Now I'm going to line that up here at the center. Come on. Why is it not lining up with the center? Because those aren't aligned to the center. There we go. It's funky. You didn't know which one to go ahead and align to. Now the spacing's the same. Really cool alignment. Now, we also have the align features in here. Under the window menu, we have our align functions. We also have our align functions too in our properties panel as well. And this, of course, you got to go into your little cheese grater to get, or your little dot, dot, dot to get all of your alignment here. We're just going to bring this all up. Now, normally when you call up your align panel here, it doesn't show everything. I don't know why. You got to go to your cheese grater and show all the options. Now, when we're talking about align and distribute items here, people get really confused about what align and distribute is, because these shapes kind of look the same. Aligning the objects means you have two or more objects, and they can be groups of objects too. They don't have to be singular objects. but aligning things to the left, centered, right, top, centered, or bottom. How does that work? Two or more objects. I align them to the left, everything aligns to the left. Yep, that makes sense. Aligning things to the middle, sure. So if I've got my objects here, select them both, align them to the middle vertically, align them to the middle horizontally. Why are my shapes shifting? Because it's kind of like averaging them together. And it's like, no, I wanted the box to stay in the same place here. It's like, I don't want these things to be moving. I want this to go ahead and move and not this. But when I do this, it's like, okay, they're kind of averaging them together. And it's like, well, I didn't want both of them to move. Or is the one staying in the same place, the other one moving? Here is what a key object is. When I go in and I select multiple shapes right here, what is my key object? My key object is the one that, once I select everything, I touch and I get the thicker blue line. That's the one that we're going to align to. So, I didn't want my box to move. I wanted it to stay there. Select both, tap on the box there, and then I move everything. Now the box stays in the same place because that is my key object. Those are all the things that are going to align. The box is going to stay in the same place. I align to everything else. That's key because it's the key object, but it's also extremely important. The distribute objects is really interesting because the distribute objects here confuse people to no end, and for good reason, because they don't understand exactly what's going on. The distribute objects here, I'm going to use a different example here. I'm going to take these three shapes, but I'm going to make one of these smaller right here. And I'm going to take these shapes right here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to distribute the shapes here. In fact, I'm going to make three different sizes here so we can really see the dramatic difference. When I use the distribute feature, I want to distribute spacing between the centers. So I click on the distribute, and what I get is I get identical spacing between the center of the first one to the center of the second, and the center of the second to the center of the third. However, people look at this and they're like, well, that isn't right because the spacing between them isn't what I want. That's not what you clicked. You clicked the distribute objects here are always going to go ahead and they're going to distribute from the centers of the object. That's awesome if all the objects are the same size because the center is going to be in the exact same location reference-wise. When they're different sizes, that center point, I mean, if I draw a distance from the center point to here, that distance is identical from the center point from here to here. It's exactly the same. But that's not what I wanted. And as I tell people, if that's not what you want, don't do it. Here's how we go ahead and work with this. And this is where it gets frustrating. This is where I go to distribute spacing. Now, normally you don't see the distribute spacing, so you're just stuck with this and you're like, okay, this can be totally frustrating. You have to click on the cheese grater to get to more options. And the frustration doesn't stop. So you're like, okay, I want to distribute the spacing between them. So I go ahead and I click on that and it's like, awesome. It puts that right between there, and that's exactly what I want. How this works is if I take my shapes, I'm going to add a couple more shapes here so we can see this. We can see how this works right here. What you do is you put your first object where you want it to be. You put your last object where you want it to be. I call this fence posting because you put the fence post at the end. And then it's going to go ahead and it's going to equally distribute the spacing between the shapes. It has nothing to do with the centers, so it does take into account the different sizes. The first one doesn't move, the last one doesn't move, but now the spacing in between each one is going to be exactly the same. Different than having the centers measured, this is the space between. But what happens if I want a specific size, a specific distance between all of them? Then I go over here and I click on this field that I can't click on. And it's like, why can I not get to this field? And the reason why is because we get a little tool hint, but nobody reads. Okay? It says blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why can't I click on this? Forget about the point that it actually tells you. In order to specify the values, what you have to do is you have to go over here to your little drop-down menu, and you have to align to a key object. That key object is whatever object is there that you want to start the alignment at. Well, I want to start the alignment here. And I want all of them to be aligned from this key object. If you do not set the key object, you do not get the field to enter it in, which is exactly what the tool hint says. But again, who reads? So, I've selected my objects. I've chose align to my key object to see my little key in there. The key object is any one that you touch after you've selected all of your objects. Now I say, okay, I want them 10 millimeters apart, and I hit return, and nothing happens. And you're like, oh, how frustrating. Yeah, it is, because once you put the value in, then you have to go back in and you have to press the horizontal distribute spacing after you've put the value in, because you're like, now I want it to happen. I know, it gets very confusing. So, you have to select the key object, or select the key object choice, then you have to select the key object, then you have to put in the spacing, and then, after you put in the spacing, you then have to click and make that spacing apply in order for that to actually work. There you go. So the distribute spacing is different than distribute objects. Distribute objects, if they're all the same size, it's going to look the same. If they're different sizes, different shapes, then the distribute spacing, but you have to choose the line to the key object, and then choose your key object, put your spacing in, and then apply your spacing in order to make it work. It can be frustrating, but you can also get really good results. Now, on the other hand, you can simply put those two together, and then you can take any of your shapes as you go through here and just simply move them, and as you move them, you can snap right to those shapes right there, and all of a sudden it snaps to those shapes, and there you go, there's your spacing as well. Sometimes people like to do that. People get a little bit confused when it comes to the alignment of things here. If I use my align left feature with all of these, it's going to take everything and pile it right on top of itself, because it's going to align all of them left, which is kind of cool if I want to do that. I can align these all to the top. If I align these all to the right or all to the centers, it puts them all in that way. I can align them to the centers that way. And you notice how they shifted right there? It's because I don't have my key object. Which one do I want to keep in that initial place? Because it kind of averages them all out. Well, even when I select them, I can say, okay, this is the one where I want to align to the center. All of them will now shift down to the center of that object. So the align is kind of interesting. Yeah, it's a little bit challenging, but between using the grid and the snap to the grid, using our manual guides that we can go ahead and create, any direction, any size, any shape that we want works really good. The alignment and the spacing, as well as my smart guides for so many purposes. The smart guides are going to be absolutely great. There's a lot of things that we can do and align and make these absolutely perfect. Now, speaking of perfect, we do have this one thing called pixel perfect, and we have this thing called snap to pixel. Now, why would we do something like this? Snap to pixel. Well, if you're creating anything in Illustrator that's going to be ultimately end up using for the web here, I'm going to create a new document here, and I'm going to set this up for the web, and we're going to see what snap to pixel actually means. So I set this up, a new document. It doesn't look any different than what we have with a normal document here, but I'm going to go in and I'm going to draw a shape in here. And I'm going to up the stroke so we can see what's going on here, and this is what we have. Now, because I set this up as a web document here, and I have my snap to pixel turned on, here's what happens if I don't have my snap to pixel turned on. When I go in and I draw a shape here, I can get kind of blurry edges, all right? Now, we know that Illustrator doesn't have blurry edges because it's all pixels, but I can get a little bit of a blurry edge in here when I'm actually viewing this. So what I want to do is I want to see my pixel preview up in the view menu here, and pixel preview is going to show me exactly what this is going to look like on screen. Now, this is ultimately what I want it to look like on screen, because something like this, it's like, oh, that's going to look terrible. It's like, yeah. Now, watch this. If I go in and I simply draw a shape like this, it's like, oh, I drew it here and it looks awesome. Clean, crisp edges, and this kind of gives this weird little blurry effect. Exactly. Because very much like snapping to the grid, making something pixel perfect is making sure that you're not creating a shape that's going to be like 27 1/3 pixels. Because if you know anything about Photoshop or anything about the web, you don't display a portion of a pixel. It kind of goes in and it kind of gives you that blurry, soft kind of anti-aliased edge. Well, when I'm doing something and my sole intention is to create beautiful icons for the web, the last thing I want to do is make everything really fuzzy. I mean, that's horrible. I don't want to do that. So, turning on the snap to pixel, very much like snap to grid, prevents that from happening. Now when I go in and I draw a shape there, I can never go ahead and draw a shape that is going to be at a half a pixel. Okay? And it's going to snap to those pixels right there. You can kind of see the little snaps as they go. I can't make something 27.5 pixels. So whenever I draw any type of shape whatsoever here, it's going to go ahead and it's going to make it pixel perfect. Now you look at this circle and you're like, okay, so how do I make the circle pixel perfect? Well, folks, pixels are squares. And there's no amount of squares that will ever make a perfect circle. So when you draw something that's going to be pixel perfect, this is pixel perfect. And I zoom in, you can see this. What you're seeing is you're seeing squares trying to make up a curve, okay? So even though this is not as smooth as you think it's going to display as best as it possibly can on the web. So pixel perfect is something that actually does use a grid. It uses the pixel-based grid, so keep in mind. So when you do angles, you do curves here, it doesn't look exactly the way you want it to look because we are based in, we set our document up to be in web mode, and we also have our view turned on to make a pixel preview. With our pixel preview turned off, you're like, wow, that looks great, but that's not how it's going to look on the web. We need to see what it looks like here. So keep in mind, anything that isn't horizontal or vertical is going to go ahead and it's going to give you what's called this anti-alias effect, which is this smoothing right here. Don't panic, okay? Because we have curves on the web all the time. It's just that when you make it pixel perfect, your icons or your logos are going to turn out and display much better because really, when you're looking at it on the web at size, you're not going to see this. This has happened ever since Photoshop came around and ever since the web was there. It's there, so no need to panic. Just keep in mind if you're creating these icons for the web, make it pixel perfect under the View menu and turned on your pixel preview here so that you get something that's going to be the best possible results. It is a different type of grid. It just happens to be a pixel grid, but it's a grid nonetheless. So I hope you found this helpful. A lot of cool challenges in here, but also a lot of helpful things to go ahead and make artwork that's going to be very consistent spacing, and if you do anything for the web, make that pixel perfect as well. So, good stuff. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back, folks. Here we are with another episode of Awesome Things to Do in Illustrator, and we're going to show you some advanced construction techniques using the Pathfinder panel and the Shape Builder tool. Now, if you followed along with a lot of the other stuff that we've been creating here, one of the main things that I'd like to go ahead and teach in Illustrator is how to go ahead and create virtually anything from basic shapes. A lot of people don't feel that they're creative, they can't draw, they can't illustrate, and the thing is that you actually can. It's just that we don't just simply take an object and then just try to draw or trace around it and make it look really good. We're going to show you basic construction techniques. We're going to create anything and everything just from basic shapes. Circle, square, triangle, line, which is how everything is created. We're going to show you, starting off with the Pathfinder panel, the ins and outs of that, as well as the Shape Builder tool, and we're going to create some really cool, fun things. So, starting off here, we've got the Pathfinder panel, and that's going to be under your window menu, down Pathfinder. And the Pathfinder panel is going to give you a whole bunch of content that's going to be quite useful. Now, we've got two different sections of the Pathfinder panel. The shape modes, which only deal with closed shapes. If you try to go ahead and use these modes with an open line, it's not going to do anything. The Pathfinder modes here are going to be able to work with shapes, open paths, you name it. So we're going to start off and we're going to show you exactly what we have here. So we have an apple right here, a few steps away. We have a cloud, we've got a coffee cup, and we've got a moon. And it's like, okay, those look like a whole bunch of circles. They do, but I want to show you what each one of these shape modes is going to do so we get a better understanding of how these are going to work for us. So the four shape modes that we have are Unite or Add, we have Minus Front, we have Intersect, and then we have Exclude. So I want to show you just some basic stuff for each one so you get a handle on what those shape modes do. I'm going to start off with an oval here. I'm going to rotate this ever so slightly, and I'm going to duplicate this. In fact, I'm going to flip it here in my Properties panel, and you get that. I'm going to put these two together. I'm going to bring these together and unite them, so I select both of them. In order for this to work, you have to have two or more shapes. I'm going to use the unite or the add, and it's going to put those together as one solid shape. And there's my apple or my cherry, whatever it may be, right there. Simple. I'm not going to try to draw that. Just put it all together. The next thing I have is my minus front mode. And the minus front means whenever we're working with content here in Illustrator, everything's going to be in succession. So anytime I draw or I duplicate something, it's always going to be in front of whatever my other object is. If I have two objects and I would like to go ahead and I would like to use the minus front command, the minus front is the last drawn object. So I've got two objects and I do the minus front, and you can see it's going to remove that, so I've got just a little moon shape right there. We can create all these things. We also have our intersect here, which is quite useful. I'm going to do the same concept here. I'm going to duplicate these. But what I'd like, instead of adding these together or subtracting the front, I would like basically the resulting overlap, or where they intersect. If I use the intersect feature, that goes in and that gives me a very nice little leaf for my apple. And if I go in and I throw in a beautiful little stem right here, going to make that brown. I'm going to hot dog the ends of that as well. And now I've got myself a nice little apple or cherry right in there, like so. Rotate that. Oh my gosh, that easy, that fast, using the Pathfinder modes. The last one's going to be kind of our little donut shape right here. I talked about this in the last version here as a compound path, but how this works is pretty simple. Whatever shapes we have here, if I select those shapes, wherever they overlap, they are going to exclude. Now it's interesting here because what happens if I've got three shapes overall and I use this little overlap mode here? What's interesting is that the way this works is this works on what's called the odd-even rule. If you have two shapes, it's going to knock it out to nothing, and it does knock it out so you can see right through it. It doesn't put a white space in there. The odd-even rule means you have even ones it's going to knock out. When you have an odd number, it's then the resulting shape is going to then go ahead and create a space in there as well. Now, I've been using all of the same attributes of these shapes. Well, what happens if I take a shape and I'm going to use another shape here that's going to be a different fill or stroke or both? I'm going to choose a stroke, add that stroke to it, and I'm going to put these together. If I take these two shapes and I put these together here, whatever in front wins. So because I've got a fill and a stroke on this polygon in front, when I add those together, all the shapes are going to inherit those attributes. If I take this shape and I bring it to the front by going under the Object menu and choose Arrange, Bring to Front, I select those, and now whatever in front wins. So this is very important to understand what's going to go ahead and take priority over what's going on. If I do the minus front, it just simply takes the object away from the front and it doesn't pick up the attributes. If I do the intersect, the resulting intersect is always going to be the one in front because the one in front wins. So if I have them the same attributes, it's not a problem. Everything's going to work out just fine. But if they're not, and I go ahead and do this, whatever is in front is going to win. So just keep that in mind. Now, the one thing that doesn't work, and people will try to do this, they'll try to combine a shape and a path together, and they want these to be put together, and they choose Add, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, what just happened? I wanted to put those together. It doesn't work, because you can't have an open and a closed path, because these are shape modes. These have got to be closed shapes. So what's actually happening here when I use my add or unite function here, whatever is in front wins. I just have a stroke that's orange. So when I combine those together, the stroke disappears, and my shape just has an orange stroke. If I wanted these to be joined together, this would have to be a shape. I would have to take this object, take this path, outline this stroke, so it turns into an actual shape and not just a stroke, and then I could unite those together, and then I get that shape. Again, whatever is in front wins, so this is filled with orange, so when I add those two together, both of them will be orange. If I choose the minus front, it will take those apart, and it has taken those apart actually. It's just the stroke around that object shows that they were together. So a couple different interesting things happened with this as well. But you can create a lot of interesting things with this in a multiple step process. Here is my cup of coffee. Now you may say, okay, how are you going to get a cup of coffee out of that? Magic. So here's a couple step process that I like to use. I'm going to go and I'm going to draw a container over the top of my object here. All right. And I'm going to select both objects, and I want this top part to go away. So I draw my shape and I choose the minus front. Whatever is in front simply disappears. I'm going to repeat the process down here over the bottom. I'm going to take both of those, and I'm going to choose minus front. And there's my little cup of coffee. All I need is a handle on this. I could do the handle in a couple different ways. I could draw a circle, like so, and I could then go ahead and draw another circle over the top of it, smaller, and put those together, and select both of those, and knock those out. I could also just draw a circle and put a stroke around it as well. But because we're in our Pathfinder mode, it's like, let's do it that way. I throw that handle on there, and there's my little cup of coffee, right there. That's simple. Am I going to go ahead and draw it? I don't think so. So those are our basic shape modes. Add or unite, minus front, intersect, and then my compound path or exclude where they overlap. Create some really interesting objects here, but we've got a whole lot more. Now, the Pathfinder section here is a little bit more interesting. We've got divide, trim, merge, crop, outline, and minus back. And these are kind of interesting. We don't use all of these all the time, and there's a couple better ways using the Shape Builder tool. But I just want to show you how something like this would work. If I have my container, and I would like to go ahead and chop this container up, I could go in and I could draw lines over my container. Now, the lines don't have to have any stroke on them. They're there, okay? There's no stroke. But if I'd like to then take this and divide this up like I'm slicing the whole thing, I could. I select everything. I do the divide function, and it divides everything up. It also turns it into a group, so I have to go into the Object menu and ungroup this afterwards so that I can then go and take all these slices apart very nicely. Okay, so cool divide function. Go ahead and do that. Not a problem. I can do this using lines. I can do this doing shapes. It doesn't make any difference what I use. That's the cool thing with the divide function. Whatever overlaps anything else, it simply cuts it apart. Now, this may be very useful because I may want to put objects over the top of each other and end up with all these shapes in the end. Instead of losing one or the other, I do the divide function. I have to ungroup them after I'm done, and now I have all of those shapes left the way it's supposed to be. My other features that I have here, I've got trim as well, and trim is pretty simple as well. If I take my objects and I go here and I trim them, it basically takes, again, these get grouped together as well, so I have to ungroup these. Trim basically is very much like minus front, except we don't lose the front. So trim takes it so I could go ahead and create kind of a nice little nested area if I'd like to go ahead and show that these two would fit together. So that's kind of cool with trim. Merge does virtually the same thing. There's just a few little differences, very subtle, so we're not going to jump into that. Crop is interesting. Crop is one of these things where I've tried this before, and I'm going to do 3 different circles like so. I'm going to color these circles so we can kind of see how this works. And this is kind of fun. It's basically like going to create a snapshot of this in a window, and here is my resulting shape. So think of this about going in and looking out your window or putting artwork into a frame where you've got a fixed window here, and this is your window. Whatever is on top is going to be your window. I'm going to select everything, and I'm going to use my crop feature, and what it does is it then goes in and it crops everything just through the window. Of course, I have to ungroup it, and then I end up with these shapes here. This is filled with nothing, and these are actual other shapes, so I could go back and fill this with a color if I felt like it, and kind of create a really interesting resulting shape right here. You know, looks very much like a logo, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. But that's the crop function. So whatever on top basically becomes your window. The outline feature is used for when you're doing trapping, which is not something that we normally do in Illustrator here. And then the last one is going to be the minus back feature. I'm going to go ahead and take all of this, use the minus back feature. And the minus back is whatever is in the farthest back, simply then subtracts from everything else. Now, I want to talk about the minus back and the minus front features here. When people use the minus back and the minus front features as they're working with this, they think that they can go in and just take one of these at a time. And so if these two are in the back, it's like, no, I only want to remove the one that's in the back. When we use minus back or minus front, the end result is always one singular shape. Minus front will take everything that's in the front. This is in the front of this one. This is in the front of this one. If I choose minus front, I'm only going to be left with this. That's it. So anything that's in front of the backmost object goes away. If I have 30 objects, I end up with one. The resulting shape is always one shape. Same here with the minus back here. All of them in back go away. So when we use this, people are like, no, I just want the furthest one to go and go away. Then just select those two and then do that instead. If you select them all, you're going to end up with only one shape. So it's something to think about when you go through and use these commands. Pathfinder has been around for a long time, and it works really good. There's so many things that we can do with this, but there are some things that we can't do with it either. One more thing that I want to do. After I've gone through and I've created all these shapes, I'm done. I'm going to go into outline mode and choose Command Y, and you can see that these shapes are finished. Well, what's interesting is that we've got this expand button here, and the expand button never shows up. And the reason why the expand button never shows up is because we don't actually use it, or we haven't used it, I should say. Here's what the expand button does. When I hover over something like this, like minus front, it says minus front and then blah, 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 blah. You know, nobody reads that long. That's too many words. There's like 13 words. It says option click to create a compound shape and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh my gosh, what's a compound shape and what does this actually mean? Well, here's what it means. If I click minus front, my resulting shape is just simply my moon. That's it. I go into outline mode using Command Y, and all I see is the resulting shape. What happens if I've ever want to get back in and I want to change that? I'd have to stop, undo what I've done, back up in my history and go back and change it. Well, I want the ability to change it now, or at any point along the game here without losing what I've done and without losing the ability to go back and be able to change this. So if I have my shapes and I hold down my Option key and I Option click, what this does in outline mode is this gives me the two shapes that created, in this case, my minus front, but the end result is just this. So when I look at this and I move this around on things, the resulting shape is just that moon shape, but you see that other shape that created it is coming along with it. Yeah, it is. Because what we did is we created a compound shape, so the resulting moon here is made up of these two shapes, but when I go ahead and I Option click on the Pathfinder mode, it gives me the ability to edit this later. And if I wanted to edit this later, I could double click and I could isolate these shapes, and I could change how these shapes appear, click Escape to get back out of isolation mode, and I end up with the ability of editing this, but my resulting artwork in the end looks just like I want it to be, and I still have the ability to work with this at a later time. So this is what's called a compound shape. If I'm done and I don't want this extra little piece hanging on there, I can always click the Expand button, and when I do, it's going to remove the extra shapes that are making up my resulting shape and give me just the final shape in the end. This is really handy when you're going through and creating something and you're not quite sure that the creation process is working the way you want to. Just simply take whatever you have here and put these objects together and Option click, so that if you want to edit these things, you can. They're still there. They can still be edited and moved together. Click Escape to get out of it, and I still have the ability to change them, yet I can see the effect and work with that. And if I want to leave it that way, there's no problem with doing it. So cool stuff to be able to do. Now, some of these things require a multi-step process in order to go ahead and do. I'd like to go ahead and create a cloud. So I'm going to draw a circle. I'm going to fill it with blue. And I'm going to reduce this down in size. And I'm going to Option click and drag. And I'm going to duplicate this about halfway over itself right there. And I'm going to use my Command D for duplicate to create several little cloud bubbles. And I'm going to select those again, and I'm going to Option click and drag and kind of move those up to create some cloud bubbles, and a little bit more. And there's my little cloud that I've gone ahead and made. And there it is. Okay? Awesome. There's my cloud. Now, if I look in outline mode here, this looks like a big hot mess. And yeah, it is. I mean, there's a lot of ones here. But I would also like to go ahead and I'd also like to chop the bottom of these clouds off. Now, here's what happens. And this is something that will definitely happen. If I go and I put a box over here and I want to chop all the bottom of the clouds off here, all these are separate shapes. So if I do minus front, the end result is going to be one single shape, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's not what I wanted to do. No, what you want to do is you want to take all of these and you want to combine them together into one shape, and then come back in here, draw a container over the bottom of them, select both of these, and then choose minus front in order to get your clouds out of there. Now, this could also be clouds, or, you know, it could be one heck of a lot of whipped cream on your bokeh right here. In fact, I want to go through and make this a little bit creamier right there, so I could then throw this on top of my coffee cup instead of making this a big cloud. And oh my gosh, there's my coffee cup with one heck of a lot of whipped cream on there. Okay? Awesome. Now, there's other things I can do that are quite useful with the Pathfinder tool as well. I've got my coffee cup, and I would like to take this coffee cup and do kind of like this kind of slip shadow, where one side's a little bit darker and one side's the color of the cup. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to create kind of an area in here of this side of the cup. So I'm not going to go in and try to draw a section of the cup here. I'm going to use the cup, and I'm going to Option click and drag, and I'm going to basically offset the cup this way. Okay? I'm going to go into outline mode here so we can see what's going on. I want this to be a separate piece. Okay? So I've offset the cup here. I'm going to select both of the cups here, and I'm going to use my divide function. And wherever it goes over, it's going to divide that section, and then I'm going to ungroup it. I'm going to get rid of the piece that I don't need, and now these are two separate pieces. What's cool with this is I can now take this and I can fill this with a lighter color, either from my swatch panel here, lighter or darker, and I can go ahead and create a really cool slip shadow effect right through this. And it's like, wow, could I do this with the whipped cream as well? Sure. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over this with a very large oval, and I'm going to try to match the oval to the kind of the oval of the curve of the cup right here. I know it looks really weird, but I'm going to take both of these shapes right there. I'm going to use the divide function. Then I have to ungroup it, Shift Command G, and get rid of what I don't want. And now I've literally used that as the divide function to get two separate pieces. So I could then go in and select this portion of it, go to my fill panel here, and I could choose a slightly darker color to kind of continue that shadow up on around the cup through that without trying to chop this apart, do my curves, everything else. No. Use these shapes, whether it be a shape or a line, doesn't matter, to go ahead and be able to create this. And then, of course, I can move those right down so they touch, so they don't look like there's a little space right in between there. Absolutely. So, kind of cool how we can go in and use this kind of content to create just about anything. In fact, I want to show you how to create this little whale. And it's like, oh my gosh, how do you do this? Well, I'm going to show you because it's really quite simple. The whale starts off with just a basic square like this. So let's go ahead and get our blue. There's our square. And we're going to corner widget all the corners right there. So that's the body right there. We know how to do the eyeball. We can simply drag our circle, and we're going to make this white. And then, of course, we can go ahead and draw another one here in there, a little bit offset, and we're going to fill this with black right there. And with this, I can now go ahead and create the mouth, and the mouth is nothing more than going in and using the arc tool like that. We want to make it happy. We're going to apply this to be white, bump up the stroke, hot dog the end. You don't see anything because it's white on white, but nonetheless, we're going to move that over there. Okay, super happy right there. And then these little teeny spouts that are coming out here, those are rectangles. Rectangles where I go in and I take the corner widget, just the one corner widget here, all by itself. So I'm going to direct select that corner and pull that in most of the way. And then I'm going to select these two corner widgets and kind of bring those in too. Create that little bit right there. I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to flip it over on itself and reduce that in size. I can't reduce that because my transform panel, I don't have my scale corners turned on because I'm at maximum widgetness, so I'm going to scale the corners so I can scale those things and bring those down. There's my little spout right there. I've got those a little bit more rounded there, but nonetheless, you get the idea. The tail is going to be fun, and the tail is this. I'm going to take another rectangle here, and I'm going to bring it right in there for that rectangle. Right there, okay. There's the tail. And now I want to get this little inverse here, so I'm going to draw a rectangle here so we get the distance. And here's the fun part. I'm going to take my direct selection tool. I'm going to corner widget just those ends. I'm going to put this in here, slide that right down so it fits in the tail. Select that portion and that and do minus front. Right there. Look at that. There's the tail. Awesome. Now to go ahead and get this tail right here, same concept. I'm going to create a rectangle. I'm going to corner widget the ends here, but I'm not going to go all the way. So it creates a little flat spot here in the tail. And I'm going to duplicate this right on top of itself. I'm going to option click and drag. And then so I get my little tail. See those two? Take that and I choose my minus front. There's my tail. How do I go ahead and get that little divot in there? Ooh, this is a fun one. I'm going to do my rectangle. And I'm going to corner widget just the bottom ones here. Now remember, we got three different corners. We've got rounded, inverted, and chamfered. If I do my inverted one, and I take that and I reduce that down in size, and I park that right in there, like so. I create that little divot. Lines up beautifully. Take those two, minus front, put that right on there. Oh my gosh, there it is. And then corner widget this end, grab just that corner right there, corner widget it in. There's my whale. I can select both of these, join these together. Awesome. And then I got to send that to the back. There's my little whale. And then of course these are just circles right there. So a lot of fun. Now keep in mind that this is just a stroke right here kind of sticking out. So I want to show you something that's going to be even more cool. I can't take this stroke and knock it out of my shape right here. Okay, I'd have to turn this into a path. This is where I'd go into my path here, and I would choose my outline stroke. And then I could go ahead and I could take these two shapes and I could choose my minus front, which would then actually take that out and not be just a white stroke on the background. Because if this were a white stroke and I were to put this on a colored background, you'd see the white stroke sticking out of the mouth of the whale. So that was that easy. Yeah, it's this fun little whale here, and it's like, how can you not love that little whale? It's what it is. But this is how you use the basic shapes to go ahead and create. And I do this every single week for my blog, and I have for years. I think of an idea, and I put it together and show you just how easy it is. This was all using the Pathfinder. Now, the Shape Builder tool is something that was added a while ago, and at first I didn't really get into the Shape Builder tool because I was so used to the Pathfinder and being able to figure out everything here. But I want to show you the Shape Builder tool because the Shape Builder tool rocks, because there's certain things that you cannot do with the Pathfinder tool that you can do with a Shape Builder tool. One of the things I want to do is I want to build a little test tube, so I'm going to create a rectangle, use the direct selection tool to target just the bottoms here. I'm going to corner widget that up right there. And now I'm going to take this shape, I'm going to go ahead and fill it with my favorite color, which is orange. I'm going to put a top on this. And the way I'm going to do the top is I'm actually going to go and I'm actually going to do a line. And I'm going to do a stroke here, and I'm doing this on purpose because I want to show you some of the things that we run into by combining strokes and fills together. There is my hot dog end of the line right there. Perfect time to go ahead and select both of those. Use the align them centered right there. Now, I would like to go ahead and put a little bit of water in here or a little something in a test tube. I'm going to select my object, path, offset path, and I'm going to make this smaller inside here, and I'm going to click OK. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of water inside the test tube there. The water is too high, so going in and using my commands, I'm going to go ahead and put a box over the top of this so I can just simply get rid of this so my test tube water is going to be here. But I'm not going to use the Pathfinder here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Shape Builder tool. And the Shape Builder tool is over here. It's along with your paint bucket. Shift-M is your Shape Builder tool. Now, your Shape Builder tool works very much like your Pathfinder does with a few advantages. Okay? We don't have all these special things that we can do here, but when you're going in and you're working with artwork, the Shape Builder tool is going to go ahead and work fast. It's going to work awesome, and here's what you do. With your selected objects, we're going to zoom in here so we can see what's going on. Any selected objects here, when I use my Shape Builder tool, the mode is in Add mode, which means whatever I touch and drag over is going to add it together. Okay? If I wanted to add all of these together, it would, done, finished. But that's not what I want to do, so I'm going to undo this, and I would like to subtract these sections. When they're selected, and I hover over this with the Shape Builder tool, you're going to see this little mesh appear, and that just tells us the active areas. If I want to get rid of these active areas, I can go ahead and hold down my Option key, and you can see Option is now going to turn this into a minus, and I simply Option click on the areas that I don't want, gone, done, finished, and it's like, oh, that is cool. Now, I'd like to go ahead and take these shapes, and I want to go ahead and put some bubbles in here, because bubbles are always fun, and I want to do this cool thing here, where I've got the bubbles coming out. I'm going to make those blue. I got to have the bubbles coming out of this here, and I'm going to take those and reduce those down in size so that I got my nice little staggered bubbles coming out. But I want lines that are coming across this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do lines here, and I want these lines to be white so I can see the little fill marks in here. And there they are. Definitely want to hot dog the ends here. And I don't want to just leave the lines hanging off the edge here. I actually want to get rid of them here. So I'm going to Option click and drag. And I'm going to duplicate those all the way down for my quick little test tube. Now, well, this looks really cool, but really when we look at it this way, it's like, oh, that's a hot mess, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, it is. Because if I were to put this on a colored background, I would see the line sticking out, and it's like, I need this to be really delicious. So if I select my lines here and my test tube, and I go in with my Shape Builder tool, I can go in, and I can also get rid of lines. Now, if I hold down my Option key, I know that I can delete things, but if I want to delete a line, I can hold down my Option key and delete the line. Now, here's the problem with this. When I delete the line, it doesn't delete the shape because lines are not shapes. So this is a perfect example of why I would use a stroke with a hot dogged end to get these little brackets here. Then I would go into my Object menu under Path, and I would outline the stroke to turn them into paths, and I would do the same thing here with the upper lip of the little beaker, the little test tube, outline the stroke there. Now, if I want to combine these two together, I can select those shapes, select my Shape Builder tool, click and drag over those areas. It's just combined the shape. Now I go back to my Selection tool, and now I select all of these. I can now go in with my Shape Builder tool and hold down my Option key, and I can Option delete these areas and just take those right off. And that is super, super, super cool. Now here, I would love to go in and I would love to do kind of like this knockout, a compound path here, so that this disappears, so I can use my Shape Builder tool, and I can simply Option click and get rid of that to create something like this. And it's like, oh my gosh, that is like so totally cool. It is. Now, one of the things I can't do is I can't go in here and I can't go in and just kind of like divide these away from the blue, because here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to make this section of the marker a little bit different blue. Now, I can't do that with a Shape Builder tool, because the Shape Builder tool is either going to add or subtract things together. Here is where I would probably want to go in and use my divide function in order to break those apart. And those didn't disappear, by the way. When I use the divide function, it just brought everything forward. I'm going to use my send to back. They're still there. Okay? So what this has done is this has divided these up in these sections right here so I could ungroup it. And now you can see these are totally different sections. Here I could then go in and I could choose a different color blue to kind of create that cool effect of those being overlapped without going in and chopping it all apart. So that's pretty awesome. The overall effect here is this really cool icon that I have that combines this all together, and it's like, wow, that is awesome. So the Shape Builder tool can add and subtract. It can also go in and you can add, so if I want to show you this too, so I'll show you this with the Shape Builder tool. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a stroke around this shape right here. In the Shape Builder tool, if I select everything, grab my Shape Builder tool, I could add these all together like that. I could also simply take this away by removing that right there. But if I wanted to get rid of some of the lines, like I just wanted to get rid of the stroke through here or a line going through it, I could get rid of that stroke and delete that. So let me show you this. I think this will be a little bit easier. There it is. I've got this line going through right here. I'm going to select both of these. I'm going to use my Shape Builder tool. And I can get rid of these shapes on one side or the other side of the line. But if I option click right on the line itself, you'll see I can delete the line, and then I end up with these shapes here where the line actually stops on those shapes. So the Shape Builder tool is cool for going in and deleting lines, but using the combination of the Shape Builder tool and the Pathfinder tool can result in a lot of cool, interesting things. So another feature too that's kind of outside the realm of the Pathfinder and the Shape Builder tool is what we call a clipping mask or draw inside mode. And clipping masks and draw inside are kind of weird because Illustrator does not allow you to put a shape inside a shape. Technically, they have this weird thing called clipping masks. So I want to show you what a clipping mask is and what it does and the different ways that you can get to these things. And then I'm going to show you the easy way too, and then how to get out of this as well. One of the things that I had done in one of the previous examples here was I had created these kind of flame right here. I'm going to bring this over and I'm going to show you how this flame is going to work. I'd love to go ahead and I'd love to take this flame and kind of make this so that I have like a darker side of the flame. And I could do this in a couple different ways. I could take a shape, put it over the edge here, create a fill of gray, go in and adjust my opacity of the gray over this, and set my blending mode here. Take all these shapes, divide them, ungroup them, remove that section, and kind of create this split look and feel. Now you're probably saying, okay, what just happened there? Well, we're going to show you that, but what I want to do is I want to show you what a clipping mask is and what it does. That was kind of the effect of going in and creating this where a shape kind of sits over another shape. I'm going to use this apple as the perfect example here because like I've done in the coffee cup here, I want to go in and I want to be able to create kind of like a highlight or a shadow area in this apple. Now I showed you that I could take this shape and I could offset it, duplicate it, and then grab both shapes, divide them, ungroup them, remove the shape that I don't want, and then go in and edit that shape so we could get a darker or a lighter color to create kind of this offset look. But that could be a little bit tricky because once I do that, I've actually broken the shape apart. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to create a darker portion of this apple. Now the way a clipping mask works is really quite bizarre. I'm going to go and I'm going to draw a circle. And with this circle, I'm going to then create some lines here. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to have these lines only appear inside the circle. Now these lines have square ends, and I'm going to duplicate these lines and get a whole series of these. And I'm going to group these together. And I want them to appear inside this circle. All right? Now, trying to go ahead and cut the lines off so that they're at an angle and going all around and fitting inside the circle is crazy. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this concept of when you get artwork, you've got your frame, this is my artwork. When you mount your artwork, it always goes in behind the frame. So if I take my artwork, I'm going to put my frame over my artwork here, bring it to the front, and then I'm going to select both the frame and the artwork. I can normally group my artwork together, and then frame goes in front, artwork behind. I go into the object menu, clipping mask, and I choose make. Now, this goes ahead and it takes my frame. Now, unfortunately, I lose all my attributes of the frame. Any fill or stroke you put on the frame gets lost. It was filled with blue. When I do the clipping mask, it's lost. Now, the frustrating part with this is that now, trying to get back into those shapes, it's really hard to do. So I can go into my object menu, go back under my clipping mask, and I can edit the contents, which allows me to access this here, and I can change the stroke color, I can change the stroke attributes as well. But the problem is, what happens if I want to change my original shape? There is no going in here and editing the original shape, okay? Oh, there it is. Now I can edit the mask. So I can get to the mask and I can change that, and I'd like to go ahead and put the fill in here, and it's like, wow, that's really painful to be able to do that. Well, it is. A little bit faster way of doing this is going into your Properties panel here. And if you select your clipping mask, okay, it's the reason why it's called a clipping mask is because it is clipping the artwork and masking it out as if it's a window. When I go into my Properties panel, we have these little nondescript targets up here. It just says Clip Group, and it's like, okay, they have so many different names for this. It's kind of random on what they call it. Clipping mask, clipping group. This is a clip group. When I go over here, I've got these little targets, and it says nothing whatsoever. Well, this is my ability to go in and access the content or the path the same way that I would go under my clipping mask and edit my contents. And by the way, I cannot edit my mask until I go here and choose Edit Contents, get to my contents, and then go back under my clipping mask and choose Edit Mask in order to get there. Same thing is true when I use my Properties panel. Here, if I want to edit my contents, I click on the Edit Contents. Then I can change the attributes, the size, the color, whatever it is, of my artwork. And then I click back on the Edit Mask or Edit the Clipping Path here to go ahead and change the attributes of this. And I need to go through that process. I have to click on the content first in order to edit the clipping path. Even if I don't want to edit the contents, I have to do that. And that's really frustrating to be able to do. Now, we talked about layers, and I can tell you the one thing about layers rock with clipping masks. And the reason why is because layers make life so much easier. I'm going to click on the cheese grater, go to my panel options in the layers panel, make them large so we can see what's going on. I'm going to go into my clipping mask right here, my clip group, and here's how this works. In order to get access to my clipping mask or my group here, yes, you can go in and use these little icons here, or under the clipping mask, edit contents, and then go back under clipping mask and then edit the mask. Too much hassle. Go into your layers panel, open up the twirly next to your clip group, activate the little button right next to what you want to edit. If you want to edit your actual mask or your window, you click on that. You want to edit your contents, click on that. Great, awesome, super easy to do. Clipping masks can be very infuriating, especially if you don't understand them. If I go into outline mode here and use Command Y, you'll see that you have all these little lines here. You can't actually touch those outside the mask. Even though we're in outline mode, you still can't get a hold of those. You can see them, but you can't touch them. You can only touch them when they're inside the mask, even though you can see them. I know, it's kind of weird. But this is how I like to do it. I'm going to use the same concept of the clipping mask, but this, to me, makes a whole lot more sense, okay? I'm going to duplicate this apple, and I'm going to choose a darker color here of the apple. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make this a gray. And actually, no, I'm going to go in. I'm going to make this, I'm going to choose my red here, and I'm just going to go in and I'm going to make that red a little bit darker, kind of create a shadow of this. Okay. I'm going to take this, and I'm not going to copy it, I'm going to cut it, all right? So edit, cut. Cut simply takes it off, copy, creates a copy of it, ready for pasting. Cut is going to take it away. Now I want to go ahead and I want to do my clipping mask, but I don't want to take my artwork, put it behind, bring this in front, clip it together, and then have to wrangle with it. I've cut my object that I want to go in here. I'm going to select my object or my window or my mask. At the bottom of the toolbar, I have my Draw Normal, Draw Behind, and Draw Inside mode. Now, you'll see that I get this little clipping. This is a little dotted line. This is a little clipping like a coupon. What do you do with a coupon? You clip it. This little clipping area. Now, this is called Draw Inside mode. I cannot drag anything inside. This is not drag inside. I can't do that. It won't let me do that. I can draw anything that I want to inside here, and it's going to show up because it's called the Draw Inside mode. Okay? I can also paste anything inside here, which is why I created my object first and cut it. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to choose Paste, and I'm going to move this over so I can kind of create this really cool slip shadow in here. Either direction, scale it, whatever. Now, as long as I'm in Draw Inside mode, I can do whatever I want. I can continue to draw, and I can double-click, and I can activate each one of these items here. And when I'm done, and I click on back in the Draw Normal mode, I'm finished. Okay? I cannot get back into this object here. Here's the crazy part with a clipping mask. I try to click on this apple, and it's like, why can't I click on it? Well, for some reason, the mask, even though it's red, and here's the one thing I like about the Draw Inside mode. Did you notice with the Draw Inside mode, I did not lose the red of my apple? If I did the clipping mask and I used the apple as my frame and the darker copy of the apple, and I then put that behind and used my clipping mask, I would have lost the red. Then I would have had to have gone through the process of selecting this, selecting the artwork, selecting the frame, and then adding my red back. Draw Inside mode, you do not lose the attributes of your frame. But here's the crazy part. You try to select this, and it's like, why can't I select this? Well, for some reason, because this is the frame or the mask, even though there's a fill or a stroke on it, you can't select it. You got to go ahead and select the artwork that's inside. I don't understand that. Yes, you can drag over it. This is how I select everything. I don't normally just click on it. But you try to. It's definitely an exercise in futility trying to select it. You're like, it's red, it's there. Have I locked this? No, you haven't. That's how it works. So with this is how I create my slip shadows. This is how I go in and create this kind of stuff. It's so easy to do. And again, if you want to edit this stuff, the easiest way is to go into your layers, select your object, find out where it is in the layers panel here. As we go through, it's down at the bottom because I think this is the first one that I created. Okay, where is it? Right there. Open it up. If I want to get to these things, select that layer, click on the little button to activate it, edit this, move it around, change the color however I want, and be done with it. Super simple to be able to do. I love the Draw Inside mode, and I'm going to show you how awesome this is. I'm going to use the Draw Inside mode for this. I'm going to draw a rectangle over the top of this, and I'm going to fill this with gray in my Layers panel, or my Properties panel here. I'm going to set the opacity to multiply. Multiply is going to take whatever is opaque, and it's going to make it translucent. So in this case, if I go ahead and I set this to like 20% or 30% gray and set it to multiply, I have this. I'm going to cut this right here. I'm going to select my object, click on the Draw Inside mode, and I'm going to paste, and I'm going to move this over till it snaps right there. Go back to my Draw Normal mode. I'm going to select my next object, Draw Inside, hit paste, move this over so that it snaps right to that as well. Click back on the Draw Normal mode. Select my next object, Draw Inside, paste, and it's always paste directly in the center no matter what. And then set that over there. Click back on the Draw Normal mode again. That's how I get out. Last one, Draw Inside mode, paste, move that all the way over like so. Click on the Draw Normal mode, and there I've done it. Now I noticed that I didn't line these up perfectly, but I can always go back in, and it'd be nice if I did this on a grid, but I can go back into my Layers panel, and I can edit each one of these and get to it. So this is a really cool way to do these kind of slip shadows here without dividing up your artwork, which you can do. But the Draw Inside mode or the clipping mask, I love the Draw Inside mode. It's absolutely sweet to go through and do anything like this. You know, you want to go in, you want to do this awesome little thing on the test tube right here, you could. You could go ahead, and I think what I'm going to do here is kind of create a little shadow inside this, do my Draw Inside, paste my shadow that I've just done, send that off to the left right there, do the Draw Inside, and be like, ooh, that is so cool. So that's clipping masks, also known as clipping groups, also known as Draw Inside. It's cool, it's awesome, I use it all the time, and this is where you can create these really cool slip shadows on objects there that are absolutely delicious. So So stay tuned for more. Welcome back, folks. Now for our next fun lesson, live paint and image trace and working with images. May not seem like it all goes together, but there's actually some really cool things about using live paint and being able to take images that you've sketched, photographs that you've taken, cleaned up and brought into Illustrator, and then being able to color. Now, everything that we've done up until this point has been building shapes, and we haven't really gotten into color yet. We're saving that for later because it's a good one. We want to go in and use this live paint method, which is something, if you've never used live paint before, when I first used it, I was like, okay, you know, where are you going to use this? Then I realized, oh my gosh, this is like totally awesome and amazing. So what does live paint do? Well, live paint is one of those things that allows you to take any artwork that you've created and be able to fill these shapes with color. Now, these shapes don't need to be actual real closed shapes. That's the cool thing with live paint. Everything that we've done in Illustrator so far is if you create an open shape and you try to fill it with color. If I take a curve like this and I go ahead and I try to fill it with color, it creates this kind of weird effect where, you know, you have this stroke on one side and it fills it and draws a basically invisible line from point to point. Well, if I'm going in and I've done some really quick sketching, maybe I have a tablet or I've gone in and traced something, then I want to start filling it with color. Well, Illustrator is like, well, you got to make sure all your shapes are closed. And it's like, okay, I didn't sketch with this in mind, keeping everything closed here. So what I've done is I've done just a really quick sketch right here where I've just taken lines, that's all. And I would love to go ahead and fill all these shapes with colors right here. And, you know, I've done just this really quick sketch. And if I were going to go ahead and fill this with color, based on what I know now, I would have to go in and be like, oh my gosh, do I have to create and draw a shape under there and put it behind there and fill it with a color? And it's like, well, yeah, if you don't know live paint, yeah, that's exactly what you'd have to do, because I can't just select this and say, hey, fill it with a color. It's like, there, make it all blue. And it's like, doesn't do it because it doesn't recognize any shapes here. And it's like, well, that's not what I want. But live paint will allow you to do this. Now, this is kind of cool because it takes what we see as shapes. We look at this and we see this as a rectangle, and this is a rectangle here, but we now know enough about Illustrator that it's not really a rectangle because I'd have to be able to click on it and see the attributes of the rectangle, and it doesn't exist. Well, live paint actually makes those exist. So here's how it works. I'm going to select my sketch here that I've done, and I'm going to go into the Object menu, and I want to turn this into a live paint object. So I'm going to go under Live Paint, and I'm going to choose Make. This turns it into a live paint object, and we get the little pull handles, but they look like little snowflakes in there. And this is a live paint object, and the only thing that we can do with a live paint object is fill those areas or actually apply color to the strokes. Now, because these overlap, live paint treats this as a line segment, this as a separate line segment, this one too, and any closed shape. Now, closed shape. This treats this as a closed shape, this is closed, but this isn't, which means I couldn't go in here and fill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my live paint tool, which is going to be under the shape builder. The shortcut for that is K. And when I call up my live paint tool, this actually gives me this little preview. It's quite a complex little tool right here. But I would like to now go in and treat these filled shapes as areas. And you can see with a live paint bucket tool, when I hover over them, it does treat them as closed areas. What you're seeing with those three little squares up there is really your fill panel right here. This is your entire swatch panel, and if we can run through all of this, we could go over here and simply select a color from our swatch panel, then go over here, and then click on that, and then go ahead and click on a different color here, and then come back here and do it, but that takes too much time. Our swatch panel is right there above our paint bucket. It's waiting for us. We use our right arrow, and this allows us to walk through our entire swatch panel here as we go all the way through, all the way down to the ends. We've got some gradients, and we've got some patterns here, and then just cycles back from the very beginning. So I can use my arrows and cycle through this and just grab all these different things from my swatch panel. Now you'll notice when I get to these areas, I can't do anything because they're not closed, and it's like, you know, I should have been a little bit more careful with my sketching. Yeah, but you don't have to. Because we're in Live Paint mode, let's go into our Object menu under Live Paint, and let's deal with our gap options. This is made specifically because when we don't go ahead and we don't consciously connect those lines together, which when we're sketching, that's not our main goal, I'm going to choose the gap options here, and it can go ahead and choose gap detection. And I can go ahead and we can paint the stops at the small gaps or the medium gaps or the large gaps here. And you can see when I get the large gaps, it will start to go ahead and it will create kind of a little invisible fence next to there. And I can also go and do custom ones where I can go across and any really big openings, it will just draw a line across there. Now it doesn't draw a real line, it doesn't complete the path. I could actually say, hey, if I'm going to do this, actually draw a line across here. In this case, I don't want to because it's going to modify my artwork, but here it's just like, hey, put up this little invisible fence here with the gaps. So when I do that now and I go through, these areas will now be treated completely closed, unlike before, and I can now go in and I can fill these little areas here. And I can go ahead and create this very cool patchwork, you know, go in and fill this whole thing in. Now this was going in and doing my actual fill structure right here. Well, when I go over my paths here, nothing happens, and you're like, oh, okay, why doesn't it do anything over my paths? Well, the paths don't go ahead and get activated until you hold down your Shift key. And then the Live Paint Bucket tool turns into the Live Paint Brush tool. Now I can still use my left or right bracket or left or right arrows to cycle through, but I need to have my Shift key held down permanently in order to remain in the Live Paint Brush tool. Then you see that each one of these line segments is its own unique line segment. Okay, it's not just a single line. Yes, that's how it started off, but that's not how it is now because very much like using the divide function in the Pathfinder, this is actually going in and this is allowing me to choose these colors and put them in here at each segment. So it's kind of cool. Now, there's my artwork, and it's like, wow, okay, this would have taken a long time if I had gone in and tried to do this. Now, I'm in Live Paint mode, and the only thing I can do in Live Paint mode is paint. I cannot adjust these shapes, I cannot break this apart. When I'm done with this, and I want to use this, I can leave it just the same and print it and be just fine. But I couldn't manipulate this at all in terms of editing the shapes. If I wanted to, I'd have to go back under the Object menu under Live Paint. Do not choose Release. Release is going to undo everything that you've done, and it's going to bring you right back to the beginning. It's like, no, I don't want to release this and set it free. I want to expand it. And we talked about expand. Expand is taking what it is that you see and turning into actual shapes so that the shapes go ahead and resemble what we see. So I'm going to choose Expand, and it expands everything. Little snowflakes are gone from my pull handles. And now if I ungroup this, basically I have two sets of groups here. In fact, let's just look at the Layers panel so you can understand this a little bit better. I've got two sets of groups. Let me make this panel options larger here so we can see what's going on. I've got two sets of groups here. I've got all of my lines, and I have all of my fills as two separate groups. So if I ungroup once, it will then break my lines apart from my shapes, and I could then go in and I could treat all my lines as a group, which my lines are also grouped together too, and I have to ungroup those. But I have my group of all my patchwork quilt as well. So I could ungroup those, and then I could manipulate each one of those shapes separately. So it's kind of an interesting way to go in and take artwork that could be very sketchy or very hand-drawn and break it apart. Yep. By the way, you don't need to fill it with color in order to do this. You could turn it into Live Paint, and then you could expand it when you were done and just get the shapes later. But it's kind of a really cool effect. You're like, how would I use this? Well, we're going to show you because this may not have been a total practical example, but we're going to show you an example that's cool. This right here. I used my nifty little rotate command, and I rotated all these around to kind of create this really cool shape. Did I go in and draw all these little sections? No, it's just literally one circle rotated all around the center 10 times, and I'm going to turn this into a Live Paint object. Grab everything here, Object, Live Paint, Make. I don't have to worry about gap options because they were all closed shapes anyway. They weren't open lines, so there are no gaps. I'm going to take my Live Paint Bucket tool, and now I'm going to go in. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and apply gradients to these. This is all in my fill panel, by the way, or my swatch panel. I've got some gradients in there as well, and I can go in here and I can fill all these with gradients to kind of create this really interesting effect. And it's like, no way. It's like, yeah, these are all separate shapes. Click on every single one, and I can't mess it up because I can't accidentally click on an edge right there. And there it is. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. If I ever tried to create this really cool sculpted flower, there's no way I'd be able to do it. Well, no, there isn't, because you try to go in and trace each one of those shapes and try to figure out how to apply the whole thing. Don't bother. Now, once I go under my object menu, I can go under Live Paint, I can go under Expand, and it breaks it all apart here. Again, when I go into my group section right here, I can see how this works. There's my group. And then I have all of my paths here, which I can turn off, and I get all of these, and it's like, okay, this is amazing. Yeah, it's all Live Paint, and it's like, wow. I get these really cool dark and light bands going through here and all this stuff, and it's like, yeah. So all of a sudden it goes from this, which is kind of like, okay, that's nice and artistic, to, okay, you know, I've seen logos like this before. Yeah. So pretty awesome. We're going to come back to this because we're going to kind of bridge the gap here between going and doing Live Paint and going in and taking an image and using Image Trace to go in and go ahead and take something that we've created, either a photograph or something we've done in Photoshop, and go ahead and turn this into vector. So I went ahead and I created this really cool mandala in Photoshop, which has the absolutely awesome effect where you can go ahead and you can do mirror images while you're painting. No, I didn't. I only painted one, and it does this. And look it up. It's super, super fun to do. What I did is I just went into Illustrator, and I just chose Open, and I opened a Photoshop file right in Illustrator. You can actually see this is a Photoshop document right here. Okay? Now, I can't go in and do anything with this because it's an image. I can't live paint it. I can't go in and edit the shapes here. What I need to do is I need to turn this into an actual vector piece of artwork. Which is why I go under the window menu and I'm going to choose Image Trace. I want to trace this image. And when I go in and I trace this image, I need to have this image selected or my image trace will not show up. Now, in the Image Trace menu, I have some very basic options. Make sure you click on the preview here so you can see what's going on all the time. I've got some very basic presets here. Now, these presets are fine. It's a great place to start. And obviously, this is not a high-quality photo. I'm not doing this with colors. This is literally a black and white logo, so I'm going to start from that default right here. Black and white logo. And it's going to go ahead, and you're like, okay, it looks like this. I think this is working here. And I'm going to set my threshold here, and my threshold is going to basically be exposure. When we're talking with a black and white image, you can see if I do less threshold, I'm going to get kind of thinner lines. I'm going to lose some of the detail because I'm overexposing. Think of it that way. If I set the threshold very high, all my lines are going to get very thick and it may fill in the detail. One thing I have to warn you, though, is if you have a very large or high-res image here, this uses a lot of memory, and every adjustment that you make, it has to run through the process. So you will see little progress bars going on here, and sometimes you're like, uh-oh, did I break this? Because the progress bars seem to take a lot. There's a lot going on in here. So from just a very basic black and white standpoint here, I can set the threshold back and forth, basically overexposing or underexposing, therefore affecting the weight of my line and the overall detail. Under the advanced sections here, I want to go ahead and I may want to have a little bit more control. This is fairly smooth, but you can tell this is hand-drawn. Now, with my paths here, I can have very low path fidelity, which is going to not really pay that close attention to the paths. And you can see now I've got really bad thicks and thins, and I've lost my shapes. Very high path fidelity is going to make sure that it's going to be very, very, very close to the original artwork. I can go ahead and adjust my corners as well, so they will go ahead and pay more attention to the corners, or less attention to the corners, or more attention to the corners here. The more attention to the corners, try to smooth them out, okay? So it's not like it's giving you more corners, it's just smoothing them out. And noise is something that's interesting. We're not going to see much noise here, but noise is something if we have like any texture from a paper, or any grainy detail that we want to go ahead and we want to include or we want to exclude. So here we don't really have anything whatsoever. We're going to show you that on the next image. Now, one of the things I do want to do is I want to ignore white. This is one of the things that people do when they do the image trace, and then everything that's white actually gets traced as a shape as well. I don't want those things as being white because I would get a big white bounding box and everything inside here would be white. I just want it to be just my overall rendering. So I'm going to click on the Ignore White, and then what do? There's no place that says, okay, go ahead and do that. The trace button is grayed out. You're like, okay, how does that work? And you're like, oh my gosh, how does this work? It's like, oh my gosh. There's no cheese grater here to go ahead and click on with the image trace panel. There's nothing that says, okay, make this happen. And so what do? This is still an image. It's not been converted to artwork, and you'll look everywhere. Well, here it is. Over in the Properties panel under the Quick Actions, the only thing that makes this work is Expand. And you're like, how would I ever know that? And oh my gosh, look at that. Go over the Expand and it says, Convert Tracing Objects to Path. Don't you think they'd put that someplace where it would be like right there for you? No. You have to know exactly what it is that you're doing. And we talked about Expand. Expand is going to take what we see here and expand it into what we want. Now we've got our actual vector artwork. Our image trace panel goes completely gray because it's no longer an image. And now I've got my content that I can now go in and I can now use and work this way. And it's like, awesome, this is great. Now this is vector, okay? So now I could go in with my direct selection tool. I could see all my points in here. I could zoom in. I could edit all these things. Sure, all of this stuff is easily done. Now, if I take my content here and I go under Object, Live Paint, and I choose Make, there it is. It's awesome. I go and I get my Live Paint Bucket tool, and I see black as my color, and I start using my left-right arrows, and I'm like, why can't I go through my colors? And I go to my fill panel, it's completely empty. And it's like, what? Why are there no colors? Here's the thing. This is a really weird thing in Illustrator. It comes back down to when you open a photo up in Illustrator, you lose all of your colors in your color panel. And it's like, really? Yeah. So I could go under the File menu, choose Open, and I could open something here and open it up. All my colors in my color panel will go away. All of them. So what I could do is I could take all of my artwork here and I could copy it, start a new document, and paste all of my converted artwork back in, and take this, and there's my converted artwork right there, pasting everything back in. There it is, great. And now, with my pasted artwork, I had pasted this right in here. Now, because it was already in Live Paint mode, it comes in as a Live Paint object, but I also have all of my colors here available for me in my swatch panel. But here's the crazy thing. I get my Paint Bucket tool and I still don't have colors in here. So there's one more step that I have to do. Because this image was black and white when I brought it in, it is stuck in black and white mode. So I can't go searching through all my colors. And you're like, well, I've got all my colors in here. I solved that problem. I now have my color swatch panel, but I can't get it through the Paint Bucket tool? No. Go under the Window menu, go under Color, and you can see that it's all black and white. Go to your cheese grater and convert it to RGB or CMYK so you get your full color palette readily available. Then and only then will the Paint Bucket tool actually show up with everything that you want. You're like, seriously? Yeah. I mean, try to figure that one out on your own. This is kind of weird. So now I can go through and I can pick my colors, and then because I've got lots of points inside here, what's happening is I'm seeing all these points, so it's a little bit hard to see what it is that I'm actually painting with, okay? But I can now go through and I can fill all these shapes. You'll notice in here when I zoom in that this shape isn't closed, so this is a perfect example of why I would go into my Live Paint and my gap options here, and I would set my small gaps here so I could go in. I'm actually going to do custom here, and I'm going to fill in my small gaps. So in the areas where I can go ahead and do my gaps. It's kind of weird because it gets close here, so it starts to fill these in as well. But this is how I can go ahead and fill those gaps so that I don't have those broken points. So with this, I could have just gone in and filled these closed shapes in Illustrator, but these open shapes right here I would probably go into my live pane and close the gaps up there. So kind of a really interesting thing of trying to go in and do my image trace and get to this as well. So when you want to go in and you want to do image trace, one of the best things to do is to go in and don't go under File, Open, and open the file. Go under File and go under Place and navigate to your document and place your file into your Illustrator file. And the reason why is because if you open it like I did here, I have nothing in my swatch panel. So I'm going to close out of this and I'm going to create a new document, and then I'm going to adjust my artboard here, and then I'm going to go under the File menu and choose Place. I'm going to grab my image and I'm going to place it in here, and when I do that, I now have my full array of color. Now, I can do black and white images, I can do grayscale, and I can do color in terms of image trace here, and this makes it really nice to be able to work with. Keep in mind that really high resolution images are going to severely slow down the processing power when you use image trace. One of the new features that they've added here in Illustrator is being able to crop an image in Illustrator. We could never do this before. If I wanted to crop an image, I would have to draw a box, copy my image, do the draw inside mode, paste it inside there, and that was my crop. But now they've actually allowed you to crop images. If you select your placed image, and by the way, the difference between a placed image and a non-placed image, a placed image is going to have an X through it. That way you know it hasn't been opened, but it's just been placed. Still looks the same, still works the same. It's just that you no longer have to fight your disappearing swatch panels when you open an image in Illustrator. To crop an image, we're going to go over to our Properties panel, and we have the ability to edit our original. It's going to open right back up in Photoshop. I could mask this out, or else I can crop this image. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to crop this image. And when I do crop this image, what it does is it actually chops off the image inside of Illustrator, leaving me just with this. I can't go back and uncrop what I've done later. I'd have to go back and replace this file with a new one. When I'm done, I can simply click Apply over in my Properties panel, and it's now cropped it. Okay? And you'll notice here, there is no uncrop going through here. So I now want to trace this image. So I'm going to go back to my image trace panel. And here, if I keep it in black and white mode here, I need to click on my preview to see. I do it in black and white, and it's like, oh, that's really cool, okay? So here's where I can go ahead and adjust my threshold, keeping in mind that my threshold is very much like my exposure, okay? So I can force it more toward the highlights or the shadows and get some really cool, interesting effects. If I do grayscale in my color mode, then this is going to give me different shades of gray right here. And then the more or less is the number of shades of gray. Of course, I just happen to have 50 shades of gray. So if I do less here, we can get very stair-stepped, very artistic looking kind of flat color here. So there's like 4 shades of gray. And every movement that you make, you can get, it takes processing power every time you move and do this. So this could be a very stylized version, or we could have 100 shades of gray, which will literally render it to look virtually like an image. Now, why would I want to do something like this to an image rather than to artwork? Well, the cool thing with doing this to an image is if you have a very small image, you can then make this any size. I've done this for trade shows where somebody has gone in and has got a picture that's like an 8x10 and we need it 80 feet long. So we go ahead and we render it this way, and then we print it on huge vinyl and we put it way in the distance, and it looks really good because we're rendering this all in vector. So different ways to do shades of gray here. I'm going to cut this down here so the rendering happens a whole lot quicker for us right here. So the path is going to go ahead and be the path fidelity. Do I really want it to be very close to the original there so I get all the good detail in? Or do I not care and I'm going to get extremely poor quality tracing of this and lots of bizarre, funky angles? I mean, you can see all the craziness right there. If that's the style that you want, great. But this is the low quality, high quality paths. The corners are going to be paying attention to more of the detail here, less of the detail. And then the noise is how much detail you want to include or don't want to include. If I go ahead and set the noise very high, that is going to take away a lot of the fine detail. If you look here, there isn't much detail. If you want a lot of detail, we're going to dump the noise down to 1, And this is going to then go in and pay a lot of attention to all the noise, and we're going to pick up the detail of this. So I could render this just this way, and this is going to then render into tens of thousands of basic vector shapes. They're all going to be just shapes filled with gray. If I'd like to go in and I would like to use color, I can use a limited color palette here, and limited just limits it to 30 different colors, which can be very interesting. I can go ahead and I can take this way down to say like 6 colors, and it's going to create a very dramatic effect here based on these colors, and it's like, oh, you know, that could be really cool. Yeah, and you've seen this before. You've seen this in ads. You've seen this in artwork, how this is done. Absolutely. Well, here the noise is definitely going to really come into play, because if I cut back the noise here, what it's going to do is it's going to seemingly kind of smooth things out and give flatter areas of color. If I go ahead and use my path fidelity as well, it's going to leave me with less little jagged edges here, but a lot more sloppier, straighter lines on this as well. So there's just all these cool things that we can do, you know, kind of leave some of the detail. It's just really quite spectacular. If I wanted to do the full tone, so this was going to be rendered as close as possible to the original photograph, I'm going to use the full tone with all the colors. It's definitely going to use a lot of processing power to do this. It's going to come in, and there it is. And you're like, wait a second, that looks just like the picture. Yeah, exactly, okay? This looks just like the picture, but this is the trace. I mean, I'm going to go in and set the paths to high. It's going to take a little bit of rendering here. But you're like, okay, I can't tell that that's not the picture. You're right, but it's all vector. Once we expand the whole thing, you won't believe this. You're like, yeah, that looks just like the photograph. Uh-huh. I'm going to expand this right here, and it's going to go through and expand the whole thing. Look at that, okay? That's all vector shapes. Yeah, it looks just like the photograph. It does. But it's been rendered with all these shapes here. In fact, I'm going to go into outline mode here, and you can see it's literally like a puzzle right there. That is the entire thing rendered in all those shapes. And from a distance, it's like, I can't tell that that's not the photograph. It's like, yeah, print this really big. Because this is a vector, it's infinitely scalable, so you can actually take an image and convert it into something that looks very much like it. It's like, okay, that's awesome. So, one other thing that I want to show you, I'm going to create a new document here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a sketch in here. So I'm going to go under File, Place, and I'm going to grab this hand that was done, and I'm going to click and drag and place it inside the file here. So this is a really quick sketch that was then took a picture of and then put into Photoshop, scanned into Photoshop, and then I saved it as a Photoshop file. And I'd like to turn this into vector artwork, so I can then go ahead and fill this in if I want. So I'm going to click on my image trace, and there's my shape. It takes a second for it to wake up. And it tells us, ooh, you know, this image is kind of high res. It's going to slow things down. It's like, yep, I know. We talked about it. There it is. Okay, so it's a really cool rendering. Here's where you can kind of see the noise taking place in this. If I go ahead and ramp up the noise here, you're going to notice that a lot of the small little details disappear. A low noise level means that you're going to go ahead and have lots of little bits and pieces right there, lots of details. The path being very high, you're going to get very close to the original renderings of each and every pencil mark in there. Very low, it's going to be a whole lot sloppier. The corners here, you're not going to notice much difference between here. You know, it's going to give us a little bit more sharp little crispity crunch at the edges here. Less is going to go ahead and just kind of knock the detail back. Can't really see. The threshold here, when it's black and white, is simply going to go ahead and just kind of beef up the weight of the lines or kind of thin the lines out. So it's kind of like a little bit of an exposure kind of thing. We've got a couple other cool things here. This is just, we're under like normal black and white logo here. If I do sketched art as a preset here, it kind of sets certain things to look like sketched art. Other things like silhouette as we go through does a pretty good job. Line art, this is kind of fun. It's a little bit different, but it literally converts everything to lines. You're like, wow, okay, that looks just like kind of weird stuff. Same with technical drawing. It just gives all these little dots and bits and pieces here. And the threshold can then be adjusted so that you get more or less here. There's just a lot of experimentation that you can do with each and every one of your images. So I'll probably drive that down to less here and see what it goes ahead and does. Yeah, So going back in, black and white logo works really good with this. Once I like this, I'm going to ignore the white so that any areas that are filled in here will not be white blocks. They will just simply be empty. And I choose expand. Now, this is where Live Paint could work really good, where I could come in and do this, and I see a lot of open areas. So if I select my content here, Object, Live Paint, and I choose Make, then I can go through here using my Live Paint bucket. And again, I'm stuck with only black as the color. I've got to go under my window menu under color and turn this over from black only to CMYK or RGB. Once I do that, then I get my full color panel, and now I can go in and I can fill these particular areas. Now, the areas that are not closed, I can't fill because that's part of the problem with having these gaps in here. So if I select all this content, then I can go under the object menu under my Live Paint, and I can do my gap options to start to fill in all these areas, small, medium, large gaps as we go through, to start to fill those areas in. So now if I really wanted to go ahead and pick lighter or darker shades and tones of colors, I could then go in here and I could easily take this with my paint bucket tool, and now I could go in and I could fill these colors with lighter or darker shades here if I was going in and wanting to create artwork that way and be able to fill that in. So it's kind of cool. I can go in and I can also fill these paths as well, because that's their shapes in this particular case. But here's where I could take SketchArt, convert it using image trace, and then go in and use my Live Paint tool. And then of course when I'm done, I could expand this whole thing, and now I've got my artwork separate from my painted areas, and then I can manipulate those shape areas a little bit more. So Live Paint and image trace, kind of interesting, kind of fun, definitely a lot of experimentation on what it is that you get. But you can go through and do artwork, you can do fully rendered photographs right here, you can do stuff that you've done in Photoshop as well, and you can do really cool shapes like this, or basic patchwork, whatever it is. It's all part of Live Trace and, or Image Trace and Live Paint. Cool stuff. So, stick around for more stuff. We've got more good stuff coming up here in the next video. Welcome back, folks. This next awesome episode is going to be dealing with patterns, which are always kind of funky to go ahead and deal with, and symbols. Symbols are one of those things that I haven't met a whole lot of people that know about symbols and how they actually work, but you know what? It's really awesome. So we're going to go ahead and show you what symbols are, how they work, and how they can really make your life a whole lot easier. I've created some popcorn here, and these little popcorn kernels that I've done, if I wanted to go ahead and use multiple ones, I would normally just group these together and then duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. The problem is with doing this, with the duplicate, is that if I ever needed to come back and edit, I need to edit every single one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a symbol. And a symbol is really awesome because a symbol is kind of like a master shape, that when we edit that master shape, it edits every place that shape actually works. So I'm going to grab this popcorn, and I'm going to go into the window, and I'm going to go down to my symbols panel. And the symbols panel has a few items in it. There's tons in the library. If you ever wanted to go in and open symbols library, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of symbols that you can go ahead and use. I always like mad science. There's all these really cool logos that are done here. And these are all symbols, and it's like, why would I do something with a symbol rather than just create an initial artwork? Well, you do create an initial artwork here. The thing is that with the symbols, it just stores them slightly differently. So we're going to park this mad science here for right now and come back to that in a bit, but we want to talk about symbols here. I've created artwork. I'm going to take this and I want to turn this into a symbol. So select the artwork, go to the symbols panel. We're going to create new symbol, and we're going to name this popcorn. It's not a movie clip. We definitely want to make it a graphic here. We have our choice of making it a dynamic or a static symbol. A static symbol means if I create a symbol and it goes into my symbols panel, wherever I use it in my document, if I edit it in my initial symbols panel, it changes it everywhere. Dynamic allows me to do both. Editing directly in my symbol to go ahead and change it, but also allows me to edit all of my other instances of symbols, because every time you use a symbol, it's called an instance. So I can edit an example of that, and so we'll show you what dynamic actually works like. So there it is, popcorn, it's graphic, it's a dynamic symbol, and I click OK. All right, there it is. Now, in order to use a symbol, it's quite easy. You take that and you just drag it onto your document, like so. And every time you need it, now you can just go ahead and option click here as well and duplicate these as well. They're all symbols, and I can rotate and I can scale and do all of this just like I normally would with any other graphic. Now, how can I tell if something's a symbol or not? Well, just by looking at them, I can't. Go into outline mode. I can if I click on them, because the ones that are symbols are going to have the little plus in the middle of them. You can see that. The ones that aren't symbols, I don't get that little plus. And it's like, yeah, I could do this with copy and pasting. Sure. But here's what I want to do. I'd like to go in and I'm going to edit my symbol. So I'm going to go back to my symbols panel. I'm going to edit the symbol by double clicking on it. And now, as I go in here, I'm going to zoom in here so we can see this a little bit better. I'm just going to do a little bit of editing with these symbols here to kind of change up how this works. And I can edit any one of these shapes, whatever it may be. And when I'm done, I can exit out of symbol editing, just like isolation mode, but I go up to the top of my screen and click on the exit, or just simply hit escape. And you'll notice now all of my symbols have now reflected that change right there. And it's like, okay. And of course, if I don't like that, I can always do a Command Z for undo and then go back through and undo all of my edits here. Okay? So that's how a symbol works. I create one version and I can then go through and I can apply that everywhere. Now, does that work if I make these symbols larger and smaller? Oh, absolutely. Whatever I edit here, no matter what size or orientation my symbols are, how they were, if I edit this symbol and I do something with this, it's going to go ahead and it's going to change every single instance of that symbol, regardless of what I've done. It's like, okay, that could be kind of cool too. But what happens, it's like, okay, I have this symbol, but I'd like these popcorn to look unique and different. Well, that doesn't mean that I can't go in, and I can go in and I can edit an individual occurrence or instance of a symbol here. And then it says you're about to edit the symbol. Any edits to the symbol will be applied to all instances. Do you want to continue? And you're like, oh yeah, you know, if I do that, it's like, okay, I don't want to do that. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But if I do edit this right here, I'm going to go in, I'm going to edit this, and it's like, okay, if I edit this right here, and I change this, and then I exit out of this, they all get that. It's just very much like going on and editing this symbol. Could I take some object like this and break it out? Sure, I could absolutely go in under the object menu and I could expand this, and I could expand this and break it out of being a symbol. So it could just be a symbol all by, or not even a symbol, it's just a shape all by itself. Then I could again go in and I could edit. So I've got kind of this, catch-22. Do I use symbols? Do I go through and do this? Well, it's like, yeah, I like it. Maybe I like it, maybe I don't like it, who knows. But I'm going to take this object right here that is not a symbol. I'm going to turn this into a symbol here. I'm going to create a new symbol from this. This is going to be my new popcorn. And we're going to show you the difference between dynamic and static. I'm going to do a static symbol. It's going to be a graphic here. Okay. And then when I go in and I do a static symbol right here, I can go in and with a static symbol, if I go in and I edit this symbol here, go in, edit that, it will also go through and edit these particular shapes. Now, if I want to go in and I want to define these symbols differently, what I can do is I can break a link to a symbol, which is saying, you know what, this particular one, I no longer want it to be part of the symbol. So if I edit this, I can take this one, and this being a static one now, it's not going to be linked to it. I can simply break this apart and I can edit this particular object totally separate from the original symbol. So I don't have to have them stuck together with this and have them be part of the entire symbol instances, but I can go in here and I can kind of have a little bit of flexibility with them as well. Now, what I like about using symbols is that I can scale them, I can rotate them, I can squish them, everything else, and it doesn't affect the original symbol here. It just doesn't do that. But going in and dragging multiple times from my symbols panel is a real pain. And you'll notice, in fact, I'm just going to delete these and do this again. I don't want to keep dragging and keep dragging and keep dragging and doing this and having these repeated, then I got to rotate everything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to use the alliteration of symbols here. The symbol shifter, scruncher, spinner, strainer, screener, styler, tools. And you're like, what? Yeah, this is what it does. You get tired going ahead and placing all these symbols, we're going to use the symbol sprayer tool. And I can go ahead and use my left or right bracket to go ahead and adjust the size of the sprayer. And I can spray all around and it sprays all these symbols. It's like, great, spray popcorn, awesome. If I want to adjust, I can double click on any one of these symbol sprayer, scruncher, strainer tools. And I can choose what size and how they're going to work and what direction. So these are all the different types of things where I can go and use all the different tools here. So I can control how much I want, how big I want, and then I can go in and set all these great settings. So here, I go through, do my symbol sprayer, okay, sprays popcorn everywhere. Well, I can do the shifter, the scruncher, the sizer tool. The sizer tool is kind of interesting because once I spray my symbols, I can use the sizer tool that allows me to go in and click on certain ones. It allows me to size up the symbols. Again, if I hold down my Option key, that's going to size them down. So I can go through here and I can very quickly and easily, rather than one at a time, which I could do, but I could go through and mess with all of these using the symbol tools. I can use the spinner tool, which allows me to go in and allows me to just click and rotate on any one of these. Kind of like wind direction, I can go through and I can just kind of rotate around and kind of change the direction of them. Just kind of paint over that as well. It's a lot of fun. The shifter tool, I can go in and I can just kind of move and just kind of hold and grab on some of these and just kind of wipe over them and get all this kind of craziness. This is great for doing bubbles or doing grass, things like that. And if I ever edit any of these symbols, change the color, it does all of them. Now I can remember when I first started using this stuff, it's like, okay, this is ridiculous, because where am I going to go ahead and use this? And then I use this all the time. If you're ever making maps and you need thousands of trees, oh my gosh, this is great, because you can create anything. Anything that you want, you can simply go in and drag right into your symbols here. In fact, if I wanted to take this entire popcorn bucket, I could just drag this right into my symbol document right there and put it right in. And there it is. And now I've got this where I can go in and I can use my symbol sprayer, any size that I want. And all of a sudden I've got buckets of popcorn everywhere. So you can imagine if you want a lot of things, leaves flying around, that kind of stuff, you could do this. You could just create a symbol and work with it. Now, the symbols are nothing special at all because they're all created artwork. There's nothing amazing about them. You create the artwork. You simply drag it in there, and then we just have all these options. Now, the interesting thing is that your file is actually smaller when you use symbols because instead of copying and pasting, a symbol is kind of like a little protected, not really like a picture, but it's kind of a protected little packet. So it actually takes up less space in your document than it normally would just doing copying and pasting. Plus, you've got so many other parameters that you can use with this, all of a sudden it becomes, oh, you know, I could do this. Any repetitive anything, leaves, grass, rain, bubbles, you name it, do it as a symbol. And then you can go through and have so much fun with this. You want to do boiling water or water, you know, bubbles coming up through water, do a circle, put it in as a symbol, and then go through and use all your special little tools here to do this. They seem really ridiculous. Well, they are, until all of a sudden they're like, this could really work. Now, hidden inside the symbols library are a lot of cool symbols that have already been made for you. And the symbols library hangs out in the lower left-hand corner here. We've got all these 3D symbols, and these all come up as separate panels here. Again, all artwork that was created. Arrows, artistic fashion, you know, vector pack right here. So all these really cool florals. You're like, seriously? Yeah, drag it in there. You want some type of artwork? It's free. It comes with it. It's like, wow. If you want to turn this into vector, you're one step away from turning this from a symbol into editable vector artwork. Go under or click on your symbol here. Go ahead and take this symbol. You can double click on it and you can edit this definition here so you can get that content, or you can simply take that symbol go under the Object menu, Expand, and now you've gone in and you've taken this symbol and actually turned it into editable artwork, and there it is. It's all vector. I've always liked the mad scientist ones because they've got the really cool, fun things like this. You know, like the little ones like this. And you can find out how these things were created and break these or expand these into artwork right here. And it's like, okay, really cool. Thousands and thousands of ones already done. You know, primitive stuff, sushi, tiki. Oh, the tiki ones are fun too. I always love this, especially because of this car right there. There it is. There's that little vector automobile. You want to spray this all over the place, something? Sure. Or expand it. You've got it right there. Classic little television right there. Cool stuff. And all these are symbols. Super easy, and if you never use it, at least keep that in mind because they're there and they do actually have a really useful purpose. So instead of grouping these things and copying a whole bunch of things, turn it into a symbol and see what you can go ahead and do with that. So the other thing I want to show you along with symbols is creating patterns. And patterns are really tricky because especially when you get repeating patterns, it's hard to go ahead and get things to line up. Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create some very basic artwork here. And I've got just some really simplified artwork. No matter what it is that you create, you can go ahead and turn this into a pattern. So I select my artwork, go into the window menu. We're going to go down to Pattern Options. And this has a couple little funky weird things that happen with the pattern options here. So definitely it's not one of those things that you just dump in and not knowing what you're doing. Select whatever you want to turn into a pattern. Go to your pattern options and it's totally dead until you go into the cheese grater and then whatever you have selected, you choose Make Pattern. Now, when you make the pattern, okay, what it's going to do is it's going to tell you it's been added to the swatches panel right here and you're done. Any changes made while in the pattern editing mode will be applied to the swatch upon exit. It's like, okay, so before your pattern options panel even lights up, you've already created the pattern and it's in your swatch panel right there. Now your pattern options show up. Well, what we're seeing here is, I'm going to dim this back here so we can see what's going on. The artwork in here inside this box is what's going to go ahead and be repeated as your pattern. If it touches the edge of the artwork or the edge of the box, all of those patterns are going to touch. If you don't want it to go ahead and touch each other, then you just keep that in from the box there, and you can rotate and scale this however you want to do this. Now, in the pattern options here, we can go ahead and we can name this if you want to. And then we have our grid structure. Do you want to do it on a grid, a brick lay, and then you can have, you know, quarter overlap, half overlap, 1/5, however you want to do this. Wallpaper, you know, you name it, you can do that. You can do brick by column, brick by row, you can do hex, you can do grid. And keep in mind that all of this is always part of the bounding box. If I go well beyond the bounding box, my pattern is going to go ahead and reflect that. This may seem a little confusing here. All of the areas that are grayed out here can be set. It's basically creating copies. And if we want to keep this simple, I can do 3 by 3, 5 by 5 copies. All of this down here, the 3 by 3 copies and the dim have no effect on the actual pattern. This is just you seeing what's going on with this so that we can work with this, okay? It just shows you how this pattern is going to work. So when I choose my grid, when I choose my hex or my row or how this is all going to come about, this is where I can go through and I can begin to edit and I can shape these things. So if I did want to go ahead and have these things line up, I certainly could. Now, anything that I draw inside this box here is going to be part of my pattern. So if I came over here with my brush and I started painting with my brush here and I wanted to line these things up, it's going to go in with this pattern here. Ooh, I don't want to use that. I'm going to go in and use my pencil tool and do this. So I'm going to use the pencil tool. I'm going to draw something. I'm going to apply a stroke to that right there. So I've got that. And where I draw that stroke, then I can see what's going on. So if I want to align patterns up here, I certainly can. The biggest problem that people have with drawing patterns here is going in and having them align like from one side to another. So say I go in and I draw my pencil here and I go in this side and out the other and then I set this stroke, okay? Now if I'd like this to go ahead and line up, you can see where I could start the stroke here, and I could then go in and complete the stroke coming out over here, so those are going to line up. I could then take and I could line these up here for the pattern and touch those. So now I get this repeating pattern. It's not perfect because the ends of my lines are really quite chunky, but you can now start to understand how you can use this to draw a pattern. People used to do this manually and kept adjusting because every time you went out one side, trying to line it up with the other is really tricky. But I can do this quite easily. And of course, while I've done this, I can select all of this content in here because this is all selectable artwork in here. I'm going to round those ends so they kind of blend together a little bit better. And this is all my pattern. I can select any of this, rotate it, scale it, anything that I want to, be done with it right there. Now, this is all saved. The second you went ahead and selected what you've done and then chose from the cheese grater and you go ahead and save pattern here, you're done. And it's automatically saved it. And it's like, well, wait a second. I started out here and then I've done all these changes. Has it actually saved it? Well, when you're done with this, up here in the control bar or up here above here, you got to pay very close attention. Do you want to save a copy? Well, saving a copy is now going to create a different pattern than the one that was saved the second you created it. By clicking Done here, whatever you've now done is now updated in your swatch panel. So this isn't a linear kind of process on how this works. Now, how you actually get your pattern applied, a pattern is a fill. Just like a color is a fill, a pattern is a fill as well. So if I go in and I draw a shape and I go to my appearance panel and I fill it in, there is my shape that I've done, and I apply that, and there it is. That's my fill inside my shape. Now what's really weird with patterns is this. As I move my window around, the default is the pattern stays in the same location and I'm just moving my window. And it's like, what? It's like, yeah, that's what it does. And it's like, okay, how do you do this? So if I go in, probably should go ahead and name this correctly here because I can spell but I can't type. I go in here and it's like I really don't have any real help with the pattern options here about what's going on with this. Well, here's the problem. When you have a pattern fill and you have an object here and you start to move it around, the object moves independently. And the place that you can fix that is the transform panel. The transform panel allows you to, or by default, is set to transform the object only. Or you can transform just the pattern. And it's like, okay, so I could go in and I could do just the pattern here as well, or I could do both, where if I scale my shape here, it's going to scale the pattern. That's probably what you want. You probably want to move this around. Because if you have just the transform turned on the box, you can make the box larger and smaller and move it all around, and the pattern kind of sits behind it like artwork, and it never gets transformed. But if I transform the pattern here, it's like, okay, now when I rotate this or I scale this, it's all going to go with the shape. And it's like, okay, that makes a whole lot more sense. Because you can really get freaked out about patterns if you want to go in and move something and then the pattern doesn't move and your container does. Now, if you want to go in and you want to edit this pattern here, what you do is you go back into your fill panel. I know you don't go back into your pattern options here. And you're going to double click on your pattern fill. And once you go back in on the pattern fill and touch it, then you're going to go in and you're going to be able to edit this pattern here and change any of those attributes that you want of that pattern. When you're done, you click Done. Unless you want to keep the original pattern and then save this as a copy, don't click Save a Copy. But I can go through and I can make many patterns by saving copies, so every time I make a change, if I save a copy, I will have the old and I will have the new. But if I simply want to update everything, I'm going to go in and click the Done button, and then when I go back in, then I will have my Done button, and this is what will give me my fill. Now, here's one of the problems with going in and setting in your transform panel, that you're going to transform both your fill, or your pattern fill, and your object. If I go to make the object bigger now to go ahead and reveal more of the pattern, guess what happens with the pattern? It stretches, and it's like, oh, that's not what I want to do. So now I'm going to go back under the transform panel, choose the transform object only. I can make this larger so I get more of the pattern showing here, and I can move that around to then get the pattern Then go back under my transform and choose transform both, because now I can scale this down and have the pattern where I'd like it to be. Now there are some default patterns that are in your file here, in your fill panel, and these patterns are all here. If you want to see how these are made, go in and select that fill, and then go ahead and you can see we get the pattern options right here when we use our appearance panel. You can call up the pattern options here, and then you can double click on these to go ahead and get your content back in here. So pattern options, there we go. It's not allowing me to edit this one here by going through and doing this. Edit pattern, there we go. Usually you could double click, but we got to go through here and choose edit the pattern. Now we can go in and you can see how this particular pattern is done. It's great because if you find a pattern and you want to know, just it's in your fill panel, select it, click on the edit right there, and now this is actually set up because this was kind of set up as a hex here, and this is hex by column. I could change this however I'd like. I can edit this whole thing. I can change that, scale that down to create that really cool effect right there. You'll notice that when I'm scaling this, it's scaling the tile, and the tile is basically the area in which I'm defining my pattern. If I undo the scale tile to art, I can go ahead and I can scale my artwork separate from the tile here. This doesn't affect when I put this into a container here. The tile is only the defining area inside the pattern definition. So if I want to go ahead and I want to keep the tile the same, but I want to scale this up or down, then I can do that. Scaling the tile with the art is going to keep everything constrained. It just allows me to go ahead and set the detail larger or smaller with that. So interesting, fun stuff right here that you can do. And when you're done, of course, click the Done button, and now you've got your shape filled with this particular pattern. Now, when I'm done with a pattern, if I'd like to break this apart and I no longer want it to be a pattern, I can go under my Object menu and choose Expand. And that's going to go ahead and expand the fill completely. And that's going to give me all of this as separate pieces of artwork here. And if I go into my preview here, it's really weird to see this, because what we're actually doing with a pattern fill inside a container is it's very much like a clipping mask. This pattern is being repeated in the area that it's being seen. And so when we go in and we go into our outline mode here, this is exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing these little patches of sections here that are all now basic artwork put together, all layered on top of each other. So it can be kind of interesting to see how this goes together once you go ahead and you expand everything here and break it apart into all of your objects. And now you got all your funky objects here, and it just goes on and on. So if you ever try to break patterns apart and expand them, you could be in for a lot of work because of the way Illustrator absolutely puts it together. Since Illustrator doesn't actually put anything truly inside a container, it all becomes a clipping mask. So kind of interesting to do that. But if you want patterns, there are lots of patterns that you can go ahead and access here. And they're always going to be in your fill panel right there. You can go through and you can grab your swatches, okay? And swatches are not just color swatches. Swatches are patterns as well, and you can see if you go under your cheese grater in your swatch panel, open swatch library, you may think, okay, it's just swatches. No, we do have patterns in there. There's a whole bunch of patterns, you know, decorative patterns, there it is. And there's a whole host of decorative patterns that you can use as a fill, whatever you want to do, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is cool. Sure. And all this is going in, if you want to see this, go into your pattern options, edit the pattern, and find out how somebody made this. There's so many things to create all this awesome, cool stuff with. So instead of drawing all these things and doing the step and repeat and duplicate, do it as a pattern. Then you can go ahead and with those patterns, you can then go ahead and create any shape that you want and fill those with a pattern here, texture, whatever it is. And this is how we create textile effects, clothing, all that stuff in Illustrator without actually going in and drawing it every time we need it. We create it, we put it in our patterns here, and then once we use it, it ends up in our fill panel here, just like it does along with our colors. Patterns end up there too. Definitely something to go ahead and try. It's not something we use very often, but keep in mind when you do use this, you're going to need your transform panel, because your transform object is going to be great to go ahead and scale your object up and down without scaling your texture or your pattern. And then when you want to move everything, then you can move everything and scale everything when you do this. But you got to have your transform panel available in order to do this, or else weird stuff is going to happen. But little quick and short one, that was all about going in and using our patterns, as well as going in and using our symbols here to duplicate multiple objects. Good stuff, and we've got more fantastic stuff to come. Welcome back, folks. Next thing on the agenda, the appearance panel, and what you can do with the appearance panel. Now, we've been using the appearance panel section in the properties panel numerous times to add strokes and fills and patterns to our shapes. And in our properties panel, we have the appearance, the fill, the stroke, the opacity, and then our special effects right here, as well as going in and using our little ... here, which will call up our full appearance panel right here. Now, with the appearance panel, what we want to do is we want to be able to go through and show you what the appearance panel actually does beyond just, okay, I can add a fill and I can add a stroke. It's way beyond that, way, way, way beyond that. So yes, with the appearance panel up here, I can go and I have access to all my stroke. I can align my stroke and everything else. We've seen this before, add arrowheads, and go through and select the color and do that. We can do our fill as well. What the appearance panel does is it gives us a lot more finite control over a whole bunch of things. Here's a really interesting example. I'm going to go in and I want to set the opacity. I can set the opacity of my object overall by going down to the bottom of my appearance panel here and adjusting the opacity. Everything that I have selected, the opacity gets adjusted. What happens if I want to adjust just the opacity of the fill or just the stroke independent of the other? Well, if I go in and I set my stroke opacity here and I set this down right there, this will allow me to go ahead and see the stroke opacity over my object. Now, why does it give me this really weird kind of double band right here? Oh, that's because I have my alignment of my stroke in the middle, or on the inside, or on the outside. Now we can start to see. Well, how does this affect things? Well, when I'm doing some type of kind of logo or illustration, wouldn't this be kind of cool to not have my fill have an opacity to it, have it be solid, but have my strokes go in and actually have my strokes be translucent? Interesting. Now we could do this by drawing two totally separate shapes, one for the outside stroke and one for this, but it's like, once you get more objects, it's more stuff you have to worry about. So as we begin to do this, now it actually tells me, it's like, oh, when I look at this, it's like these have a stroke on the outside. It's like, okay, oh, and it's 40% too. So now I'm starting to see a whole lot more stuff going on here. But this is just part of it. It's a cool feature to go ahead and do. But I want to show you another thing here that I absolutely love. I'm going to go through and I'm going to set this stroke back to the inside where it normally is. I'm going to choose a color for the stroke. And what I'd like to do is I would like to go in and I would like to kind of do like a double band. Now, Illustrator doesn't have the ability to have like a double stroke or a triple stroke here. It's just the stroke. And it's like, how could I go in and do something where it's like I've got yellow, red, yellow? Well, I could go in and I could draw another shape right on top of this. And I could go ahead and I could fill this with nothing, which, by the way, a quick and easy shortcut for nothing is just using your slash key. All right? So whatever you have selected, if your fill selected, use your slash key, it's going to go ahead and it's just going to turn that off. So if I have my stroke selected and I use the slash, it just turns that off. Now, the long way around of doing what I had just mentioned, of going in and putting a stroke around here that goes yellow, red to yellow, is to take another shape and make sure you line those up exactly by using your smart guides and lining those all up and having that. And it's like, yeah, there it is. Oh, it's not quite right. And I'd have to align everything to make sure it's in the middle and all that. And it's like, oh, that's a pain. But I kind of get that look and feel. Well, I'm going to take this to the next level, completely to the next level. It's going to be something that most people have never seen. Here's my stroke, and I'm going to make this a 10-point stroke. I'm not going to create another shape. I'm going to add another stroke to this stroke. So down here at the bottom of my appearance panel, I'm going to add a new stroke right there. Okay? So there's my original stroke, and I've added one on top. I haven't created a new object, it's 2 strokes on top. I'm going to now change this stroke to be red, and I'm going to reduce the size of this stroke because obviously if it's the same size as the stroke down below, it's going to hide it completely. So now I have my yellow stroke on that's 10 millimeters, my red stroke that's 5 millimeters, and if I do another stroke on top of this, I'm going to add a white stroke on top of this with 2 millimeters, and that's what I get. And it's like, wait a second, what did you just do? Yeah, it's one object, multiple strokes. And because each and every stroke is individual, I can actually go through here and I can adjust the opacity of each and every one of these strokes here to actually blend into the other strokes down below so that I get kind of this weird, interesting effect. One shape. Yeah, one shape. And it's like, wow, okay, this is pretty amazing. Yeah, there it is. Okay? I haven't drawn 5 different shapes to do all those things. It's one shape. And you can get a lot of different things going on in here. I can also go in and I can apply multiple fills too. And it's like, how would you go in and do a fill? By the way, you can drag these up or down the appearance panel here. And you can apply fills on top of fills. And you're like, okay, so if I apply a blue fill on top of the fill over here, how am I going to see the blue fill on top of here? Well, guess what? When we go ahead and we do a fill, the default is that it's going to sit right on top of itself, right there. But here is where we can go ahead and we can have a little bit of fun with our items and be able to work with our fills and our strokes to create some really interesting things. If I go in and I select a fill here, it's still the same shape. We haven't created 5 different shapes, one for each stroke here. But this is where my effects come in, and this is kind of the crazy cool stuff with effects. Now you may have used effects before where you can go ahead and do distort and transform and zigzag and pucker and bloat and stuff like that, and also warp these things too and try some really cool effects. Okay? Well, that's all fine and dandy, and you know what, I'm going to back up for 1 second. I'm just going to show you what an effect actually is. This is a classic right here. I'd like to go ahead and create a wavy line. They don't have wavy lines in Illustrator. You have to apply an effect to get a wavy line. So if I go under Effect, Distort and Transform, Zigzag, I can go in and create a little smooth or a wavy line right here, adjust the attributes, there's my little wavy line, awesome. All right? This is an effect. If I go into Outline or Preview mode here, I don't see that waviness at all. That waviness is not really there. It's just an effect. It just appears that way. But how do I go back and edit that waviness effect? Well, a lot of people go back under the Effect menu, and then they go and they apply it again, and then it says, okay, you're going to lose everything that you've done, and you're going to start all over. And you're like, well, I don't want to do that. I want to keep that, and I just want to edit it. And they're like, oh, go to the Appearance panel. And it's like, aha. So in the Appearance panel, when we apply an effect, it's right here. I can actually go in and click on that little zigzag here. It brings up what I've done. Unfortunately, you have to click the preview button every single time. Now I can go through and I can keep what I've done and I can just edit that further to kind of change those attributes right there. Okay, there it is. Simple stuff. Here I've got that zigzag right in there. It's all good. Well, I'm going to go here and I'm going to use that same kind of concept here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply an effect here to the fill and the stroke. Now, if I just go in and I apply an effect overall here and say, okay, I'm going to distort and transform, and I'm just going to choose roughen. Choose the preview. It's going to go in and it's going to make my entire shape rough overall, and I click OK. And the roughen is at the very top. When it's at the top, it's affecting absolutely everything in here. That's not what I want to do. I would like to go in and I would like to roughen only one instance of this. I'm going to turn this off, okay? So it's still there. I may want it back, but I'm going to turn this off. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go in and I'm going to apply an effect to this fill. So even though this blue fill is over the green fill here, I'm going to apply an effect here that's going to be kind of crazy. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to do a transform. And when I do this transform, and I click the preview here, it's going to go ahead and this transform, it's only going to affect this fill. So I'm going to horizontally tweak it, and I'm going to vertically tweak it right here, So it makes it look like this fill, makes it look like a totally different shape. It isn't. It is simply taking the fill and it is applying this particular look and feel to it. Now I can distort this whole thing easily, where I can just go in and say, send it back to 100. I can also move this over and down. So I can create this really cool effect where I get like this little satellite all the way over here, all the way off to the edge, and tweaked as well. And it's like, oh my gosh, seriously? Yeah, so I can create this little effect right on this fill. And it's like, why would I do this? Well, anytime I have a complex object where I don't want to keep drawing it, I can go ahead and do this. I can also go through and I can say, okay, put it here, and I can do multiple copies of this as well. It's just, I mean, it's just a whole lot of crazy fun as you go through and doing this. Now, I'm going to click OK here, and here the transform has been applied only to this fill right there. Well, if I can do this to each and every individual shape or stroke, I could go in and I could take my white stroke here, and I could apply an effect to this, say my little zigzag here, and I could go in and I could do a smooth little zigzag and apply this all around my object right there, and only apply it to my white shape there. And it's like, okay, this is getting to be absolutely bonkers. It's like, yeah, it is. This fill here and having the transform, it looks really odd being all the way off here. So I'm going to go back in, I'm going to edit this right here, and I'm just going to set this back to, say, like 75%, 75%. And I'm going to put this back in the middle right here, like so. Click on the preview so you can see. And I can actually create what looks like a circle inside a circle, just making this smaller right there. So if I wanted to have this circle inside a circle without drawing another circle, it's all one shape. The whole thing is one shape using the appearance panel. This is what's totally baffling. I'm going to change this color, and I'm going to put a pattern inside there. Yeah, there it is. And it's like, what? Yeah, that's it. One single shape. That's it. So now if I draw another shape here, and I've got all those applied to it, I can go ahead and I can have all these attributes applied to it right here. But how do I capture this for use later? Okay, one single shape. I edit any of these things on the shape here, and it's going to apply it to the whole thing. I squish it, rotate it, whatever, it all stays there. It's all one shape. Look at that. Outline mode, one shape. All this stuff. Okay. So the appearance panel has now brought us to a totally different level of going in and creating really cool things. Now, you've probably seen a lot of these things before and you think, oh my gosh, how do people go in and draw it? They don't. They go in and they use appearances and effects, and then they capture this as a style. So if I go into the window menu, I'm going to go down to my styles panel. So these are graphic styles here. We call them different names in different applications. I'm going to choose graphic styles. And graphic styles are nothing more than a certain set of appearances, fills, strokes, and effects that then get applied to a particular object. If I like what I've done here, and I would love to go ahead and capture this as a graphic style, all I have to do is just drag this object right up into my graphic styles, and it's in there. So I can take any shape now, and I can click on that graphic style, and I can reproduce this on anything that I've done right there. Just like that, all of a sudden. And it's like, no way, one shape, one singular shape. Not 10 shapes trying to build the whole thing, absolutely not. It is crazy what you can build with this kind of stuff. In fact, it's so crazy that you can't even imagine. So, if you can't imagine what you can build with these kind of things, go to your Styles panel and click on these things right here. It's like, oh my gosh, how do I create this little button here? Well, it's actually, when I click on this, I've got a stroke. There is no stroke on this right there. But there's a fill that's going one way and a fill that's going the other way that creates that whole thing. And I can turn those off, and it's like, oh my gosh, how do you, that's it. That's how it's done. And it's like, wow. So the possibilities start to blow your mind. If you really want to go ahead and find out all these amazing things that you can do with the appearance panel, go to your graphic styles, click on your cheese grater, and open up your graphic styles library. There's tons of things, okay? 3D effects, scribble effects, textures. It's like, oh my gosh, textures? Yeah. So here's a whole list of textures, and it's like, seriously, these are graphic styles? How do you go in and apply something that looks like that, or paper? It's like, oh my gosh, that looks like, part of the wall that's been knocked out. How do I go ahead and create this? Wow, okay? That's an actual graphic style. And I can look at all these things and I can see how this stuff works. Some of these things take a little bit of processing here. Here's fur, and it's like, wow. And sure enough, how is it done? You go over to your appearance panel. Okay, you have roughen. You turn that off. Oh, there it is. It started out as a star, and then somebody, actually, no, it didn't start off as a star. It started off as a circle. Somebody applied a zigzag to it. Wow, it looks just like a star. Wonder how they did that. Click on the zigzag, and it's like, oh, those are the settings. Okay. And then they applied a roughen on top of that, too, because you can apply effects on top of effects. And by the way, if you get the effects in different orders, because you can drag these up or down, it does change them. In fact, I'll show you. The roughen is being applied to the zigzag and everything else. If I go ahead and take this zigzag and I move it up here, I get a totally different effect, because what's ever on top, just like layers, goes ahead and controls everything on down. So even though they're the same, you move them around, it's like, wow, what's my fill right here? Well, the fill is just a basic color, and it's like, okay. Oh, and then they add film grain. Well, what's film grain? I click on this, and film grain actually comes up here, and it's like, oh, wow, I can do, smudge stick, I can do dry brush, I can do colored pencil. It's like, wow, okay. All these things that I can edit and go ahead and do, and it's like, okay, crazy. Yeah, all part of the appearance panel. So don't get stuck on something where it's like, oh, I can't go do this. Look up all of your graphic styles here. This just happens to be textures, but I can go into the graphic styles, open the graphic styles library. Oh, scribble effects. Oh my gosh. I've always loved this, okay? You ever want to make it look like a ball of yarn and it's like, wait a second. How is that? It's the scribble effect. Now, all these effects are here under the effects menu, or if you click at the bottom of your appearance panel, they're right here. But there's a couple things that I want to go ahead and tell you about before you just jump into using these effects. You will see that these at the top are Illustrator effects, which means most of these are going to be vector effects, okay? So the distort and transform, the pucker, bloat, roughen, these are all just going to take and give the appearance of vector, okay? When I expand these, then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have vector shapes. There's a few things like going in and doing stylize, like feather and drop shadow. These cannot be done in vector because vector is going to be a very clean edge. Soft edges and drop shadows all become raster based, and it actually creates kind of like a picture. So most of these are going to be vector objects here. And if you don't understand the difference between vector and raster, stay in the Illustrator effects here. All of these are going to be Photoshop effects. So anything in this section is actually going to be a picture. It's going to be rendered as pixels or raster in your Illustrator file. It will not ever be vector, ever. So if you begin to use these things, and if you've used Photoshop before and you try to do some of these things, it's going to go ahead and it's going to give you a combination of your vector shape and then raster-based or pixel-based images here. So if I were to go in and I were to take something as simple as this, and I'm just going to take a normal circle here that's nothing special, and I'm going to take this, I can't create a soft edge in Illustrator. It doesn't allow me because vector is either on or off. But if I go into the effect here and I do the blur effect and I apply a Gaussian blur, it makes it look like this is being blurred. Okay, so what's going to happen when I render this whole thing, we can actually see it's going to give me all these little squares because the shape itself will be vector fill and then everything else will be a picture based on that. So unless you know exactly what it is that you're doing and the reason why you're going ahead and using these effects here, it may affect your final artwork. So just be careful of that. These are Illustrator effects. Like I said, most of these are going to be vector-based. These aren't. These are also going to give you a Photoshop pixel-based effect on there. But all of these are going to be pixel-based right there. So that's just a little side note there with that content there. So things like this with the scribble, if you click on the scribble here, scribble is also going to be one of the effects here, and I can't remember where it is. I think it's under stylize right there. There's scribble, and all the things you can do with scribble as well. Now, it's not just going in and applying really cool visual effects to these things. You can go in and you can apply and have some really cool stuff that's actually quite useful. One of the things that I just did is I created a nice little hot dog. and I like a curved hot dog, and it's kind of hard to go ahead and make a curved hot dog. I start off with my basic shape, and I fill it with a hot dog color, and then I go in and I go ahead and corner widget the ends. And there's a hot dog, but I'd like to curve the hot dog. Well, I could use my curvature tool, and I could kind of pull that there, but it doesn't, kind of leaves little lumpy bumps right there, and it doesn't quite work. It's like, Well, I can go in and I can apply effect to this. And I can go under the Effect menu, or I can go under my Appearance panel and click Effect here. And in this case, I'm going to choose my Warp. And Warp is an effect that takes my object here and doesn't apply like a scribble or some weird thing to it. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do an arc. And I've got all these choices that I can do. Here's an arc, and it's going to just take the shape, and it allows me to take that shape and kind of bend it, wave it, do whatever. I'm going to do an arc. Very simple. Just takes that shape and it arcs the entire thing right there. So if I wanted to do a curved hot dog, there it is. I draw my hot dog shape, I curve it, I click OK, and there's my effect. And there's the warp effect right there in the whole thing, and it's like, okay, cool, I get it. Now you notice that the shape that I click on has no resemblance to my actual object. This is because it's an effect. It's totally fake. It's just giving you the appearance of this warped hot dog. Go into outline mode with Command Y, that's what it looks like. I look at this and it's like, okay, that's where it is. I edit these always in the Appearance panel. I click and I can just go ahead and change those. So if I want to edit those, it's like, okay, great, there it is. Wonderful. Do I want to put a stroke on there? Sure, I can go ahead and put a stroke all around that whole thing as well. Beef that up too, and it's like, wait a second, why is this not applying to, why is the stroke happening there? Where's the warp happening? The warp is happening in the fill area. Well, if you want both of them to be, you're going to need to grab this and you're going to need to put this up here so that it affects the entire shape. Because yes, you can go ahead and you can have a totally different effect on the stroke and a totally different effect on the fill. If you want it on everything, put it at the top so it affects everything. Now in the end, when we're done with this, can we leave it like this? Sure. But if I go in and I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to expand this, I find out that expand is not available. The reason why is because I have put an appearance on this. I've put an effect. It just appears to be warped. It isn't actually warped. And how do I know it's an appearance? Because it's in my Appearance panel and it's effect. So if I go under Object and I use Expand Appearance, then it's going to go ahead and it's going to expand that so it's no longer got the warp effect. I go to my Appearance panel and it's like it's showing me nothing because now that it expanded it, I've got two separate things. I've got my outline and I've got my fill. So I could go in and now I'd have to ungroup these things because these are two separate shapes the way the expand worked. And so now I'd have to go in and there's my fill and then there's my separate stroked object and I could take that fill and then go into the stroke and apply that stroke again to this, kind of an awkward way of doing it. But then I can now go in and I can edit these with the fill and the stroke in here. One of the things that I would definitely want to talk about here is the difference between expand and expand appearance. And people get really confused about this. And it's the #1 hit on my blog is understanding what expand and expand appearance actually is. When I have a line here, I'm going to take this line and we're going to make it so it's really simple and easy to understand. I have a line. This is a basic line right there. All right, there's a line. There's another line. There is my appearance on it as well. If I go into outline mode, every single line looks the same. Absolutely, because it's all a line. These have effects on them, these don't. If I take this line and I choose expand, or expand appearance here, this is going to go ahead and I want to take this off so it works correctly. There we go. I go under object and I have expand. Okay? No expand appearance because there isn't any appearance on this line. It's just a line with, it's got a stroke value. There's no appearance on it. Expanding that just simply takes the line, how it looks, and it expands it into the actual shape so that it goes ahead and expands it the way it looks. So it just expanded it right there. Okay? Go into outline mode. That's a line, that's a shape. They both look exactly the same. If I take this one and I expand it right there, I have to take this off here because it thinks there's an effect on there. Object expand, it takes it, expands it from a stroke into a shape. Awesome. If I take this one that has an effect on it and I go into the object menu, expand isn't available. And the reason why is because if I go ahead and expand this, it's not actually a line, it's a line with an effect. And anytime you have an effect or an appearance, it's going to go ahead and it's going to require you to expand the appearance. So, if I have this wavy line right here, it isn't actually a wavy line, it is just a straight line. If I go into the object menu and expand the appearance, it will now actually give me a wavy line. Okay? These both look like wavy lines. This one actually is a wavy line, and this one is a line with a wavy effect. Now keep in mind that this is still a line. Okay? This is not a path here, or this is not an object. This is still a line. Here, this looks wavy. It really isn't. This one looks wavy, and it is. But if I wanted to turn this into an actual shape, then I go under the object menu. Expand appearance is no longer there because it appears exactly the way it is. It's a wavy line, and I look at that. It is a wavy line. But if I want to turn this into a shape, I'm going to expand this line or this path and turn it into an object right there. So there's the difference. A lot of different things going on here with expand and expand appearance here, and I have never heard anybody actually get this so that it explains it correctly until this. So, normal line, I expand it, it expands it into a shape. If I have a line here that has an effect on it, and I expand that, it's then going to expand the appearance, and then it's going to go ahead and it's going to appear like the wavy line that it is. If I want to then take this wavy line and turn it into a shape, I'm going to expand that line, that wavy line. It actually is a wavy line. And I turn that into a shape. That's when I go ahead and I use expand, and that's where it is right there. It's really confusing. But once you understand that, it makes life a whole lot easier to understand when you're in outline mode, what you're looking at, and how to be able to access these things. And any effects that you have here are always going to be in your appearance panel. Your appearance panel is something that we use all the time. I use it all the time, and it's super, super handy. They can get out of control, way out of control. And you could be using something that has some residual effects from something else that you've drawn, and you cannot figure out why things are going crazy. Select your object and go back into the bottom. Click on the little circle with the slash through it right there. Clear the appearance, and it's going to put it back to the basic shape, and it's going to remove everything. Because you can have a lot of craziness going on here. Look at this. I mean, it's one singular shape here, and it's like, that's it. And you're like, how did you draw that? And it's like, I didn't. But there's a whole lot in there, and you can imagine the level at which you can go ahead and you can take these through. You could then turn this into a symbol, and you could paint with this symbol, which would be phenomenal with what you could do. You could make a pattern out of this thing, and it's like, whoa. Yeah, and a lot of these really complex illustrations and things that you see always start off with the very simple basics. And the appearance panel is one of those things you absolutely have to get to know and understand, because it can be really complicated really quickly, but it can be so incredibly powerful. And as you know, there's so much more to learn with Illustrator, so stay tuned, because we've got more fantastic classes and videos and so many more tips coming up that I just can't wait to get to them. So we'll see you for the next one. This episode of Everything About Illustrator, we're going to talk about effects. And if you're not totally familiar about effects, effects are kind of an interesting thing in Illustrator. And there's some weird things that happen, but there's also some really interesting things that you can do with effects. And so we're going to jump right in, and we're going to show you all the ins and outs about Illustrator effects. So first of all, with Illustrator, we can go into our effect menu, and there's a lot of things that we can apply to our strokes and our fills to create really interesting looks with our paths. Now, one of the interesting things, Illustrator doesn't have just like a basic line where you can select a line and get a wavy line or a dotted line or a dashed line. You have to go in and you have to make all these things yourself. Well, the effects menu allow you to just do a crazy amount of things, and I've never really seen people get really deep into all these type of effects. So I want to get really into these and really show you the cool, crazy things that we can do and some of the drawbacks, some of the things to watch out for, and how we can edit these and how we can fix some of the stuff that happens. But I want to talk about the two different types of effects that we have. You'll notice under the effects menu that we have this set that says Illustrator Effects. And Illustrator effects, for the most part, are going to be vector-based effects. It's not all vector-based. There's going to be some raster. There's going to be some pixelized effects that are in here. But in most of the cases, it's just taking the vector shapes and basically creating a look or an effect on that shape. Some of these things, like the rasterize and the stylize, these are going to create pixel-based effects that are not vector-based. But then we have Photoshop effects down here, which all these effects here are going to be all pixel-based effects. If you're familiar with Photoshop, it's all pixel-based. So we can actually go in and apply Photoshop effects to our vector artwork. Now, these Photoshop effects will always remain pixel-based or raster-based, on top of or behind, in some cases, like a drop shadow, behind our actual artwork. So it's kind of a combination of both vector and raster. So one of the simplest things that I just want to start off with here is just getting different effects on a line. And I want to explain to you what an effect is. And here's what we have. So I've got my line selected, and I'm going to go into the Effect menu, and Distort and Transform is one that I use all the time. And I'm going to go to Zigzag. And one of the frustrating things with the effects panels here is that it doesn't have what's called a sticky preview, meaning when you click the preview button, it stays on forever. Every time you call this up, you have to click on the preview button, and it's just really frustrating. Photoshop and InDesign for years have had sticky previews. Once you click it on, it's fine, because who's going to go ahead and use this dialog box without seeing what you're doing? I mean, you want to know what you're doing, so it just turn it on. I wish it would just stay on. Well, there was my rant for the morning. So what I want to show you here is just a very simple, like wavy or zigzag line. So here we apply the zigzag effect. We can control the size of the zigzag, the number of ridges here, whether it's smooth or whether it's a corner. And when we're done, we click OK. Now, the reason why this is called an effect is because our line really is still straight. You can see that this is a straight line here. And if I go under the View menu and go under Outline, which is what we're going to do quite often in this particular episode, we're going to go under Outline. You see that's Command Y. You'll see that Illustrator still sees this as a straight line. And the reason why this is called an effect is because it has the zigzag effect on it, but the line itself is still straight. Now, there's a whole bunch of weird things that happen with effects here. One of them is, if I want to make this line longer, and I click and I make this line longer here, you'll notice that the effect doesn't like continue on, so I get more little wavy lumps in here. It simply stretches the effect. So if you want to have a longer line, you now have to go back in and edit your effect in order to get your little wavies or your lumps or everything to fit that line. And it's like, wow, every time I do this, I have to edit this. And it's like, yeah, pretty much so. So when I go back and I edit, a very common thing to do is to go back under the Effect menu and go back under Distort and Transform and choose Zigzag again. But when you do this, it comes up with a dialog box that says blah, 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 and there's no OK button. And it's like, oh my gosh, if there's no OK button, it's not OK. Well, what this is telling me here is that when you go back in and you reapply the effect, you're basically taking off everything that you've done and starting over. So it's like, okay, if I just want to edit what I have here, this is not the way to do it. If I want to start all over and apply a totally different effect, this is where I apply the new effect. But it does tell me, if I want to go in and I want to edit this and change it, basically keep those attributes and maybe change one instead of starting over, I can go and I can click on the Appearance panel. So I can do this quite easily. Either in my Properties panel right here, I've got my Appearance section, and I can click on the little dot, 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 which opens the Appearance panel. Or under the Window menu, I can go under Appearance, and I can open up my Appearance panel, and this is going to give me my ability to go in and edit my content right here. I like to have this up here all the time when I'm doing any type of work. In fact, I keep the Appearance panel open even when I'm doing things that don't have an effect on them, simply because I've got the ability to edit my stroke and my fill and my attributes in here a little bit more than I have in the appearance section of the properties panel. So this is something that you definitely are going to get used to when you apply effects, but I encourage people to use the appearance panel all the time because of the amount of information and the accessibility of that information right at your fingertips. With the line selected, you'll see that I have zigzag here, and anything that has a little dotted line or a stroke underneath it is going to be something that we can edit. You simply click on that and it's going to give us more information. So here you can see this is an effect right here, the FX right there, and I can click on the effect of this line to edit this. And again, like I said before, you have to keep clicking on the preview button every single time. Quite annoying. But here I can now go in and I can edit my line, and I can simply change that and edit that stroke or edit the effect on here however I'd like. And I can apply that, change that, see how it is. Great. Everything's wonderful. So you'll also notice too, if I have another shape right here and I go into the effect menu, the last applied effect will always be at the top. So because I went in and applied this zigzag here, Illustrator thinks, okay, you know, maybe want to use the same thing again, same settings and everything. I can go into the effect menu and I can simply apply the zigzag to this one, and it's going to give me the zigzag. And you're like, well, yeah, but that doesn't look the same as what I had. Well, here's the difference. Because this zigzag was applied to the line, and say this line is, 6 inches long, okay? If I apply the same zigzag here, it's going to compress all of these little waves or this effect into a much smaller area, so this gives me a very different look. If I were to edit this, you'd see that the setting is exactly the same as it is with my line, but because it's over a shorter distance, it compacts it all together. Longer distance is going to stretch it apart. So this is a little bit confusing sometimes simply because the effects here are relative to the size and the shape. So you're like, yeah, not quite the same. You're right, it probably isn't the same here. But if I wanted to edit this shape, I could go in, click on my zigzag here, and then I could edit this. And of course, you got to turn on the preview so that you have that. So you can edit that and make sure you get whatever it is that you want. There it is. Now, I'm going to go to Command Y, and you can see the actual outline mode here. I still have a circle and a line. But what I'm looking at now is I'm looking at the effect that these settings have on my shape here. This is still a circle. This is still a line. But I get effects so that they look like a wavy line and they look like a circle with a whole bunch of points, as in a star or a burst. But it really isn't. It's still just a circle with an effect applied to it. And the appearance panel is going to tell you this. You're going to be able to look at something and click on it and see that we have an effect applied right to this right there. So quite interesting. Now, these are all vector effects because it's just simply taking the vector shape and it's giving the effect of another vector shape. Where our raster effects come in, this is something that you would apply in Photoshop. Specifically here, we're going to go to Stylize, something like a drop shadow. Drop shadows are not pixel-based, or not vector-based. They're all pixel or raster-based because it's creating all these little pixels that then fade out into white to give this soft effect. Well, as you probably noticed, Illustrator doesn't have any soft anything. It's all hard edge, it's all shapes and lines. So if I go in and I apply my drop shadow effect here, I can turn this on and I click OK. When I zoom in to this here, this is all going to be a drop shadow. And you can see very finely here all of the little pixel-based squares right there, which are great. It makes it look nice and drop shadow-like. But this is going to be pixel-based, so it's not vector. Now you may be thinking, okay, so if I make this, if I print this really big or stretch this out really big, then that's all going to pixelate and it's going to get really bad. Well, no, actually it isn't. What it's going to do is if I print this out really big, all those pixels in the drop shadow will just basically, they'll put in more pixels and the drop shadow will be nice and smooth anyway. So it's not something we really have to worry about. Now you'll notice in the appearance panel, the location in which these things get applied. My zigzag is applied on top of everything and my drop shadow is underneath, and it's like, well, that makes sense because my drop shadows are underneath those things. And to edit that drop shadow, I can simply click once, and then I can control the opacity and stuff on here. And I like to do it the really quick way. Instead of using little up and down arrows, I just put my cursor in any of the fields here and use my up or down arrow on my keyboard. And I'm impatient, so I use my shift up or down arrow to make that go up or down. And of course, nothing happens until I actually select my object first. I can change the opacity all I want, but it always helps to select the object first before you go through and you do that. So this is great. Now, when you apply an effect to something, as like I did here, and I would like to apply this effect to something else, and I've applied both a zigzag effect and a drop shadow, and I'd like to pick that up. I can go and I can simply select another object. I can grab my eyedropper tool, and with my eyedropper tool, I've got my object active that I would like to apply the attributes to. I can then go over with the eyedropper tool and I can simply click on my other object to pick up those attributes. And it's like, wait a second, I thought the eyedropper tool allows me to go in and pick up everything. Well, it does. And here's the interesting thing about the eyedropper tool and picking up and sampling things. The eyedropper tool has settings. And a lot of times you think you just click the eyedropper tool and it picks up everything and applies it. Not necessarily, simply because the settings may not be completely comprehensive. How do you adjust the settings? Easy. Double click on your eyedropper tool. And when you double click on your eyedropper tool, you can go through and you can set everything. Well, the appearance is one of those things that wasn't checked. So I want to make sure the appearance and everything in there is checked as well, so that when I do go in and I select something like this, it's going to pick up the appearance, the complete appearance. When I did not go in and double click on my eyedropper tool, it just gave me the basic stroke and fill. It didn't give me the appearance, and the appearance is the effects that were on there. Now, of course, I do this and it's like, okay, that looks nothing like my wavy line here. Well, this is a really good example where, because of these short line segments, each line segment here is applying the full little bumps here, like the 13 little ridges, into each line segment as we go. It doesn't look at the entire star as being, okay, this is the amount of shape that I have, so if this were going to be turned into a star, that this entire effect would be applied to the entire star. No, it's per line segment. So here's a perfect example where I'd want to go in and I'd want to change the zigzag substantially. Make sure you turn on the preview. And I'd have to change that way down in order to make this look a whole lot more realistic to match what I have here. So it's a constant editing kind of thing that you have to do. Now, a couple things. You don't have to go in and get rid of your zigzag or set everything to 0. You can simply turn off anything in your appearance panel to get your object back to where it was. I could trash these. I could take my drop shadow and click on the trash can and delete it here. But you know, there's nothing wrong in just going in and shutting that off to keep that just in case you may need it a little bit later. So, something interesting to do. You can turn those on, turn those off. Now, what happens when I get in here and I would like to make a shape larger or smaller? Well, when I scale something with my effects, this is something that's really important, because as I go in here and I scale this here, and maybe I scale this a whole lot bigger, what are my expectations? Are my expectations that everything is going to get larger and the effects are going to stay the same? Or the effects are going to be relative to the size of my initial shape, but then go ahead and grow more or not grow with the shape? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my transform panel here, and my transform panel has a couple important checkboxes. And right here, this is extremely important when you're scaling anything with corners or strokes. In this case, we're paying attention to the scale, stroke, and effects. I'm going to turn off the scale, stroke, and effects, and I'm going to show you what this looks like with two different shapes. Both of these are identical. I'm going to scale this one with the scale, stroke, and effects turned off. So if I make this bigger here, and I'm just going to hold down my Shift key and Option, and I'm going to scale from the middle, it's going to go in and it's going to make it larger. It's got the same stroke as this has here, but you notice that because I'm scaling this without the scale, stroke, and effects turned on, it's keeping that entire effect, it's enlarging the whole shape, and it's literally stretching the effect over the shape. If I take this shape and I turn on the scale, stroke, and effects, and I make this larger here, it's going to go ahead and it's going to scale it so that it looks exactly the same. Okay? So, big difference in the outcome of this. And why would we do this? Well, in this case, if I scale the stroke and effects, as I scale this larger, and this is checked, the weight of the stroke around my object is going to scale with it. And the effect is going to scale with it, so no matter what I have, large or small, it's always going to have the same appearance. Now, if I don't turn on the scale, stroke, and effects, when I scale this larger or smaller, it's going to look very different. Do I want it to look different, or do I want it to look the same, just larger and smaller? So something very important to think about when you're going in and you're scaling your items here. Do I care what it looks like when it's larger? Probably. So I'm probably going to want to go in and scale my stroke and effects. Very, very, very important. Because if you don't do that, in certain instances here, if I go in and I have an object like this, I always like using this as an example. I'm going to put a stroke around this here, and I have this stroke, and I don't scale my stroke and effects on something like this, and I scale this down, all of a sudden it looks like I have this letter that's all green. But when I scale the whole thing up, it looks like there's green and orange, and it's like, well, where did that come from? Well, it's because the stroke is staying the same and basically impeding the entire shape, and I may not want to do that. If I do want to scale them up or down, I click on the scale, stroke, and effects. Now every time I scale that up and down, the proportions and the look are going to remain consistent no matter what size. So this is a very important thing to do. It's a per object thing, so you turn it on if you want it on that particular object, turn it off if you want to scale something else. And by the way, it doesn't remember when you click on an object whether or not you've scaled it with or without. It's just like a light switch. You turn it on when you need it, turn it off when you don't. So dealing with our effects right here, I can go in and I can do my command Y and I can see which items have effects on them and which ones don't. Okay? A stroke isn't an effect, by the way. It's just simply a stroke, and same with a fill. Here I can have a stroke and a fill. But when I hover over these, one of the things that this tells me is like, you know, these aren't what they seem, because I see the circle here, but I'm seeing all these points. Well, there's some really interesting aspects about effects and how they work and what we can do with them. So I want to go ahead and walk you through the very interesting and somewhat weird kind of things with expand and expand appearance. And this is something that I have posted on my blog years ago, and it's the #1 hit on my blog. It's this right here. Under the object menu, we have expand, which right now is not available, and we have expand appearance. We also have this thing called path and outline stroke. And I want to tell you exactly what this is, because I have spent years before I actually figured this out and how it works, trying to figure out how it works, and nobody had a logical explanation for it. So here's what we have. I'm going to go and I'm going to copy this line numerous times so we can see what's going on. Okay? They're all the same line. I'm going to look at the outline here. They all have the effect, yet the underlying line here is a straight line. When you have an effect on a path, and you want to go in and you want to go ahead and expand this, the only thing that's going to be available is expand appearance. What does that actually mean? Well, expand appearance says, okay, right now it appears like it's a wavy line, but it isn't. It's clearly a straight line because we can see from the outline that's what it is. If I want to expand the appearance, expanding the appearance says, make the line exactly the way it appears. So I'm going to expand this, object, expand appearance, and now you can see that this line that actually looks wavy really is wavy. So that's what I've done. I have expanded the appearance right there. The wavy line is actually a wavy line. Okay? This is not a shape. It's not a shape here. It's an actual line, and a line is something that I can go in and I can adjust the stroke on, and I can put my little hot dog ends on here. It's still a stroke. Okay? But it's no longer a stroke with an effect on it. The effect is now gone. It's actually been expanded, and what you see is exactly what you get. So this has a wavy appearance on it. You expand the appearance, and now it is what it appears. It's a wavy line. So there we go. So that's my wavy line. That's my appearance right there. So I don't have expand available, but I have expand appearance because I want this to look exactly how it looks on screen. So right now, it's a straight line, but it looks wavy. Object, expand appearance. There it is, okay? So there's my wavy line. Now, maybe I want to turn this into a shape. I don't want it to be a stroke anymore. I actually want it to be a closed shape. Now, if I go back under the object menu, my expand appearance is gone because it looks exactly the way I want it to be. It looks like a wavy line, and it is a wavy line. Now my object menu no longer has expand appearance because the appearance has already been expanded. It looks exactly like it is. If I go into the object menu and now I choose expand, expand is going to turn this stroke into an actual closed shape. So if I expand that, it says, do you want to expand the fill in the stroke? I say yes, and now it gives me this. So let's go into the outline mode here and see. This has an effect on it right there. It's a wavy effect. The line's straight, but it appears as if it's wavy. This one has been expanded. The appearance has been expanded. It was a straight line. Now it's been expanded. It looks like a wavy line, and it is a wavy line. Once I expanded the appearance, then I could actually expand the stroke itself, and that's what I get, is I get an actual shape. No path, an actual shape. So expand appearance, and then actually expand right here. And so that's the difference between those three. I have all these right here, and I have three totally different results. They all look the same, but all three of them are very different. This one, I can edit the stroke on and the color. This one, I'd have to go back to my appearance panel if I'd like to change the effect on it here. And this one is an actual filled shape. So here's my effect yet again. So it's a straight line with this wavy effect right here. And sometimes people will go in, and they'll go into the object menu under path, and they'll choose outline stroke. Okay? And this is fine too. But when I go in and I choose outline stroke, it skips the step of turning it into an expanded path and goes right to an expanded shape. Now, the advantages of having an expanded path here is that I can control the weight, or the stroke weight here, and I can round the end caps there by going under the object menu and simply expanding that path from a path with an appearance on it to going in and making this path and outlining the path here is I miss this one right here. And I've got lots of feedback from people saying, no, that's not how it works. Oh yeah, that is exactly how it works. So two different things getting to the same point. So it's quite interesting how you can look and see these things, but boy, it tells a different story when you go into outline mode. So if I wanted to expand this one and I wanted a shape with a stroke around it like this, then I would go under Object, Expand Appearance, and now I have a stroke and a fill separately that now matches exactly that. So kind of fun. You can definitely give that a shot while you're working with this stuff. Now, we've gone in and we've applied our effects onto these things, and there's so many effects that we can apply. And just to show you a few more, fun little ones, Distort here. Roughen is one of them that's always fun. You go in and you can take and you can create a little bit of, roughness all around your object right there. And, I usually don't delete these from my appearance panel. I just simply turn them off. So we can show you a couple other ones here. There's Twist is also a fun one where you can go in and just twist everything right there. Twist the whole thing. Cool. Of course, my shape is still there. Do all that fun stuff. Couple other ones. These SVG filters. These are filters that you can use. SVG is scalable vector graphic. And these are kind of interesting because when you do any type of thing like this, it does some really interesting effects on here. That one didn't do. I'm not that familiar with all the ones that you can do here, so let's do some turbulence right there. An SVG is great for doing a scalable vector graphic on the web, where this is actually scalable vector on the web. It's not an image, it's not a JPEG or a PNG, but these are some SVG effects that you can go ahead and apply there. These are also kind of fun. Let's do this on the letter R here. The effects here, the warp, where you can go in and you can do arc or bulge. And so we'll do the arc here, where we can go and we can take our object and we can arc this, to curve things, all types of different fun stuff. And again, these are all, simple effects right there. You can adjust this any way that you want to. With the warp options here, I can only apply one at a time through this. I can't go and apply all these other things with this, but I can go in and do all these great warp effects. And of course, when I do that, I still have this effect right here, and it takes that object and it does something wild and crazy. So you can go through and do a lot of interesting things here. These effects are Photoshop effects, so things like blur and softening and stuff like that. This is as if you were taking this into Photoshop. We still have our vector shape, but say I do my Gaussian blur here, and I go ahead and blur this, it actually looks like it blurs the whole thing, which is, can be kind of cool when you do that, but you may run into some reproduction issues. Not a big deal, but if you're not completely understanding of raster-based effects there, I would say stick to the upper portion here until you really know how the Photoshop effects are going to work and print and reproduce outside of Illustrator. So you bring them into InDesign or into a PDF and see how those work. So really interesting, fun effects here. But you can run through all of them, and there's so many tutorials online that show you the really cool things to do. A couple of the fun things here that I've always liked here is, let's go under the effect menu here. And we've got stylized. Scribble is always a fun one. Gosh, Scribble is just awesome. And you can go through and you can do all this great stuff with Scribble. You can make it look like yarn. You can make it look like stitching, and do all this crazy, funky stuff. Of course, it's all based on the shape. So cool things to go ahead and do and check out. But here's a couple things that I want to show you that's absolutely amazing and ridiculous once you get into the effects panel and how we start to really dive deep into this. I have my shape, and I've just got my basic shape here, and it's got a zigzag applied to it, so it's applying to the whole thing. Well, the interesting thing is that because the zigzag is on top of my stroke and my fill here, it's applying to the entire object. Well, I don't have to apply the zigzag to the entire object here. I'm just going to shut the zigzag off here. And what I'm going to do in my appearance panel is, what happens if I want to apply the zigzag only to the stroke? And you're like, well, isn't that what we did here? Well, no, we applied it to the entire object. And you're going to see why I'm saying this. I'm going to go into the stroke here, and I'm going to apply an effect to the stroke. And you can go under the effect menu here and do this, but you can also go to the bottom of your appearance panel, and you can apply it through here. It's the same thing. So I'm going to do the distort. I'm going to do a little bit of roughen around the stroke here, something like that. Okay, there it is. And I'm going to apply this to the stroke. All right, there it is. Now, if I turn the stroke off, the interesting thing is, do you notice how my shape isn't rough? Because the roughen is just applied to the stroke. I can also apply a separate effect to the fill. So I'm going to select my fill, go into the effect here, distort, and I'm going to do stylize. I'm going to do scribble here. And with a scribble, I'm going to go in and I can apply this little scribble here to just my shape and do some fun stuff here, kind of give that scratchy look and feel to the whole thing. And it's like, okay, oh, look. And I can actually have it go outside my shape. So now, instead of applying the roughen and the scribble to the entire thing, I can actually apply effects to my fill and effects to my stroke, not overall. Now, if I apply a zigzag overall, then it's going to apply it to everything as well. And it's like, what? I know. It just starts to get really crazy. So there it is. There's my stroke, and I've got the roughen applied only to the stroke and the scribble applied only to the fill. They're two separate things, so yeah, I can do that. Can I apply more than one effect to something? Sure. If I apply the scribble, I'm going to go back to the fill here, and now I'm going to apply kind of like the distort and transform, and I'm going to do the zigzag on top of my scribble as well. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to affect that, and I'm going to apply that to it. And that's going to apply the effect to the scribble as well, and that's going to change it too. So I can start stacking these effects on top of each other, and it's like, okay, this gets crazy. Absolutely, and if you go online, there's a whole bunch of tutorials that show you how to stack these things and the really interesting, fun things that you can create. Now, something like this, if I do create something like this, and I would like to go ahead and it's like, well, how do I save this for future use? Well, you can, and the way we save those is going under our window menu down to our graphic styles and actually capturing these styles. Now, there's a whole list of graphic styles in here that's readily available, and they're pre-made, and you can also go to your cheese grater and you can go ahead and open your graphic styles library, and there's hundreds, if not thousands, that are already built into Illustrator. But there's some very basic ones in here. If you go to your graphic styles and select something, I can go in and I can click on one of these and I can apply a graphic style to something so that it looks kind of cool and interesting, and it's like, oh wow, how do they do that? Well, how they do that is you apply your graphic style, go into your appearance panel and find out what they've done. They've got a gradient fill, and they're like, they have two fills. there's a feather on this fill too, and it's like, okay, that does that, and it's like, wow, really cool. One feature that I like too with the graphic styles panel is that if you don't know what it's going to look like when you're, just looking at your object here and you want to see, if you go ahead and control click on the preview, this is going to go ahead and based on the shape that you have selected, you can control click right on your graphic style and it shows you what it's going to look like before you apply it. So if I go in here and I click on this, this will show me what it's going to look like. I don't know why it's not working on that one, but there it is. It applies that and I can see what it looks like right there. It's like, okay, that's kind of cool. You can explore, cheese grater, graphic styles. You want to do, I don't know, scribble effects right here. Here's your whole set of scribble effects right there. So select your shape, control click on this, and then it shows you how the scribble looks and what it does. And there it is. And click on that, and there's the scribble effect. We're going to talk about multiple fills, multiple strokes, because this just gets more and more awesome and crazy as it goes. So graphic styles. Now, back to capturing this as a graphic style. If I want to capture this and put it in here for future use on my other objects here, all I have to do is select this right here, and I can just take my shape right there, and I can just drag my shape into the graphic styles panel and drop it in there. Now, it's not capturing the shape, it's just capturing all the attributes that are on that shape right there. So just take the shape, drag it in, and there it is. Now, if I click on a shape and I click on this right there, it's going to go in and it's going to apply that style to it all. So apply that, there it is, and that's how I can go ahead and I can capture my style and make that happen. So if I like to do that. If I had done something like this, I could capture this as a graphic style, drag it right in there, and all it's going to do is it's going to take my shape and it's going to distort it because that's got the squeezy warp on it, so that's what it does. Okay? So that's a simple way to go ahead and capture a style that you've done. And so it's great, we can apply these styles, we can see all these cool things, we can go in and we can stack styles onto our fill and our stroke, and if we wanted to go in and put something on top of all that as well, it's like, wow, crazy. Yeah. You want to see even more crazy? I know you do. So here's what we're going to show you with the even more crazy stuff right here. So I'm going to draw a shape here, and just a very basic shape. Got a fill and a stroke. I'm going to use my appearance panel to go ahead and fill this, and I'm going to apply a stroke to this as well, and get something like that. There's my stroke around the whole thing. There it is, and there's my shape. Now, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to go in and I'm going to make a very hefty stroke around my object. What I'd like to do is I'd like to put more than one stroke on this object. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to make multiple objects, I'm going to make multiple strokes on the object. So at the bottom here, we have the ability to add a new stroke and add a new fill. So if I add a new stroke here, what it does is it adds a new stroke on the top here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the stroke color here to a different color. And I'm going to make the stroke weight smaller because if it's the same weight here, it's going to hide itself. So I'm going to make this like 6 point right there. I'm going to do another stroke on top of this as well, and I'm going to make this smaller as well so that it doesn't hide the other one, okay? And there it is. There's one shape with multiple strokes, and it's like, wait a second. So I have a 3mm stroke on top of a 6mm stroke on top of a 10mm stroke. It's all one shape. And it's like, okay, this is totally crazy. Yeah, it is. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to add a new fill to this, and it's like, well, I can understand the stroke, but I don't get the whole fill thing. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the fill. I'm going to add another fill here, and this I'm going to make blue, and it's like, well, yeah, this blue fill is going to go ahead and sit on top of this orange fill right here. But we can adjust the size of the fill so that it's not covering the whole thing, so I can have a smaller fill on top of a larger fill, and it's like, okay, mind blown. This can get really confusing very quickly. Thankfully, we have the appearance panel because this is the only way you're going to sort this out. This has nothing to do with layers, by the way. The layers panel is when you have multiple objects. The layers panel isn't going to help you to solve these appearance things right here. So if I wanted to go ahead and put an effect on the stroke here, I could select this stroke and I could do like a nice little zigzag here and do some smooth corners right there, smooth that out, and create kind of this little section right there. I could then take this stroke and I could apply something different here, say do a roughen on this one to roughen that stroke, and then I could take that green stroke and I could apply some crazy thing like this. Pucker and bloat's always a fun one. Yeah, I can bloat that stroke right there and it's like, what? Yeah, exactly. If I go to the fill here, I could go in and I could do anything like this. I could go in and I could offset the path here of the blue. So if I choose offset the path, this is where I could actually go in and I'm going to make the path smaller so that the path of the blue is actually inside. It's still the same shape. Can you believe this? It's all one shape. And it's like, okay, this is just like insanely amazing and ridiculous as well. Yeah, there it is, okay? All one shape. And this is my appearance panel. And it's like crazy. Yeah. Go under the outline mode, Command Y, that's what it is. And it's like, okay, this is just beyond belief. And then you can actually go in and you can set the opacity of each one of these fills or the stroke to let these interact with other fills and strokes that are underneath it. You can also change the blending modes too to get different effects here. And it just goes on and on and on. And it's like, okay, this is totally ridiculously crazy. Sure. There it is. One shape with multiple effects. It doesn't even seem possible that you could go through and have this much fun. Yeah. And if I want to capture this whole thing, I can simply take my entire shape, drag it in there, and there's my shape. Now, if I select any shape and I simply click on that, it applies that effect and everything. Now I can tell you that is one heck of an appearance panel to go through and do this. And we didn't even start to put any effects on our fills here because we certainly could. I could go in and maybe I could blur this fill inside here to go ahead and get a nice soft edge. And this fill I can go in and I think we're going to do a drop shadow here and do that with a drop shadow, put that on there, offset that a whole lot so we could have the drop shadow way off the side there. There it is. And it's like one shape. And if I edit that shape, change that shape, everything changes with it. And it's like, okay, you know, crazy, mind-blowing, amazing, whatever. There it all is. Now, when we did this, keep in mind that the order of this is very important. This stroke is on top, and we're going to close this up to make it look a little bit less daunting for you. This stroke is on top. And this stroke is in the middle, and this one's behind there. So we have that content. Because we can drag these all around in order. So if I wanted this yellow stroke to be here, I could drag that here, and then now it's going to put it behind here, or I can drag the stroke down there. I can also drag the stroke here, which puts it in different orders. So these are all movable, editable kind of things. And so now when you look at something like this, a lot of people would be like, I need 6 different shapes to do all this stuff. Nope. Go into outline mode, that's what it is. That's what it looks like. And it's like, okay, that is crazy. Now, if I were to expand this, and I go under Object and choose Expand Appearance, expanding the appearance does exactly that. It takes every single thing and makes it into its own shape. So now it is expanded on how it looks. It actually is how it looks. And now if I see this, each one of those expanded items is now its own separate shape. At this point, the Layers panel is going to help you because now we have 5 different shapes because we had 5 different items here. We had the 3 strokes and the 2 fills. And this, now you can see the appearance matches. So I could go in and I could isolate these and I could move these around separately to break these apart after I do the expand appearance. So appearance and effects, I mean, some absolutely crazy things, and I would definitely encourage you to go online and check out some of these really cool effects. But if you really want to learn more about this, go into your graphic styles, open a graphic styles library here, open up any one of these things that you have here, artistic effects, and when you see this and you apply it to something and you're like, well, how do they do that? Click on it, apply it, and go in here to your appearance panel and open up each and everything here and see how they went in and did it. And what I do is I simply go in and I turn on and off each and every section here and I edit one of these and I see what it does and I kind of get an idea of how it works. Bit by bit, just go ahead and kind of take it apart and see what it is, see how it works. And there's just all these really amazing graphic styles. Do people go in and draw this stuff? No, I wouldn't go in and draw it. Go in and apply an effect. It's really, really, really cool. Now, would I do this for somebody's logo? Probably not. And here's the thing. With this, if I was going to go ahead and deliver this to somebody and I did put something like this in a logo, I would not give them this as a final with all these effects still on here. I would definitely expand the appearance because then each and everything is its own shape. Effects don't always reproduce exactly the way they should when they go into other applications, so be careful of that. So I would go in and I would expand it so that each effect becomes its own shape, and then you will probably run into less issues when you go in to place or reproduce or put this into InDesign or into PowerPoint or something like that, where you have the expanding and you have the movement, especially if things get printed and things get turned on their side to print. The drop shadows may then skew the wrong direction. So don't go ahead and leave something with all these effects on here. I would go under Object, Expand Appearance, and then each one of these now is its own shape, and the appearances are no longer an appearance or an effect. They are actually now baked into each and every shape. So lots of great stuff that you can do with the appearance here. Lots of fun stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. But the appearance panel is definitely something I would look into and give it a shot. So nothing but fun. Stay tuned for more fantastic stuff with Illustrator, folks. With our next episode, we are going to be covering more effects. We're going to be covering 3D effects. So stay tuned. We'll see you then. Alrighty, folks, welcome back to yet another episode of awesome things you can do with Illustrator. By this time, we are well into our boot camp, and you've already seen so many amazing videos. Well, guess what? We're going to go ahead and step this one up, and this one is all about 3D effects. You've just seen the one we did, the effects with the appearance panel and such, and this is going to be kind of an add-on to the effects here with the 3D, because that was the one thing that we didn't touch in the effects lesson. But I want to show you what we can do with 3D effects here in Illustrator, which are kind of cool. So these are all effects under the effect menu here, and the one thing we have is 3D. And years and years and years ago, back before so many of you were actually using the computer, there was this thing called Adobe Dimensions, and this was a separate application from Adobe, and this was like back in the 80s, okay? And it was all about 3D. So the 3D effects that we have in here are basically Adobe Dimensions. No, it has nothing to do with a new Adobe Dimensions. That was 30 years ago, kind of ago. And so we have just some very basic effects that we can do with 3D. Extrude, bevel, revolve, and rotate. And it's like, and if you've ever messed with this kind of stuff, it's actually pretty interesting. I mean, it's not like super sophisticated, but it can do some really cool things. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to show you what we can do with these 3D effects here with just some basic shapes and lines and stuff like that. It makes it really quite interesting. We're going to start off with a basic shape, and this is a shape with no stroke on it, with just a fill, and you're going to see how these things change based on our stroke or a fill options that we have, open and closed paths as well. So I'm going to select my shape, I'm going to go into the effect menu, and we're going to apply a 3D effect, and we're going to apply the extrude and bevel. Now every time we open this up, you always have to click on the preview button, which is a huge frustration because you start to do things and you're like, oh, whoops, forgot to turn on the preview button. So here we have it, and this is the extrude options that we have. And the extrude options is just like those little Play-Doh machines where you push the thing through and it'd extrude it. And that's exactly what it is. It's just going to take the shape and just create an extrusion of this. Now, when we go and we turn on the preview here, based on our fill and our stroke colors, it's going to automatically do the shading on these three-dimensional objects. And we can also go through and set the extrude depth on this here to create the depth of the extrusion as we go. And we can go all the way up to 2,000 points long and down to whatever we'd like here. And you can see how it does a really nice job of shading all of the faces right here. Now, we've got a couple different types of shading. We have plastic shading, we've got diffuse shading here. It doesn't look like that much difference. We've got wireframe too, so you can see this in a wireframe. No shading at all, which really doesn't give us any 3D effect right there. That's the whole point, is going in and doing our plastic shading. The little graphic up that we have here, the blue face is basically the initial shape of our object that we had, and it's kind of facing down and to the right here, which is where this face is. And you can turn this and you can rotate this, and it's going to actively change how this shape looks and how it rotates around the X, Y, and Z axis right here. We can also go through and we can change the perspective, so it goes in and we'll kind of change the perspective so it makes it look like it's going off into the distance here. And when we do this, sometimes it's got some issues with the rendering. And this is very memory intensive, so if your computer doesn't have a lot of memory, it may kind of stumble, and sometimes it won't even render as well. So we can turn on and turn that off. But perspective is one of those things that's kind of interesting. And when we're done, we can simply click OK. And there's our object. Now, these are all effects, which means if I go into outline mode using Command Y, we still have our basic shape, and this is what it looks like with the effect applied to it. And our effect, well, this is really interesting. What's cool with this, and I'll zoom in to show you, is that if we edit our shape here, that effect is going to be applied to that shape. So right now I'm just pulling in my corner widgets right here, and it's going in and it's taking that effect and it's rendering that effect directly on our shape. Now, if we want to get back in and we want to edit our effect further, we want to rotate this or we want to change some attributes of this, our properties panel is where we could go in and we could apply a different fill or a different stroke. And when we apply that, you can see that it's going to render beautifully and show us all the different shading right there. But we can also go into our appearance panel if we would like to get back in and edit our extrusion settings. So I'm not going to go back under Effect 3D and redo this because it's going to get rid of everything that we've done and we have to start over. I'm going to go to my appearance panel and click on the effect, which allows us to edit it. And again, you have to turn the preview button back on every single time. Yes, it's frustrating. And I could then go in and I could rotate and I could change the extrusion depth of it as well and change those attributes right there. It's like, okay, cool. This object here started out as just a normal fill, okay? So there was nothing else with it. There was no stroke on it as well. And we just get this basic shape of extrusion. Interesting, fun, that's about it. I'm going to show you what we do when we have an object that has no fill. I'm going to turn this into no fill at all, because white is still a fill. And I'm going to do the same attributes here. I'm going to extrude this, but I'm going to do this with just a stroke and no fill. So Effect, 3D, Extrude and Bevel. I'm going to do this. Turn that on and get that extrusion right there. Then I'm going to rotate this around so we can see this. Click OK. And it's not wanting to do that because I had it on the wrong fill. I was trying to do the extrude and bevel on the fill, so it didn't look like it was doing anything. I've got to go back to my appearance and make sure I'm actually applying the extrude and bevel to my path and not my fill, because if there's no fill, we wouldn't have seen anything, which is why we saw nothing. Effect, 3D, extrude and bevel. There it is, right there. Now you'll notice with no fill inside here, we actually get a tube, like a straw. And I can make that tube, and I can change that, and it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. That's because I've got no fill in it. And I like that. It's like, okay, this is kind of cool. So I can create a tube, structure, that kind of thing. It's like, wow, I like that. And of course, if you can't see through the ends, you've rotated it to the point where your axis is off enough where you can't see through. You're not going to be able to see it. But you do get that really nice effect where you get that internal and external shading working for you right there. If I click OK, I can change the shape of this and it's going to flatten out, and it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. So I could literally create any type of closed shape and extrude it. It's like, sure. If I rotate it here, you're going to see that the extrusion is going to go ahead and work for me, and whatever I rotate it as, it's going to work. And of course, to get back in here, I can always go back in and click on the extrude and bevel. Again, I've got to click on the preview here, and I can rotate this. So if I want to look through this, turn this off a little bit, I can certainly do that, which is really a lot of fun to go through. And it's like, okay, well, how useful is this going to be? Well, it is, because there's a lot of cool things that we can create with these basic shapes here once we kind of learn a little bit more of how it goes on. So this is just our normal extrude. Now, this one is just a fill. This one was just a fill. This one was just a stroke. I could put a stroke on this one if I wanted to in my appearance panel. I could go ahead and add that while I'm doing that. And you can see what this does is that it kind of creates a nice little cross section of something if I had a fill of one color and a stroke of another color. And of course, I could up the stroke, so I could do a cross-section like I'm doing a piece of candy or a cross-section of, an object or something. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So this is a combination of both the fill and the stroke. If I adjust the opacity of the fill here, you can see that we can kind of make it translucent to kind of give this glow inside there or something where it doesn't necessarily have to be no fill, but we could have that fill that gives us kind of that glow or kind of this lighting effect here. So it's not just a simple, okay, I extrude it, it's done, pretty boring. Well, you can have a lot of fun with it. I'm going to take my corner widgets and I'm going to return these corners back to square corners here. I'm going to go back in and I'm going to click on my extrude, and I'm going to extrude this a little bit longer here because with the extrusion effect, we can also apply a bevel to this overall. And the bevel is really interesting because as we go and we do a bevel, we have several different bevels that go on. And the bevel, as we put on here, is actually going to go on the overall shape, which is really interesting because it's not like going to put it all around like the radius here. It's going to do it the length of the extrusion. So here, if I wanted some bumps on here, I could do a complex one where I've got some complex bumps, and it's going to do it the entire depth of the extrusion, okay, laterally going all the way through. And I can go through and I can change the height of my little bumps right here. And as we do this, you can see I got little warnings saying, uh-oh, things are starting to run into each other, and then it looks like a transformer flying apart. Let me go in and do just a more simple one here, say like a jaggy. Oh, there we go. And when we do this, I can go ahead and increase that and kind of get the little jaggy little lines right there. And it's kind of cool. It kind of creates like this accordion effect on it. And there's different things that you can do. Here's some rolling ones. And you can have a little bit of fun. When this height gets too big, what happens is it goes in and it starts to mess with the overall effect, and it'll actually tell me, uh-oh, you're getting some planes running into each other here. So it's kind of fun. You want to create more of a rounded effect on here as well. Sometimes you got to turn on and turn off the preview. This uses a lot of memory. And right now, I think we've just maxed out our memory that fast with this object. So sometimes we've got to go in, we've just got to mess with a few things and then kind of wait for our memory to catch up on what's going on. So there it is. I've been able to go in and create kind of like this cool effect here. And it's like, oh, wow, I could do like a lantern or something like that, or a spindle. And it's like, yeah, you can with these basic bevels here. Or if you want none, it just returns it right back to where it was. So some really interesting, complex, fun, weird, crazy stuff. And it does kind of mess with itself here. And then you get some really weird interactions where it's like, okay, that's not quite where I wanted it to be. Like I said, it's not perfect, okay, but it's kind of fun and interesting. If I do it like this, I can then turn my entire shape. I can rotate it around and get it so that we've got something like this, and it's like, okay, I can create kind of like a lamp or whatever it may be, and it's like, all right, that's kind of cool. Never thought I could do something like that. It's like, yeah, there it is. Click OK. And again, you can change these attributes in the stroke panel. I can change the weight of the stroke, and that's going to change the shape overall. I can change the color of the stroke as well, and I can change the internal fill right there. And it's got it set to an opacity so that I can actually see in there, and it's kind of giving me kind of like this green glow instead of being solid. And I can also reduce the size of the shape overall, and it's going to regenerate the entire effect right there. Okay? Trying to draw this, no, it's not going to work. That's why you just go through and do your 3D. Now it's interesting when I go into outline mode, that's all it is. It's just this very basic shape, and it's like, wow, okay. So you can do a lot of cool stuff with this. So I want to show you what we can do with this, specifically with a circle here. That can be a lot of fun. I'm going to turn the fill off of this, and I'm going to go in and get the stroke, and we're going to apply a stroke to this. And with this, I want to go in and I want to use my 3D extrude right here. So I'm going to do the extrude, and I extrude the whole thing a certain distance right here. There it is, okay. And I'm going to turn this so we can kind of see through this as well. And I like to do this with a circle because with a little handle on the circle right here, I could actually go in and select the circle and use that little handle, and I can split this out so I could literally create like half sections right here, okay? So if I wanted to do like a half section or a slice or something like that, that's like, wow, okay, that's really cool. And of course, because this is just a stroke, it's going to allow me to give that stroke effect. If I were to go ahead and add a fill to this as well, The fill could be in here too. And it's kind of weird how it does the fill when you have this certain effect. It's like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. But that could be something fun to be able to do. Now, what happens if we have a shape that's open? You know, not a closed shape. Could you go ahead and do something like that? Yeah, you could. If I took my arc and I simply created an arc, I'm going to hot dog the ends of the arc here. And I'm going to go under the effect here, 3D, extrude. Can I do that? Sure. It does not need to be closed. It can be completely open. We can go in and I can make that however long or short that I want. I can rotate that so I can see that right there. Okay. And you can see here, when you get the black lines, it's having a little bit of a hard time rendering to make this look really good. If I want to apply a nice little bevel to this right here, I can do that too. And it has some weird conflict. But yeah, I can have an open shape. Not a problem. You know, if I want a really thin piece of celery, there it is. Really thin piece of celery. There it is. Awesome. Open shape, closed shape, not a problem. Works just fine. Just simple extrusion there. Basic stuff. So some of the other things that I'd like to show you too is we've got the other stuff here, which is going to be revolve. And revolve is really fun. So I'm going to start off with my donut. And I'm going to revolve this donut around because I want to turn this into a donut. And it's like, well, that looks like a donut. No, we're going to turn this into a real donut. By the way, the technical term for a donut is called a torus. Okay? And so I'm going to take this shape here. In fact, I'm going to just do a fill here. And I'm going to go into the Effect menu, do the 3D, and I'm going to do the Revolve. And the Revolve is going to allow us to revolve this around so that it's going to go through and it's going to revolve it all the way around and create a donut here. I'm going to start from the right edge, and I want to go through and do this, and I got to make sure that I put this on the actual path here. It's the problem using the appearance panel. You got to make sure you select the uppermost part so you put the 3D effect on not just the path, but on everything. So 3D, revolve. There it is. There's my little torus donut right there. Okay, there it is. Now you notice that this is a chubby little donut right there, and there's no little donut hole in the middle. And it's like, well, that's not really a donut. That, you know, it's just kind of like this little circle. So what we have here is have the ability to go ahead and do what's called the offset. And the offset allows us to go ahead and measure, in this case, from the left edge, from the center of our object to the left edge. And this is what creates the donut hole, is that offset inside there. So you want to create a little ring, you want to create a little donut, you want a little, you know, little flotation device. Right there, there it is, and it's got that nice shading going on there as well, and we can just kind of rotate this all around and create that little donut. It's like awesome. You can see by doing this, the memory, there's a few little rendering issues here. Like I said, it's not perfect. Sometimes we have to do this a few times in order for the memory to catch up and get this to render correctly. So that looks pretty good. I can click OK, and it's like, yeah, there's my little donut. I can squish my original shape, so I squish my donut, and I can make it taller to make the taller donut. And of course, I can change the fill of this color at any time and get a totally different colored donut, and it renders very nicely. What I love about this effect, though, is that when we go in and we edit this effect here, the donut is kind of cool, but we can also do a cross-section as well. And that's where the angle comes in. And the angle allows us to go in and basically turn this into a noodle. So if I wanted to see this as a cross-section here, I don't have to have it revolve 360 degrees around the center. I can actually do a portion of this so that I can see what's going on in here. Now what's cool with this is if I turn off the fill here and have no fill, actually I'm going to keep the fill, I'm just going to put it down to an opacity, just kind of get a nice little glow through there. Then I'm going to go in and I'm going to put a stroke in here, and I'm going to add a stroke to the object like so. And so I can go ahead and get that orange, and I can get kind of that blue glow inside there from the opacity right there. So now if I were to be able to look through here, I'd get this blue glow going on inside, and I can always go in and I can always edit that revolve here and turn that so that I can see how that looks, turn it up closer so we can kind of see in the end and kind of see that glow going on. So this is pretty awesome to be able to go through and revolve this kind of thing. And it doesn't matter what shape you start with, circle, square, whatever, you can go through and revolve that shape really easily. I'm going to go in and I'm just going to grab a shape here, or a path, and if I go in and I do a revolve here, this just revolves so we can make like a flat coin, something like that. And when I do this, I don't have to have an offset, so I don't have to have an opening in the center, but maybe I wanted to create a washer or a coin or a plate or something like that. I could do that, sure, definitely. If I wanted to do a plate, one of the things I could do with a plate is really simple. If I had just gone in and I just drew something like this, created just a little edge, like so, with that line, and I want to create a plate, I can simply take that line, 3D, revolve, and I could revolve that around the center to create a little plate. Just whatever profile I have, that's going to match, and I can round those edges if I want to. If I want to put a hole in the middle of it for a washer or something like that, or a ring, sure, just set the offset to something other than 0. There it is. If I want to go ahead and cut it open so I can show you the cross section of it, yeah, pretty simple stuff. I love messing with this stuff. It's like I just think of reasons to go in here and do something like this. So a 360 revolve is going to give us a full circle around the whole thing. Change the color, change the angle of rotation, and there I have it. And it's like, great. I love that. Super awesome. Looks really good. Change the color of the stroke, get a different look and feel with that whole thing. Nice little gold coin, whatever, invert it upside down, and yeah, create a nice little surface. So that's the way that I can go in and I can do the revolve around something where I can bring it around. Now, I love the revolve, not just for going in and doing something like this, where we have got like this little open macaroni noodle, or this little coin, or this washer, or this plate. But what I love is doing something like this. So I've got this shape right here, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to create kind of like a glass carafe, where I've got something where it's got a nice little thin neck that comes down. And I've created this open shape here, and I've specifically created the open shape here because I'm going to revolve this around, and I'm going to show you the one weird thing that happens with this. I'm going to show you the left and the right axis here, and I do this because when you do this, you're like, okay, this is not what I expected. So I'm going to take my revolve here, under the effect, 3D, and I'm going to revolve this, and when I turn on my preview here, this is what I get, and it's like, oh, well, that's not what I was expecting, and here's the reason why. Is because it's going and it's revolving around the left edge, okay? Well, I didn't want it to revolve around the left edge. I wanted it to revolve around the right edge. So when I do around the right edge, you can see what it does here, okay? The right edge is this right here, and had I flipped it, so the left edge is obviously going to be revolving around here. This is great if you want to make a candlestick or a lamp base or, some little thing for a trophy and make a trophy stand. You can get this, and that's the base right there, using this curve as that, and it's like, wow, that's really cool. Or, of course, we could go through and we could revolve it around the right edge, which is now going to give us kind of our open shape. Now, the reason why I use an open shape here is because when we look at this, if I had used a closed shape, then it's going to extrude the whole thing as a solid object. But when I use an open shape, and I do this, and I tilt this up here, you can now see the shapes of what's going on inside here. And now, this is a very complex rendering, which is why it's having a little bit of a memory issue here doing that, and sometimes you just got to move a little bit or click OK. Now, here's what we have. I can actually see down into this jar, and if I turn it down to the bottom, I can actually see it all the way right there as well, and it's like, okay, that's really cool. The light's reflecting on there, and I can actually go in and see the bottom of this jar right there, and I click OK, and there's my shape. Now, if I go in and I edit my shape here, and I'm going to go into outline mode to edit this shape, I could go in and I could edit this shape right here, and maybe I do a little bit more of a lid on top, and I'm going to actually go in and create a hard edge lid right there. Go back under my preview there, and it's actually created a little step going in there as well. So if I wanted to go in and I wanted to create more of a lip on there to create kind of a fluted edge, then I can go in there and you can see whatever shape I do, it automatically renders that. Now, an open shape is this. There is no closed path around here. If I wanted a lid on this, I could go in and I could bring this all the way over, and I could have that, so this would be half of it, and I could render the lid right there, and then it's going to be a lid right on the top, which is not what I want. I want to definitely go in and I want to have no lid right there. So maybe just a nice little lip, and if I wanted to do a nice little curved edge, I could just create a nice little curved edge right up there, and then do that, and there's my curved edge on the object. And it's amazing what it is that you can create with just an open shape, any open shape whatsoever. And so you get a bottle. And by the way, this is great when you're doing wine bottles and you want to go ahead and show a client, like put a wine label on here. And it's like, oh, wouldn't that be nice? A nice little label that goes on here, a wine label. And it's like, oh, how would you do a wine label? Well, it's really pretty cool. The way we would go through and do a wine label is I would just create a wine bottle, and one of the easiest ways to do that is I draw the entire wine bottle, and I kind of do my little corner widgets right here. And then I'm going to do another little shape right here. I'm going to reduce that in size for my little wine bottle portion right here. And that's going to be my neck, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? Well, this is some of the basic creations that I do whenever I go in and I create kind of like a wine bottle or something, or any shape whatsoever. I'm going to go through here, I'm going to line those together, great. And I'm going to make those into one by using my Pathfinder, okay? One shape right there. I'm going to use my direct selection tool, grab those corners, and I'm going to widget those corners out here. So that one, widget those corners out a little bit for the wine bottle. And then I'm going to go in, I'm going to chop it right in half. And I'm going to chop it in half by putting a line right down the center of it, right there. And then take those two and use my divide function and then ungroup it all and get rid of my line completely. So there's my little wine bottle right there, plain and simple. Do I want a lid on it or not? Yeah, maybe I don't want a lid on it. There we go. So really simple wine bottle, okay? And, you know, if I want to make it that green color, I'm going to go ahead and apply the stroke. That's going to be kind of that green color on the bottle, and maybe a greeny yellow. There we go. And then Effect, 3D, Revolve, click Preview, and of course, I'm like, nope, didn't want a candlestick. I always love this, because it's revolving around the wrong edge here. So right edge right there, and there's my wine bottle right there. Click on the preview. There it is. So my wine bottle here. And if I want to edit this, yeah, that looks more like a container than a wine bottle because of its thickness right there. Yep, so wine bottle, I think we're going to cut down the stroke right there on that. And I also think we need to kind of stretch that neck a whole lot more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, much better. Still awfully big because of the base that we have here. Oh, and the bases always go up inside, don't they? Yes, they do on a wine bottle. There we go. Okay. More of a wine bottle, like so. Not perfect, but you get the idea right there. So with this, I'm going to go into my 3D revolve here, and I can revolve this around, preview that whole thing to kind of see how this is going to look. Some type of bottle. Yeah, maybe isn't a wine bottle, maybe it's olive oil. There we go, much better, okay? So there's my shape, and it's like, okay, cool. There it is, right there. And I've got this funky little olive oil bottle that's just right. But now the client has a label for me. And I want to go ahead and put a label on there. And it's like, oh my gosh, how do I put a label on something like this? Well, putting a label on here is really quite interesting. You can create any label that you want. So if I'd gone in here and created just a very basic label, got just a nice simple label right here, gone in and put a little fill in the background right there, created some type on top of that. I take some type tool and go ahead and do some olive oil and center that. Select all that type. Got to pick a really nice typeface here, so it's going to look really good. Okay, yeah, that's always a great one. Okay, and we're going to go through and we're going to make this type a very light color, like white. And I'm going to grab that. There's my olive oil. I'll probably make a little picture of an olive too. And super simple. We haven't learned about type, but we're going to learn about that next. So I'll show you what we're doing. So there's my little logo that I'd like to put on here. And I want to go ahead and I want to map this artwork to this here. Well, the thing is, if I go back into my shape and select it and click on my appearance and go back into the 3D Revolve, one of the things it says here is map artwork, and it's like, awesome, great. So I'm going to go select my shape, and I'm going to click on the map artwork, and then it's like, okay, pick your symbol, and it's like, well, what's a symbol? And it's like, I see all these things, you know, I can throw some grime on there or whatever, and it's like, okay, what's a symbol? Well, the only way you can map artwork is by taking your artwork and making it a symbol. And it's super easy to do, okay? A symbol is nothing more than any artwork that you've created in Illustrator. You just drag it into your symbols palette. And I don't know why it has to be a symbol, but it does in order for this to work. So create your artwork, go into the window menu, go down to symbols. Take your artwork, I normally group it together just out of habit, and I'm going to take this artwork and I'm simply going to drag it into my symbols panel. I'm going to name it whatever it is that I want, and it's not a movie clip, it is definitely a graphic, okay? And I click OK, you're done. You've just created a symbol, and it's like, okay, so it doesn't look any different. No, it doesn't really. But now, when I select my shape, and I want to go ahead and I want to map something to my artwork here, I select that shape, go in and edit that 3D that I've done, click on the preview here, and then I can map the artwork. And now this gets a little tricky, and the reason why I did this, I wanted to make sure I've got some pretty easy to access faces here. Now there's 14 different surfaces of this particular bottle that I created, and it's kind of hard to understand where the face is. So as we go through, what we have to do is we have to pick the face that we want to put it on first before we pick our artwork. Now we got 14 different faces. Now pay attention to the faces here because we have a stroke that has been revolved around here. So the red is the surface of the stroke here, and the red, this is actually inside the neck that the red is showing. And this is how the artwork would be mapped. If I wanted to put like a little collar around this, I could, but because the red's on the inside, the label would be on the inside of the bottle, which is not usually where labels go. So I'm going to use my arrows to thumb through the surfaces. This is the inside of the top, okay? This is the inside of the neck, this is the inside of the shoulders, this is the inside of the body, inside of the bottom, and then the inside of the little cone in there. Now as I go through here, there's some weird little thing there. This is the outside of the bottom, this is the bottom thing. Oh, this is the outside of the bottle right here, okay? Right there. Now what do we see here? This is the entire section of the mapping of the outside of the bottle. This red section, we see this here. The dark area is the area that we can't see. That's the area that's behind the bottle. Well, that makes sense. The light area is the surface that we do see, where the light is hitting it. Once we choose this surface, I'm going to go to my symbols here and I'm going to take the symbol that I've just created, the label, and it plunks it right in here, and I can now move this around. And you can see when I move this around, I can have this, and I can move it off the end too, because when I move it off the end, it's going to then go off that side. If I want to have it over here and move it over there, I can kind of see it coming around. But maybe I want to position it here so the label just kind of peeks around the back like that. Maybe I want it fully exposed right there. There it is. And this is just a transform bounding box that I can stretch and scale my logo. Not a problem. I can rotate, this as well if I want to rotate it here. It doesn't have to go horizontal. Yeah, I could go in and do that. Sure. And maybe I rotate that ever so slightly to have a little bit irreverent olive oil logo here. And once I'm done with this, this is great. I can go through and click OK. Now keep in mind that I can have multiple symbols, multiple pieces of artwork on the different faces here. If I go through, and I'm going to go through and I'm put something on the neck here, I'm going to put this little splatter, this little vector grime right here, which is this little splotch right there. And I can map this artwork too. I can hold down my shift key and I can scale this as well. Maybe I've created this, maybe this is my logo right here. Or if I put a little collar around there too, I can create this and create it as a symbol and put it in there. So I can map artwork to anything. It's one piece of artwork per surface. I've got 14 surfaces, so technically I could have 14 pieces of artwork as I go through. And when I'm done, I can go ahead and click OK, and I can click OK, and I'm done, and there is my rendered shape. And it's like, okay, that is totally cool. Yeah, it is. So you can render on any surface, which makes me wonder, it's like, okay, if I take this shape here, let's got these little things here and go into the extrude and bevel, and I go ahead and I choose, let's map some artwork here, and I got to go through and I got to find my faces. Now this is tricky. There's 130 faces on this particular one because we have everything on the inside, and going through is really hard. Now the trick is it always goes through the inside ones first. So I know that the first, 60 or 70 are going to be on the inside. So if I do like face 120 out of 130 here, then this is going to start giving me the outside ones on here that I'm looking for, I think, going through. So it's kind of tricky to go through and find those faces on something so complex as it goes through. But you do have to find that face, and there's no real trick to go through and do this. You just got to go through and find it. So there's the outside ones right there. And I can apply this to the face right there. Make sure it fits in the face right there. And see, oh, this is on the inside. See, that's what happens. It's like, oh, here I thought I had it on the outside. But nope, those are the inside ones. And you got to find it. This is proving to be a little bit more tricky. Here I thought that was the outside, but nope. So run through, find those faces. It's now running through all the insides, insides, insides. I thought those were the outsides. Nope. Ah, there's one of the outsides. Nope, that's the inside too. Oh, how frustrating. Okay? But this is what you got to run through to find out your faces, find out where they're all going, where they all are. Ah, there's an outside face. Good grief. There it is. Apply that to it. Make sure it fits on that face right there. And it should go ahead. There we go. Got it on that face. Click OK. It's like, awesome. There it is. So one per face right there. This is what happens when you get a really complex rendering with this as well. So those are just some of the basic fun things that you can do with any type of 3D effect right here. We can extrude, we can bevel, we can go through and, of course, bevel, rotate. Rotate isn't much. I mean, it just simply rotates it around a similar point right there. But extrude, bevel, and revolve are the main things that we like to do. When we're in here, too, we've got a couple more options that go beyond just the very basics of going in here and doing extrude and bevel. We've got our bottle, we've got our artwork mapped to the whole thing. If I go under more options here, what this allows me to do is this allows me to change my lighting. And right now, lighting is always going to come from the upper right-hand corner, and then we can set our light intensity and all that, but we can also go in and we can set our location, so I can move this lighting around here and change where that lighting is going to hit. So if I'm rendering everything, I want all the lighting to come from the upper left, we can. And I can also go and control the lighting intensity and then the ambient light too, so we get a little bit darker shadows. The highlight intensity here, so we may go in and get some serious burn in here if we really start to go ahead and do the highlight intensity as well. The highlight size and shape as well. And the shading color. The shading color doesn't have to be black, and that's the default, but I can go in and I can pick a custom color here, and I can click on that and I can use my color picker to get any shading color here to create kind of like an ambient color around there to go ahead and have it be in kind of that cool looking, style right there. This is a little bit weird having something other than black because black does a really good job of going in and creating the depth and dimension there. So you can go ahead and choose a black, or you can choose a darker version of the color that you have there, which can be quite interesting. Okay. And then when we're done, we click OK. Now remember that these are all just an effect. And so we turn on our outlines here, and these effects, it's like, okay, that's really awesome. But if I was going to send this off to the client here, one of the things I would definitely want to do is I would want to render this artwork so it's no longer an effect, because weird things can happen with this if you place it into another file and it doesn't render quite correctly. So I'm going to make a copy of this, and the reason why I make a copy of it is because if I ever have to edit it, I don't want to have to start all over. So I'm going to create a copy and go under Object, and I'm going to expand the appearance. And once I expand the appearance here, it's actually going to go in and it's going to render everything so that I've got all of my shapes and all of my blends and everything rendered. This is what it looks like. This is the actual shape of the whole thing. It leaves the existing shape in here as well, inexplicably. There's my original shape, which we don't need. And so then it's going to go through and it's going to render all the surfaces here. And we get to see, there's a lot of surfaces and the blends are not like totally perfect here. Again, this is not, a super expensive, 3D rendering program that's going to give you beautiful render here. This is pretty basic. This is stuff the technology really hasn't gone through and done a whole lot. But with the stair step effect right here, oh, that's interesting. It just shifted everything right off on my object right here. It's like, wow, okay. Let me back up. See, this is what happens here. Let me back up a couple steps here and get this back to our basic shape. I don't know why that skewed that all off there. Okay, so I'm going to go back in to my preview here, and I'm going to kind of work with this a little bit differently. One of the things in the advanced options here are the number of blend steps, okay? So while this is fine for just a really quick render because it's not going to use a whole lot of memory, you notice that the blend steps here, if I were going to render this or expand the appearance, it's like, yeah, I really don't want all those stair-step effects. Well, keep in mind that the more blend steps you have, the much more complicated the artwork and the whole lot more processing time it's going to take. But it may be worth it. So if I go in here, I can set the blend steps way up. I'm going to say like 150. How many is going to work right? Well, I don't know. Okay? And it's going to take some time. So that's 150 right there. You know, let me go up to 300, see what that's going to mean. Someplace around there. Well, 256 is what I can go to. That's the max right there. And I'm going to click OK. And there are the number of blending steps. That's beautiful. I mean, we do see a few little areas, little steps right in there, but that's a whole lot better than 25 right there. Now you can see I've got a little problem with the edge right here, and it's all coming from this little anchor point. I'm going to go into this mode here, and it's this little anchor point here that's causing the problem with this. I'm going to actually edit this little anchor point. And the reason why things move slow here is because every edit that I make, it's got to re-render it, and it has to think. And I can tell you that this thing's working hard right now. So if I edit that corner, that's going to resolve that little edge right there. And there it is with the render right there. And now if I take this entire shape and I expand the appearance right here, it's going to render everything. And if I look at that, it's like, holy cow, why is it all black? Every single thing is its own little shape. I mean, this is zoomed in at 64,000%. And you can imagine all these shapes that go ahead and make this up. This is a lot of points. And they're both on the inside and the outside of the bottle here because we had a stroke on this. So when you look like this and it's like, oh, it just looks black right here, well, it really isn't, okay? Those are all the paths in order to go ahead and render that. But if I was going to send this out, this is how I would send it out. Fully rendered like this, fully expanded, so that you could see how that looks. Now, once I do this, and if I were to save this file, I have no recourse. I can't get back in here because now that it's fully rendered, I go into my appearance and I see that I no longer have the ability to go back in and edit my 3D effect. So I always save an original version that goes ahead and edit, and then I can go in here and I can take this content and work with it right there. Have some fun with this stuff because there's just so many awesome things that you can create with this. I know one of the fun things here was just one that I created. I like doing this. This is one that I had just done. I just thought of when we were doing this here is I went in and I made just like a little light bulb. Where I took this shape and I cut it in half like this and, you know, take this little light bulb, apply the 3D, extrude or evolve here, and then I preview the whole thing around there. And of course, whoops, I got to make sure I put this on my entire object, not just on my path because there's no path. Something I got to keep remember to doing and revolve. Okay, there it is. Whoops, creates a little crater hole because I've got to go to the right side. And you know, you want to create little light bulbs or something. It's a great way to do it. Oh my gosh, look at that. Little teeny light bulbs. Yep, right there. Fun and delicious. Little Easter eggs, sure. That kind of fun stuff. You could then map artwork to it if you wanted to create little Easter egg icons or whatever. Sure, just go ahead and map the artwork to it. Mapping the artwork to something like this is kind of interesting simply because when you go in and you map the artwork to something like this, we only have one shape and it's the entire outside shape right here. So it makes it super easy. So if I wanted to go ahead and put a little flower on my egg right here, I could do that and it just goes ahead and it curves all around just like it should and kind of maps to shape right there. And it's like, oh, cool, there's my little egg with a flower. So you can imagine if you want to do decorations on this kind of stuff, you certainly could. And it's all super easy to do. And of course, always go in and you're going to edit it right here in your appearance panel to go ahead and edit your effects right there. But give it a shot. You know, you can take type and you can extrude it. You can take open paths. You can take closed paths. You know, it's a closed path. This is an open path right there. This is just a stroke. This is a stroke with a fill and it's got a outside bevel on it. This is just a revolve here. This is mapped artwork. It's like, oh my gosh, the possibilities are absolutely limitless. But that's just the next step of really cool effects that you can do with Illustrator. Not perfect, you know, but definitely something that's a lot of fun if you wanted to do just some very basic rendering here. And a little bit kind of hurts the brain, you know, trying to make sure things work, but give it a shot. I always love doing it here. It's always interesting, fun stuff to do. All right, folks, here we are. The first episode of Type. We've got 2 videos for this. We got the basics of Type, and then in the next video, we're going to get into more complex paragraph and character formatting here, but we're going to jump right into type in Illustrator. So when we're editing type in Illustrator, there's two different kinds of type that we have. We've got point type and we've got paragraph type. I've set up a little bit of type right here because I just want to get my type panels in order before we start showing you the point type, paragraph type, type on a path, the type rearrangement tool, the type fidgeting tool, all that stuff. No, there's no type fidgeting tool. Oh, wait a second. Yes, there is. So stay with us here. Just to let you know, there are like lots of different type tools here of all the things we can do. Some of these you just shouldn't do, but we're going to get to that anyway. So in order to go through and work with our type, we want to make sure that we have our character and paragraph formatting controls up and active. Now, when we have type in Illustrator here, our properties panel shows our character formatting and our paragraph formatting here, and to me that's a little bit too far out of the way and down. So I like to go into my window menu, under type, and bring up my character and my paragraph formatting panels here. And I've got these nested together here. Now yours may look a little bit shorter because inexplicably you may have a short character and a short paragraph panel. You got to click on the cheese grater and then you got to show the options so that you can see everything inside here. And it's like, oh, come on, you just give me the whole panel. All right. So there's all of our character formatting, there's all of our paragraph formatting, and then some of our open type, which we're going to talk about, which is really valuable features here. Starting off with the character panel here, this is where we can go through and pick our fonts, we can pick our size and different formats here. Our paragraph is where left centered, right justified, turn on, turn off our hyphenation. So we're going to get to all that here, but first we've got to go through and we've got to get our type tool. And we have to do point type and paragraph type so we can understand what it is before we can even get to anything else. With the type tool active, the shortcut is T. If I go in and I simply click someplace and I begin to type, this is called point type. And it's like, okay, well, it just looks like type to me. And it's like, sure it does. All right, that's point type, which means I can simply click someplace at a point and I can just type. Now, if I take point type and I keep typing, it'll type forever until it like reaches the hinterlands of my pasteboard and way on off there and it keeps going. And the only way I can get multiple lines with point type is if I take my point type and click and I begin to type and type and type, and yes, it goes on and on and on and on and on, way off there. And the only way I can get multiple lines here is if I manually go in and I manually put in paragraph returns in order to get this to return. Now, that's point type, okay? Well, all right, it's like that looks like type, this looks like type. It's like, it does. That's point type. You simply click on a point and you type forever. This is great when I'm doing like icons or maps or infographics where I want just a little bit of information so I can put it under a picture or an icon or an illustration and just very nice and easily be able to take that, grab that little nugget and just put it right where it needs to go. Paragraph type is when I'm laying out something a little bit more elaborate, where I'm going to have words, paragraphs, or multiple paragraphs, and I want to be able to go in and I want to be able to have the type flow based on my bounding box around my text. So if I take my type tool and I want to create paragraph type is me taking the type tool, not just clicking and having it activate from a point, but I'm actually creating a container in which the copy is going to flow. All right? So when I do this, the biggest difference between point type and paragraph type is this. Okay, this is point type, this is paragraph type right here. When I click on my paragraph type, it looks like I have a bounding box with pull handles here. I can move this and I can rotate this. And with point type, it also looks like I've got a bounding box with pull handles. They're not the same. If I have paragraph type and I select it with my selection tool and I begin to rearrange the container, make it wider or narrower, the type is going to flow based on the bounding box of my text box. Paragraph type, okay? So I can flow the paragraph and I don't have to manually put in my paragraph returns, which on a paragraph, when you have to put in manual returns every single line, crazy. So what we have here is point type. Point type, it's like, oh, I've got a bounding box there. No, you don't. It looks like a bounding box. I'm going to zoom in just to go ahead and make it look. It's like, yeah, see, I've got my pull handles all around there. Those aren't pull handles, folks. When you have point type and you pull on those handles, it just stretches your type. All right, and it's like, wait a second. So here, if I go in and I type something like this, and I type in flower garden, and I actually type it in correctly, and zoom out so we can see this, and I think, oh, you know, I'm just going to select this with the selection tool, and I'm going to break it so that it's narrow, so the word garden falls in underneath. Not with point type. Point type is what it is. You click on that point, and if you want to break that, you're going to have to activate your type tool, which a really nice shortcut to do that is just double click on whatever type you're doing. It'll switch from your selection tool over to your type cursor, and then I'd have to manually put in my paragraph return in order to do this. Okay, I can do that, but it's a real pain if I'm doing a whole lot of copy this way. So point type is great, but you go ahead and you stretch it, and it totally horizontally or vertically messes with your type. So in that case, that's not the best thing to do if you want your type to reflow. What are the good sides of that? Well, here's one of the good sides of doing this right here. I can take this, move it wherever I want to, and I can also rotate this any direction, okay? And it rotates just fine. And it's like, well, can't you do that with paragraph type? And the answer is, sure you can. You can go in and you can rotate this, and it's like, oh, look at that. You rotate the box and not the type, and it's like, what? It's like, yeah, you just saw that, right? Paragraph type. So there's advantages to paragraph type. Yes, you can go in and you can change the text box, which then reflows everything right here. So it does have its advantages and its disadvantages. Couple things with paragraph type when we're working with paragraph type is you'll notice that my text container is larger than the amount of type that I have. Here at the bottom is a little window shade, and that's exactly what it is. You click on that little window shade, double click on it, snaps it right up to the bottom of your text. Now, you could also have an instance where your text container is too small or you have too much copy, and you get this red overflow right here, and that red overflow allows us to link containers together. Say we've got a lot of copy that we want to flow from one page or one artboard to another, not pages. I can then flow this from one section to another rather than copying a chunk out here, pasting a chunk in here, and then copying a little bit here, putting it there. I can actually have these link and flow together. When I see this overflow or overset text indicator here, that means I have too much text inside there. And I can remedy that by double clicking on that window shade and opening it up as well, and making sure I have enough container to show absolutely everything. And we're going to cover more on text linking here as we get along, because when we get into our next section here, we're going to have to do our paragraph and formatting controls and a lot more formatting on our content. So a couple interesting things with this. When I have paragraph type, how do I know it's paragraph type? Well, one, when I rotate it, the box rotates, the type doesn't. Second, if I change the size of my container, it reflows. And third, this little lollipop sticking out the right-hand side. A little solid lollipop means that I have paragraph type. A open little lollipop right there means you got paragraph type. And in the type menu here, there's things where you could go in and it says convert to point type, or things like this, convert to area type. And you should just say convert, and people had no idea what that meant. Well, here's the deal. If I'd like to rotate this, I can't rotate it when it's paragraph type because it rotates the box, but it doesn't rotate the text. If I go ahead and I double click here, I've now just converted this to point text, which means I can now rotate this very nicely. But if I go in and I start editing what looks like the container, I start squishing or stretching my text here. If I have this and I'd like this to be paragraph type, I could double click on this, and now it turns into paragraph type, which allows me to open this up. And then if I remove my paragraph return that I put in there, I can now go in and I can adjust my box to go ahead and get paragraph type. So I can very easily switch from one to another. Something interesting when I convert from paragraph to what is now point text right here, if I go back to paragraph text here by double clicking and converting that, and I pull this out, do you notice that it doesn't reflow? And here's the reason why. If I go from paragraph to point text, it literally puts returns in after all of those right here. So when I go back to paragraph text, it just doesn't simply reflow magically and automatically like nothing happened. So I do have to go in and remove those. So how do I actually know what is there? How do I know that there's paragraph returns there? Well, we know by showing our hidden characters under our type menu right here. And this has actually gone in and put in soft returns right here, okay? And those little soft returns are not paragraph returns, because paragraph returns are going to be a solid return. But a soft return is a shift return. We're going to talk about more when we get into paragraph formatting in the next video that we're going to do. But our hidden characters are going to show us how this is being formatted. Spaces, tabs, returns, soft returns, line breaks, stuff like that. This shows us what's going on. Also, our hidden characters too, whenever you see this pound sign at the bottom there, a little hashtag, that means we're at the end of our copy in that particular text blocks right there. So hidden characters aren't something we normally have turned on in Illustrator. We do in InDesign because we do a lot more text editing in InDesign, but I just want to show you that on how these things actually break. So I just want to show you some of the very basic text formatting fun that we can have with this in here. And I'm going to start off with my type tool, and I'm going to click and drag and create a text container. One of the new features is it automatically defaults with placeholder copy, which is nice. It works for us right here. I'm going to leave that, but you can just simply type over this or delete it and put in anything that you want as well. With my copy selected here, I'm going to go over to my character formatting, and I'm going to choose my drop down of my font menu. And what's cool with this is it's now got actively displayed type, which means I don't have to go in typeface by typeface. I can just simply take my cursor and hover over, and it will go in and it will actively display what typeface I choose. I'm not even clicking on the typeface, I'm just running my cursor over. You'll also notice here, whatever type that you can have it represent here in your type menu, so you can actually see what it looks like before you see what it looks like on screen. Now you've got some choices on how this displays. Up at the top here, we've got this thing called selected text. We can choose typography, so it shows the word typography. You can have a quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, so you can see every letter in that particular one. Or you can see the actual font itself. That's supposed to be whatever it is, like the selected text. And it's the selected text that I have in here, so it represents that. And it's like, wow, this is awesome. So I can go through, I can pick a particular font here, and then I can pick the particular style or family of that as well, and choose from there. Well, what happens if I don't know all the fonts that I have in my font list? It would be nice to go through and kind of sort these, wouldn't there? We got filters right here. Filter by classification. Click on the little funnel right here, and we can now do it visually. If I want a sans serif typeface, show me all my sans serif typefaces. Show me all my serifs. Show me all my slab serifs. Show me some of my calligraphic ones. What about some really crazy ones? What about little monospace or fun stuff right there? This is going to go through and break it all down into all these classifications. And I can clear those classifications so we can see everything here. What happens if there's fonts that I use all the time that are really nice? Well, I can go through and at the end of the type here, I can star these, okay? Add them to my favorites. And the star doesn't show up until I hover over them, but I can then click the star and say, these are the ones that I really like all the time. These are the ones that I use, and I can star all those. And then I can go up to my filter, and I can simply filter the ones that I like all the time. To see all my fonts, I can simply unclick the star. My favorites are still there, but I just filter or unfilter them as I go. So I've got this whole list of fonts that are here, that are nice, they're easy to use, and I can also control the size of the preview here, small, medium, and large, so I can see that, which is really nice. Okay? Now, what happens if I would like to go ahead and get more fonts in here? Well, if you've already subscribed to the Creative Cloud, one of the great things is that you have hundreds, if not thousands, of Adobe fonts readily available for you to activate for use in any Adobe application. You can just go to your browser, and if you go to your browser and go to fonts.adobe.com, you're going to need to log in to your account right here. And you're going to get all these fonts that you can use, okay? And you can search for all these fonts. You can browse the fonts up here. You can go through. You can see what kind of sample text you're going to have with all these. And what kind of fonts do you want? Sans serif, serif fonts here, script, black letter, decorative right here. And you can just scroll through and be like, oh my gosh, these are just, I'm looking for a decorative font because I want to do some type of invitation. And it's like, okay, this is great. I can go through and I can find these. And I'm like, you find something that you really like, something kind of gothic, something kind of quirky, it's like, I like this. All you have to do is click on this right here. You can see the fonts that you really like. And then you can just simply go in and say, you know what, I want to activate this font right here. and you activate the whole thing, and it goes through, and it tells you, okay, here's how it works. And what this does is it doesn't actually give you the font. You will never physically get the font so you can have it and download it. What this does is this simply activates your font so that you can go in here, and now that font that we just activated right here, and it's like, oh geez, what was that font that I just activated? I can go in and say, hey, show the most recently added ones here, and I can see the ones that were the most recently activated right there, and then I can find the ones that I just put in there and be like, oh, that's awesome right there, cool, and I can now use that font. Before you were limited to 100 fonts, now you can have as many fonts as you want. And again, this just activates it in here. You don't actually own the fonts. You're basically just renting the fonts as long as you have the Creative Cloud application. So if you're running low on fonts here, you never are, I can tell you that, okay? You can always go back to any font, any type of style, look at every single one here, and go through, download these for your use, and literally there's 138 pages of fonts with absolutely everything. I mean, it's nothing short of amazing here. And a little shout out here for those of you that know Laura Worthington. She's a satellite here. Oh my gosh, you can get some of the most awesome, cool, crazy, fantastic, delicious fonts, whatever. Laura is amazing. She does calligraphy and stuff like that. And if you want some of the most fantastic, knock your socks off stuff, there it is. You know, and they're all available right here. And every single typeface that she does is absolutely amazing. And no, she didn't pay me to say this, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Totally great, cool stuff. So once you activate your fonts, they're going to be right here in your character panel for use as you go through, and you can add as many as you want, use them however you want to. Now when it comes to, you've picked your font, you've got everything set up here, now you want to go in and you want to start adjusting the point size and the leading, the kerning, the tracking and stuff like that. So pretty simple stuff. I'm going to go in and I'm going to select my copy, and I'm not a big fan of going and clicking and dragging and making sure we get everything, because here, in this case, I've got my little text overflow, which tells me there's more text in this container that I'm seeing. If I simply select everything in the container, I'm going to leave out some of that. So I love this feature, which is Command A, which is Select All. When I have my type cursor selected, or my type tool selected, I can select everything inside the text container, so I can have that active, so I can actively change every single piece of font, whether I can see it or not, right? Now, I've got my point size here, I've got my drop-down menu, my up-down arrows here. I love shortcuts, okay? Shift Command period and comma, which also shares with your greater than and less than. I call that my greater than and less than key. So Shift Command greater than is going to increase the font size. Shift Command less than is going to decrease the font size right here. Now, this is doing it in 1-point increments. And way back at the start of this whole thing, I showed you how to set your preferences here. Now, if you didn't set your preferences when you use your Shift Command greater than or less than, this is going to increase it in 2-point increments, which I think is too much to go ahead and increase and decrease. So you can always go to your Properties panel here, and if you have nothing selected at all, you have to deselect everything. You can go into your Preferences here, or go under your Preferences here, and then we can go under either General or Type. I'm going to go under Type here. And here I'm going to set this so that my presets here are going to do my size and leading in 1-point increments instead of 2. I set this to 1, 10, and 1 instead of 2, 20, and 2, which is the normal right there. I think those presets are too coarse for what I'm doing, so I set that there. I'm going to go back, select my text container, double-click to activate my type tool, use my awesome Command A, and then Shift Command greater than, Shift Command less than increases and decreases the size of my font. My leading is spaced between lines, and you'll notice that the leading is in parentheses because the leading is set to auto. An auto leading simply means whatever the point size is, it adds 20% more leading. So when I go and I increase the size of my font here, it's automatically going to increase the size of my leading too. So as I go through and do this, and I set this to auto, it's always going to be 20% more than my size of my font. So 10 points, 20% more, it's 12. Shortcut for doing leading is Option or Alt up arrow is going to tighten up your leading. Option or Alt down arrow is going to loosen up your leading, and this is all going to happen in 1-point increments, which is what we just set in our preferences. Okay. Now when it comes to doing headlines here, I'm going to go in and I'm going to specifically set this headline very large. I'm going to up the leading right here. The next settings that we have here are kerning and tracking. And kerning and tracking are very important, especially when you become a type snob like I am, where I like things to look just right. I mean, they have to look delicious and perfect and everything. It's kind of like biting into that chocolate and finding out that that wasn't the one you wanted, okay? You want everything to be tasty, and type is that way. I mean, if you're going to pick a beautiful typeface, you've got to make it look really good. So kerning and tracking is very important, and kerning is space between the actual characters of the letters. And some typefaces, and I'm going to zoom in on this so we can see, we normally do kerning on headline type here. And when I look at this, everything seems to be kerned very nicely where the spaces between the letters all look pretty good. Some typefaces, the kerning or the space between the characters is a little bit off, and it just doesn't look very good. In fact, let me find a typeface here that the kerning's a little bit off here that I don't particularly like, and it's going to kind of be like, yeah, you know, we need to fix that because we got to make this look good. This looks pretty good here. Okay. So I notice that the spaces between these, you know, look pretty good, but then the spaces between the D and the L and the O seems to be a little bit more, a little bit bigger than everything else. So I'm going to adjust the character spacing. Okay, this is not stretching the type or anything. This is just going in and it's adding or taking out space in between there, so the visual spacing is going to look consistent overall. And if I put my cursor between there, I can go in with my tracking here, or my kerning, I should say, and I can go ahead and can reduce that down. And by reducing it, it's going to bring that together. Shortcut for that is going to be Option left arrow. It's going to bring those together. And what I'm trying to do when I have headline type here that's larger than body copy, what I want to do is I want to make sure that each and every letter has consistent looking spacing, okay? So that I'm not having larger or smaller gaps between them, and I get very picky about this, so I go in and I love to kern everything, okay? Just to make it look tasty and delicious and make it all happen so it looks good overall. So that's kerning, the space between characters. People get leading and kerning confused. It's really simple. Leading is space between lines, kerning is space between characters. So leading lines, kerning characters. Now tracking seems to be the exact same thing as kerning, and it is. The only difference between tracking and kerning is what you have selected. I may have type overall that may be a little bit funky in terms of making sure that like all the letter spacing is just right. And you may have some copy in here that is, you know, not completely spaced like the way you want it to. So I may want to go in and I want to put a little bit more letter spacing overall. Now I'm not going to go in between every single character and do it for thousands of characters. That's where the tracking comes in. The tracking, it's the same shortcut. That's the next little window over. It's doing all the space between the characters, but I'm not putting my cursor between one character. I'm selecting them all. And then I can add more by using my Option right arrow, and that just gives me more space between the characters. So that's looser tracking. And then I use my Option left arrow, which tightens the tracking here. And you don't want to go too tight because then the letters start piling on top of each other. It doesn't look good. But some fonts, it may just look like they're spaced out just a little bit too much. A little bit hard to read because that visual spacing isn't right on. So I'm going to use my Option left arrow and I'm going to bring it in. It's not stretching the type. Heaven forbid you should stretch type. There's ugly enough typefaces out there. Use an ugly typeface if you want it to look bad, but by all means do not stretch your type. But definitely kern and track everything. So here is your stretchy type right here, your vertical, your horizontal. Don't do it. This is the no-no zone. Don't do it. Don't touch it. If you do, don't let me know. Okay? Next is your little superscript, your baseline shift. This is really handy when we do stuff like little trademark stuff where I want to go in and put the trademark in here and I just want to boost this up off the baseline a little bit more to get the just right above the X height so it fits in that nice little beautiful spot right there. This is not something that I use on an entire line. This is like doing a superscript or a footnote or something where I just want to shift it from the baseline a little bit right there. We also have our all caps in here and our lowercase caps and our superscript and our subscript as well. So I could do something like this where I have like my Option R right there, and I wanted to superscript that Option R, and I wanted to move that up a little bit more, so there's a combination of that as well. One word of advice, don't ever type in all caps. If you do want something in all caps, type in lowercase and then go ahead and apply your all caps feature, because if you type in all caps, then you have to make it lower caps, you got to retype the whole thing. Don't do it. Underscore right there you have it, and then this is your dictionary that you have right here if you want to go through and do spell check, which is also quite useful to go through and do your spell checking right there, which is going to be, here I am in InDesign. We'll find out where it is, but we can go through and check our spelling. So, basic character formatting there, nice shortcuts. So Shift Command greater than less than does your point size. Option up or down arrow does your leading. Space between the letters is kerning, so Option left or right arrow kerns tighter or looser. And when you select copy overall, this is tracking, Option left arrow is going to bring that all together. So there's just your very basics of going in and picking the font, setting the point size, leading, kerning, tracking, and making it look all good and happy. Now we can do the same thing with point type, we can do the same thing with paragraph type. It doesn't matter what kind of type you have, because in this case when we're just editing the character size, it's all the same functions. Our paragraph formatting comes in where we would like to go in and we would like to set our paragraphs right, centered, or left justified here, which is pretty simple stuff. And then whether or not we want to go through and hyphenate or not hyphenate, I'm a big fan of having no hyphenation in here as well. So basic formatting, and when we get into our next video, we're going to talk about our space before and space after, because that's where our paragraph formatting really comes into play. Now we also have our open type feature, and our open type feature is interesting. I'm going to also show you glyphs here. So under the type menu, we're going to show you glyphs. These are the two things I want to show you. We're going to show you glyphs first. Glyphs are interesting because we may want to access certain things in the typeface that are not readily available inside the typeface or accessible by the keyboard here. So I may have a typeface selected here, whatever one I've got, and I can choose the typeface here just by going in and choosing from my glyphs panel. But what is the glyphs panel and why would I be using this? Well, the glyphs panel is for characters that I don't have normal access to via the keyboard. A lot of it has to do with accent marks for foreign languages and stuff like that. I mean, do you know how to go in and get that little E with the accent over it right there? You know, maybe I've got this and I need to have that little E with the accent, and you don't know how to go through and get that accent. Well, you can go through to your glyphs panel. You can call up your glyphs panel and you can select your font that you're in, and it's going to put it right here. And then you can go to the letter or character that you want to have right here, select it, and you can then go in and double click, and it's then going to go ahead and get that from that font. Now, each font has a different set of glyphs. Some of them have a lot of them, some of them have a few, but there's a lot of them that's going to have a lot of different ones. This one happens to have Cyrillic and a few other things too, little symbols that are in here that you'd normally find. This one's got a really nice set of fractions. Not all of them have, you know, fractions that do third and eighths. Most of them half, quarter, three-quarter. So this one's a good one for doing recipes. And I've done a recipe book too, so it's nice to have these kind of things. But beyond going through and hunting down certain things here in the font, there are certain fonts out there that have, you know, they aren't characters, but they're like embellishments and things like that. And I know one of those things like wingdings or webdings or stuff like that, you have that. And how do you go through and find out what they actually have? Well, we used to do what's called the typewriter swipe, where we just put our cursor in there and we just wipe across each row of the keyboard and to hope that we come up with a symbol that's in there. Well, now you don't have to. So if you're hunting down something and you want to find wingdings or zafting bats or whatever, and you want to find certain symbols that are in there, that's awesome. Now there's certain ones in here, and I'm going to find one that's got a flourish in here, and it's really easy to find by using this right here. I'm going to go in, I'm going to select my copy, and I'm going to find something that's got flourishes in here by using my using this, and I can find what's got, it's got emojis there if you're looking for emojis, but ones that have some flourishes. Here we go, Bodoni ornaments right there. Okay. Now if I choose Bodoni ornaments, there's so many more in here than I have access to by hitting the keyboard, and I can find a whole lot of these through here. So that can be really cool and really beneficial. So definitely give glyphs a try if you've never tried them. They're tasty and delicious, with or without bacon. But glyphs are going to be like that next step if you're really looking for special characters. Now what I want to show you is I want to show you the open type features. And there's a whole bunch of stuff with open type features, but there's a couple here that I think are really cool that I like to have. And one of them is ligatures. And ligatures are when we get like F's together and FLs, FIs, that kind of stuff. And a ligature is when you come through and you have something like this, where if I go in and I have no ligature, you can see that the F, F, and I are all totally separate, okay? Well, typefaces usually when they have letters that are touching each other, especially FLs, FIs, that kind of stuff, I can go in and I can actually set those ligatures to go through, and you can see how it basically connects it all as one piece. So if you were typing something along here and you have your ligatures turned on and I start typing the word office, it automatically goes in and it automatically puts those together as ligatures instead of having them as three separate pieces of type, three separate letters. It goes through and allows you to do ligatures. And there's a whole bunch of really cool open type stuff that we're not going to get into in this video because it's very, very user specific. But if you're familiar with it, definitely do some research on that because you can do some cool things. Plus, there are certain typefaces that offer, like on an initial caps here, on certain, more scripty typefaces, what they can do is they can offer you different characters of the same letter. And this is especially true for like capital letters. Maybe I have a flourishy typeface and I have the letter L. Well, they may offer you 3 different letter L's, one that's a little bit flourishy, one that's a lot, and one that's going to be crazy over the top. And you can access all these different ones through the OpenType because they have built these into some of the fonts here. So definitely take a look into that because you can create some very interesting things. People are like, what's that typeface? And you're like, well, this is what it is. And it's like, well, I use that one and I haven't seen those characters. And it's like, yeah, they could be hidden in the glyphs panel, but also you may access those through the OpenType feature too, which is really quite interesting. So the way you can tell if there's other flourishes or there's other characters in here, you'll notice when I highlight this particular type and I get this little L down here, it's like, why is it showing me that? These are the OpenType features. So if I was using a flourishy typeface here and there was multiple ones, I could access it right through here. It's going to show me all the different ones here. And I don't know which ones are the flourishy typefaces that actually would have this kind of stuff because I don't have a lot of flourishy typefaces in here as I go through. I don't know if I'll be able to find any. But it's something that you can definitely try. And some of the typefaces that you download may actually tell you that there's certain flourishes in there. And it's hard to see. Let me see if I can do this. Do this as well. No, there's no OpenType. It's not an open typeface. But if you get that little character in the corner, you may get several different ones there. And those are just the different variations that you can get on that font there. So definitely take a look at that if you're interested. So that's our basic formatting. That's our basic characters. Those are our paragraph and our basic OpenType features right here to go through and be able to work with this and put all this content together. Now, when we're dealing with paragraph type here, I may have pictures or I may have logos or icons that I would like to then kind of integrate into my story. Now, I can't paste this into my text right here. Illustrator doesn't allow me to do that because Illustrator is very basic in the way it handles these things. But I may want to take this and I may want to put this logo here and make the logo so the type is going to wrap around my logo. Now, unfortunately, there is no text wrap window here. You have to go in, and this is really weird because I want to have the text wrap around my object. So you'd think, okay, text wrap, I go into the window like I do in InDesign, it's not there. If I go into my type menu, there is no text wrap, and it's like, what the heck? So you have to go into your object menu, select your picture or your graphic or your icon that you want to wrap around. You got to go into your object menu, then you got to go under text wrap, and you can call up your text wrap options, and this is, quite frankly, very archaic, okay? There it is. So here's what I'm going to do. It's like, okay, I set this here, and then it says blah, 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 and I'm like, who reads? I click OK. And it's like, it's not doing anything. It's like, so I go back in here, and, I select that, and it's hard to get right there, and then I go into the object menu, and I do the text wrap. And the reason why it didn't do anything is because, it's like, okay, I set my text wrap options, now I have to make it. And now I've got my little text wrap. See that little force field that came around there? It's like, yeah, I made it. And it's like, well, why isn't it working? Well, the reason why it isn't working is because under this text wrap here, when you said the text wrap options, it's very important. It said, okay, go ahead, and this object must be in the same text group in order to wrap. And it's like, what does that mean? Well, here's what it means, folks, okay? You have to go in, and this object has to be in front of the text. All right, that's why it says go into the layers panel. And basically what they're saying is they're like, move it up on top of the text, because it's below the text is like, no, I'm going to ignore you. So this object has to not only have the text wrap options, then you have to go and then you have to choose make, which then says, hey, turn that little text wrap on. There's that little force field around it. And then after you do that, then you got to bring it to the front here. Okay? Talk about tedious. Yeah, it is. So now there's my object, and I can click on this object, go into the object menu, go under text wrap. I can go to my text wrap options. I can now go in and bump it up. And of course, with Illustrator, it's not a sticky preview. You got to click on the preview button, and you got to up this whole thing. It's clunky, okay? It's just clunky, and that's all there is to it. All right, so there's my text wrap. Now it wraps around there very nicely, works really good. It's like, okay, fine. I'm somewhat happy. I'm still annoyed that it takes so much time to go ahead and do that, but you can kind of get an idea of how this works, okay? So there's our basic point type, our paragraph type, character, paragraph, open type, and some text wrap, and it's like, okay, we're pretty good to go. But you know what? We've only gone through one type tool, and it's like, what? Yeah, and it's like, oh my gosh, we got all these different type tools. And here's the reason why, okay? There's a lot of different type tools in here because what happens if I'd like to type inside a circle, okay? Yeah, so I could draw a circle first, and then if I take my type tool here and I click, it's kind of like, okay, it just gives me point type, and it's like, no, I want to type inside the circle, okay? And it's like, yeah, I need to do that. Well, Illustrator is very particular on how you go ahead and you do your type. You can't just draw a circle and click inside there, because if you click inside there, it just thinks, boom, you know, I'm going to start typing something. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You have to take the specific tool and click in a very specific way on the absolute right part in order to make this circle a text container. You're like, what? Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to do. So I have my circle. I'm going to grab my type tool, and I'm going to click on my area type tool, which allows me to now put type inside an area like this circle or a closed shape. I can't just click on the shape here. I actually have to go in, and I have to, with that little cursor, I have to go in and I have to touch the shape right there, and then it converts it to it. Do you see how the fill went away? You're right, because you cannot have a shape that's filled with a color and have text in it. The shape is either filled with a color or it has text in it. And of course, the last type that I used here was Zap Dingbat, so it kept all those settings right there. Okay, so now I can put text in a circle, and I can type whatever I'd like here in the circle, and it fills the entire circle. No, I cannot put a stroke on this circle. No, I cannot put a fill on this circle. I can't do anything like that. Okay? It's just a circle, and it's simply just an area in which the type goes. Okay? You can do this with any shape. So that's the area type tool. And again, when you use the area type tool, you have to click specifically on the very edge here in order to activate that path. Any fill or stroke will disappear. If you want a fill or stroke, it's got to be on a totally separate shape behind in order to make that work. Now, the other one that's always fun is the type on a path tool. Now, type on a path tool, same thing. Doesn't matter what fill or stroke or any type of attributes you have on your open or closed path, doesn't matter, they disappear when you touch it with a type tool. The type on a path tool is like one of those things you see at the car dealership, you know, where the little blow-up dolls, the little floppy things right there. And what you have to do in order to activate your path so that the type goes on the path is take those little flappy arm connectors, and you got to touch right there on the path. And you can see it'll actually say path right there. It's kind of small, but you got to click, and then all of a sudden, you lose all your fill and stroke attributes, and your type goes around the path right there. And then you can type anything on the path, and it's like, wow, this is great. And you can use the type tool to edit this whole thing here. There it is. Now here's the crazy part, okay? You can see that where I typed is where I begin and where it starts. If I type too much around the path here and I keep going on and on and on, all of a sudden I get that little red plus. And the reason why is because I have now put too much type on that path. I could make that shape bigger, okay? But it just makes my type bigger, so I'd have to then go in and make my type smaller using my Shift Command left bracket right there. I want to rotate this type around, okay? And so I see at the beginning of the type here, I've got these two little handles and these two little boxes here. Don't click on the boxes. Those are not handles. They put them right there. Those are not handles, those are connectors. We're going to learn about that in the next video here. Don't click on those, okay? What we have is we have these two little bumpers right here, and I'm going to zoom in on this, and we're going to see these little bumpers. Okay? These are just like little parking lot bumpers. When you drive into those little bumpers, and it stops your wheels right here. So these are little stops, let's call them that. If I hover over this one, you'll see there's an arrow pointing to the right. This is my left justified, and all the type is going to the right. So if I click on that and move it, it's going to move everything. And you can see I've got two stops, okay? I've got my first and then my last stop, which is basically my little bumpers on both ends. So I'm going to zoom back out here so we can see this a little bit better. And I could take my initial bumper here and I can run it around, but of course what happens when I run the type into the other bumper here, it just stops, and now I got to go in and I got to open that other bumper and open it up. And it's like, okay, seriously? To run type around a path, I've got to close one bumper, open up another bumper, and it's like, well, that is one way of doing it. You don't have to, but that's one way of doing it, okay? Halfway in between these two bumpers, doesn't matter how much text you have, it's always halfway in between, is this little thumbtack is what I call it. It's a joystick. And if you hover over this, you'll see you get your little thumbtack symbol, and you can grab this like a joystick, and this allows you to take a joystick and kind of run it all around your entire shape. And it doesn't matter if it's a circle or a square or an open path here. This is the same thing. You get your first and last bumper and then your joystick with this. With this joystick, I can run this around, but people do this and they're like, see, it keeps doing all these crazy things. And it's like, you know, and I'm not doing anything. It's like, okay, if you drive your car like this, then you're in deep trouble. And here's the reason why. It's really simple. If you're dragging along here and you're dragging, everything's going just fine. Then all of a sudden it's like, see, it goes to the inside. Because I just dragged my cursor to the inside of the circle. Oh, yeah, you're right. Stay outside the circle, the type stays outside. Go inside the circle, it goes inside the circle. Very simple, okay? Just like driving. You go right, it goes right. You go left, it goes left, okay? So if you drag that little joystick into the circle, it's now inside the circle, outside the circle. Oh, I've got to turn off there we go. It was my last settings here stuck, and my type was sitting well above the path right here, because I had my superscript turned on. Not a good thing to do. Okay, now my type is sitting right where it should on the path. Okay, so I can turn this all around. There it is. I can get that kind of balanced. All good, type on a path. If I would like some type on a path options, I can go into the type menu, type on a path options. And I just want to tell you right now, folks, they're all bad. So this is the rainbow effect. This is the skew. 3D ribbon, yeah, pretty useless. Stair step, no, don't ever use the, oh, Lord, no. Okay, we're just going to keep it on rainbow. I had to tell you, okay, had to show you. How do I want this aligned to the path? Well, I can have the baseline, or I can have it centered on the path here, ascenders, descenders, however I want to. And the flip feature just allows me to flip it inside or outside the path as well. Okay, so basic stuff right there. Most of the time, I'm just going to be running this little joystick along the path here to get this where I want it to be. And there it is, drag inside, goes inside, keep it on the outside, stays on the outside. There's my type on a path. Okay, open path, closed path, doesn't make any difference. It's type on a path. And there's my basic type on a path tool. Now, I've got other tools here. Vertical type tool, don't ever stack type vertically. I'm going to show you, no, 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 no. We never read type like this. It drives me absolutely nuts. So that was the last time I ever going to do that. Vertical area type, no. Vertical type on a path tool, these are all no-no tools, okay? Don't use them. The touch type tool, now this is interesting, okay? I want to show you this. I'm just going to take here and I'm going to type the word panda. All right, I want to create a logo here. And I'm going to start off with type. I'm going to pick a typeface here that I think is going to work really good. I'm just going to run through my font menu here. And what I'm doing here is I'm just selecting my type on my artboard, and then I just put my cursor up into my character window here, my type window, and I'm just using my up or down arrows on my keyboard to find a typeface that I think is going to work really good. And then, of course, I have to kern everything. It's just a habit to make it look good. There it is. So there's my logo that I'm going to give to a client. And the client's like, you know, I want to make this more exciting. And I was like, okay, you know, let's make it more exciting. So I could do two things. I could outline this typeface right here, and I'm going to copy this to show you what this is. So if I go into my preview, if I go into outline right here, I'm in outline mode here, so everything's just in outline here. And if I take this type and I go under my type menu and I go in, and I have to have my type selected here in order to do this. I want to go and I got to be in my preview mode here to do this. Type. I want to create outlines with my typeface. What this does is this turns it into non-editable type, but it actually turns it into shapes now. Okay, so this is just a shape. I'm in outline mode right now, and you can see normal type is all going to be black, but outline mode here, now this is just shapes. If I wanted to go in with my direct selection tool and I wanted to edit some of these attributes with this, I could go in and I could edit these shapes here to create something interesting. This is no longer editable type. It's just outline type, okay? And that's easy to do. Select it, type, create outlines, Shift-Command-O. But maybe I wanted to keep this active type and I wanted to go ahead and do something just a little crazy. And this is just a little crazy. I'm going to go in and I'm going to use my Touch Type tool on active type. And then I select a character here. Okay, this is still active type. I select a character here, and now I can go in and I can rotate these things. It's like, oh my gosh, you know, maybe I want to do this letter upside down because, you know, pandas like to hang. And then I can take these letters and I can start to move them and I can start to rotate them and have a little bit of fun with this here. You know, maybe just because you can doesn't mean you should, but I could do this and I could also like scale these larger and smaller, you know, and I could do something like this and say, you know what, I'm trying to have fun and I want to do a logo that says panda, okay? Now, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I don't think this looks good, but you could definitely have fun with this. And this is the Touch Type tool. Now, the advantage of this is that it's still active type. Now, I couldn't do this before we had this feature because I'd have to break it all apart here and manipulate all the letters. And if the client came back and said, can you choose a different font? This is still an active font, so I could go through here and I could now cycle through my fonts and I could see, okay, you know, this doesn't look good at all. But at least I tried it. Okay, that's what the tool does right there. And going back to this particular font, you know, I think it works with this font, but I don't know that I would go through and, you know, flip a letter upside down. But, you know, I could go through here and I could make letters bigger or smaller here. But the cool thing with this is it's still active type, okay? And yeah, I shouldn't have stretched that right there. Now it should definitely go to the corner and make it bigger if I wanted to do this. Rotate these things, put them in, nest them together if I wanted to do that. So it's active type. Again, there are certain things that fall under the category of just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I think this is a really good candidate for that. I'd much rather go in, convert this to outlines, and then manipulate the typeface to go ahead and change the shapes if I'd like to do something like that, rather than kind of going in and putting it into a blender and kind of mixing up everything here and having that happen. So those are our basic type tools, okay? The type tool is one that you're going to use all the time right there, but you can have a little bit of fun with it as well. And when you want to outline the type, you can outline any type whatsoever. Type, outline, or create outlines right there, boom, done. And it just takes everything, converts it to an outline. Now these are just editable shapes. So you can go through and edit these shapes, do whatever you want to, and make that happen. Awesome. Good to go. So that's pretty much the basics of using a type tool. We showed paragraph type and point type. Showed you how to pick your font, size, leading, kerning, tracking, do your paragraph formatting controls here. We did type on a path. We were able to do text wrap around an object, and also show you the Touch Type tool as well as converting type to outlines. Now, one last thing, we've been working all in black type, but you know what? It's just like filling any other shape that you have. If you select your type, you can always go to your fill menu here and you can just make the type anything that you want. If you'd like to go in and just change certain portions of the type, select it with your type tool, go in and change just that portion right there. Now, you'll notice getting in and out of the type tool is pretty easy. If I just simply select my text with my selection tool, I can double click and it automatically turns into my type tool. I can make my edits to whatever I want, change that. And when I'm done, I can hit the escape key and it gets me right back out to my selection tool. So a really quick, easy way to use those shortcuts to get in and get out and go in and edit your text. Now, one last thing that we do before we go ahead and break, I want to show you just some really basic stuff with formatting. Next, we're going to get into heavy-duty formatting next time. But if you stop here and you don't go any further, I just want to show you one cool thing. If I create another text container over here, and you'll see that I've got all this text, it always remembers what I last did. The point size, the leading, kerning, tracking, everything, and it's like, okay, you know, I've got some copy in here, and now I want to go in and I want to draw another text container, and I want to format it just like I did over here, all right? But I don't want to click on this and then copy down all this information. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select all my copy. I'm going to take my eyedropper tool. I've selected my copy with my type, and it's interesting because this is the one tool I can select all my copy with my type tool, and then I can go over to my eyedropper tool, and it doesn't like get me out of my type editing. it does with any other tool, but with this, it knows that if I go over and pick up my eyedropper tool, it's because I want to pick up attributes and apply them to the type I have selected. So I selected the type, went over to the eyedropper tool, and I'm going to eyedropper onto other active type. And you can see what it does. It picks up all the attributes for it right there. And it's like, well, that's interesting. What happens if I take this line here, go to my eyedropper tool and click on that? You'll see it picks up all the formatting. And it's like, well, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, it actually is. So select your copy. Go to your eyedropper tool. You notice how everything stays selected. Click on whatever it is that you want, and it picks up those attributes and applies it right to your text, which is pretty sweet. Okay? How is that actually working? Double-click on your eyedropper tool. This is what you can go ahead and pick up. So you can see it's picking up your character style and your paragraph style, as well as, everything else in here, the color, that kind of stuff. And your character and paragraph style is what it's paying attention to. What font, what leading, kerning, tracking. And it's also picking it up, and then it's applying it to it right there. And that's how it works. That simple. So it's really pretty cool to go through and do that. If you want to go in and make that happen, it's a pretty awesome feature to go through and do. So folks, that's kind of a whirlwind of going over, and that's just the basic type. We're going to get into more heavy-duty formatting in the next video, the next episode that's coming up here. We're going to learn about paragraph, character, and object styles, and then space before, space after, indents, and things like this that are going to make your formatting a whole lot easier to do in Illustrator. So stay tuned, folks. More fantastic stuff to come. Well, folks, welcome back. This is another episode of the Illustrator Bootcamp, and we're going to cover in this session more advanced type features. The first type section that we did was just basically learning the type tools, point type, paragraph type, and basically learning character and paragraph formatting. This one we're going to step it up a little bit, and we're going to do more heavy-duty formatting for larger amounts of copy. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start with some placeholder copy here. I've drawn a text container and it's filled with some placeholder copy. What I want to do is I want to start working with some of my paragraph and character formatting controls. And I'm going to create paragraph and character styles. So I'm going to need going to have to go into a type here, and I want to call up my paragraph and my character styles, which I have over here. And this is going to allow me to go in and do a lot more heavy-duty formatting up front, so that it's going to make it a whole lot easier for me to go in and be able to format a lot of copy in Illustrator. Now, I don't do a lot of copy formatting in Illustrator simply because if I'm going to be doing a multi-page document, I'm going to do that in InDesign. But there are times where I've got to do packaging and I've got to do some things that's going to require multiple paragraphs. So I still want to make sure I get the consistency across all of my type and make sure everything is going to match, spacing, indents, and I'm going to try to set this all up so I don't have to do a lot of this stuff manually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with my paragraph formatting. The first thing that I want to do with paragraph formatting is I want to go under my type menu and I want to turn on my hidden characters. My hidden characters are going to tell me exactly what's going on with the formatting of the type. And I'm going to zoom in on this so you can see, because hidden characters are all those characters that don't print. Tabs, spaces, returns, hard returns, soft returns, indents, tabs, and so on. So these are all going to happen when we type anything on the keyboard, but they're hidden because they don't print. But we can turn those on so we can see how this formatting actually works. And the reason why this is important is because when it comes to paragraph formatting, our paragraph return is actually our trigger in which sets our new formatting. So we're going to start off with our basic level formatting here, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to select a paragraph, which I can do, and I can just go ahead and I can go in and triple click and get the entire paragraph here. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to start by choosing my point size, my font, my leading, kerning, tracking, indents, and all that other good stuff. So I'm going to do that in my character panel, and then once I set this all up, then I'm going to capture this as a paragraph style. So I'm going to choose a font that I think is going to be appropriate for what it is that I'm doing, and I'm going to pick a font that works right there, and I'm going to pick a point size, and I'm going to do some leading right here and set that up to see how I think that's going to work. I want something that's going to be a little bit wider. I'm just going to run through my font list right here and see what I've got. Ah, there we go. I like Avenir. It's always a good one. Yep, didn't quite get that. So Avenir, Roman. All right, there we go. So this is what I want all my copy to look like. You'll notice why I'm not going in and I'm not formatting everything here. I'm just formatting a small section. Now, I'm going to select that. I'm going to select my leading 2 on this as well. And I'm going to jump over to my paragraph formatting, because this is where I can do my left, centered, right, force justified here. I'm also going to turn off hyphenation, because hyphenation is one of those things that in most places we don't usually have hyphenation, simply because graphic standards basically say, you know what, you can go ahead and adjust your type to make it look good without having the hyphenation turned on, so we do that. Now, a couple things that I do want to do is in my paragraph formatting here, we have our left indent and our right indent and our first line indent. Our first line indent is right here, so it's going to indent the first line. Well, the first line of what? Well, because this is paragraph formatting, it's the first line of every paragraph. So if I were to come in here and I were to put in another paragraph return here, it comes in and it automatically indents my first line the same amount that I had just gone ahead and set right here for the first line indent. No, I'm not going to go in and use a tab key inside here, because every time I use a tab key, I have to remember, oh, it's the start of a new paragraph. I have to hit the tab and do that. So I don't do that. I try to dial this in as best I possibly can. So whatever indent I'd like to have that's going to be comfortable with my style and my size of my type, and I'm going to choose that. Now also too, I want more space after every paragraph. So the last thing I'm going to do is go in and hit my paragraph return twice in order to get that extra space. No, because that's one more thing that I have to do that I don't want to have to do when I'm in formatting. So in the paragraph formatting, I've got my space before and my space after, and I'm going to put a little bit of space after, which means every time I have a paragraph return, I get this amount of space after my paragraph return. And if this is how everything looks and how everything works, and I really like how this is, and I've got everything dialed in and track this a little bit tighter, and I really like this, I'm going to capture this as a paragraph style. So as long as I have my cursor anywhere in that paragraph, I don't have to have the whole paragraph selected. As long as my cursor is in there touching or selecting anything in the paragraph, I can capture the attributes. So I've gone in and done all my character and paragraph formatting. Now we're going to capture this as a paragraph style. And a paragraph style is going to allow me to format everything from paragraph return to paragraph return in one click of a button. It's very much like programming or remote control. You program everything in, you press one button, and it performs all these functions and features. Well, that's a paragraph style. You dial in everything that you want, all the attributes and the way you want each paragraph to look. We capture this as a style. So I'm going to select part of that paragraph. I'm going to go to my paragraph styles cheese grater, and I'm going to choose new paragraph style. And I'm going to call this something that's going to be readily recognizable, because I may not be the only one using this. Somebody else may be using this, so I want to think ahead here. Now there's one thing that's interesting here. I've got this button that says add to my library. What is this? Well, my library is actually the Adobe library that basically is available in many of the Adobe applications. So if I had created a paragraph style in here and I wanted to then use this paragraph style in Illustrator, or in InDesign, I should say, I can put this into my library, and now this is going to be available for me in InDesign as well, so I don't have to recreate this right here. So I can add that to my library if I want to. If I kept that checked, my library would come up, my library panel would come up, and I'd put it in there. So when I go in and I've captured this, and I've named this as a body copy here, it's captured all my basic settings here, and my basic settings are pretty standard here, okay? It's Avenir, it's Roman, it's got all these basic settings here. Advanced character formatting, no, I'm not going to go ahead and change the scale on any of this stuff. The indents and the spacing here, it's left alignment. There's no left indent, but the first line indent is indented here, the space after. Hyphenation's turned off, the character color, it's black right there. Okay, so that's good. Everything's awesome. I'm going to click OK, and there is my new style right there. There's my body copy. So now if I go in and I format by clicking on any other paragraph here and I click on the body copy, it applies it. Now you notice that I'm not selecting the entire paragraph. Don't have to. Because with my hidden characters turned on, or my invisibles turned on here, as long as my cursor's anywhere within a paragraph, paragraph formatting controls go in and format the entire paragraph. Okay? Which is why it's called paragraph formatting. And so I do that, formats the entire paragraph, which is great. I can just click on the paragraph, format the whole thing. It's like, wow, that is totally easy. Now the nice thing with this is that if I go in and I realize later on in this document, there's a few things that I'd like to change, I can always go in and simply double click on my existing paragraph style, and I can go in and I can edit any of these changes here, and I can kind of shore these up, change these things, make any edits that I'd like to with the whole thing and click OK. And you'll notice every place that I've gone in and I've applied them here, I'm going to go ahead and it's going to make all those changes to those paragraph style, or to those paragraphs here. And it's quite simple. I do that and it's like, wow, it makes all those changes. I don't even have to think about it. Now, I should always go in and I should always edit my paragraph style through here, because if I go in and I change the attributes here, and then it changes it everywhere where this has been applied in my document, which is a very good thing because I can keep consistency. So any changes that I'd like to make, I'm definitely going to make in my paragraph styles. Now, sometimes I do go in here and I select my entire paragraph here and I said, oh, I wonder what it would look like if I do italic, a little bit smaller, maybe a little bit more leading here. Oh, I don't know. And then I realize, you know what? I like this. But now I can't remember all the changes that I've made to my paragraph. And I'm like, oh, geez, Louise, what do I do? So anytime that I change something from what I have already created in my paragraph styles panel, I get this plus. And this plus tells me that there's things that are not the same from when I had created my paragraph style. Now, if I've edited something incorrectly here and, gone in and accidentally bumped something and I see, oh yeah, that plus is there, I can always click on that and remove the things that I don't want. But what happens if I've gone in here and I've manually edited this and I do want these things? In fact, I want these things, but I can't quite remember all the settings that I did to change it, but I like what I see. Well, we have this feature. If we select the things that we've changed, now this only works if I've applied a style and then manually edited it after I've applied my paragraph style. I can select my paragraph that I've made the changes, go into my cheese grater here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to redefine the paragraph style. It's going to take what I have selected here and it's going to redefine my body copy style, so now everything is going to match that. And that's super, super, super helpful because I may want to change on the fly here and I may not change it in the paragraph styles, I may change it someplace else. So this makes it really easy for me to be able to go through and change these styles very nicely. Now you can have as many styles as you'd like here. Now here's an interesting thing talking about styles here. Sometimes when you start up your new document and you draw your text container, you get a font or a size that you don't like and you're like, oh, I have to keep changing this font every time and I don't like the size and the font. Well, guess what? That's your basic paragraph style. So really every time you use text in Illustrator, you're using a paragraph style. The paragraph style just happens to be the basic or the default paragraph style that's in there. And if you edit that basic paragraph style, you can go in and you can edit that style and you can change whatever it is that you want in here so that every time you start up Illustrator and draw a text container and then start to type, it can be whatever you want it to be instead of what the default is, okay? The default can be changed, which is really nice to be able to do that. That works great. So I've gone in and I've created a paragraph style, which is really helpful, and I've styled all this other stuff, and I may want a whole lot more styling going on here. Well, this was just basic copy that I had just flowed in here, and this was basic auto flow copy, so there's nothing special to it, but a lot of times somebody may give me a Word document. So they'll give me a Word document, and I'm going to bring in the Word document, and no, I'm not going to open Word, copy it from Word, paste it in here. Absolutely not. I'm going to avoid Word, and I'm going to go directly from the Word document that they have sent me under the File menu, and I'm going to choose Place, and I'm going to find out that InDesign document there, and I can go in and I can show my import options, which is quite helpful. And what that's going to do is that's going to say, hey, what do you want to include? Well, I know I don't have table of contents or anything else here, but oh, you know what? Somebody may have gone in and Microsoft Wordified the whole thing, which means they try to make it really look good in Word. But the problem is that that formatting, I don't want to have come in. I just want the basic formatting in here. So I'm going to click OK, and it's going to remove the formatting, and I get a loaded cursor, of which I then draw a text container, and I flow the copy in. Okay, so this is really good. Now this is basically an outline, and I'd want to go through here and I'd want to set this all up, but we've got way more copy than I'm allowed in this text container. In fact, it goes on for many text containers here. We're going to get to that, but what I'd like to do is I'd like to do some formatting here just to make this look a little bit nicer. So I know the one thing I could do is I could select absolutely everything by using Command A, and I can apply my body copy to the whole thing. But I would like to go in and I would like to create a couple other types of paragraph formatting here. So I'm going to select my first line right here. And I'm going to go in and I'm just going to go back to my normal paragraph style, because what this does here is it strips it of everything that's in there. So I'm not fighting other things that I've already applied to this. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to choose a different headline here. So I'm going to get a bolder headline and I'm going to set that to be a certain color, size, all that other stuff. I'm going to remove all of these extra paragraph returns in between here that somebody put in, to go ahead and separate this out. So this is going to be like my overall heading for everything, and then these are going to be my subheads. In fact, I'm going to set this right here. So these are going to be my subheads right there, and I've got my subheads. There's my heading, and I notice that things are not looking so good. So in my heading right here, go to my paragraph formatting controls. I'm going to put some space after here. Definitely do not want my hyphenation on. And here's going to be my subhead right here. And with my subhead, now I don't want to have any indent at all for my first line indent. There we go. And I want a little bit of space after as well, so that'll look pretty good. Great, okay, I think this is looking good. So I'm going to put my cursor in here. I'm going to capture this as a paragraph style. So I'm going to go to my paragraph styles panel, create a new paragraph style from the cheese grater. I'm going to call this my header. I'm going to click OK. Now I do have to go back and I have to select this and I have to apply that to it, because just because I use that to create that style, I need to go back in and select the copy and actually physically apply that so I know that it's there. With my subhead, I'm going to select part of that, paragraph styles cheese grater, new paragraph style, and this is going to be called my subhead. I'm going to click OK as well, and then make sure my subhead's there. And it's like, okay, what just happened with this right there? Ah, there we go. Subhead, awesome. Okay, now it's looking good. Now I'm going to go through and I'm going to get rid of all of my extra returns here, and I'm going to just go in and I'm going to start applying my own subheads as I go through here. And very quickly, because these are supposed to be my subheads, so I just select those and I put those in. I get rid of all my extra returns right here. But I immediately see a problem. And I'm going to turn off my hidden characters right here, which is going to be Option Command I, so we can see this right here. Okay, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So I've got my header going across here. I've got my subheads. But I notice here when I get into the end of my body copy, the space between my body copy and my subhead and my body copy is exactly the same. And what I end up wanting to have is I actually want to have more space after this, but unfortunately if I go into my body copy and I say put more space after my paragraph returns here, all of this is now going to be spaced out more because these paragraph returns are now going to be a return, so I get more spacing. So I'm going to do something interesting here. I'm going to go into my subheader, I'm going to edit this, and what I'd like to do with my subheader here with the indents and spacing is I have this set so every time I have a paragraph return it gives me this much space after. But that's not my problem. I want space after this, but actually what I can do is I can put space before my subhead here. So if I put space before my subhead, you'll see that this will go ahead and give me an additional buffer zone above the subhead here so that I don't have to put more spacing after my body copy, because I do want more spacing after the body copy, but if I do, it puts it after every paragraph in the body copy and just spaces everything out. What I really want is I want to put more space before the subhead. So it takes whatever space after the body copy, and then it adds this much before the subhead here, as well as this much after the subhead, and it gives me a really quick, easy way to go through and format this stuff. And it's like, oh, I like that. I really like that a lot. Okay? So this is looking pretty good right here. I like this, and I could very easily go through, and I could start to apply all my subheads here, and I could start really formatting this stuff very easily. Again, getting rid of all my redundant extra paragraph returns and turn that all off so we can see how this looks. Now, what I have here is I've got a single text container, but I've got a lot of copy in this text container. And I know that because I've got this red overflow here. In fact, I'm going to narrow this up here so we can get this a little bit more narrow. And I'm going to click on this red overflow button right here, and I'm going to get my loaded cursor here. And with that loaded cursor, I'm now going to click and drag, and I'm going to draw another container in which this is going to link to the next container. And you can see the thread that links it all together. This one links right to that one. And the type flows, which means if I close up this container here, it's going to flow right over here. So this is really quite awesome. So with this, I'm going to go in and I'm going to continue with my subheads here because I've got all this stuff set up and it's working really good. Of course, I don't have my hidden characters turned on, but I can go through and kind of get this stuff done because I've done this before and be able to see how this stuff works. Okay? So I can continue on and on and on, and I can link all my containers together here as I go through. And I can also link by clicking on this as well. But I can also link to a different artboard too. It doesn't need to be on the same artboard. So if I'm doing a brochure or a flyer and it needs to link someplace else, it doesn't matter if it's on the same artboard. It's just going to link all the way through here so we can see how this all works. Now, one of the things we can do is we can turn on and turn off our edges of things. We can hide certain things. And under the View menu, this is where we can go in and we can hide and show our bounding boxes of things. We can hide our artboards, we can hide our edges as well, we can hide our bounding boxes. So maybe we don't want to see this as we get more complicated or more things going on the page, but there's things that we can turn on and turn off. So this is looking pretty good overall. I'm satisfied with this. I'm just going to turn off my hidden characters so I can take a look. And I notice a couple things in here, and I notice that things like this, you know, these longer lines, because I have a narrow column here, these lines are kind of coming around here and they're kind of looping back around here. I'm not a big fan of that. So what I can do is I can come in here, and this is the thing that you don't do. You don't go in and just hit your space bar and do this, because all you do is you get more spaces, and people are like, yep, you know what, if that doesn't work, then go in and hit your tab key a couple times and do that, and then just go in and do your spacing. That's all kind of now. That is just really bad formatting right here. We're going to show you how we're going to fix this, and we're going to make this a whole lot better. We're going to actually set this up in our style here. So one interesting thing with this, if I were to go in, and of course if I were to hit my paragraph return, it's automatically going to indent it. But what's happened is that it's now broken this into a separate paragraph, and now this paragraph and this paragraph are two different ones, and they don't look like they're together because the spacing's a little bit odd. Now, every time I hit my paragraph return, it starts a new paragraph, which means the formatting starts over. So here's something that I'd like to do. I've got my type indented because I like to indent these things underneath my subhead, so it just gives a little bit more separation from everything else. But what I don't like is I don't like all the subsequent lines to be indented after this. So I'm going to select this line here, and of all things, I'm going to use my tab ruler, okay? And if I go under my type menu, I can call up my tab ruler, which is going to be Shift-Command-T right there. So I can go in and I can call up my tabs, or is it under my, no, it's under my window, sorry. Type, tabs right there, which is Shift-Command-T. And when I do this, it calls up my tab ruler, and my tab ruler is huge. I mean, it's like, okay, I don't know why it is this big and decided to make it the width of both my artboards right here, because it usually doesn't. It usually makes it the width of just the text container that you're working at. So I'm going to put my tab ruler here, and it's a weird one because it's a floating panel, all right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up my tab ruler here, and of course the problem is when I zoom in, I got to then reorient my tab ruler right here on top of my content so I can work with this and get it right where it needs to be so I can get that lined up. Okay, so with my type selected, what I'm going to do here is kind of a little bit interesting. I'm not going to do tabs right now, but we're going to use the tab ruler to set my indents right here. And we could do this mathematically here in the styles, but I want to show you this because this is something that people normally do, but they don't think about it this way. You can see in my paragraph styles, when I did my first line indent, these two little triangles right here are the things that are going to go in, and they're going to give me the ability to go ahead and edit my indents. And really what I want to do is I want to bring my indent in, and I want to bring all of my subsequent lines in over to here, okay? So these little triangles, the first triangle is my indent, the second triangle is all my subsequent lines that fall in underneath. And this is a really good way to look at this because when we do this using the paragraph formatting, it doesn't make as much sense. That's why I like to show this here. So first line indent, all the other subsequent lines. So if I go in here and I'm setting my body copy and I double click on this, My indents and spacing here, what I can do is I can go and I do my first line indent right there. But if I do my left indent and I bring all of that in, you can see that it brings everything in further than I want to. And it's like, okay, that's the left indent. But then it also goes in and it indents my first line another 8 points past that. Well, I just did the first line indent because it just made a lot of sense. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off the first line indent here and I'm just going to indent everything into basically 8 points and no first line indent. So everything's going to fall in under there. So if I called up my tab ruler here, and you can see, and I line this up there, you can see those little triangles now line up, and I've just moved everything all together. So that means all of the lines in my paragraph are going to fall in and fall in at the same location. So something like this is really handy to have. Now, I may have some long lines here that I would like to break. And the way I break these is I don't go in and hit my paragraph return, because if I hit my paragraph return, it starts the formatting all over again. And it also gives me my indent and it gives me my extra space after. And that's not what I want, because it's going to redo the paragraph formatting every paragraph return. So what I'd like to do is a shift return, which is going to be a soft return. A soft return is simply a line break. It's not a paragraph break, so it doesn't start the paragraph formatting all over. And you can see it's that little hockey stick, and that keeps all the lines together. So this is a line break, or it's not a paragraph return, it's a line break. And I can do this, so if I want to re-rag my copy without creating a new paragraph, this is what I do. Now, sometimes you will find that people use a Word document and somebody uses all these paragraph returns, and somebody's like, oh, I don't like those. They use soft returns throughout the entire document. Well, guess what? If there's soft returns everywhere, a paragraph formatting, it's going to look at everything as one whole paragraph, because there are no paragraph returns. This is why you've got to turn on your hidden characters, so you can see what's going on there. So with this, I'm able to go in here and I'm able to set this up, keep all my indents here, and make everything look really good right there. Now here's an interesting thing. If you ever wanted to do bullets, like a bulleted list or something, you can do manual bullets here. It's kind of fun. If you don't know how to do a bullet, it's option 8. But you can always go into your type menu and you can go in and insert special characters like symbols, like bullet, copyright, symbol, that kind of stuff. So if you don't know these shortcuts, call up your glyphs panel, or you can go in and go into your type menu and insert special things like here and do that. So option 8 is a bullet, just in case you ever wanted to do that. So it's kind of interesting that you can go in and create bullets. If you wanted to do something like that as well, that works too. And not a problem how that all goes. Okay? But here's an interesting thing. What happens if I put a bullet in here and then all the other lines don't fall under here? I'm going to turn off my hidden characters, and it's like, oh, there's my problem right there. And I've got my bullet, and I'd like all my copy here on any lines that are more than one line to actually fall in under here. If I go to my body copy here, one thing that I'd like to do is I'm going to go in with the preview here. I don't want to do my right indent. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set my first line indent backwards. Okay? And now this may seem totally crazy. I'm not putting a positive indent in here, okay? Because a positive indent would mean I keep moving the first line over. But what I do is I go in and I move my left indent in, and then what I'm actually doing is I'm outdenting my first line. We all know what an indent is. It goes in further. But if I create a left indent and then I outdent the first line like this, you can see what happens here. I can set that to indent everything and then outdent the first line to make up room for that little bullet point, so that it looks like when I'm done with this whole thing, these are all lined up. And it's like, well, that's pretty cool. Now what's cool about this is that when I put in a bullet point with any one of these lines here, it all looks good without any problem. But anything that has multiple lines and I put the bullet point in, it makes it look like it lines up. It's a little bit off here. I need to go in and I need to edit this a little bit more. And with this, I'm going to go in and I'm going to outdent this a little bit more. There we go. Looks great, doesn't it? So once I put my bullet point in here, I love that. So it's indenting everything and then outdenting the first line to make it look like these are lined up. It's a really simple thing to do. It's always something that I like to do, and people are like, how did you do that? Because nobody ever heard of an outdent. But sure, if you can indent, you can outdent. That's how it works. So pretty awesome to do. Now, I can't set up a bullet as a style simply because it is a keystroke. But once I have more than one line and I put the bullet in there, everything just seems to line up absolutely beautifully. I love that kind of stuff. So, looks really good. Now, we've gone through and we've created text linking here. And when we've gone through and we've done the paragraph formatting here, it's really quite simple. I've got 3 different paragraph styles. My header, my subhead, and all my body copy here. I've set it up so it's looking really good as well. And I may want to do something else. There's certain things that I may want to emphasize. So I've got something like this where I'd like to go in, and something like this I'd like to make bold. So if I go into my character styling here and I say, oh, I'm going to go in and I'm going to make this, heavy right there, or heavy oblique right there. There we go. That's what I want to do. Now, if I do something like this and I select this whole paragraph, it's telling me, you know what? You've gone in and you've manually done something. And it's like, yeah, I did. I wanted to go ahead and there's certain things that I want to make bold. Well, I can't make a paragraph style for one word because paragraph styles are going to cover an entire paragraph. This is where character styles come in. And character styles are specifically for this. When I want to do a character, a word, or a couple words inside a paragraph, I'm going to create a character style. This is if I want to make something bold or red or underlined or something like this or italic. And I don't want to make a paragraph style because it's going to make the whole paragraph bold or red or underlined. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply put in the attributes that I like, go to my character styles panel, create a new character style, and this is going to be my bold italic right here. And I click OK, and I apply that. Now, when I go in and I select this entire paragraph here, it doesn't give me a plus. And it's like, well, why doesn't it give me a plus? I thought the plus is when you've got varying styles. Paragraph and character styles work hand in hand. So when I apply styles correctly, character and paragraph here, I can apply a character style in here for anything that I want to be bold. If I want to call these out, I simply apply that character style in here, and it's all good. Why wouldn't I just go in here and do this manually? Well, the client comes back and it's like, oh, you know what? Every place that you went in and applied your character style here, I want you to go in and I want you to make that red. Well, guess what? If you've done it all manually, now you got to hunt it all down and make it in red. But here, if I do a character style, I can just go in with that character style and I can change that, and every place where it's been done, I can go through and I can change that. So this makes formatting super easy. There is a little bit of upfront setup that you have to do, but now when I go through, it makes life so incredibly easy for wherever my copy is, because now all I have to do is go in here and simply say, okay, there's my subhead right there, there's my subhead, and do that, get rid of all my extra spacing, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is so easy to do. Sure. Can we do this easier? Yeah, we can. We can actually select our copy, take our eyedropper tool, and we're going to select this. And now I could actually go in and go over this, and I could take this. Actually, I'm going to take my eyedropper tool first here. There we go. And with the eyedropper tool, I don't have anything selected here. You'll notice when I hover over a text container with the eyedropper tool, I get the little T because it knows it's going to pick up the type attributes. Now, I have my subhead here, so I just take my eyedropper tool and I click on my subhead and it picks it up. And now what I can do is I can now pick up that subhead, and then I can click and drag over those other areas here, so I can add that to my subheads here. Okay, and for some reason it's not working. I want to go in, I'm going to highlight that first, and then grab that. There we go. Now it picks up my subhead right there. It's awesome. So using the eyedropper tool allows me to pick up those attributes and apply them to other locations. So makes that nice and easy to do. I love the eyedropper tool to be able to go through and do that. And I'm going to get rid of my extra spaces here. So there we go. Formats this really nice and easy. Now this text linking is quite nice because I can link one container to another, and it doesn't have to have more copy in the container. Here, I'm at the end right here. How do I know I'm at the end? Well, if I turn on my hidden characters right here, and I get rid of all my paragraph formatting here. So you got to zoom in here, you got to select it. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to select these things. It just doesn't like to select everything right there. When I have this pound sign, I know I'm at the very end of my text, and there's nothing else beyond that. And the other thing that I know too is when I select my text container, I notice that this overflow button no longer has red in it, so there's nothing else that I have in there. But that doesn't mean I can't select this container and go in and create another container here just in case I move these containers around or I want to have flow. I don't have to have that red box or that overset text to have that, but I can always go in and I can always put these in here as well, which makes it quite nice to be able to work. Now, I just deleted a text container, and it's like, oh my gosh, did all that text go away? No, it didn't. It simply went into the next available container here, and it just simply relinks right to it. So I don't have to worry about moving these containers or deleting these containers. I can put them on any artboard. I can make them any size that I want and move them all around and make sure I've got all this content right here. Nice and simple. If I wanted to make sure that all of my containers were the same width, I could select the container. I could go into my properties panel and say, okay, make that 2.5 inches. Whoops, I don't want to scale everything together with that. That is for sure. I want to go in, we're going to go to our transform panel instead. Nope. I don't want to make that type size change, but I could go in and I can change the size here if I want to get that. And that's really weird because it's changing the copy as I'm going, oh, it's making everything that size. That's a really weird feature I've not seen before. That's kind of odd. Well, I guess you set your containers the size that you want to before you do that. That is quite odd that it would change the size of the copy even though we have our paragraph styles in there. That's a new one for you, folks. Now, when you're working with something like this, you've got all of your fonts in here. And if you go into your type menu and you can choose Find Font. Now, what we have, this is how we can tell what fonts are active in our document here. If we go under Type and say Find Font, here's all the fonts that are active in the document that I'm using here. It's really handy to have. Now, you may get a file from somebody that's done in Illustrator, and you open it up and the fonts are not there. Now, if they have used Adobe fonts and you've got the most current version of Illustrator, you can always activate those fonts very easily. Here you can just simply click Activate. If they are part of the Adobe font system, you can activate them and you're all good to go. But if you do get something where somebody's used a font, they didn't provide you with the font and you need to go switch it out, you can always go through here and you can select the font that's being used in the document and say, you know what, I don't have that. Let's go in and let's change that with something else here. I'm going to go in and I'm going to choose this from all of my fonts that I have in my system here. And you know what, I don't have light oblique, but I've got medium italic. And I'm going to change that, and it's going to go through and it's going to change that in the document wherever that font was. Now, the font missing is going to be something that's going to tell you when you open up the file or you go to print or you go to save as a PDF. It's going to tell you that these fonts are missing. So you always want to go into the Type menu, choose Find Font, and then make sure that everything is there where it needs to be. And I made one mistake, and I make this mistake all the time. This Find Font doesn't make any sense. If this font was missing and I wanted to change it to this, I click the Done button, and I do this repeatedly because I think by selecting the font and replacing it with this one and I say Done, it didn't do it. I need to go in and I need to change all of the occurrences of this before I click Done. And this frustrates me to no end because I'm constantly clicking the Done button and I realize, wait a second, it wasn't done. You're right, it wasn't. Because you got to say, oh, change everything. Now I'm done. And frustrating to do that. Really frustrating. I don't like it at all. Anyway, those are some of the basic things. There's not a ton of formatting stuff that we do with type in Illustrator here, but going through just some of our very basics for our character and our paragraph styles here, being able to go in and just set some very basic setups here, character color and such, works really well, really easy. Not really that complicated. With that, anything under the Type menu here, any special characters that you would like to go ahead and do, you certainly can. The one other thing that we can do here is tabs, and that's about the only other thing that we really do with text here in Illustrator. So I'm going to show you tabs over here. I'm going to go ahead and set up just a text container with some tabs. And I'm just going to type in some items here, and I'm going to use my tabs here. Go ahead and show you how this works. So you can set up your own tabs. And you notice I'm going in here and I'm hitting my tab key and I'm setting this up, and I'm gonna make this a little bit larger so we can see how this looks. Now, usually when people go in and do tabs, they don't like the fact that the spacing is not correct between all of these here, okay? So they use the tab key multiple times to start setting up the spacing. Well, I hate to tell you folks, that's the incorrect way to use tabs. What you want to do is you want to set up everything with one tab in between each item. No, it doesn't look good, but at this point right now, you're going to have to forego the instant gratification. It's going to look worse before it looks better. Once I've set up each one of my tabs here, what I need to do is I need to set where these tabs are going to end up. I don't want to go in here and put in multiple tabs. One tab after every item. That's it. Then I'm going to select everything and call up my tab ruler, which is going to be my Shift-Command-T, or go under the Window menu, under Type, and call up my tabs right there. And in this case, it's going to snap right to my text container right there, and if it doesn't, you can always hit the little magnet and snap right to it. I've got my little tab delimiters here. How do I want to line up this content? Well, every time you see a tab, then where the new word starts is what you're going to line up. So if I do my left justified tab here, and I put one here, that's where it lines up. This one here, I'm going to take this off because I had done this previous and it kept putting the little leader in right there. And I'm going to put my tabs here, and you can see as I do this, it's now lining up everything along those lines. How does this work? Well, here we go. If I go in and I do something like this, you can see every time I hit my tab, it's going to come in and it's going to line up right where those tabs line up. They're like little stops right there. Okay, so this is absolutely perfect. Every time I hit the tab. Now you notice this one kind of skipped over it because this was quite a long word and it didn't have enough room to go ahead and fit that tab. Now, if you want to edit these tabs, it's very simple. Make sure you select all your copy, and you can go in and just move those little tab delimiters, those little tab stops. And this tab, this little tail shows you, the arrow shows where it's pointing, and the tab shows you where it's going. Quite useful, okay? Now, another way that we use tabs is really quite useful as well. Say we're doing something like this, and I've got a chapter of a book, and I do chapter 1, I do chapter 2, I do chapter 3, and there it is. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, I like those little dots inside there, so I just go, and it's like, no, you don't. You may do that, but no, you don't. I'm going to make this really easy. And no, I don't go in and do this to get that number all the way over there. You do one tab, and you simply take your tab ruler, and you set up your tab ruler so it sits right there. Where do you want the numbers? Well, I want all the numbers to be flush right over here. And I would like to fill this space with what's called a leader, just a repeating item. So I'm going to select my tab right there where it's supposed to be. I'm going to go into my leader here, and I'm going to type in whatever it is that I wanted to repeat inside there, like that little dot. That's it. I select the tab there, I put it in there. Oh my gosh, there's my repeating. So now if this is on page 1 and this is on page 65 and this is on page 131, look at that, it automatically adjusts. So there's my chapter 1 right here, chapter 2 starts here, chapter 3 starts here, and those page numbers, delicious. Everything lines up. I turn off my hidden characters. Look at that, beautiful. One tab. Now, tabs can't happen until you actually put in your tab character here. One more interesting thing that we can do this with the tabs, or this is also really cool. This is something that I do quite often as well. Maybe you're going in and you're doing something where it requires fields that you have to fill out, names, address, phone numbers, whatever. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to type a name here, followed by a colon, followed by a tab, address, colon, tab, phone, colon, tab, email, and then the tab. You see how I put a tab in after every single one? I'm going to select all that. I'm going to snap my tab ruler right to this, and I'm going to put my tab all the way down there. But here, I don't want it to be filled with dots. What I'd like it to be is I'd like it to be filled with a line. And no, I'm not going to go draw separate lines in between each there, because now we've got 4 lines plus the text box, and it all doesn't move around together. I'm going to do an underscore here as a leader. And that leader just simply repeats between here and where the tab stop is, and once I do an underscore, it simply repeats. You're like, oh my gosh, seriously? Yeah, seriously, there it is. All one text container right there. What are the advantages of this? Well, it's all text. I can make it larger and smaller. I can go in and I can adjust the leading here, so there's larger, smaller. I can make the leading, thicker or more or less here, so more or less space there. I can change the typeface, I can change the type weight. Look at that, everything stays right there. And when I move the entire container around, it all sticks with it. Can I turn this into a style? Sure I can. I can go in here and I can capture this, create a new paragraph style here, and I can go ahead and take all this and I can call this my tabs right here. And sure enough, wouldn't you know, in here, here's all my tab formatting. So I could actually go in with what I've done here and capture this all with my tabs because I can actually see how my tabs are set up right here. It's really quite cool how I could have all of that, apply my tabs, and this could be set up easily as a paragraph style. Absolutely love it. It's so cool. But that's tabs. Really not that hard, but a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I don't use tabs, I don't get it. Well, it's pretty simple. First of all, you put your copy in there, one tab per item if you're doing a tab list, or if you're doing something like this with leaders, one tab, not multiple tabs. So, pretty cool stuff. And there we have it, folks. That's the more advanced stuff that we can do with type, paragraph, character styles in Illustrator. And now you should be ready to rock and roll with any type that you do. Remember, stay tuned because we still have more episodes of fantastic things to come. So work on this stuff, master the whole thing, keep being creative, and come back for more. Welcome back, folks. Here we are with another fantastic episode of What to Do with Illustrator. So today's class is going to be all about color in Illustrator, understanding all the ins and outs of color. And if you've ever worked with color in Illustrator, there's so many different places that you can get color, edit color, color panel, working with your swatches, getting your color picker, your color guide, your color theme. It's like, oh my gosh, it's actually like overwhelming. Well, we're going to walk you through so many things with color today that hopefully it will go ahead and make it seem a whole lot easier. There's a lot. I have to tell you that. There's a lot going on with color in Illustrator, so we're going to go through and we're going to make this as easy as possible, but you're going to have to buckle up for this one because there's a lot of things that happen. So starting off, when you create a new document in Illustrator, you have a choice between RGB mode or CMYK. So if I go under File, New, and I want to do some type of design for a mobile device or for web, you'll see that the color mode is going to be RGB simply because that's the color mode that we use for anything that's going to be on a light emanating device. Now, if I'm going to be doing something for print, you'll see that I'm going to switch over to CMYK because we print with pigments, CMYK inks. So those are the color modes that I am going to go ahead and work in, depending on what I want to do. Now, when you start up a new document in that color mode, it's not a big deal if you're in the wrong color mode to begin with. Obviously, you want to be in the right color mode as you go on, but if you start up a document and you realize, oh, whoops, I'm in the wrong color mode, not a problem. Go under the File menu, go under Document Color Mode, and you can switch the document color mode right here under the File menu. Now, you definitely want to do that as you begin so that you know what color mode that you're in, because as you create colors in here, it's going to go ahead and create colors based on the color mode that you're in. So first things first here, we've got several different things that work with color. And first of all, we have our swatches panel, and all of these are going to be under the window menu. We have our color panel, we have our color guide, we're going to have our color themes as well. We're going to open up that one. That one's a big one too. And then also our swatches panel down here as well. And then we also have gradients, which we're going to be doing a class on as well. And those are our basics of going through and being able to find, edit, create colors. We're going to start with the swatches panel because this is the default set of swatches that we have here in Illustrator. Now, with the swatches, we've got it's a basic set with a couple gradients and a couple patterns here, and then we have all of our shades of gray in increments of 10, and then we've got just a nice section of bright colors. And this is nothing more than a set of default colors that Illustrator gives you just to get going. And in the swatches panel, we've got a couple different icons here that can list all the swatches as a list or list them as thumbnails. And you can click on the cheese grater, and we have a small, medium, or large thumbnail view, so you can see them small, medium, or large. And then we also have a small list view or a large list view, so you can see them differently. It's all the same set of swatches here. I prefer the medium view on the swatches, but pick and choose whatever you want. We're going to walk through all these icons here at the bottom, what it is that they mean, so we can go ahead and get a better idea of how we can manage and create and actually find swatches in Illustrator. So first off, when I create any object, I'm going to start here and I'm just going to create a shape. And the default colors are going to be a white fill and a black stroke. Now, we see our fill and our stroke in a couple different places. First of all, we see it over here in our toolbar where we have our fill icon and we have our stroke icon right here. We also see it in our swatches panel where we have our fill or our stroke. And we're also going to see it in our color panel where we have our fill and our stroke. Now, the default is black and white. But the defaults are just simply there, so you have something to start with, and you can change that at any point. So when I select an object, and I decide that I would like to go in and change the fill or the stroke, I can go in specifically to my Properties panel, and here it's interesting because my fill and my stroke are actually separate. So if I click on my fill icon here, this gives me my swatches panel. The one that we see floating on my desktop here is the identical one that flies out right here, and I can go and select something for a fill color. I can go to my Properties panel and I can select something for the stroke color, and then I can go and edit the stroke. And this is nice because you have these separated out and you do not have to worry about whether you have your stroke or your fill selected here by going through and using your appearance section, or if you use your appearance panel, that's great. But what happens if you're moving a lot quicker and you want to be able to go ahead and access fill or a stroke right here in your swatches panel? Well, here what you have to do is, if I would like to apply a stroke, I will need to go to my little fill stroke icon. I will need to bring the stroke to the front or activate it, and then I'll go ahead and apply the color to my selected object. Now, when you are using these fill and stroke icons here, inevitably you've got the wrong one selected, because you select your object here and you're like, oh, I want to fill it with something, and then you click on it and it's like, oh, I had the stroke selected, I have to undo that. So then you have to go in and you have to then bring this forward in order to go ahead and get your fill, which is one of the reasons why the appearance section here is quite nice, because when you click on your fill, you get your flyout, but it's extra steps. So one of the shortcuts that we have here in order to be able to bring your fill or your stroke to the front when you're dealing with your swatches panel or when you're dealing with your toolbar is simply the letter X. And I'm sure you've seen this pop up several times while watching this. And literally, it's just the letter X. And all X does is brings whatever was behind front. So if the stroke was behind there, it's going to bring that to the front. Right now the fill is in back, so if I go ahead and bring that, that activates that. So it's a very simple thing. X just simply swaps back and forth between the fill and the stroke. So if I'm working on something, I can see the fills forward, and then if I click on that, now my color is that fill. Now, it isn't uncommon that you run into the issue where you have put the fill in the stroke and the stroke in the fill because you're working quickly. And then you're like, oh boy, now I got to go back in and select the fill and the stroke and do the opposite. Well, interestingly enough, in the swatches panel, we don't have the ability to flip the fill and the stroke. In the color panel we do, because we've got this little double-ended arrow here, and then we also have the same thing going on in the toolbar. We have this little double-ended arrow as well. And this arrow allows us to flip the fill and the stroke between each other. And you can also see there's a shortcut associated with that. Shift X. X goes ahead and brings the fill or the stroke to be active. Shift X is going to go ahead and swap the fill and the stroke. So it's available in the toolbar, it's available in the color panel, but that little arrow is not available in the swatches panel. But the shortcut still holds true. So not a bad thing to know those shortcuts. So now that we've got our fills and our strokes taken care of right here, one more trick that we have as well. In the swatches panel, you'll notice there is a no fill or a none with that red slash right there. Whatever you have active, whether it be your fill or your stroke, you can always go ahead and remove the fill or the stroke color here. Shortcut for that is really easy. It doesn't show up here, but a shortcut for that is just simply your slash. And that's shared with your question mark key. And that slash just simply takes whatever is active, your fill or your stroke, and simply allows you to shut it off. So we have the same thing here, and you can see in your toolbar, it does give you that shortcut right there. So whatever you have active is going to allow you to just simply click the slash key and it just fills it with nothing or removes the color from the stroke, which is quite handy to have. So those are the basics. Now, starting off here, if you want to go in and you want to create new colors, very easy to do. If we go to our swatches panel, we click on the cheese grater, the very first thing here is create a new color swatch. And by the way, there's lots of ways to create new color swatches here. This one, right from the swatches panel, is going to be direct and easy. So new swatch. And because my document is in CMYK mode, my new swatches automatically start off in 4-color process. Right there. Now, if I'm creating something and I want to have a different set of color creations, I can always go to the color mode, and I've got my drop-down list of different color modes that I can choose. And we're on CMYK right here. I slide my sliders back and forth. I create my colors. And when I'm done creating those colors, I can go ahead and click OK, and it adds it to my swatch panel. Now, we do have this thing that says Add to my library. And what is this? Well, this is for color creation here in Illustrator, but I may be using this color in other Adobe applications, and I want this exact color without having to copy the names down or the numbers down to create this color. I can create it here and put it into my new library, and when I do that, it automatically adds my color to my swatches panel here, and it also creates a library here, and this library can be opened in any Adobe application. You just go into the window menu, and any Adobe application is going to have this library, and when you create a color here, it's available in other applications. So that's quite nice. Okay, so there it is. I went ahead and I created a color here, and it parked the color right in my color swatch there, and it parked it in right after the color that I had selected here, and there it is. Now, what's interesting here is this color swatch looks different from all the other color swatches. And it's got that little corner on it right there. And it's like, that's really interesting. Well, when we go and we create a new color swatch here, one of the things that we have is we have this thing called a global color. Now, a global color is very unique and interesting. And if you've used color in InDesign, all the colors are global. So in Illustrator, colors are not normally global. And what does that actually mean? Well, a global color means this. I'm going to show you what a non-global color does and what a global color does. I have my initial container here, and it is filled with this color green. Now, if I don't have this container selected, and I decide that I would like to go in and edit this color green, I can simply edit any color by double-clicking on it on the swatch panel. If I decide that I would like to edit this color green, and I would like to change it, and I go ahead and I click OK, it changes that color green. But do you notice how it doesn't change where that green was actually applied? So now I have lost that original color green in my swatches panel. It's gone. This one is filled with that color green, but I don't know what this is anymore because the color doesn't match. So what I've just showed you is I've just showed you a non-global color, which means if you edit the color here, it doesn't edit it where you've used it in your document. So a global color means if you change it in your swatches panel, it changes it globally in your entire document, wherever you've used it. Whether you've used it in a tint or a solid application, a stroke or a fill or type, whatever. You edit that color here and it's going to change it. Not so with a non-global color. So the original setup here is all non-global colors, which means I can use all these colors here and I can apply anything that I'd like. And if I've used this throughout my entire document and I'd like to go in and I'd like to change this color globally, every place that it was used, that's going to be a whole lot more difficult to do because I can't just go in and edit this color here because it's just completely independent of everything else. Now, if I use this and I decide that I'm going to go and I've used global colors for this one, I can go in and I can edit a global color, and I'm going to turn on the preview here so I can see what's going on. And if I edit this color and I change the preview here, you'll see I don't even have these selected. Once I edit a global color, it edits that color globally throughout this open document. So this is extremely helpful to have. My recommendation is always create global colors. And this is on by default. So when you create a new color swatch, global colors is always checked, and it's quite handy. How do you go in and create global colors with everything else? Well, that's the problem. You have to go in, if you want all of these to be global colors, you'll have to double click on every one, turn on the global, and click OK. And people always ask, it's like, well, isn't there a way to globally make all the colors global? Not that I know of. I would love to be able to go through and do this and then set this up. But it's a real pain because it's like, oh my gosh. So a lot of times you don't need to edit your colors, but the second you need to, when you have a very large document, it becomes a real hassle. So use global colors, okay? And Illustrator finally has this checked as a default. Up until like the latest versions here, this was never checked. And it was always a source of grumbling. I wish they would just make all the colors global no matter what so that you never have that issue. So once we have our colors picked in here, we can use these however we want to. Now there's multiple different ways that we can go in and create colors, and I see people do this quite often. They'll draw a shape, and people like to go in and use their color picker. And the color picker is when you go over to your toolbar here and you double click on your fill or your stroke icon, and it calls up your color picker. It's exactly what it is. If you are used to Photoshop, this is virtually the same thing. It's got the same setup here. And we can go through, and people love the full spectrum that they can simply go on and visualize the color and say, oh yes, that's the color that I want to have, and that's awesome. And they go ahead and they pick the color, and they're like, this is the color that I want. Here's one of the issues when you go in and use your color picker. So do you notice this little warning sign right here? This little warning sign comes up because we're dealing in CMYK right now, we're dealing in print. The amount of color that we can print in CMYK is very limited. When we use RGB, that's the entire visible spectrum. When we try to print, we can print far fewer colors than the visible spectrum allows us to. So when we see this out of gamut symbol, this means that this is fine for RGB on a light emanating device, but we can't print this color. So even though we have the full spectrum here, we'd have to go ahead and click on this little out of gamut warning, and you'll see it's going to shift the color so that it brings it into a printable range, and CMYK right here. So I can go through and I can pick any color that I want, but if I do get that warning on anything, I need to click on that and get it into the printable range. And I can tell you the colors will shift. People are like, yeah, but I don't want it to shift. That's how colors work, folks. You'll notice there's no radio buttons here because we can't click on CMYK here because the reality of it is CMYK is only for print. We have our hue, saturation, and brightness here, and then we also have our RGB spectrum right there. RGB spectrum is a little bit more difficult to pick color from. People love when they go in and do the hue, saturation, and brightness. And by the way, when you do the brightness slider, this is going to give you the complete visible spectrum where people like to see and pick colors. And you can. So if I pick a color from here, make sure it's out of gamut, I go ahead and I click OK. Now, I've just picked that color. And if I have an object selected, that color is now right here in my object. If I don't have the color, an object selected, and I go in and I pick a color and say, okay, that's the color that I want right there, and I click OK, where is that color? Well, the color is only here in my color picker. It didn't put it into my swatches panel. And so if I would like to then add that to an object, I can't click on an existing object because all of a sudden an existing object is going to show what fill and stroke it has, and I've lost that color. So I'm going to undo that, and yeah, that color's gone. So it's like, oh my gosh, how do I keep that color? Well, when you select a color through your color picker, you need to put this into your swatches panel. Just by picking the color in the color picker doesn't do anything for you unless you've applied it to an actual object. So to bring this into your swatches panel, you can drag it all the way over from here. I'm going to go into my swatches panel because this fill and stroke mimics the one here in my toolbar. And I'm going to simply drag this right into my swatches panel. Now here's the problem. I double click and I get my color picker. I find the color that I like. I go ahead and I click OK. And there is no way for me to add this to my color swatch panel here. So I've got to drag it in, and guess what? It's a non-global color. So now I have to double click on it. I have to click on the global color and click OK. So a multi-step process to go ahead and use the color picker. So you can do it. People do it all the time, but you got several steps. I can do the exact same thing going in and using my color picker here. If I go to my color picker, I can go and I can use my sliders right here. I can also do the visible spectrum. Okay, so the color panel mimics my color picker. And the one cool thing that I like about this is normally the default for this is that you have this little teeny spectrum, but you can go ahead and open it up so you get the full spectrum. And you can pick and choose whatever it is that you want. And you're like, okay, I love this color right here. I really like it. That's great. okay, now I can go and I can take this and I can put it into my swatches. And it's like, oh, well, my swatches panel is nested here and my color panel's here. Well, I can go over to my swatches and drag it right in here. I can also take whatever color I've chosen right here and go to the color G is greater and say create new swatch. And it's not really creating a new swatch. What it's doing is it's putting this swatch that you just selected into your swatches panel. So if I say create new swatch, there it is. It's a global color, and I click OK, and now it's put it into my swatches panel right here. Now there's a couple interesting things with global and non-global colors beyond the fact of being able to edit them one color in the swatches panel and have it change every occurrence in the entire document. If I have a non-global color and I go to my color panel, I can change the color settings here, and I can pick right from my visible spectrum, and I can create any color that I want. But what happens if I have a color and I really like this particular color that I'm using here, and I would like to create a tint of this? I want this color, but I want like 80% version of this color. There is no place that I can go in here and create a tint of this color. And some of you may be saying, as I've created tints before. Here's the deal. I'm going to pull my color panel off so we can see. You can never go in and tint a non-global color. So if I create this swatch and put it in here, and I would like to create a tint of this color, I can't do it. Now, if I take this color and I turn it into a global color, watch what my color panel does. All of a sudden, my color panel loses its CMYK sliders, it loses the spectrum. And now I can create a tint of this color. I can only tint global colors. So if I'd like to use this color in varying different objects here, but I would like to use this as different tints, I certainly can. Now the benefit of this is I can take any color and tint it, and tinting is, by definition, adding white to the color here. So I can have this any way that I want to, and it's great. It's absolutely fantastic, okay? But you can only tint a global color. You'll never see this unless the color you're using is a global color with that little angle on it. Now, I want to show you how fantastic using global colors is, because I've decided that I'd like to change this color slightly. I'm going to go back to my swatches panel, double click and edit this right here. And as I edit this color and I click OK, it will also edit that color wherever it's used, plus it will also remember the tints that we applied. Now, if I've got tints here and I would like to not just keep selecting the color and then applying a tint to it right here, if I'd like to go in and keep these tints here in my swatch panel, I can. I can create a color, and I can also create a tint of that color, and I can park it right there so that every time I grab a tint, I can just put it in here, and these can be my colors, and these can be the tint of my colors. You'll see when I hover over them, it shows me what it is, and it shows me the percentage. I'm going to show this in list view because this will make a little bit more sense in list view here. I can see my color here, and then I can see the tints of my color right there. Now, if you are very anal retentive like I am, I want to make sure that everything is together. You can simply grab these colors and you can move them around in your swatches panel. Okay, very simple. And it's like, all right, the purple one should come after the blue, or however you want it. You can simply click and drag and move those all around in here to get them all together. Doesn't change anything, it just makes it that much easier for you to work through all of your colors. Now, if I go in and I edit any one of my colors here, this is basically my parent, and then these are the children right here. If I edit any one of these colors, doesn't matter which one I do and I double click on, when I edit that color, it is going to globally change that color and everything based on that color. And sure enough, it's done. So global colors are definitely the way to go when you're working in Illustrator. It's just going to save you so much time. I cannot think of a reason why you would not want to use a global color. And people will say, yeah, but what happens if I want to edit the color here and not change it wherever it is? And it's like, you mean you want to create a copy of the color? It's like, yeah, I want to create a copy of the color. Okay, grab a color, go to your swatches, G is greater, and say, duplicate the swatch. Keep that swatch and make a different one, or just create a new swatch. And it's like, oh, okay. So I can't imagine a reason why you wouldn't want to use global colors. Because if you've never used the global color feature, and you never edit the color and then change it globally, that's fine. But if you ever have to, now you can. But a non-global color in your color panel will show up with the sliders and the spectrum. But whenever you click on or create a global color, Now your color panel will be a tint slider where you can go in and activate the tint of this however you'd like. So, a lot of cool stuff, but definitely one of those things where it's like, wow, okay, that's a lot of information already. Now, what happens if you are not really good about picking color? And you just say, geez, you know, I've got all these colors. What's going to go good with my, I'm creating a logo or an icon, and I just really need some colors. Well, under the swatches panel, we have color libraries. So if you click on the cheese grater, go down to the bottom, we have our color libraries, and we can pick all sorts of things right here. This is where you can find spot colors. For people who are working with spot colors, this is where you get your spot colors from. So spot color is a color book, and then we've got all of our Pantones here. And so if I go in and I say Pantone solid coated, the interesting thing is that every time you open up a color library, it always opens up its own floating panel. Now, if I click on any color here, and this is a spot color here, if I click on any color here, no matter what I do, it's automatically going to put it into my swatches panel for my use right there, okay? But that's not the only color library that we can grab. We can go under the cheese grater, and maybe I'm going in and say, oh, you know, I'd like to see something with nature and landscape colors. Well, there it is. There's a whole bunch of pre-made colors with landscapes that are all put together, and it's like, oh, you know, I like these colors. This is a great color combination. I think I want to use these. And you can. I'm going to switch back to my swatches panel here in my thumbnail view, and if I open up a library, I can simply grab that folder, or if I want just one of the colors, I could grab one of the colors, but I'm just going to grab this folder from my library window and drag it over into my swatches panel so that it's there. Now, this swatches panel, when I go through and edit it, is only for this document. If I open a new document, my swatches panel goes back to normal. So these are the things that I have only in this particular file right now. When I save this file, everything's going to be in here, okay? So libraries are great. We've got lots and lots and lots of libraries, so many different things right there. You want patterns, neutral, nature, kid stuff, gradients, foods, you know, ice cream. There we go. They need a bacon color panel. I just need it. So there's all the ice cream, anything else. Great, you've got those readily accessible. Libraries are also available underneath the color icon here. There's the swatches library menu. It's the same thing. That you click on that and then you get your entire color panel. But if you're looking for spot colors, they are there as well. Color books is where you can find all your spot colors. Got color properties too. It's amazing. You can go through and collect all this stuff. So, a lot of choices to go ahead and get color. Now, one more thing that we have here, well, several more things that we have in order to go ahead and get color. It's awesome. The Adobe Color Themes. Now, this Adobe Color Themes is a free-floating panel, but really it's like a little web browser. So you have to be connected to the internet in order for this to show up. You can also go right to Adobe, color.adobe.com and call up this exact same thing just in a website. And how this works is pretty simple. We see the color wheel here, and this is going to make a little bit more sense very shortly. I'm going to click the Explore button up here. And the Explore allows me to explore all these themes based on keyword searches. And so I want to do an infographic on watermelons, and I'm going to simply search for watermelons. And these are all user-created sets of colors. Some of them may be way off. It's like, okay, you know, some of these things are like, I never would think this is a watermelon, but okay, somebody does. And it's like, oh, you know, this one really looks like watermelon. So once I do a search for this, and I would like to go through and get these colors, use these colors, or change the colors ever so slightly. I find the theme that I'm looking for. I click on the three dots. I can edit this theme if I want to change the colors ever so slightly. If I choose Edit, it brings me back to here, and then I can select the color here at the top. You can see where the little triangle is, and the little lollipops will bounce right there so we know where it is, so I can saturate or desaturate or change the hue. I like these, so I think it's fine. Let me go back to my watermelon search here because I want to show you all the features. So I do my search for watermelon and click on that dot again. I can add this to my swatches directly from here if I don't want to change anything. So if I like this and I say, yep, this is my color theme right here, add this to my swatches, I choose that, and in my swatches panel, it has added my watermelon colors. Now, mind you, these are not global colors, so I would have to go in, double click on each color, turn them into a global color so that I can make sure that I just don't have that hassle of doing them. And the reason why I do this now before I use them is because if I use them in my document and then turn them into a global color, it doesn't remember when I apply it here and then I change it here afterwards. It doesn't go ahead and reconnect to that color, okay? Turn your colors global first and then go ahead and apply them to your objects. Don't go ahead and apply them and then turn these into a global color, because then you'll have to reapply the colors, okay? So the Adobe color themes are quite awesome, okay? If you want to create something from scratch, when you open up your Adobe color themes here, you've got all your little wheels that you can go and you can bring them all around and you can slide them all around. It's like, why are these all connected together? Well, the reason why is because you have basic color rules, color harmonies, all right? And so if I click on the color rules right here, I can have analogous, I can have monochromatic, complementary colors. There's complementary colors here, compound colors. And how is it picking it? Well, it's picking it from the initial color right here. So this is the initial color right there. And then if I change this initial color right there, then my color harmonies are going to go ahead and base it on whatever my initial color is right there. And that's just a matter of taking that color and putting it around the color wheel, okay? And I can go ahead and I can desaturate those, I can saturate those, and the bar at the bottom allows me to make them lighter or darker, so I can get that entire color range as well. If I have a color that I want to start with, so that that becomes my initial color to go through and do, I can go and select something, and I click on this little arrow right here. I think these arrows are backwards. These don't make any sense. This one to me says, okay, take my object and make that the color. And this one's like, okay, take the color I have and take the color and put it into my object. No, they're backwards, okay? So this one with the arrow going out is saying, take my color and put it in here, which I just did. And this other one is going in here and saying, okay, take my selected color that's here and send it out to my object right there. I think those icons are backwards. But anyway, that's what you have. So if you start with a color here, and then you'd like to bring it in, use the opposite arrow, it brings it in, and then you can use your color harmony rules in order to access that and then edit your colors. Now, once you've gone through and set those colors and you've got all your content here, how do you take all these and put your newly created ones into your swatch panel? Well, you click on the little fly swatter waffle, and that's going to add that to your swatches, all of them. I click on that, go to my swatches panel, and there are my colors. Again, they're non-global, so you're going to hear this time and time again. Make your colors global. It's going to save yourself a whole lot of hassle. So that's how you can do the Adobe color themes right here, or go to color.adobe.com website, and you can access the same feature, same thing right there, and be able to load the things directly into your Illustrator file or any other Adobe application that has this Adobe color themes there. This is just nicer because it's right here in my Illustrator file. So there's my swatches. I've been able to choose from my libraries. I've been able to go to my color themes here, and everything's working good. Now, here's another thing that's really awesome, and I love this. I just absolutely love this feature here. I'm going to go ahead and apply some colors here because it's looking kind of boring. There we go, much better. Oh, yes. Okay, wonderful. I'd like to go in, and I want to use my color guide. And my color guide is absolutely fantastic because this allows me to go in and get all these beautiful color ranges here, and it's awesome. So here's what I do. Whenever I go in and I select a color from anything here that I have on my shapes, or when I go in and select a color from my swatches panel and go to my color guide, this is my initial color right here. And this sets the base color for all of my other colors here. Now, you'll notice that this is the color I have selected, and then it also puts it right in here, and then it gives me a whole bunch of other colors based on this right here. Well, how does it give me all these colors? Well, if I go to the drop-down menu here, these are all the harmonies. So based on my initial color that I've set here, it's called my base color, right there, I can go in and I can have complementary colors. I can have split complements, left, right, analogous, triads, all this other stuff. And I can get automatically generated colors from my initial color right here. Now, I can have shades of this color. Shades are adding black, tints are adding white to it, and I can see that I get all these really cool colors. So not only do I have numerous different color harmonies that I can go ahead and grab from that are going to work in so many different ways based on what I need. It's also going to give me variations of this entire thing overall. If I go to the cheese grater here, I can go ahead and show tints and shades, which is the default, so darker and lighter. But I can also show warm and cool variations of this exact same set of colors. So I can go warmer or cooler, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I can also go in and show vivid and muted versions of this color harmony. And now keep in mind that I can go through and change my color harmony here, and it's going to give me my vivid and muted, warm and cool colors, or the default tints and shades. And it's like, okay, this is awesome. All from picking one initial color. So I've picked that one initial color. If I pick a different color here, once I pick a different color, I've got the base color, then I have to click on the base color in order to activate all the subsequent colors in here. Just by clicking on something here and getting that base color doesn't put it into here until I click. All right, so if I get a color and then I click on that color, now it puts it into the base color. Then I choose my color harmony, and then I choose my different options here to show the variations of that color harmony. Okay? Now, what happens if I like this? It's like, wow, you know, I like the colors that I have here, but I also like the tints and shades. I can go in and I can say, take these colors and put them into my swatches panel. And if I want to, what I can do is I can go in and I can select these colors. If I hold down my Shift key, I can select these colors. So maybe I want all these colors. And then I want lighter versions here. And I'm going to go through, and so if I Shift click here, and if I want to get non-consecutive ones, I hold down my Command key to get non-consecutive ones here, because if I hold Shift, it's going to select all of them in between. But maybe I'd like to go ahead and get all of these that I've selected here and put those into my swatches panel. And I can, because as I go through and select these, I can save the colors as swatches. When I go into my swatches panel, it will now save all of my selected ones as swatches. If I don't select anything whatsoever here, it's going to go in and it's going to save all of these as swatches. So I'm going to have a lot of them, okay? But, you know, sometimes I go through here and I want just specific ones. You know, maybe I want warm and cool, and it's like, oh, you know, this is a really nice range here. So I go through and Command click save those. I save or select all those, and then select all these, and I save all of these. All 15 are going to be saved to my color swatches right there. And it puts it into its own little group right there. Okay? So I've got all those colors. So I love the color guide. So even if you start with something here, you can go in and you can choose a whole set of really awesome color harmonies right there. You've got everything. So it's really hard to go wrong, because these color harmonies, you know, there's a lot of great stuff that you can get just by choosing any single color whatsoever. And then you've got your awesome variations with it. Tints and shades, warms and cools, vivids and muted. One more thing. I'm going to go to my color guide options. And this is cool because this allows me to control how far each one of these different sets of color renditions we get. So if I go to my color guide options, what we can do is we can create more steps. My initial colors here are in the middle, all right? And then I've got 4 steps, one direction, 4 steps, the other direction. You want more steps? Go ahead and increase the number. You want less steps? Decrease the number. How much variation do you want? Right now, I've set this to be a lot of variation, so I get dramatic differences between one and the other. If I increase the steps here, they're just going to break it out more. If I have less variation, you can see it gives me very little variation from start to finish, or a lot of variation here, and I can break it down to make it simple. I can't go less than 3 steps on each side. Okay, so 3 steps to muted, 3 steps to vivid, or brighter, darker, whatever. So it's as simple as going to the cheese grater and setting my color guides right there, nice and simple, awesome. So color guides are fantastic. Use them, it's great. It's really hard to go wrong with the color guides. And then put those into your swatches panel, and it's all good. Gotta love it. Now, when you're creating color, what happens when you want to pull color from an image? And this is quite useful because I may be doing something like this, and I'm going to place an image into my document here. Of course, for those of you that know me, we can't get by without bacon. So I would like to go ahead and grab some colors from my image here. It's an RGB image, And so it's going to pick up the colors in RGB mode, and I can convert those into my swatches panel to CMYK if I'd like. So what I'm going to do is, what I normally do is I have a container ready for me right here. And then I'm going to grab my eyedropper tool, and I'm going to eyedropper onto my image in order to sample that color. Now what I normally would do here is I would create a series of squares here, just Option, click and drag, and then duplicate. And I would select a color, grab my eyedropper tool, and I'd click on that portion. And then I'd select my next color with my eye, and then grab the eyedropper tool. And this allows me to go through and allows me to pick up varying colors very quickly and literally create like an artist palette of these colors. Now, here's the trick. And if you try this, you may not get any colors whatsoever from your photograph. So this is really important. In the eyedropper tool, I want to double click on the eyedropper tool to call up its options. Now, we have at the very top here something that's extremely important. And usually the eyedropper tool is set up to be a point sample, which means when you click on something in the image, it is picking up that exact pixel of color. And in a lot of cases, you'll use the eyedropper tool, you'll try to pick up something, and it's like, gosh, that color doesn't look anything like it. You're right, because it's picking up that particular pixel. And what you're actually seeing here is you're seeing thousands or tens of thousands of pixels creating these colors. And what your eye is doing is your eye is averaging them all together. So you can go in and you can do a 9 pixel, 3x3 average, or a 25 pixel average, which is much more realistic to what our eye is seeing rather than picking up that specific little teeny pixel color. So when we go and we pick this up, I normally set this to a 5x5 average so it gives me more realistic color. Now the other thing is, too, when you go in and you set your settings here, sometimes you will not be able to pick up the color. You're like, I'm clicking on it, I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm not getting the color. So under the drop-down menus here, one of the things I have found that it'll pick up everything that's checked. And I turn off the transparency in the overprint here because I have found sometimes I click on the picture with the eyedropper tool and nothing happens. Doesn't pick up any color. So what I do with the focal fill is I just turn off the transparency overprint because the eyedropper tool picks up everything. Every single parameter and every single option and thing that you've applied to whatever there, it picks up everything. So I just turn it off and I get just the color. So now I can go in and pick up just the color. So that may be a problem that you have. Give it a shot as well. Okay? And then of course, under the eyedropper applies, it'll apply everything. So, but picking up is the problem right there. Now that I've got all my colors here, it didn't add these colors to my swatches panel. It gave me a nice palette for them right here, but now I need to go ahead and include these colors. Now, how do I go ahead and pick my colors? Well, this is one of the ways I do this. If I'm building an infographic or I'm building logos, I always start with like a source image, or you do a mood board and I open it up and I grab the colors. And this is the reason why I like to do it this way, is because I was able to very quickly eyedropper the colors. I just put them into their own separate boxes. I select those boxes. Going to go to the swatches cheese grater, and I'm going to choose from the menu item, add selected colors. There's my selected colors. I add the selected colors, and it adds them in here, and it makes them global colors. I don't need to do that extra step. It's like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. Absolutely. So this is one of the ways I love to do this. So if you're working on something and you want to go ahead and you want to get all these reference colors, get an image in there, sample all those colors. You want to do something for a garden, get a picture of a garden. Now, one thing that I want to talk to you about images, bringing images in right here, is kind of interesting. I placed this image by going under the File menu, choosing Place. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to, instead of placing an image, I'm just going to go under File, Open. Yes, I know I'm in Illustrator, but I'm going to open an image in Illustrator. Okay, and I'm going to bring my image in, and it opens it up in Illustrator. It's still an image, it doesn't convert it or anything, right there. Here's the interesting thing: when you open an image in Illustrator, rather than placing an image in Illustrator, when you open an image in Illustrator to do whatever you want to, your swatches panel will be completely empty. It's a really weird anomaly that Illustrator does. You have no colors in your swatches panel. You're like, where do they all go? And it's like, well, I'd like to go in and create some colors here. Well, you can go under, oh, it's like, why can't I create a new color here? And the reason why is because once it opens an image, I don't know what it thinks, but it's just like, color, I don't know what to do with colors. So if you ever see a swatches panel completely empty and you can't create anything, it's most likely is because you opened the image instead of going in and placing the image into a file, okay? So that's one of those weird tricks. Once you place an image, you're still going to have all your color swatches right there, good to go. Everything's working awesome for you. Now, you've got your awesome swatches panel here, and you're like, oh my gosh, when I create a new document and I look at my swatches panel, I go and create a new document, my swatches panel is right back to the default. Well, changing the default's kind of a pain in here, so it's like, oh my gosh, how do I get all those colors? Well, one easy way of doing this is just saving your swatches panel so that you can have this open in any Illustrator file. And I can do this by going to my swatches cheese grater here, and I can go and I'm going to save my colors here, and I've got two different ways that I can save my libraries. I can save this as an AI, which is an Adobe Illustrator one, which the swatch panel will only be able to be used in Illustrator. Or I can save this as an ASE, which is called an Adobe Swatch Exchange, which allows me to open this in any other Adobe application. Now, there's a few limitations by saving this as an ASE. Patterns, gradients, and tints will not come across because they don't translate into other applications, but this is going to be the most universal one as well. So if I save this as an ASE, and I save this, I can save this right to my desktop, right there. I save that. There it is, and it tells you gradients, tints, and patterns are not currently exchangeable because they don't work in InDesign or Photoshop, so I click OK. Now if I create a new file here, and my swatches panel is all empty, and it's like, gosh, I'd really like to have all that content, I'm going to go into the swatch panel, and in order to load swatches in here, I have to go and I have to open my swatch library that I just saved, okay? So cheese grater, open swatch library, other library, and I'm going to navigate to where it is. I save that to my desktop right there. There's my swatches. I open it up, and it opens it up as its own floating swatches panel, okay? So there it is, and I can very easily go through here, and I can just shift-click and select all this stuff and just drag this in here and add that to my active swatches panel. So that's a way of doing that as well. Now, if I save all of my created colors to my library here, I will have all my colors in my library, which I can use as well. So I can just navigate right to my library panel and then call up my colors from here if I want to. So different ways that we can go ahead and save these swatches and have them be used in other Illustrator files as well. So many different ways to go in and get color, collect color, make things happen, make it work. It's pretty amazing. But we're not done yet, okay? Because there's some really interesting things that we can go through and use other color features in here. So I've got some artwork that I've created in here, all right? And when I created these, I just simply used my normal swatches here, and you'll notice none of them are global colors. Oh boy, you know, so I want to go in and I want to change some colors here. So a couple features that we can do. If I wanted to go in and change colors, and I have not used global colors, I'm going to select an object here, go under my Select menu, and I can go under and choose Select Same. And this way I can go in and say, hey, you know what, select everything with the same fill color, okay? And every place where the fill color was used, it's going to go ahead and select, and it's like, yeah, now I can change that color to this. Great. But that only does the fill color. So I'm going to then select this, and I'm going to say, okay, select the same stroke color. And it's going to select everything with the same stroke color, because now I can go in and I can apply a different color stroke to that, and it's like, oh, awesome. And it's like, oh, whoops, that got picked up, and that should have been white, and it's like, okay, there it is. So I can go through and I can use the select feature to go in and do what a global color would have done, okay? And so it's kind of interesting, but if you ever do come across something like this, just keep in mind that we've got that select same, and you can do the same fill, stroke color, stroke weight, whatever, and you can actively get in there and select those colors. But I want to take it one step further. What I'd like to do is I'd like to go in and I would like to do several different renditions of this very quickly. Now I've got fills and strokes on here, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this because the client would like to see this in multiple different colors. In fact, this one's too easy. We're going to try something a little bit more difficult here, okay? We're going to try this little test tube right here. I'm going to duplicate this a couple times, And this has got clipping masks on it, it's got draw inside, it's got inverted objects here, and it's got white things that should be not, it's like, wow, okay, so how do I go in and select this? And it's like, I'm not being able to get all this. It's like, God, this is really difficult to select. Even if I use global colors, this would work better, but I didn't use global colors, so now I'm kind of in a bind. So I'm going to select one of these objects here, and I'm going to go under Edit here, I'm going to go under Edit Colors, and I'm going to choose Recolor Artwork. And there's multiple different ways to get to recolor artwork here. So I can recolor the artwork here, choose Edit Colors, Recolor Artwork. I can go into my Properties panel, and I've got Recolor right here. If I go into my Color Guide, I've got my little Recolor Artwork right there as well. Multiple different ways that I can get in and recolor this artwork. So if I choose Recolor Artwork here, this is what it brings up. Now, this may seem really confusing, and yes, at first glance, it is. But in just truly simple form right here, what I've got selected here, if I don't select anything on my desktop or on my artboard, it's going to give me all the colors for every single object. That's why I selected this first. So here's the colors that I used: orange, light blue, dark blue, gray, and then white. So what I can do is I can go through here, and this is my existing color right here. I can go in and I can click on this little drop-down menu to go ahead and kind of change the color a little bit. Or if I click on the new one here, I can double-click on this small thing here, and I can either pick from my spectrum or I can pick from my color swatches. I can actively change that occurrence of the color. And I just double-clicked here, and I click OK. And now you can see I was able to go in and change that color. That's one way of doing it, okay? Another way of doing it is if I go in and double-click on this, I can just pick from my color spectrum right here, and then click OK, and then that's going to go in and change that right there. Kind of interesting, kind of cool. I can also go in and simply just click on the color here, and just use my color sliders right here to go ahead and change those options as I'd like. Right there. I'm going to click Cancel here because there's no undo button to go ahead and do that. Edit Colors, Recolor Artwork. Here's a fun thing, totally random right here. Randomly switch these colors here, these 5 colors, with my object. And if I just randomize the colors here, it just literally goes through and takes those 5 colors and randomly swaps them out in it. Just totally random. Just boom, 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 random. It's like, okay, see, keeping those same colors, there you have it. And it's like, okay, how useful is that? I have no idea, but it's cool. Okay, so this is how you can keep those same colors and just shuffle them all around. Still the same 5 colors, but you can see what's ever orange is now gray, what's light blue is dark blue, what's dark blue is orange. Cool, there it is. Now, I keep hitting cancel because there's no quick undo button in here. I'm going to go back in and recolor artwork. And we've been in the Assign tab here. I'm going to click on the Edit tab. The Edit tab allows me to go in and allows me to target each individual color here with these little lollipops right there. And this is my little link, okay? So this links the colors together, which means if I then go and slide this around, it basically forms a color harmony, okay, with whatever I've had right here. And I can go ahead and slide these around, and this gives me the same color harmony here. If I unlink these, this allows me to target the specific colors, and the reason why I chose this one is there's only 5 colors in here. I could go in and I could target those colors, and I could then go ahead and I could change just those specific colors and then edit that throughout my entire document that way. And I've got my ability to go in and change my hue, saturation, and brightness on each one of these, either by sliding these little handles here or moving them around to recolor the artwork. So it's kind of interesting how you can do this. We also have our color harmony rule built in, just like our color guide did. We grab our initial color, and now we can go in and I can set different colors here to get different color harmonies and automatically apply them to my object. So this is kind of like the color guide plus my recolor artwork. Now you can imagine if I wanted to go through here and create multiple different variations of this, this could be really quick and really fast by just going in and saying, hey, give me a different color harmony with this and just make it happen and recolor my artwork and be like, yeah, well, that's interesting. Yeah, you can get some cool, interesting, fun things right there and recolor the artwork. So, interesting things to work with here. So, lots of stuff to deal with color. Tons of stuff. This was just a really fast overview. Yeah, an hour fast overview of that. But we did our color guide, we did our swatches panel, we did our color picker panel, which, as we now know, whenever we have a global color, our color panel will now turn into our tint panel as well. We showed you our Adobe Color Themes, which is our web-based one, and we showed you how to recolor the artwork and sample colors from images. So a lot of stuff to know about colors in Adobe Illustrator. But hopefully this goes ahead and rounds everything out, so now you can understand how colors are going to work and how you make them work for you. And of course, as you will know, there's always more to come, so stay tuned because we've got more awesome stuff here for the Illustrator Bootcamp, but you already know that because you're here. And so stay tuned, we've got so much more fantastic stuff to come. Okay, folks, here we are, next episode of Awesome Things to Do in Illustrator, and we're going to talk about Adobe Illustrator's chart features. And you may not know about all the things you can do with charts, and we're going to show you a couple of the chart features, and I'm also going to show you one of my favorite things on pie charts. Because as you know, we like to make everything tasty and delicious in Illustrator, so let's show you the pie chart feature. And I want to show you this because, like I said, it's one of my favorite things, so hopefully it'll become one of your favorite things. Pie charts are very, very, very common, and we like to go in, and one of the things that when I'm showing you these chart features is I want to show you how to make charts, but I want to show you how to make really nice looking charts, because I have to tell you that the basic charts that we do in Illustrator here kind of look a little clip arty, and I want to make sure that you can do charts but also go ahead and use your awesome knowledge and creativity to go ahead and make charts that are super incredible. So we're going to show you how to make the charts, but then we're going to show you how to make the charts awesome. So one of the features that I want to show you here is simple pie charts. Something like this, where I've got a pie chart and I want to go in and I just want to do something very simple. We've got two values and I just want to show those values via a pie chart. So I'm going to start with a circle. And as you know, when we create a circle here, we've got these little, I call it my little Waka Waka handle because it's got that little symbol right there. And I can go in and I can make a nice little pie chart by opening up my circle and creating a portion of the pie. I'm going to remove this stroke on this right here. I'm actually going to do this and then remove the stroke. There we go. So I've got a fill, and I can take my handle and I can go in and I can do a portion of my pie chart. And it's like, yeah, that's great, but you know, how do I know what the percentage of this pie chart is? Well, I know if it's a quarter, you know, right there. There's 25%, there's 50. But how do I know what's 57%? It's like, well, I don't know. You know, is this kind of? Nah, there's no kind of. You have to make it exactly what it needs to be. So I'm going to show you the fantastic feature here of going in and doing this, and this is what I love. Now, I was never good at math, and the awesome part is you don't need to be good at math. All you need to know is this very basic equation. So here's what I have. When I open up my handle here, I need to know how much of the pie I want to do based on my percentages. Now, if I want to show 57% here, I can't show 57% because we're dealing with degrees of the circle. There's 360 degrees in a circle, and of course, when we're dealing with percentages, we have 100%. So it's really simple to do this math. I'm just going to highlight this field here, and I want to show 57%. So I take 57 and I multiply it by 3.6. Why 3.6? 360 degrees in a circle, 100%. So every degree or every percent is 3.6 degrees. So if I have 57% times 3.6, I hit return, and now I've just gone ahead and I've opened this up, 57%. So I've got the remaining 43% here, and that's great. Okay, so how do I get my other half of the pie? Well, we can do it the complicated way. I'm going to show you the complicated way just so you know, and then I'm going to show you the simple way to be like, aha. Okay, so here we have, at the bottom here, we have our little invert pie, which allows me to click on this, and I have my 57%, and I've got my 43% right there. It's like, okay, that's great. And so it's like, oh, if I do that, I could possibly duplicate this, flip the pie, and then try to fit those back together so it fits perfectly and makes it look really good. And it's like, awesome. Oh, it's not quite right. Yeah, it never seems to go back together. All right. So I'm going to show you this cool feature. So I've got my 57% opening right here, the remaining 43%, and I flip that back and forth, but I want to flip it and I want to copy it. I'm going to hold down my Option key and I'm going to Option click on the flip, and that's going to copy it. Awesome. Now when I'm doing pie charts, one of the things I want to do is I want to make this visually interesting, so I don't like using a lot of crazy colors in a pie chart. Just personal preference here. Pie charts with 9 different colors doesn't work. Your mind can only really separate out 5 colors, 7 at the max. So when you start doing all these different colors in the pie chart, bad idea. So what I'd like to do is I want to go in and I want to go ahead and I want to pick colors that are going to be, harmonious colors, colors that are going to basically be analogous colors that are going to be pretty much in the same range here. Now from my swatches panel, I have gone in and I've created a lot of different colors, so I have the ability to go in here and choose these colors. Or I can go and get my fill, and I can take my swatches panel here, make sure my fill is active, and I've created a lot of nice little complementary colors that are going to go along with this here, which is great. But what happens if you haven't, and you've simply picked a color in your color picker or in your swatches panel and be like, okay, that's the color right there, and I'd love to go in, and I'd like to go in very easily, stay in that color range and just pick a darker shade or a lighter tint of that color. Here's a ridiculously easy way of doing it. Select your shape. Go to your color picker, either in your toolbar here or in your color panel, and you can double click on that color picker and bring up your color picker window. Now the reason why I actually call up my color picker window instead of going into my color panel over here is because when I've got my saturation and brightness here, this is how I can stay in the same hue range and just go lighter or darker. So if I click on my brightness button here, you can see that I can now go in and I can keep in the same color range and I can go darker or lighter with my same color, and I can see my existing color if I want to go darker or I want to go lighter. You'll notice that I'm not fumbling all around here trying to click in here because then I get out of the color range that I want. So I go in, double click on my color picker, choose my saturation and my brightness here. My brightness allows me to go darker or lighter, staying in the exact same color range that I want. So then I can go ahead and pick colors that work really good. Super simple pie chart right there. That's how I go ahead and do it, okay? I absolutely love that kind of stuff. Now, one of the things that I have with pie charts too is that pie charts are fine, and then people try to jam the percentages into the pie charts here. Well, I like pie charts that make a whole lot more sense, and pie charts are fine, but they're horrible when you get little teeny slivers of pie. So I take it one step further here, and I actually go in and I draw a circle over the top of this as well. And I'm just going to throw some white on top of it so you can kind of see, but I would probably knock out that color as well to create a much more interesting looking pie chart. To me, seeing these sections of the pie make a lot more sense than seeing the entire pie. And the same is true over here. So I could go in and use my shape builder tool, which is going to be Shift M, and I could then get rid of this little section of the pie. So now I've got a section right here, which allows me to put a percentage right in here if I want to show one portion or the other. Same is true over here with this particular pie right here. I'm going to put a white circle in here, and I'm going to use my shape builder tool as well, hold down the Option key and get rid of it. This is the one way I like to do my pie charts. To me, this works great. This shows you exactly the percentage I'm trying to show you out of the whole right here. And all this is this pie chart right here, but with a stroke around it, okay? And then I have my fill, and in this case, the fill and the stroke are exactly the same. And this one, the stroke is different, so you can see what we've got. Now, I love this because now I can go in and I can show you the opposites. And I'm just going to show you really quick how this works, okay? If I want to show you the percentage here, say I've got, this is like, I think this is that's about 60% there, so about 40%. I want to show one or the other. I could very easily go in here and I'm just going to use my eyedropper tool and I'm going to eyedropper that portion. And then I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab my fill and drag it onto my stroke right there. And now I can show you the pie charts to show you what it is I'm actually wanting you to focus on. If I want you to focus on the 60% portion or the 40% portion, I can do that. And then that little window in there gives me a perfect place to pick a nice, delicious typeface and type in 40% or 60%, and it shows you exactly. If I did this with a whole pie and then seeing the different portions of the pie and putting 40 and 60, to me it's just really clunky. This just takes it and it gives you exactly the information that you want, nice and easy. And like I said, this is just super simple pie chart, and so I'm going to type in, 60% here and make that work. Use my keyboard shortcuts here and then pick a fantastic font really quick so you can see how that works. Oh, that's a nice one. I can go in 60% right there, scale that down to make that fit. Actually, I need a more condensed version of that. I know what's going to work. Avenir is always a delicious one. Okay, there it is, and I think I need my Avenir next to get my condensed. Something like that. And then track that together very nicely, and now I can tuck that right in there, make it the right size. I can show you the percentage of what I'm trying to show. So, yeah, nice little tidbits here, okay? Simple pie chart. We're going to tuck those aside here, and we're going to show you the full chart features so you can go in and you can make your own charts. Whole list of chart features here down at the bottom of the toolbar. Now, as we go through here, these are pretty basic things. And if you have an Excel spreadsheet, you can import them in, but we're just going to manually create one here. I'm going to go to the pie chart. So I'm going to select the pie chart. I'm going to draw an area in which I want my pie chart to show up, and up pops my input here. Now, this is kind of like a spreadsheet here, but I put in my numbers, and then I click on the next cell here, and I put that in. Now, these don't have to add up to 100%. What it is whatever data I have, it's just going to take this and it's going to break it out into equivalent sections that are going to match this. So there we go. And when I'm done, I can go in and click the Apply button. This is where I can import my data from. So if I want to import my data from an Excel spreadsheet, I certainly can. And I can undo what I've done right here and click Apply, and there is my graph. If I close my window and I want to edit this graph at a later portion, I can always go into the Object menu under my Graph section, and I can then go in and I can edit the data. And this allows me to go in and edit the data differently, and then I have to click Apply, and it's then going to go in and allow me to change that, click Apply, and done. Now, when I create these graphs here, this is a personal preference. I don't like the thin little outline around the graph right here. To me, that's really annoying. If I want a stroke, I'm going to have something that's going to be nice and big or nothing at all. But this little teeny 1-point stroke around here isn't great. Now, I can edit that by clicking on that, and I can adjust my stroke here, or I could take that off as well. But you see when I put a stroke in here, you can see the weird little tangents that it creates in here. So sometimes I just like to take the stroke off completely. And it's very unimaginative having all these colors in here, just these actual shapes right there. So it's like, I want a better chart. Well, going through and editing and making this a better chart, if I go to my fill here and I fill this in, you'll see it just gives me all one color. So it's like, not great. So I actually end up taking this and breaking this out of chart mode when I'm done. And I do that just by simply going in and ungrouping this. I just did a Shift-Command-G and ungroup this so I can now take this and I can edit this the way I want to. Now, once I do this, I'll no longer be able to change the data in here, but I could certainly do that if I wanted to. And then when I'm done, I break this all apart and ungroup it completely. And then I can go into my swatches panel and I can then begin to apply my values in here so I can show the different values as well going through. Okay? So pretty simple and easy to do. That's fine. But this is just a personal preference, I still like to go ahead and kind of do the donut feature here so that it makes it a whole lot easier to read. To me, this makes it a whole lot easier to see the proportions than having those little sections of pie, especially when you have the little teeny slivers right there. The teeny slivers come to a point when you have a lot of them, then it starts looking a little bit crazy. When I do my pie charts, I like to keep all the colors similar. and I kind of draw the line at like 7 different sections. So people are like, yeah, but what if you have a pie chart with 30 different, items in there? Quite frankly, I'd probably create like 6 different pie charts with 5 different sections so you could see the different values in there, okay? Or use a different type of chart, because I could show you a whole bunch of horrible charts out there, but that's not what this is all about. This is all about creating really cool charts. Another feature that I can do with a pie chart too is I grab the pie chart, I click and grab, and maybe I want to go in and maybe I want to show different types of pie, or different pie charts here, and I'm going to do this. And if I want to show different versions of pie charts, each row of data here is going to be its own unique pie chart. Each column is then going to be the sections that are broken up. So if I would like to go in and I'd like to show different portions here, I can show the different pie charts. And what's interesting is that it's going to be sized in approximation to the largest value. So we can kind of see these in relative proportion right here. It's kind of an interesting thing to do when you go through and do the pie charts here. But if I have multiple sections of pies, I'm going to break them out into each pie chart. So just keep in mind that each one is just going to be its own value, or each line is going to be its own pie chart, and then you have your values as being your columns right there. So with that, I can then close out of that. And of course, once I ungroup these, I can then go in and I can edit these and make them all the same size and work with these sections. And to me, this looks like a much more delicious pie chart than any one of these. Now, we don't have to be stuck with just the basic charts here. So if we go to our chart tool and we double click on here, we've got a lot of different options that we can do. We can go ahead and we can position these. See how when we did them, they were different sizes because the position was set up as a ratio. Well, we can make them even, and we can also make them stacked on top of each other, which we can do later. But keep in mind that we aren't stuck with what Illustrator just gives us, because those are the defaults here, okay? And we can run through all the different types of charts here and how these things are going to work. And each chart, based on the style of the chart, we're going to have different options here. So I could go in here and say, you know what, I want them all even size regardless of their percentages, and make that happen as well. So don't feel like you're stuck with all that content the way it is. There's not much that we can edit, but we can certainly do that as well. So keep that in mind. We can also go through and do the typical column chart. And when I do a column chart here, I can go ahead and enter in the values and click the apply button right here. And this is going to give me my data stack right in here. And I can control the number of lines, I can control the style of the lines here, all by editing my chart preferences or my chart options and double clicking the chart right there. I can also go through and I can swap the data here. So I can swap the X and the Y axis here to go ahead and give me the data so that it's all one color, or I can swap it here and do that, create different content. Here, if I had gone in and I had applied 2 different lines here, I do this, what it's going to do is it's going to give me a double set of data going across here. And now if I swap this and I apply that there, it's then going to go stack them side by side. So there's stuff that we can definitely do and work with here to make sure that we've got our content working the best way possible. So if I go ahead and get out of this chart feature and I've got my charts right here, again, it gives me my legend, it gives me everything else. And this is not a glorious kind of chart right here. So I want to show you how we can step this up to the next level of chartness. This is fine, but what I want to do is I'm going to ungroup the whole thing. And yes, I'm going to break it out of chart mode here. And I'm actually going to get rid of all these little markers and everything else. And it's like, well, why? How are you going to know? Well, I'm going to show you one cool thing that I think works really well when we're doing any type of chart right here. Okay. I'm just going to move this off to the side because we need to have this for our data, and I'm going to ungroup this. I have to ungroup this a few times to make this happen. And I'm also going to go through and I'm going to remove the stroke on everything here so that we do not have a stroke on that. I think that looks a whole lot better. And then I would definitely go in and apply my colors here so that I'm not just using grayscale. Get rid of my little sections at the bottom here, like so. So how do I go through and make this look a whole lot more fantastic? Well, first of all, I would start with the colors. So I'd go to my swatches here. And of course, I would grab my colors and I would begin to apply those colors here in the same color family so that I could go in and I could create better looking charts immediately and make them look a whole lot more family oriented so that they work together. There we go. So got our colors, great. Now, going through here, seeing that this is, going to be 22 and this is going to be 44 and this is going to be 66, how do we really know that? Well, when we have stuff like this, it's really hard when you have charts this far from here, because then it's like you got to take a ruler and then you got to draw across here, and it's like, okay, so this is 60, so what is this, like 55, 50? Yeah, I'm not sure, okay? So a couple different ways we can work with this. One, I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to put the little bars right on my graph right here. And this is what I love to do because it works really good. I may just take a bar right here. I'm just going to draw a bar and I'm going to add a stroke color to it of white. So I'm going to make that white. Actually, I'm going to make it a color so we can see what I'm doing here. And I'm going to hot dog the ends because you should always hot dog the ends of your lines so nobody gets hurt. And when I do this and I put this bar here, I'm going to zoom in to show you, okay? I'm going to put this in on my actual graph right here. And I'm going to do this so that it's nicely centered within my bar right there. And I'm going to turn this white because I don't want it to be totally, in your face. Right there, there's my stroke, okay? And now, when I do this, I put these right on each and every bar right there. And then I'm going to Option, click and drag, and I'm going to line these up to each one of the steps and then duplicate them. So I can see the steps right on the bar themselves. And of course, then I can simply take these and I can Option, click and drag and then duplicate those over there. So now I actually have the segmentation on each bar. It makes it so much easier to see than trying to draw a line all the way over to here, okay? So if I do remove this, I could go in and I could basically just remove all these bars and lines here very nicely and make this look a whole lot better as well and do that. Okay, so this is one way of just going through the segmentation process. And that is one way of doing it here, but I still have my legend off to the side. And I have issues with legends because then you have to stop looking at what you're doing and then you have to reference your legend and then come back here. So something like this, I would much rather keep all this content readily available to you, focusing on what it is that you want to focus on and not worrying about anything else in terms of, where am I going to look for this? How am I going to see this information? So this to me looks a whole lot more interesting in the terms of being able to understand my content. One other way that I may do this as well is I may go in and I may take a bar of this information here. And depending on where it goes, this one I think was 99%, I may copy this bar and I may go in, and when I create my chart here, one of the things that I may do is I may make a bar that's 100%, which is like this, okay? And I'm going to make this into a slightly different swatch color so we can see how this works. And then I go in and I put this behind each and every one, okay? And I put this behind each and every one. So what this allows me to do is you can see percentages of the whole. So these bars in the background here are going to be percentages of a whole. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit lighter here because that's a bit dark. Go in, I'm going to cut down the saturation here. There it is, awesome. So now, instead of doing a chart like this, I can do a chart like this where I can see my values in percentage of the whole thing overall. And this is another way of doing it very nicely, so I can see, okay, if these are my goals or these are 100%, I can see kind of where we fall here. And I may put a little bar across here being 50 and a bar being 25, so I can kind of judge where these things are in my overall if I'm doing something like that. Another thing I may do as well is I would use these spaces here to go ahead and put in my values. Now, it's nice to go ahead and have the values right on here, especially when you have a large graph, rather than trying to reference everything over here to a little sidebar and a little side note here. I may go in and I may just take something like this over here, and I may, in a very nice typeface, literally go in and just be like 22%, and then, take this and do my 33%, and picking the right font here so it's going to work very well, and I'd have to sort out my fonts because these are a bit large, and put these right under here so I can see what's going on. Or I may just take those and put them right in here in front, and I would probably put those in white so that we can see that a little bit better. And I would definitely want to get a beefier font right here so I can see how that looks, fit that in there, and this is going to work, to me, a whole lot better. Okay? So I can actually see the values right here, and I can reference them right on the bar without having to worry about trying to draw a line from here, putting those on there, and there I go. So right now I'm creating a whole lot more visually interesting chart rather than just, trying to grid out the entire system. This can work really well. I can also go and I can do really cool things with these charts too. I could take these charts, and if I wanted to go ahead and take these charts, I could go in and I could actually corner widget the corners here. So that these charts don't need to simply end, in a square end. What happens if I round those charts and put something like this in here and have those work like that? Well, this could be even better. When I round the ends of the charts, I could come in here with a circle, and I could plunk a circle in here, and then I could take my actual values, and I can put them in there. And one of the rules that I have when I go ahead and I do this is I don't actually use black, okay? That's one thing that I don't do. I actually use a percentage of gray, 60 or 70%, because then I can go in here and I want to choose a typeface that's going to be nice and narrow or condensed right there. Let's do that. And let's do this. Something like that. And I can just park that right at the end there. So it creates a nice little section. I may not need these overall values here, but this can create a really nice chart very quickly by taking my content here and creating a nice little space right there and actually showcasing the values right inside that chart. I mean, why not do something like that? That, to me, creates a much more interesting pie chart, or that's not a pie chart, much more interesting graph than just having my lines being drawn over here. So take your pick, okay? It doesn't take much to go ahead and make these charts really dynamic and really interesting, okay? So that's just another way that we can go through and do this. It's really simple. It only takes a few minutes. And that's just our normal column graph. Stacked bar chart or column, those are also very interesting, and we can create one of those as well. So I'm going to come up here, and we're going to create a stacked chart. We can see how this works by applying this. We get our stack, and each row here is going to be its own set of content. I can click OK, and there we have our stacked set of content. All right, so we can do that, and then I'm also going to go in and I'm going to create an overall one. So if we go in, and I'm just going to do one at 150 because that's basically where it goes up to. So we have an overall section that I can create as a different color and then put behind so I can show an overall right there. So there it is, and I'm done with that, and okay, that's what it looks like. Well, you can see from a visual standpoint, it doesn't look anywhere near as nice as this. You're right, but we're going to fix that. So I'm going to ungroup this whole thing, and then I'm going to go through. And why did I put this in here? Because this spelled it out, 30, 60, 90, 150. I put this one in here because I can use this as my overall if I want to put a color behind everything. When I'm doing a stacked set of charts here, I don't like to use different colors because it really clashes with the eye. What I like to do is I like to use steps of color. So I can go through and use a lighter tint or a darker shade of a color as I stack on top of each other. And what I do with this, I'm going to take off the stroke. First thing I do is I get rid of the strokes on absolutely everything. So that there is 0 stroke on there. Awesome. Okay. And then I can go through here and I can select my colors, and I'm going to use this one here as my overall color. And I put this behind. I have to keep ungrouping these. Oh, come back here. Ungroup. I've got to ungroup all of these so that I don't keep grabbing the whole group. I'm going to put this behind here so that I've got that behind there kind of as my overall, and you're going to see how this works. So what I'm going to do, So I'm going to grab this overall, go to my swatches here. I'm going to pick something that's going to be a good color here. So maybe I go with my orange overall. And then my lighter ones, I can go in and I can grab my orange, but maybe I do a slightly lighter version of that orange. Grab my next ones in here, and I grab that orange, and then do an even lighter version of that orange as well. And then I grab my last ones. I pick my orange, and then I can do an even lighter version of those so I can see all my content overall and how they're stacked. I always like to put an overall one in here so I can see basically the sections of the whole so I know what we're looking at over time. And I can go through this and I can see how that works right there. And I can see that in there. I want to make sure I've got no stroke on any of these here. Yeah, no stroke. There we go. So I can see my build over time. And this is really nice to do that as well. I could use my little markers in here like this. So I could step in and do my 30, 60, 90, that kind of stuff, and reference that kind of thing. And with this, I could then go through. This makes it a little bit more difficult to see what my actual values are as I go through. And I can't always put my values directly in these locations here. So in this case, it may work very well for me to go in and kind of separate these things out. And what I would do is I would probably run my separators here in between my items. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my stroke panel here. And again, I don't use black on this because black seems a little bit too harsh. So I'm going to go in and I can use my little separators here. And I could put my separators in right here. So I could have them be whatever value. So if I go, so that's going to be like a 30. And then I could have, option click and drag that, got to zoom in a little bit here because I get a little bit small. And I can option click and drag. And then that's going to line up with my 60 right there because I kept my little spaces down here. That's why I haven't deleted these yet. So it's aligning with those. And then I can duplicate that overall so I can see my segments there. And then I would copy all of this down here. And then with that copying, then I have my segmentation through here. Instead of putting it all at the bottom like this, I put it in between here, so now I can see my breaks as I go. And then with these, if I want to put numbers next to these, I certainly could. Or I could go ahead and I could create a nice little tasty something in here, where I could go in and I could put a box or something over my line like this. And that box could be filled with white, something like that. And then I could take my type and I can put in my values. And these would have to be kind of small, so I'd have to make my chart a little bit bigger, where I could go in and wouldn't be 30%, I don't know what it would be, 30 days, 60 days, whatever. I could put my content here and a nice little nugget. Again, I don't like to use black, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to use like a shade of gray to make this nice and easy to see and understand, so that then when I break this out, I could do something like this. I'd have to make these a little bit bigger, but you can get the concept of how I would go through and do something like this. So I could break this out. I could see the little dividers here. So now I have a much nicer reference on what's going on through each and every individual item here. When you get a lot of information going in through here, you want to make sure that this is abundantly clear for what's going on. And yes, that would need to be a little bit bigger there. But I also don't want to do like something just at the top or the bottom here. Putting this in between here, I can now reference anything and I don't have to go far from the data. It's right there, it's easy to see, it's really easy to understand. And if I'd like to go ahead and put something overall, I could always attach something to the end of this very easily. If I wanted to do something like this, I could just duplicate this bar here, and I could create a little section at the end if I wanted to describe what's going on with this. I could very easily put something at the end here so that I get a different connotation, maybe the same color family here, but maybe a little bit different. I could take this, maybe I go in and I corner widget the ends, like that, so that I could put in some information on what this is or what each and everything is showing right here. Again, instead of trying to reference it overall, I'm going to put something here that's going to say, hey, here's what I've got, here's what it is. And, have fun with this. It's like, oh my gosh, you can do so many awesome things. I'm going to do my polygon here, use my down arrow, and I'm going to rotate this and make a little triangle right here, because maybe I want to point to something here. I'm going to duplicate this here, duplicate that again, and you can create something like this. And there's my little information, there's my call out, this is the first quarter, this is the second quarter, this is the third quarter overall. And now you have a chart that's dynamic, it's interesting, it's fun, and it's easy to read, and it looks nice and tasty. Even if the data is completely boring, you've got something really cool to use. So pie charts, we can do column or chart graphs, we can do stacks here. And keep in mind, there's so many things. Line graphs, area graphs, scatter chart too. We're not going to run through all of these. We just wanted to go ahead and give you this really cool segment on awesome things to do with this content. Okay? And you can see that this is not just a normal chart. I'm just going to show you, so we'll just do like a line chart here because this can be fun too. If we do a line chart, we can do this, and of course if we do different values, we get different lines here because each line is going to be its own little chart right there. So we have that. There it is. There's our little lines. Goes through, creates all those little lines. I'm going to convert that here to that, and now we get our little, I just did my convert X and Y axis right there. So now we get our lines going through like so. Okay? So there's my chart, and it's like, yeah, this is okay. You know what? This just begs so many awesome things. I would forego all of this right here, and I would then go in and use these little squares right here. I would probably put my little circles over there with the values on them, take the lines apart, create something interesting, get rid of those colors, ungroup the whole thing right there, and then take these little dots right here. You have to keep ungrouping these because each section of the thing is the group, and then I could go in and I could ungroup this all again, just keep ungrouping several times and it breaks it all apart. Then I can take this data, I can change the lines right here, and this just begs going in here and having something like this, grabbing my content that I've done before here and copying this whole thing over. So this would be 66%, but definitely grab that little circle or that little icon or something here, put that over the top. And you don't have to have this colored up, by the way. If I put it over the top here, I could go into my properties panel, into the fill right here, and I could adjust the opacity of this. Okay, so I could adjust the opacity right here and say, hey, have this sit over the top of this. But you don't have to have it completely blocking that whole thing. I can kind of show you what that is underneath there if I want to have something like this. And then I can put my value inside there to have that as well. Maybe it's a color. Okay, maybe that's a color right there. I can grab that and make that a color. Maybe I make this circle a color as well. Put that in there, set the opacity way down so you can see what's going on, have that little point right to it, or create a nice little shape in there, maybe that becomes a triangle. So much better. And now you can see the reference instead of having these little blocks or squares. Maybe a nice little grid behind there could work really well. You could always draw a grid using the grid tool here, but you already know how to do that. And have a little bit more fun with this information here as well. You can change the stroke of your lines as well, and then you can get rid of all of this other stuff here, and then you can set it up. You can set your little tick marks up here if you want to, but have a little bit more fun with this overall. Change all these little boxes here, make it fun, make it interesting, make it tasty, and make it truly incredible. Now you can go online and you can see some really bad charts, but you can also see some really good charts as well. And the really good charts, they're going to use colors that are going to be similar and going to work very well, and the information is going to be right there at each and every data point, rather than on the left or the right side or a legend. But go in and create absolutely fantastic charts here. Start off with using the chart tools, and then go ahead and create incredible charts. But that's just a really quick overview of what it is. A lot of people don't use many charts here. A lot of people didn't even know there was the chart feature in Illustrator. But now that you know so much about Illustrator, now you can go forth and create awesome charts, make them look good, get the data across there, and make them visually stunning. And as you know, there's always more to learn, so stay tuned for the next episode of Awesome Things to Do in Illustrator. Here we are, folks, yet again, showing you more awesome things that we're going to create in Illustrator, and this episode is going to be how to use gradients, the new freeform gradient, which is pretty awesome, and also go through and show you the blend tool so we can create gradient effects that way. So gradients are kind of interesting. They take a little bit of getting used to, and in your swatches panel, you have a few gradients that are going to be here by default. We've got our black and white, our orange, our blue, and I've created several other gradients here, which you're going to find out how we're going to do that. And the way this works is we're going to need our gradient panel, which is under the window menu, calling up gradients here. And we don't actually go in to our swatches panel and create a gradient. We actually create a gradient actively on our object. So if I create an object and I go to my gradients panel, I can click from the drop-down menu of existing gradients here. And the default is going to be black and white, so every time you start a gradient, it's always black and white. And then we create the gradient, and then we save it to our swatches panel after we do that. So it's a little bit different. We don't actually go in and say, let's create a new gradient and do this. We actually edit an existing one and then save it. So when we create our object and we use our gradient panel here, where we edit our gradient is down here at our gradient ramp. And we have our dots at the end of each one of the gradient ramps here, and there's always one on each end here. And to edit those, we're going to go ahead and double click. This is going to call up our panel of choices. We can either use our sliders, we can use our swatches, or we can use our eyedropper tool to pick a color from an existing area on our document here. So if we go in and we grab our slider here, double click on it, I'm just going to choose an existing color, and I click on that, and then I can go back to my other gradient slider here, double click on that, use my sliders here if I'd like to access it that way, or go in and choose from my spectrum of colors, and there is my gradient. Now I am not limited to 2 colors on my gradient. I can click any point under my gradient slider and add another gradient color, another gradient stop color I should say, and I can now throw in any other colors that I'd like just by clicking here and then double clicking on there, and there are my gradient colors. Now this doesn't look too awesome right here, and it's like, no, some of the gradients just don't, but I'm going to show you ways that we're going to create really interesting gradients that can be truly awesome. This is just the basic where we go ahead and start. Now you'll notice that we have the gradient, this is called the gradient annotator, and this is on our object as we work. And you can see that it mimics the gradient slider here in the gradient panel as well. So we can edit directly on here the same way that we would edit on gradient slider here. And what's nice is that you can actually see this. You can click on these, double click, and then call up that content and add this right here and do it right here as well. Either way, it's the exact same thing. Couple interesting features. Whenever I click on a gradient stop color, I can just drag this along and it will allow me to go ahead and bounce over any other colors here. And I can grab those colors and I can change the locations of them and move them around. The diamonds right here are basically our blends. How fast or how slow one color is going to blend into another. And basically it's controlled by our location here, and normally the location of 50% means that you're going to have a balance between these 2 colors, and that little gradient blend is going to be 50% of the way through those 2 colors. If I don't like a color in here, I can simply grab that gradient stop and I can just pull it down off the line and snap it right off, and the remaining colors will be there, and there we go. So it's pretty simple. If I like this gradient, how do I go ahead and put it into my swatch panel? Simple. I can just grab the gradient thumbnail here, drag it into my swatches panel and drop it, and now that gradient is there, and I can apply this gradient to a fill or stroke or type. Not that I would recommend doing it to type, but anyway, you can. It's in the swatches panel ready for you to work with. Now once we get our gradient here, I can flip the style of the gradient back and forth as well. And right now we're working with a linear gradient, so it's going to go from one end to another. It's basically going to be a nice line going across. We have three different types of gradients here. We have our linear gradient, which is what the default is. We have our radial gradient, and we can also reverse the radial gradient, so it goes the opposite direction here. And we're going to get to our freeform gradient in a bit, so we're just going to show you the linear and the radial gradient right at this point. Now, I can reverse this to change the direction. I can also change the angle of my gradient too, but I want to do this a little bit more dynamically rather than using the drop-down menus and the options here. So I'm going to grab my gradient tool in the gradient panel, which is right here, and it's the letter G. All right. Now the gradient tool just shows up as a set of crosshairs. What this allows me to do is this allows me to click anywhere and drag my gradient across my object. I do not have to be within my object. I can be, but I can start way outside my object and drag across there and move that as well. And my gradient annotator is going to show up, and so I can do that, and I can rotate and I can pull these and change this and go these direction. Yeah, there it is. Now, I'm used to Illustrator back in the days where we didn't have the gradient annotator right on my gradient, and to me, I find this to be a little bit, I don't know, a little bit annoying because it's always right there trying to help you. Some people love it because you can edit right on here. If you don't like having this gradient annotator, you can always go under the View menu, and you can turn off your gradient annotator, choose Hide Gradient Annotator. It goes away, but that doesn't limit you from going in and using your gradient tool and clicking and pulling and changing the direction of that gradient. Okay? It just shuts the annotator off so that you can't edit directly on there. And either way, it's fine. It doesn't change the functionality of it at all. It's just a personal preference. So that's View. You can show your gradient annotator or hide it. Now, if I use a linear gradient, if I switch over to a radial gradient here, and I use my gradient tool, you can see this allows me to put it off-center, so I can do, you know, kind of like a radial burst here, and I've got that, which can be kind of cool, so I don't have to have that centered in my object. Now, an interesting thing with this is what happens if I draw a circle and I have my radial gradient here, and I just simply click and pull, and there's my, nope, got to get my gradient tool. I'm trying to draw new stuff. There it is, gradient tool. Now I pull from the middle on out, and it's like, oh, that's awesome. Creates a really nice radial gradient in that object. Well, if I go in and I now squish my oval, you'll see that this squishes with it, which is kind of cool, okay? But sometimes, if I draw an oval here, and I have my radial gradient, you notice how I've got an oval, but my gradient isn't oval. And it's like, if you draw a circle and then squish it, the radial is going to go ahead and squish with the oval. But if you go ahead and draw an oval, you're going to get a circular radial blend. Here, in the gradient panel, this allows you to control the aspect ratio, so you can go ahead and squishify the whole thing here. Now, once you do that and you make this larger and smaller or squish it more, it's always going to follow that aspect ratio right there. So that's kind of a nice feature when you're going in and doing a radial blend. One more really interesting thing with the radial blend tool is I got to be on my gradient tool to do this. Yeah, I can go ahead and pull, and it's just going to give me kind of this, like this great little radial burst from right here. But if I go in and I click and pull here, and then I double click here, and then I double click, I want to go in, and it's not letting me do this right here. So there it is. Yep, it's supposed to work. Okay. Shift is going to go ahead and allow me to put it right in the middle of my object, right there, and draw from the center, right there, create that, flip it right there. So that's my radial, that's my linear, change it however I'd like. Now it's an interesting concept when we go ahead and put this into a fill. If I put a stroke on my object here, and I decided I'm going to put a stroke on my object, I can also go to my swatches panel and apply my gradient to the stroke as well. So if I select my stroke here in the gradient and I apply that, I can do that as well. And I can reverse that gradient on the stroke from that. So you can see that. And I can have my gradient going the opposite direction. And here in my gradient panel, I can select my stroke and my fill. If I use my gradient tool, I can also, if my stroke is selected, I have my gradient tool. I can change the direction of that stroke, change the direction of the fill based on what I want, or what I have selected, I should say, right there, okay? There we have the stroke and the fill. Now you can create some really crazy things, especially when you do type and can get kind of not so nice looking, but you have those options. So that's applying a gradient to a fill and then a stroke, but I'm going to apply a gradient to just a stroke here. Now I've set up a gradient here that's kind of interesting. In fact, I can choose from my list of gradients that I have created here, and I have created a gradient in here that is black and white. And what I've done here is, you can see I've set the location of each one of these colors to be equally spaced apart, 10% apart, okay? So this took a few minutes to go ahead and set up like this, but it's just going black to white, and it creates a very interesting effect. It kind of looks like steel bars because it kind of gives you that gradient. And it's like, okay, so here's a gradient that actually looks like something. Now, this is being applied to a stroke, okay? This is not a fill, and what I'm going to show you here is only for the stroke on an object. A gradient fill, I showed you how we could do, go ahead and do linear, radial, reverse the whole thing, change the angle with the gradient tool. This is something completely different when we apply a stroke or a gradient to a stroke. When we apply a gradient to a stroke, we've got three different ones that we can go. We've got within the stroke, along the stroke, and across the stroke. And I still don't understand what the three concepts mean, but because we're visual people, you'll see what it actually is. So the first one is basically being applied within the stroke. So I've got a circle, and it's just basically applying it within the circle. The next one is going to be along the stroke. So instead of applying it across there, this kind of makes it look like a record or a disc, because it's kind of applying it like a fan around the stroke there, like it's fanning out from the center. And it's like, that's kind of cool because it makes it look like it's kind of turning or rotating. And because we've got the distances set equally here, it makes it look like it's, you know, kind of in motion. And if you wanted to adjust the distances differently, it'd kind of give that effect of, you know, that you've got your highlights and shadows and it's kind of moving like a turning wheel. The third one is absolutely amazing, applying it across the stroke. And this is so cool. So it's taking the stroke from the center of the stroke and it's applying it across the entire width. So it's like, are you kidding me? It's like we got this one that just makes it look like steel bars. We've got this one that makes it look like a moving, rotating kind of thing. And then this one, which is taking the stroke, and it's actually taking the stroke here, and it's making it look like it's got these cool effects. Now, most people would start with this, and they'll be like, how do I draw this? Well, here's the crazy part. You don't draw this. This is the same stroke right here. And I'm going to show you the three different versions here with the different sets of strokes. So this is along the stroke. That's across the stroke. This is along the stroke, and this is within the stroke. Okay? It's all the same gradient, but three totally different looks and feels. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. So no, now you don't have to just go in and say, well, you know, I apply the gradient and that's what you get along the stroke. No, this is the three different types of gradients that you can put along the stroke. And it's absolutely amazing what you can create. Exact same gradient applied in three different ways here. This I love, because this is like super, super, super cool to go ahead and create any raised object. Now, I'm going to show you a couple other tricks here with gradients that I think are fantastic. I'm just going to do a very simple gradient here, okay? And this is, I applied that to my stroke. I've got to make sure the fill is active when I do this. And I'm just going to apply a really simple black and white gradient here. I'm going to copy this object, and I'm going to reduce it down in size. And I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees, and I'm going to park it right on top of itself. Awesome. Look at that. Nice little button. Okay? All it is just a reverse gradient, one direction and another. And this is a really cool way to create any type of inverted button right there. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's like, seriously? Yeah, seriously. If you went in and you decided to do a radial gradient here, then of course you can take your gradient tool, your gradient annotator, and you can pull that to the side there to kind of create, you know, different section of highlight. Now remember, you don't need to start in your object. You can start way outside your object so your gradient starts to apply in a different location and create a very different effect on how you want to do this. All right? Super simple, but this is one of the cool gradient techniques if you want to create a button kind of look. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to my stroke here, and I'm going to choose one of my gradients that I have created here and apply this to it. I'm going to need to beef up the stroke weight so we can actually see. and it's like, okay, that doesn't look very good. You know, that's kind of, eh. But then I apply it along the stroke here, or across the stroke. You can never remember those. This doesn't make sense. And I can do that, and I can actually increase the size of the stroke here. I'm going to make it nice and beefy right there. And there it is. And it's like, okay, this is an amazing button. It's like, yeah, it can be. You can do this more subtly, so I'm not going from black to white here. But if you've ever wanted to create a button that's got those little ringed textures on there, this is how you could do it. And most people think it's like, I never would have thought about that using a gradient. It's like, yeah, pretty cool, huh? It is. It's pretty awesome. So, and it doesn't matter what colors you use. I just happen to do black and white because it's very dramatic here. But you can create any type of colors that you want across any object. And I've got different gradients here that I've done right here. And this one, you know, here's a gradient that's going to go ahead and give you multiple colors over an object to create kind of an interesting effect. Okay? It's all a gradient. It's not like multiple shapes of things. It's just one continuous shape and just happens to be applied to the stroke, depending on which way you want to apply it to it. That looks pretty boring, that looks boring, then all of a sudden it's like, wow. Oh yeah. And if you think that's cool, there's a whole lot more to come. But just some of the very basic things, really cool gradients to be able to have and to use, and it's pretty awesome. Okay, so that's just using normal gradients. Now I want to show you something here about using our freeform gradient tool. And our freeform gradient is going to be awesome because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to draw this shape. We're going to have no stroke on it here. And I'm just going to fill this with a basic color here. And there's my basic color fill that I've got. There it is. So I'm going to pretend this is a tomato. But you know what, I'd like to get a little bit of, you know, cool highlights and shadows on this. And not just using one of my very basic linear or, you know, radial gradients here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to the freeform gradient right here. And when I jump over to the freeform gradient, what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and it's going to land colors on here. And usually the default's about 4 colors, and I have no idea how it picks the color to go ahead and do this. But it's landed a color on my object here, and you can see my gradient panel has completely changed. So these are my little target colors, and if I click on a target over here, I can double click and I can go ahead and I can add a color here. So I'm going to go ahead and stay in the red ranges here, and I can click on other locations. There's another red. Maybe I go in and I'm going to add a little bit more black to that red using my color sliders instead. And here I can create some really cool, interesting qualities, shadow and shading to make this thing look like a sphere, or make it go ahead and undulate, all by going in and just controlling the specific points. Now, I can move these all around, and this is kind of like acting like light, and you can see I can just drag these all around here. I have to wait for this to catch up because this is kind of memory intensive here. As I go and do, you can see as I drag it, it's not always following me. But I can move this off. I can't quite move them all the way off. I can move it about halfway off, but once I get past the little halfway in the circle, then it kind of falls off my shape. Okay? This dotted ring around here is the spread. So I can control just how much spread or how much interaction I'm going to have with all of the other shapes on here. Okay, so I can pull those in or out. You can see as I pull, kind of think of these as lights shining down on this. So you're going to kind of get the light kind of seeping into the other areas too. And click off that with my selection tool. And now I can create some kind of sphere. And it's like, wow, this is like totally different in terms of gradients. And it is. It's quite interesting. In order to get back and edit the gradient, you have to select it, and then you have to be back in your gradient tool, which is G, in order to get to this point right here. If you want to get rid of one of these colors, just simply go in and click on one of those little color dots and hit your delete key, or you can just snap them right off there as well. Okay, if you want to do that. Unfortunately, you can't go in and like option click and drag and duplicate these colors, which would be really nice. But when you do land a new color, it always picks up the last color that you were using. So that's going to work as well. And, you know, don't be afraid to go ahead and add different colors in here if you want to kind of like add ambient highlights here. And we do not need to use these highlights at their given intensity. You know, maybe I'm going ahead and I'm creating a multi-light source sphere, and I want to have some softer light, you know, some different colors kind of playing on here. I don't have to go in and use each color at its own intensity. You can see once I select the little colors, I can now go in here and I can control the opacity of this. So it allows me to go in and kind of create the opacity of that color. Now keep in mind when we're using opacity in this particular sense right here, it's not going in and it's not like dimming the light, it's actually changing like the opacity of the light. So you notice how it doesn't like just give me that kind of yellowish overall, it kind of like makes it more white. So this is more kind of like creating a tint rather than an opacity of this right here. It's not quite the same as using opacity with a color. So keep that in mind when you do that. So go switch to my selection tool, and you can create some really interesting concepts here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select this shape and I'm going to try something different. I'm going to go and I'm going to offset this path, which means I'm going to create a smaller version of this inside itself right here, and click OK. So now I've got two spheres right here inside each other. It's the same thing, only smaller, and that's why I use the offset path. And you can see here, you can kind of create like kind of a domed effect with this, keeping the same object and kind of duplicating it. I could also go in and I could rotate this as well, and you can see how that's going to work to create kind of like this metallic looking button, very much like we did here by reversing those things here. But with this, it just creates a lot more complex looking shapes. Now, with the freeform gradient here, this only works on a fill. We can't use this freeform gradient on a stroke, so that's one of the limitations of this particular feature. But you can do some absolutely amazing things. You want to go ahead and you want to create anything that's going to be much more realistic light-wise. This works really, really, really well. And again, you can only activate this through your gradient tool. Now, one other thing that we can do here, you can see in the gradient panel we've got points and we've got lines. Well, points are going to go ahead and give me each individual color. If I do lines right here, I'm going to show you what lines look like. I'm going to create a different shape over here so you can kind of understand the lines a little bit better. So if I have an object and I go ahead and I go to my gradient tool and I click on my freeform gradient, it takes a second to activate it, but it does. And then you can see it's randomly picked 3 colors, and I'm not sure how it randomly picks these colors. Before it just picked one. But I'm not sure where this green came from because I haven't been using green, but there it is, all right? And now, when I use the points, I can just literally land points, which will be like 3 separate lights here. Or I can use the line feature, which allows me to click and drag and basically connect these together, very much like my curvature tool. So now it kind of like has this umbilical cord where the colors blend differently. And now when I move this all together, you can see that they kind of blend in a slightly different and I would say a little bit smoother way right here. And I can land other portions here and they kind of blend together. I can get rid of those just by clicking on them and deleting them. And you can see, where did that blue come from? I have no idea. But I can then click on those lines and move those together. So the lines kind of blend these things together a little bit more. If I want to do straight lines here, what I'm doing is I'm holding down my Shift key and clicking on the points to get straight lines, which is very much how the curvature tool works. So if you understand the curvature tool, you'll understand how these connectors work right here on these lines. And if I click on there, they're going to go back to curved lines as well. I have not been able to find a way to go ahead and remove the lines. So once you connect these with lines, I haven't found a way to remove them. But I haven't found any detriment to having them as simply as points or as lines here, other than blends or look just to be slightly smoother overall. So if you like to do illustrations and you like to do more complex blending here, the freeform gradient is pretty awesome. It's going to be something that I would definitely suggest you look into because it's really quite robust in what it does. And you know, other than the random colors when you start off with, you can create a lot of really interesting effects. Okay, so we're going to make a larger pasteboard here because we're starting to run out of room. There we go. And now I want to show you the blend tool, because the blend tool is another way that we can go in and we can create blends of things. It's a kind of a gradient. It looks like a gradient, but using the blend tool, it's slightly different but it's the same interesting kind of effect. And the blend tool is really simple to use. You can take any shape that you want, and I'm going to fill it with a color. And then I'm going to duplicate that shape, and it could be larger or smaller, it doesn't make any difference. I'm just going to keep it the same size. And I'm going to create a totally different color. What I'd like to do is I want to blend these together so that they can blend overall. And there's different ways that I can blend objects together. Here, I may want to blend objects because I want it to morph from one, like a circle, to a square. But in this case, I want it to go from color to color, okay? But the blend works in any different way. I can go from a circle to a line, and those can change color. In this case, I just want to go from color to color. So I'm going to select both objects here. I'm going to go into the Object menu. I'm going to choose Blend. I'm going to call up my options first. And in my blend options, I've got smooth color, specified steps, or specified distance. If I do smooth color here, it's going to blend everything together in a smooth color. Then I do Object, Blend, and then I choose Make. And it blends it together in just smooth colors overall. So that's one way to do it, okay? I'm going to take this, I'm going to copy this as well, and I'm going to go back to my blend options. And with my blend options here, I'm going to do specified steps. I'm going to say, okay, let's do this over 5 steps so you can see. And then it's going to take, and it's going to do 5 steps. Does not include the first or the last. The steps are in between. And so then it takes this. And you could imagine if these were different shapes, how it would then blend from one color to another, but it would also blend from one shape to another. So this is an interesting way to go through and do this kind of thing right here. Now, where would we use something like this? Well, what happens if we're creating something and we want to do like a slip shadow? So I'm creating some type of icon here, and maybe I've got this icon that I've created, and I would love to go ahead and create a nice little slip shadow going off behind this here in gray, kind of like off to the side, and you've seen this before. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to duplicate both of these, and I'm going to fill this with like a darker gray and this with a lighter gray, like so, and move these over a bit. And this is going to be my slip shadow, so this is the direction that I want them to go. I'm going to grab both of these, and I'm going to go under Object. I'm going to go under my blend options here. And I want to do smooth color because I want this to blend very nicely. And then I choose my Object, Blend, and Make. Make is Option Command B. And it blends the whole thing together like this, okay, from one to another. Now it's interesting here because it always blends from your first object that you've drawn to the last object that you've drawn. And here, this is the first object, which was the darker one, and the lighter object here. And if I were to put my object over the top of this right here and put it over there and bring it to the front, which is going to be Shift-Command-Right bracket, I have this. But it doesn't really look like it's creating this shadow. It looks like it's kind of creating the tube, and the reason why is because normally we would want this dark one to blend to the light one, but the light one's on top. So, how do I switch that order? Well, if I go into the Object menu, under Blend here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reverse this from the front to the back, okay? So, the back was my darker one, the front is the lighter one. And if I reverse it from front to back, now you can see how it's going to go ahead, and the dark one's going to be in front, and then the light one's going to be going to the back there. So now if I do my slip shadow here, and I put that on there, now I have my slip shadow going there, and this is how you can create a really interesting or really easy to do slip shadow here, just using a gradient. Now I could have created both boxes and then drawn lines and merged those all together and applied a gradient to it, but you notice how it's kind of got the angular look to it? I couldn't create a gradient that way and make it look realistic. So the blend tool can be something that can be, definitely useful. Well, there's a couple other cool things with the blend tool as well. I'm going to do Command Y, which is going to outline mode. And you can see here we have connectors, and these are called a spine. And it's just literally a line because what we're looking at here is we're looking at an effect. All right? It's not really objects going through here. These are not separate objects right here. It is an effect or an appearance. It's giving the appearance that these are actual shapes or objects. And this spine that connects these two of these is a line. So, what can you do with a line? Well, let me show you what you can do with a line here. I'm going to use my curvature tool. And I'm going to go hover over this, and it sees it finds the path right here, or the spine. And I could, just like any other line here with my curvature tool, I could go in and I could land a point and I could curve that. And the blend is then going to follow that curve. And it's like, okay, well, that's interesting. Try to do that with the blend tool. And it's like, huh, all right, never even thought of that. Yeah, you can. So if I were to go in and I were to select this one and I were to blend this, I could go in and I could change that. I could do this with this spine. You know, maybe I want this to curve off over here. Oh, cool, make it look kind of springy. Sure, it's just a path. So very interesting things we can do with that spine of our object. Now, if we were done with this and we would like to break this apart into actual shapes here, so that I have these shapes to mess with, it's no longer in the blend mode, it's no longer the blend appearance, I could go under my object menu and I could go under blend and I could go ahead and expand this right there. I could also do the same thing, it's a little bit closer, it's just go under object expand, either way. And when I expand that, that is going to break it out of its blend mode and then going to go into outline mode using Command Y, and now you can see those shapes are there. If I do this with an active blend and I go under Object Expand, then I'm going to do that and I can look at this and you can see that it's multiple shapes, kind of like a slinky overall, and each one of these is a blend step in and of itself. It's just literally a change of color. So it's kind of interesting to go through and see those aspects like that. I'm going to undo this because I want to show you one really interesting thing, and this is called the Replace Spine feature. And this is something that I just learned, a while ago, but it's kind of like, okay, I never would have even guessed how this would work or why we would use this. But then I saw a couple examples and I thought, okay, this is awesome. I've got this blend from here to here and I've been able to mess with the spine here, and I can do with the curvature tool or the pen tool. But I'm going to go in here and I'm going to use my spiral tool, and I would love to then do a blend that looks like this along the spiral. But I want it to follow this path, and I just can't take a circle here and put a circle there and say, hey, connect them to, and have it automatically say, oh, I'm going to connect it in a spiral. You have to tell it to do that. But there's no way we can tell it to go ahead and follow a path when we just blend two objects together. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to blend my objects together here, and then I'm going to draw a different path, and I'm going to select both my original and the path that I've drawn. I'm going to go into the Object menu under Blend, and I'm going to choose Replace the Spine. So I've drawn my two circles first, I've blended them together, but now I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to take my spiral, and that's going to be my new spine, so I'm going to replace the spine right there, and it's going to replace it with the spine right there. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. It is. It just took my blend right there, and by the way, that's gone now. It just replaced it. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to look at this under normal right here, and I've got my, my circle here and my blend right there. And you can go into isolation mode and you can double click, and I'm going to make this circle really small right here, and we're going to see what happens when we do this. And now, when you double click and get into isolation mode, I can edit those ends right there, and I can actually change this whole spiral, and it's like, that's crazy. Plus, I can go under the Object menu under Blend, and I can reverse the spine, okay? And then reverse it so that this is going to go ahead and change the colors. So it basically, the circle's here. There used to be green, now it's orange, so that reversed the spine right there. And if I go under Blend right here, I can reverse it from front to back, which is then going to, the green was behind and now it's in front. So it's like, wow, I mean, you can do some crazy, cool, fun things with this. You can isolate right there. If I go in and grab this end right here, and I reduce the size of this, come on. I'm gonna reduce the size of this overall, there we go. Look at that. And it's like, how do you do a normal blend like that? And it's like, it's awesome, because we just replaced the spine. Now, we do have a blend tool, okay? So all these things that I've done right here can be done using the blend tool. I'm going to show you how this works here using the blend tool. It's the exact same concept of using the blend command. The only difference is we have the blend tool, so we select our objects. We go to our blend tool here. If we want to call up our options, double click on the blend tool, and then we can choose like the number of steps right here. And then the blend tool requires us to click on a point on the initial object and then a point on the end object. Now, normally what I would do is I would pick a point here, click, and pick on the corresponding point, and it's going to blend. But I'm going to undo this because watch what happens when I go through and I click on non-corresponding points. I'm going to click on the top point of my first object, the bottom point of my second object, and it's going to go ahead and it's going to connect them kind of like a twist. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and I'm going to change this to a rectangle over here. And I'm going to blend a circle to a rectangle. And I'm going to use my blend tool. And I've got my steps to be 5 steps. But I'm going to click on this location here and then that location there. And do you see how it kind of twists and turns? Because it's taking those points and it's kind of trying to draw those points and blend them together. If I click on this point here and then click on that point here, it's going to go ahead and change the blend modes or the blend transition right here. I'm going to do 2 lines. And so this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to do a line here. And we need to add a stroke to this right there. And then I'm going to do the line here. Same line, same blend modes, but I'm going to use my blend tool. I'm going to click here. I'm going to click here. Come on, blend together. Right there. And it actually takes them and it's kind of twisting them right there. You can't see it because it's going and it's turning them and twisting them right there. So this is a really cool way to do a blend and get these to kind of step apart right there. So if you don't want just the normal blend, use the blend tool and then connect different points to that. And keep in mind too that you can change the attributes of this and you're going to change the overall blend effect, which is just totally amazing. And it's like, wow. Now, remember, this is still in effect when I go into outline mode, but if I did want to have these lines tumbling along after I'm done, I could select those. Oh, and by the way, I could isolate this one, and then I could go ahead and I could make this beefier, and it's going to go ahead and change the attributes overall and blend those two. So super, super cool stuff. You could take these, object expand, and I could expand everything, and now they're their own separate lines here, instead of being in blend mode. So just all these cool, crazy things. Now there's so many things you can do with blends and gradients. I have set up a whole bunch of other stuff here too. And these are all blends, and we've talked about a lot of this stuff here too. Of course, I have my little bacon blend, which is nothing more than a wavy line, but we've seen a lot of this other stuff. Here is a nice little ribbon where I've just gone in and I've created a gradient. And all I've done is I've hinted at a little bit darker color at the end of the ribbon to kind of create a shadow. Now, I do have a totally separate video out there on blends and gradients that gets into the nitty-gritty with all sorts of things. But I wanted to show you just a really comprehensive guide of going in and using gradients and blend here in this bootcamp series so you can really get comfortable with this and know all these things. But if you want to dig even deeper, check out my other gradient and blend video that I did not too long ago, and that's going to take you even deeper into this stuff. And it's amazing how many things you can create rather than just really horrible looking gradients. You can create really dynamic looking things. And it all starts with a little bit of knowledge and a whole bunch of fun to go ahead and create these kind of things. But as you know, you're watching this video and there's always more stuff to come. So stay tuned because we've got more good stuff for you. Here we are, folks. Episode number 20, the last in the series of this Illustrator Bootcamp. What we're going to cover in this is we're going to cover how do you save, export, print, save your assets for web or mobile devices, and basically how to wrap up everything in the end. So here's what we have. We've worked on Illustrator quite a lot, so we've got this content, and now I'd like to go in and I just want to basically save these files. Well, how do I save them? Well, if I go into the File menu and choose Save, I'm going to go in and I can open this up and I can save my files here. And what I want to do is I want to save my content, and there's a couple different ways I can save this. There's a basic Illustrator file, which is fine. And with today's software, you can save this as an Illustrator file, and virtually any application out there will read it. Even Word or Excel or PowerPoint reads an Illustrator file. Gone are the days of saving things as an Illustrator EPS, so you never have to do that. And I know people that have been in the business a long time, they're like, oh, you have to save it as an EPS in order for other people to read it. No, actually. If you want to save it for somebody who doesn't have Illustrator, but you want them to be able to see this, open it up, print it, or place it in any other file too, a PDF is awesome. Okay? PDF is just fine, and in fact, there's nothing wrong with saving them as a PDF, because then you can quickly see them, read them, and you can edit them if you go through and you choose your PDF and then click Save. Then it's going to ask you some Illustrator with some basic default questions here. Well, basic stuff here. Do I want to preserve the Illustrator editing capabilities? Most likely, all right? If you want somebody to go in and be able to open up this file who has Illustrator, somebody who doesn't have Illustrator, this is not a big deal, but they'll still be able to read it, and they'll be able to look at it and print it, okay? So I can preserve these Illustrator editing capabilities, that's fine. In terms of compression here, we really don't have to do anything simply because this is all vector artwork, so there's no need for compression. Right there, marks and bleed, if you want to go ahead and put crop marks or trim marks on your artboards. For just the PDF purposes, you can do that. Output settings for the color conversion, we can just go ahead and keep all of the colors exactly the way they are. So really not much to have to do when you go through and you save this, and you simply click save. And you're done. It saves it as a PDF and you're good to go. So not much in terms of that. For printing, go into the File menu, choose Print. Pretty much standard stuff. It's not much different than exporting to or saving as a PDF right there. Few things right here that you can go ahead and do. You can choose which layers you want to print. Maybe you do, maybe you don't have your layers turned on or turned off, but this will be able to do that as well. You can go in and set your marks and bleeds and your output on what colors you can print with. And we don't have a printer set up here, so a lot of these things are grayed out. But other than that, pretty much a standard print right from here. I don't print a lot from Illustrator. It's usually I put it into some other application and go. A couple other interesting things with this as well. One of these things, we do a lot of work in Illustrator for logos and things for website or mobile or web buttons. There's so much UI, UX development that's done in Illustrator. How do we go through and we take this and save these things as a JPEG or a PNG, or an SVG or whatever? Well, first of all, I can tell you right now, virtually anything we create in Illustrator do not save as a JPEG. JPEGs have a very specific function, and that is to retain the image quality, or not the image quality, but the image tonal range of an actual image. JPEGs are terrible for type and graphics and artwork like this. So, JPEGs are out. Do not save this as a JPEG. I mean, we do have the ability to go in here and save certain stuff, but you notice there is no JPEG to go ahead and do this, which is great. We do have export, and we can save for the web here. It's very much the same as it is in Photoshop here. We can save for the web, where we can go in and we can choose GIF or JPEG or stuff like that. JPEGs, don't ever save these at all, because here's the problem with saving things as a JPEG. Do you see the problem that we have here? I'm going to zoom in here so we can see this a whole lot more. JPEGs, its whole intent of JPEG is to go ahead and make these a whole lot smaller. So they look for similar color qualities and kind of bunch them all together. But you can see what happens here. You get these JPEG compression lines, and these are terrible, all right? So that makes it all crispity crunchity, and don't save logos, icons, any illustrations as a JPEG ever, okay? So the save for web is fine, but we used to have this, but I'm going to cancel out of this simply because there is a better way to save as a GIF or a PNG. If you're used to using save for web, that's fine, but we're going to show you the asset export, which is going to be so much better, okay? It's save for the web, but like with chocolatey coating. Asset export is under your window menu. It is a panel, and we have our asset export right here. Now, it's this simple. You simply take your assets and you drag them into your asset export right there. Now, if you have a grouped item, like this is all grouped, this is great. If you have an item that's all together that isn't grouped, check this out. It'll drag, when you drag it in there, it'll go through and it'll add every object as an asset, and it's like, whoa, no, not what I wanted. Right. So either group them together, or if you forget to group them together, hold down your Option key when you're dragging them in, and drag them in with the Option key held down, and that will bring them all together as one unit instead of every single part being its own separate thing. So either group it first or Option click and drag it in there as you go. So when I do that, I drag these all together, put it in there, great. Holding down my Option key because I don't know if they're grouped or not, okay? But you can group them first and then drag them in there. And here's my assets. Now, going and doing save for the web is fine. It works really good. This works so much better. And here's the reason why. I can grab all my assets here, and I can go in and I can choose the format that I want. So PNG, PNG8, SVG, PDF, and JPEGs. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Resist it. Okay? So I can go through and I can say, hey, here we go. I'm going to export this as a PNG. And when I take this, I have my scale right here. So I know the size of this because I can click on this and I can find out the size in my properties of how many pixels this is. And I realize, oh, you know what? I've got this set to points. So if I go back and click on nothing, I can go through and I can edit my units here to be pixels. And I can click on this and I can see how many pixels this is. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that I scale this correctly here before I drag it into my asset panel, so that way I know exactly what size I'm dealing with. All right, so there's a few little things we got to pay attention to. Now, if this is going to be fine, 180 by 400 is going to be fine. When I go and I click on this, I can export this asset at the exact same scale as a PNG. Maybe I want it twice the size as a PNG as well, and then maybe I want to go in and export a PNG as well and make it, you know, a quarter of the size. So I put in 0.25. I can do a custom, you know, one like that, or half the size right there. There we go. Now, what's the difference between a PNG and a PNG8? Well, PNG8s are going to be a lot less colors. And I'm going to show you that through the Save for Web so we can get a little bit better understanding of these methods. If you're familiar with PNG, PNG8, you know, SVG, which is a scalable vector graphic, something that is becoming more and more popular. So now you can go ahead and when you have a responsive website for iPhone, tablet, or computer, SVGs are great because instead of exporting all your assets and all the different sizes for them to fit, you can export one and it's going to scale to fit your screen. So an SVG is a scalable vector graphic, which is really cool. So when I do an SVG, there is no size because it's scalable, so it doesn't matter what size you export it as. And I can continue on down and I can add scales of my PNGs or I can save them as a PDF. With the PDF, there is no scale either. So here it is, I can export all of my content here, just like this, and I click export, and it's going to say, okay, where do you want to save these? And I'm going to call this my exports. I click create, I choose that folder, I export everything, and if I go in here and I see what I've got right here, I can have everything on my desktop and I can go in and see all the stuff that I've done and can't find it right there. There we go, there's my exports. All right, and there's all my content right there, and I can just tap my space bar and I can see these nice and easy what they are, and it's like, okay, this is like super, super, super awesome. There it is, all beautiful vector graphics. Nice, okay? A couple other cool things with the asset export as well. If I'm dealing with iOS, it can go ahead and give me a whole bunch of basic sizes. If I'm dealing with Android, it can go in and I can have low, medium, and high definition, extra high def. So this will automatically go in and generate all these things that I'm going to use for iOS or Android. And it's like, well, that's pretty awesome. It's like, yeah, it is. So this just makes it this much more simple as you go through and you do. And you can click on each and every one of your assets and it will remember the settings that you've had down here. So you don't need to change them and revert back to it. You can just simply go and connect your assets and go and do that. Now, what's awesome with this, you drag your assets in here. What happens if you go in and you decide, you know what, hey, I'm going to change the color here. Did you see that? It changes my asset. So anything that I do to my original files, these are linked to it, okay? So if I rotate this whole thing and my asset needs to change, look at that, it automatically changed it right there. I didn't need to drag it in there, and it's like, holy cow. It's like, yeah, I could definitely do that. And it's like, great, well now I can update my assets as well. I could go in and I could create a duplicate of this. If I wanted to create a different one, then I could go in and create like a different color and then drag that in. That's how I can get unique assets from the same object. So it is really quite intuitive how this whole thing works, okay? I want to talk about a little bit about the differences between a PNG and a PNG8 and stuff like this, because things get a little bit weird when you start mixing vector with raster. And how does that actually happen? Well, from the videos that you've watched before, if I apply an effect to something here, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a drop shadow. So I have a vector effect with a raster-based shadow here. Now, there's fundamental problems with mixing these things two together, specifically due to transparency. JPEGs offer no transparency, but JPEGs are out of the running, even though we have both a vector and a raster image right here. So I'm going to go under Export, and I'm going to choose Save for Web here, and I want to show you how this actually works. In fact, let me go back here, and I'm going to choose File. I'm going to choose Export Selection right here. And you can see we can get a different export for screens, which is kind of a cross between Save for Web and my asset export right here, which is kind of interesting right there. But I'm going to go under my export. I'm going to Save for Web. And if I save this as a JPEG, which I'm never going to do, no transparency, horrible crispity crunchity edges, that's only great for fried chicken. It's not good for images. I can save this all as a GIF and or a PNG8. They're going to be pretty much the same here. And you can see anything that has a fill color of nothing becomes transparent. Fill color of white is going to remain white right here. But here's the problem with a PNG8. They're great. They're really quick to load. They're going to go ahead and they're going to keep the look and the feel and the quality of the content that we created looking really good. But a PNG8 breaks it down into 8-bit color, which is 256 colors. Okay? Now, the fewer colors that we have, we're going to go ahead and break this down, and then we get this dithering here, which is very common with PNGs and GIFs. But a PNG is going to give you 256 mostly used colors, or the most numerous used colors in here. The problem with the PNG8 is that transparency has to be absolute, which means if there is no fill and it's completely free of anything, then it becomes transparent. But if it's got 1% color in it, then all of a sudden it's non-transparent. So that's where a PNG24 comes in. Or when we use the asset export, just a PNG. We have a PNG8 and PNG. So a PNG in the asset export is basically going to allow us to create this super PNG. A PNG24 allows me to create the transparency, but it also allows me to have the translucency of this drop shadow. So that drop shadow there, now if I was going to put this into a website, and I've set my HTML in the background to be a color, and I've got my hex color in the background. If I'm going to do this drop shadow on this object, this drop shadow will now multiply over the surface of that color. But that only happens with a PNG24, not a PNG8. A PNG8 is going to give me a white background wherever there is pixels. Okay? And if there's no pixels, then it's going to be transparent. So that's one of the things that we have between a PNG and a PNG8. Okay? In here, it happens to be called PNG8, which is going to give me that, PNG24, which is going to be like a super PNG. And when I go to my asset export here, and I export as a PNG, this is a PNG, super PNG, just call that, and then a normal PNG8 right there. So if I export this as a PNG8, I will get that haloing around there. A normal PNG, I will not get that haloing around there. So that's just the basic difference between going through and exporting that content. At the bottom, we have our little symbol right here, the Export for Screens dialog box. And this is interesting because this is kind of like a cross between Save for Web and then going through and using the asset export. I'm pretty sure this came first before they went ahead and they did the asset export right here. I'm not sure why you'd ever need to access this because we've got the asset export screen, so we're pretty good right here to go through and use our asset export right there. Pretty simple and straightforward stuff, not an issue whatsoever. Understandable if this is kind of the stuff you do, but this is the easiest way to get really good artwork translation out in multiple formats very quick, very easily. You certainly don't want to take this and open in Photoshop and then begin to resize, because once you resize in Photoshop, it's all rasterized, and then anything that isn't exactly this size is always going to degrade in quality. Even if you're making it smaller, it's still not going to look good. So asset export is definitely what you want to do. Now we run into other issues too, and this is kind of interesting as well. I may be working on a set of logos here, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create a new document in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create multiple artboards here. And the reason why I'm creating multiple artboards is because I want to go in and I want to create different versions of this logo. Right? So I'm using multiple artboards. Now, why would I go in and use multiple artboards here instead of creating 4 separate files? Well, I may want to go in, and the client has asked me to go in and giving me 4 different versions of this file right here, And so I'm just going to go in, use my recolor artwork, and I'm just going to create some different versions of these logos really quickly. And I just want to send them to it, send them to the client, and let's see, group those all together. There we go. And create some interesting effects right here. Now, if I created 4 separate files, the problem with creating 4 separate files is now I have to manage 4 separate files. And that may not be the best, because what happens if I have to make an edit or something? Then I've got to make sure I make the edit in all 4 files. So if I take 4 separate artboards here, I'm going to save this to my desktop here, and this is going to be my test tube. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go ahead and save this as an Illustrator file. There it is. Awesome, just saving it as a normal Illustrator file. That's great, okay? But I run into a couple issues with multiple artboards. First thing is if I do a save as, and I save this as a PDF right here. Then it asks me, okay, which artboards do I want to export? Because I don't need to save every single artboard. I may just want artboards, 2 and 4. So I can just do 2, 4 and save that as a PDF and send that to the client right there. Okay? But if I want to save or export everything, then I've got one file with multiple artboards. Now this proves to be a little bit interesting as you get into this content, and here's the reason why. If you're not completely versed in artboards and how they work, and I send this off to the client because they would like to have these 4 logos and they would like to use them, and then they try to go ahead and they try to place a file into something else. Say I've got an InDesign file. I go under File, Place, and I'm going to go ahead and import this test tube in here. Every time I place this, it's like I'm only getting my first artboard. And it's like, yeah, but there's 4 artboards. So that's one of those things if people are not versed in artboards, when you go in and try to place it, or you open up a PDF or something, it only shows the first one. But you were smart to put them all together because now you don't have to manage 4 files, you only have to manage 1. But the drawback could be the end user may not understand artboards, okay? So if I'm in InDesign and I go in and I click on the Show Import Options when I place something, and I choose my object here, whether it be a PDF or an Illustrator file, this Show Import Options will now allow me to go through each and every pasteboard. So I can target a specific pasteboard and place that one instead of having to break this all apart. Now, that's a big advantage, but you have to know that. Now you'll also, this is also a cool feature too, that when you go in and you save a PDF of something, if you have a multiple page PDF and you're trying to bring this in, the same concept is true in InDesign. I can take a multiple page PDF and show the import options, and I can then go through and scroll through the pages of a PDF instead of taking the PDF apart, saving out a separate page as its own document, and bring it in right here. I can then go in and just bring in any page of a PDF by showing the import options. So whether it be a multiple page PDF or a multiple artboard Illustrator file, we now know how to manage those things when we bring them into other applications, specifically InDesign. Now, one interesting feature here with PDFs in Illustrator is that Acrobat and Illustrator kind of use the same engine. And if you ever get a PDF file that you can't edit or you want to make changes to, just try opening it up in Illustrator. Just go under File, Open, and open a PDF. Even if it wasn't created, maybe you've got a form that was done in InDesign, you don't have the original file, but you want to make some edits to it. Open up the PDF in Illustrator, and there's a good chance you'll be able to edit a lot of the content in there, if not all the content, even though the form was never created in Illustrator. So another cool thing with PDFs and Illustrator combined. So we can export our assets, we can go through and we can create multiple artboards, save PDFs as well. Now I've got something where I've got some type in here and I'd like to send this off to somebody else. Now if I just save this and send them the Illustrator file, guess what's going to happen? The fonts are going to be missing, and it's like, well, I didn't create the fonts. Well, we do have the ability of taking the fonts here, going under type and creating outlines here, but guess what? Once I create outlines there, they can't edit that font anyway. So it's like, okay, so what does it matter? Well, it matters because if you want to send this to somebody and you want to have them be able to edit it, you want to give them everything, the whole package, literally the whole package. So under the File menu, we have Package. And what Package is going to do is it's going to save the Illustrator file and any images that we've placed inside there, as well as all the fonts too. So when I go through and do a package, this is very simple. If you're an InDesign user, you'll understand packaging, and InDesign is much more robust with packaging than Illustrator, but here we go. Copy all the links. Well, link is if I went ahead and I placed an image inside here. Copy all the fonts? Absolutely. You'll notice it won't copy certain Adobe fonts, and the Adobe fonts are ones that you have gone ahead and activated through fonts.adobe.com, which is part of your Creative Cloud subscription. And the reason why it won't copy that is because nobody ever gets a physical copy of those fonts. You're basically leasing them for the rest of your life. Now, this is assuming that when you have the Creative Cloud and you're logged in, that you have access to these fonts just like anybody else that's running the newest version of Illustrator, because they too are subscribed to the cloud. So activating these fonts isn't a problem. If you open it up and say, hey, the fonts aren't working, you can simply click Activate the Fonts, and it reaches out to fonts.adobe.com and activates them. One interesting thing here is that non-Adobe CJK fonts, and it's like, what is that? I tell people, well, it's a non-Adobe font that has the letter C or J or K in it. Not really. This is any non-Adobe Chinese, Japanese, or Korean fonts. Okay? So if you use those and they're not Adobe fonts, it will not package them up. Don't know why. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Package and put that all together, and it tells you, okay, if you are using fonts that are there, going in and stealing fonts is, not okay. And it's like, yeah, I understand that. But I also tell people, it's like, well, how do you think you get all these fonts? I know, but you shouldn't. So I'm going to click OK. And there it is. I'm going to show the package when it's done. And there it is. And any fonts that I used are brought right there. There's my report. There's my Illustrator file. And there are my fonts that are in there, right there for somebody to go ahead and use. And there, they say, is the complete package. The whole package. Right there. That's simple, okay? Now, if you outline all of your fonts, if you were to select everything and do Shift-Command-O and outline your fonts, great, everything is good, everything is fine, there's nothing wrong with doing that. A couple things, though, that I do want to talk about before you send out a file. And one of the things that I want to talk about with sending out a file is making sure that everything is broken down into its basic form. And so there's certain things that we do want to make sure that things are done and taken care of before we send them. And a lot of this stuff is any type of effects that you have created here and gone ahead and applied to this. And effects are going to be like anything from the effect menu here. So if I've gone in and I've done like a zigzag effect here, and I've done something like this, and I've applied this, and there's my zigzag. This is an effect. So if I look at my outline mode, it's just a straight line. I normally go in and I expand these items so that it actually is what it looks like. If I'm doing a blend or something like that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to expand the blend. We've done some blends before here, so if I open up the recent file here, where have I got that? File, recent, there it is, blends and gradients. If I've gone in and I've done any type of blend that's got, this is what the outline looks like, and it's got a blend effect on there. I would probably want to go in and expand that there so it breaks it down into its actual shapes and forms here and not have the blend, because things can get a little bit weird when you've got effects outside of Illustrator, okay? Especially when you get into place them into other applications and scale them. So I always keep a native file of all this, and then anything that has any special effects or blends, I normally expand them. And then I take that right from there so I can not have any issues with the final files, okay? And I don't have to go in if I have a path and something, I don't go in and I don't, outline the path there so that it's no longer a stroke. That's not going to be a problem, okay? But if you want to, you can go ahead. There shouldn't be any issue with that. Some of these things as you do expand, it may change the appearance of them, so that may be an issue, but I just like to make absolutely sure that the file I'm giving somebody is going to be like the simplest one with the fewest of the problems. Now, I save an original file that's completely editable, and then I save a copy of it, and I basically break down everything to its very basics so that if I have to come back and edit something, I do, but they get the file that's going to be the cleanest one of them all. So that's pretty much wrapping up all of your Illustrator content, being able to go in and export your assets there, print, package, save as a PDF, and then just cleaning up everything as you go. And can you believe it, folks? That's the Illustrator Bootcamp. That's been 4 weeks already, that fast already. 20 episodes of this, and this should definitely give you an awesome overview of this, a great foundation, and now give you so many things that you can go ahead and start to create, so many fantastic ideas, and certainly the tools to go out there and really notch up your knowledge of Illustrator. And of course, you do know that there's going to be other boot camps, so stay tuned for all those because there is more fantastic stuff to come. But I want to say thank you, everybody, for getting these videos and being able to use these. Tell all your friends how awesome Illustrator is. Post on Facebook, post everywhere that you can, and make sure that everyone knows that you're awesome in Illustrator too. And of course, if you want to go ahead and get more awesome ideas, you can always follow me on my blog. That's jasonhopee.com. You can easily find me out there, and you can go ahead and follow all this great stuff on my blog. I give you great concepts, tips, and tricks, and things to draw every single week. And now you can do every single one of them now that you have these videos. So thank you yet again, folks. Great to have everybody back. Tell everybody how awesome Creative Live is, because all of you out there is what makes Creative Live awesome. And we hope to see you back here very soon.